Chapter 1. Born with 8 Fingers Eye. As the most diminutive kingdom on the entire continent of Longsinus, Arcadia's territorial expanse is undeniably the smallest. Nestled in the southeastern corner of this vast land, it is bordered by the boundless ocean to the southeast, while the other two sides are encircled by 2 formidable empires. Had it not been for the intervention of a place known as Fablon at the heart of the continent, nations like Arcadia would likely have long succumbed to oblivion. Our tale begins in the capital city of Arcadia, Luna. The sun blazed mercilessly, particularly in the southern reaches of Longsinus, where it seemed to loom just above, casting down sweltering heat that enveloped every soul basking in. Its rays, rendering them akin to glowing embers, dripping with perspiration. Though it was still morning, the streets of Luna were adorned with a languid demeanor. It is no wonder that some opine that the powerful empires of Landias and Pohan have refrained from partitioning Arcadia, not solely due to Fablon's interference, but also because this locale stands as the hottest furnace across the entire continent that, of course, exceptions do exist. At this moment, a sprightly elderly gentleman approached the entrance of the Magic Guild in Luna. His white robe of magic bore not a single crease, mirroring his own upright stature. The multitude of wrinkles etched upon his visage attested to his age, while his silver hair was meticulously arranged at the back of his head. The old mage towered over the average Arcadian, standing at least half a head taller, and in his gnarled right hand, he grasped an elongated staff. Although the staff rested upon the ground, none would presume that he relied upon this purely wooden implement for support. This was due to his eyes, those of the old mage. They were as clear and profound as an abyss, yet remarkably lucid. The old mage squinted slightly, yet a subtle glimmer of vitality still flickered within the depths of his gaze. Praise Fablon. Esteemed mage, good day to you. How may I assist you? Pirlo had just emerged from the Magic Guild when he encountered the elderly sorcerer. Although the old mage donned no finery or enchanted artifacts, and no elemental fluctuations emanated from his robe, Pirlo, having trained for over 2 decades as a mid-level Yellow Mage in the Luna Magic Guild, trusted his instincts. Only those who sought to flaunt their prowess would display their magical rank upon their robes, and the elder before him, appearing to be at least 70 years of age, could hardly be a mere novice. Moreover, not a single bead of sweat graced his furrowed brow. Praise Fablon. The old mage's voice was remarkably gentle and melodious. Though somewhat deep, it imparted a sensation akin to basking in a spring breeze, as if even the scorching air had been rendered a touch more refreshing. I hail from Fablon. Please take me to meet the interim president of the guild. Pirlo's body suddenly stiffened, and his bright, sparkling eyes were filled with astonishment and ecstasy. That he hails from Fablon? Indeed, he comes from Fablon. On the continent of Longqin, even the most ordinary commoners would grasp the significance of this statement. The president of the Luna City Magic Guild has been deceased for over 2 years, and since then, the position has remained vacant in the Arcadia Kingdom's Magic Guild. Could it be that he comes from Fablon? What is the most esteemed profession on the continent of Longqin? It is that of the magician. While some may doubt the existence of deities, none can deny their reverence for magicians. Fablon is a vast expanse of flat land on the Longqin continent, encompassing roughly half the size of the Arcadia Kingdom. Despite its fertile soil, no nation dares to covet it, for it is the sacred domain of magicians. Fablon embodies the faith of nearly all nations, save for the desolate northern wastelands of Longqin. Fablon serves as both the sanctuary and the most feared domain for magicians. Apart from the Fablon Legion that guards it, only magicians are permitted to enter. Gaining entry to Fablon is not overly challenging, however. Departing from it is a hope deemed unattainable by most magicians. Without the prowess of a blue rank or higher, one is not allowed to leave. The hierarchy of magicians, from lowest to highest, consists of magician, intermediate magician, advanced magician, grand magician, mage, archmage, and grand archmage. Regardless of the type of magic, each is categorized by color, akin to the hues of a rainbow. The lowest rank corresponds to the first color of the rainbow, red, while blue signifies the archmage. The first 6 colors of the rainbow are divided into 3 tiers: low, intermediate, and high. The yellow rank intermediate magician, like Pirlo, is classified as an advanced intermediate magician. The final color of the rainbow, purple, is further divided into 9 tiers, with the Grand Archmage of Purple rank exhibiting tremendous power. FA Land's status as a sanctuary for magicians is also attributed to the presence of 7 mage towers within it. Each tower houses a formidable 9th-tier purple mage, representing the pinnacle of power on the continent of Longqi Nusi. Thus, on this continent, discerning an individual's strength is remarkably straightforward. Any magic or combat energy is categorized by color, and the color manifested during casting vividly reflects the user's own capabilities. "Please, after you," Perlo said, bowing deferentially to the elder magician. A faint smile graced the old magician's face as he nodded slightly to Perlo before following him into the magic guild. Inside the guild hall, the air was thick with powerful magical elements. The floor, inlaid with mithril, formed a magical hexagram that emitted a soft silver glow. The interior of the guild appeared quite spacious, a reflection of the scarcity of magicians in a small kingdom like Arcadia. The number of magicians could only be described as sparse. Consequently, although the guild holds a high status within the kingdom, it remains rather desolate. Perlo did not keep the old sorcerer waiting for long. Shortly thereafter, he summoned another aged mage from within the guild. This mage, clad in a cerulean robe, bore a striking resemblance to the visiting elder sorcerer. "Praise be to Fa Lawn. Greetings to you, esteemed mage from afar. I am Daira, the fire mage and acting president of the Arcadia Kingdom Mage Guild." As he spoke, Daira bowed respectfully to the elder in white robes, while a faint azure flame flickered to life in his right hand, signifying his rank as a novice blue-tier magia. Gesture of the utmost reverence. It is noteworthy that, given Jiras standing in Arcadia, he would not even need to bow before a king. The sole reason for his profound respect was the presence of the white-robed mage, who hailed from Fa Lawn. "Praise be to Fa Lawn. I am Chen Shang, and I come from Fa Lawn. Here is the letter from Fa Lawn." Chen Shang transferred his wooden staff to his left hand and extended his right hand towards Daira. A soft glow flickered briefly, revealing a parchment scroll that materialized in his palm. Both Perlo and Daira were momentarily taken aback, for they distinctly observed that, although the glow emanating from Chen Shang's hand was faint, its hue was undeniably purple. With trembling hands, Daira accepted the scroll, carefully unfurling it. The parchment, however, appeared blank, devoid of any writing. Yet Daira did not find this peculiar. His gaze instinctively shifted back to Chen Shang. With a deft motion of his right hand, another flicker of pale purple light enveloped the scroll, and instantly, under the radiant violet glow, words began to manifest. Daira, filled with excitement, read aloud, "Destiny, Purple Terror First Order Sound Mage Chen Shang, appointed as the president of the Arcadia Mage Guild." At this revelation, the astonishment of both Daira and Perlo transformed into sheer disbelief. Sound mages, as a branch of mental mages, employ musical instruments to channel their magic, making them some of the noblest practitioners among mages in the continent. Yet also, the most impractical. It is notoriously difficult for sound mages to surpass the yellow tier, their influence on the battlefield often limited to mere morale boosting. Historically, only the daughters of great nobles or princesses from various kingdoms have shown interest in mastering this noble yet seemingly trivial form of magic. Yet here stood an elder mage, a purple tire sound mage. Daira could scarcely fathom the reality before him. However, the ancient symbol encircled by a silver hexagram in the lower right corner of the scroll unmistakably represented the illusion tower of the 7 towers of Phalon, clearly indicating that the mage before him, Chen Shang, had undergone the trials of the illusion tower before arriving here. The purple magical energy he emanated felt profoundly authentic. Daira quickly regained his composure. The decree from Phalon was inarguably genuine. He hastily rolled up the parchment and presented it to Chen Shang with utmost deference. Daira, accompanied by Perlo, pays his respects to the president. Upon hearing Chen Shang's inquiry, Daira could not help but reveal a hint of bitterness. In Arcadia, there is but 1 blue-level mage, 3 green-level mages, 24 yellow-level mages, 67 orange-level mages, and 213 red-level mages. The majority have enlisted in the military, leaving only a handful in the guild. A faint expression of surprise crossed Chen Shang's face. So few. Though the path of magical cultivation is indeed a lengthy endeavor, with a population of tens of millions in Arcadia, is it truly the case that there are only these 300? Mages? I recall that mages in other nations do not seem to be so scarce. Daira sighed, saying, "It was certainly not always this way. Our Arcadian kingdom has long been renowned for producing fire element mages. However, as the nation's strength wanes, those with any semblance of power have departed for the neighboring empires. Naturally, those who remain are. Nevertheless, your arrival is fortuitous. You are a purple-level archmage. Arcadia has not seen a purple-level powerhouse in centuries that I firmly believe that under your guidance, our Arcadian Mage Guild will flourish." Despite his advancing years, he could not suppress his excitement at this juncture, and his gaze upon Qin Shang held a fervent intensity. I could see that moment. A melodious and elegant voice resonated from outside. "Is Master Daira present?" Daira paused, a smile gracing his face. He turned to Qin Shang and offered an apologetic nod before stepping outside. Shortly thereafter, a young woman entered the hall, following Daira. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with flowing black hair and a fair complexion, clad in a flowing emerald green gown. Her face, slightly rounded, did not diminish her noble demeanor. Whether walking or standing, she exuded an air of poise, as if her slender waist could never bend. In her arms, she cradled a swaddled infant, the rhythmic sound of breathing emanating from within, indicating the child was peacefully asleep. Upon seeing her, Qin Shang's eyes brightened, his previously narrowed gaze slowly widening, glimmering with intensity. The woman immediately sensed his piercing gaze, her delicate brow furrowing as a flash of azure light flickered in her eyes as she turned to face Qin Shang. The moment their eyes met, a fleeting daze overtook her, and when she regained her composure, her expression shifted dramatically, instinctively tightening her hold on the swaddled infant. Daira, still somewhat dazed, failed to notice the exchange and addressed the woman. "Ming, where is Yicheng? Why hasn't he accompanied you? You appear to have just completed your confinement." Mei Ying instinctively shifted slightly, smiling as she replied, "He has been diligently practicing his combat energy, so I came on my own. Master, our child has reached 1 month. I must trouble you for your blessing." The blessing of a mage is the finest protection for a newborn, with higher-level mages bestowing greater health upon the blessed child, unbound by magical attributes. Diala chuckled heartily and readily replied, "No problem. Did I not already mention that after your child is born, I will surely offer my blessings? Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Master Qin Shang, the newly appointed president of the guild, hailing from Phalange." Although he recognized a familiar face, he had not forgotten the presence of the new president beside him. Ming, seemingly still haunted by Qin Shang's earlier gaze, merely offered a polite bow and said, "Praise Phalange, greetings, master." Just as Qin Shang was about to speak, a resounding cry of an infant erupted from the swaddling cloth. The pair of delicate, white lotus-like arms emerged from the bundle, gently waving as if attempting to break free from their mother's embrace. Qin Shang's words suddenly faltered as he beheld the infant's tiny hands cradled in Mei Ying's arms. Those soft, pale hands possessing only 4 fingers, lacking the pinky on both sides. For the first time since his arrival at the Mage Guild, a significant and startling change flickered across his expression, astonishing everyone present. In a swift motion, Qin Shang approached Ming, his aged face flushed with excitement. He raised his trembling hands, reaching toward the tender hands that sparkled like crystal, evoking a sense of delicacy. His swift action resembled that of a warrior rather than a mage. "What are you doing?" Mei Ying exclaimed sharply, stepping back with an unusual grace. Although Qin Shang's speed was commendable, he could only grasp at an illusion. Not pursuing, Qin Shang's gaze remained fixated on those rosy little hands, standing there in a daze, forgetting to lower his outstretched hands. 8 fingers. A natural 8-fingered child. There truly exists such a prodigy. A genius. This is undoubtedly a genius. Diala was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him and quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between Mei Ying and Qin Shang, anxiously saying, "Please do not misunderstand, Master Qin Shang. You." After all, Qin Shang was a recently advanced Grand Mage. Gradually, his expression calmed, and he lowered his gaze to the magical hexagram embedded in mithril beneath him. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of ecstatic joy sparkled in his eyes. He clapped his hands together, exuding the elation of a child. Praise phalange, yes, just like that. Raising his head to meet Mei Ying's watchful yet curious gaze, Qin Shang smiled gently. Despite the wrinkles etched on his face, his exquisite attire and demeanor exuded a certain elegance. Miss Mei Ying, you have come today to bestow a magical blessing upon your child, have you not? Mei Ying instinctively nodded in agreement. Qin Shang then turned his attention to Diala, stating, in that case, allow me to bestow this blessing upon the child. Diala was momentarily taken aback. It is well known that in this world, it is a rare privilege for an infant to receive a mage's blessing, let alone that of a grand mage of the purple tier. Such an honor is typically reserved for princes and princesses of great nations. Then Diala glanced at Mei Ying, T67. He could naturally discern the subtle shift in Qin Shang's demeanor upon seeing Mei Ying's child, prompting a moment of hesitation. Given the relationship between him and Mei Ying, how could he justify any harm that might befall their child here? A trace of chilling coldness flickered in Mei Ying's gaze, accentuating the pride inherent in her character. Your Excellency, I wish to understand why. The neutrality in Qin Shang's eyes vanished entirely at the sight of the small hands, replaced by a profound emotion that imbued his voice with a magnetic quality. It is because of those hands they are the most perfect hands I have ever seen in this world. Lady Mei Ying, I harbor no malice. Mei Ying's icy demeanor began to thaw. Indeed, despite the fervent light in Qin Shang's eyes, the aura he emanated bore no trace of hostility. Rather, it radiated a sense of warmth. Yet upon hearing Qin Shang speak of her son's hands, her expression soured dramatically. Master Qin Shang, why do you assert that my child's hands are the most perfect in the world? Are you mocking me? Human hands, each possessing 5 fingers, are of utmost importance to a warrior. Although the child cradled in Mei Ying's arms had merely lost his left and right pinky fingers, this deficiency significantly impacted his ability to wield a weapon. The inability to grasp a long sword tightly. What parent does not wish for their child to be perfect? Mei Ying was no exception. Yet, while everything else about her child was commendable, this congenital 8-fingered condition had plunged her into despair. This condition determined that her child could never become a master swordsman, a fate that weighed heavily on the family's aspirations. Oh no, I swear by the name of Fablon that I mean no sarcasm whatsoever. Qin Shang's eyes brimmed with emotion as he gazed at the still struggling, weeping infant, his features softening remarkably. Perhaps, to others, these hands may seem flawed, but to someone like me, they are utterly perfect. You shall soon comprehend. Under the watchful eyes of Mei Ying, Diala, and Perlo, Qin Shang slowly settled into a cross-legged position, but a flash of light emanated from his right hand, and Mei Ying discerned a ring on his little finger, a spatial ring, one of the most vital artifacts for a magician. A reddish-brown guqin materialized silently onto his lap, its 7 strings shimmering with a faint silver glow. Qin Shang placed his hands upon the strings, and his expression underwent a remarkable transformation. His aged visage softened into one of humility, suffused with the vitality of life, as if he had been seated in that posture since time immemorial. Clad in white and with silver hair, as his fingers made contact with the strings, he seamlessly merged with everything within the hall of the Magician's Guild. Unconsciously, all eyes gravitated towards him, with his left hand raised in an ethereal manner, hovering just above the strings of the instrument without making contact with the right. Thumb and index finger gently clasped, while the middle and ring fingers lightly pressed upon the 5th string. As the thumb released its hold, the index finger deftly plucked the 7th string, producing a resonant, buzzing note that emanated a profound clarity. This sound, rich and deep, lingered in the air, creating an almost palpable stillness, as if time itself had momentarily paused, silencing even the cries of the infant. Nestled within the swaddling cloth, a pair of bright, glistening eyes turned toward the source of the sound, emitting soft, gentle murmurs of curiosity. Whether it was a high-ranking mage like Perlo, a sorceress such as Diara, or a warrior like Mei Ying, upon hearing that haunting melody, it felt as though every impurity within their beings had been instantaneously purged, leaving them in a state of unprecedented clarity and comfort, their blood flowing freely. Withered Wood's Dragon Song. You are The hostility concealed in Mei Ying's gaze evaporated in that moment as she looked at Qin Shang, revealing a mixture of astonishment and joy. The mental prowess of mages undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary individuals, however. Both Perlo and Daira found themselves entranced by the captivating tune, their eyes filled with wonder and confusion, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Mei Ying remained the sole conscious observer, perplexed as to why her mental acuity, though lesser than that of the mages, allowed her to maintain lucidity. She distinctly perceived the gentle violet light converging toward a specific direction toward the swaddled infant in her arms. The baby had ceased his cries, and when she glanced down at her precious child, she was astonished to find that, at some point, he had begun to smile. His tiny hands, each with only 4 fingers, waved gently in the air and in harmony with the delicate, nuanced melody. The sequence of his movements mirrored the music. The soft violet glow seemed to silently seep into his being, initiating a series of extraordinary transformations within him. Is this real? Mei Ying felt as though she were caught in a dream, a surreal experience that lingered even after the melody had gracefully concluded. A prodigy. He is undoubtedly a prodigy. My judgment was not amiss. Even at just a month old, he could sense the true beauty within my music. How I envy your bamboo sect. Why is he not with me? You must now understand why I have praised his perfect little hands. For a musician, the little fingers of both hands are often deemed superfluous, offering no real utility, and their presence can sometimes prove distracting. As a divine musician, I possess ample knowledge on the matter. There once existed a legend of a person with 6 fingers on each hand, known as the 6-fingered piano demon. Such tales are mere fabrications. 8 fingers are sufficient for playing. To be born with 8 fingers is nothing short of perfection. Qin Shang mused with a hint of wistfulness. Master, who exactly are you? Mei Ying inquired tentatively. Her previous arrogance dissipated, not merely due to the purple aura radiating from him, but rather because of the enchanting peace-green waters and the enchanting notes of the withered woods dragon's song. Qin Shang remarked, I hail from the realm of Fablon. If it were not for the Azure Sea, what reason would I have to come here? I initially sought a disciple to inherit my legacy, yet unexpectedly, the prodigy I admire turns out to be one of your bamboo sect. Come, lead me to meet your esteemed grandfather. Yili, oh Yili, it has been decades since we last met. I wonder if your constitution remains robust. Mei Ying suddenly awoke to the realization, your surname is Qin, the one known as the withered with dragon's whisper. You are from the Qin sect. Qin Shang smiled faintly, gesturing for silence. It appeared that after more than 20 years apart, it was indeed time for me to have a serious conversation with old Yi. Mei Ying glanced at Pirlo and Daira nearby and quietly inquired, Master, what will they do? Qin Shang cleared his throat gently, and a flicker of purple light danced in his eyes. It was only then that the bewildered Daira and the others regained their senses, exhaling deeply. Daira exclaimed, How marvelous! Truly magnificent! Praise be to Fa Lon. This is my first encounter with the might of a sound mage. President, I shall seek your guidance often henceforth. Qin Shang shook his head and replied, What you perceive is merely the potency of mental magic. You do not yet appreciate the nuances of melody. The disparity between mental and elemental magic is still quite considerable. As he spoke, he shielded Daira and Pirlo and Amp, Apos, view with his body and exchanged a knowing glance with Mei Ying. Mei Ying understood and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Qin Shang, for bestowing magical blessings upon my child. If you have the time, I would be honored to invite you to visit the Azure Sea, so that my husband and I may extend our hospitality to you. What do you think? Qin Shang nodded, saying, Then I shall not be modest. Daira, somewhat astonished, remarked, Praise be to Fa Lon, Mei Ying. I seem to have never received such treatment. Mei Ying smiled. Opportunities will arise in the future. Master Qin Shang, please. The Azure Sea derives its name from the notion of a sea of emerald hue and bamboo. Is it not the epitome of such verdancy? Thus, the Azure Sea refers to a lush and flourishing bamboo grove, located 30 kilometers west of Luna City. The grove presents a unique landscape formed by various shades of green bamboo, shimmering softly in the light, each stalk standing proudly. For the Arcadians, the Azure Sea is a peculiar place, abundant in fresh bamboo shoots. However, no one has ever ventured deep within its confines. The true expanse of the Azure Sea remains a mystery, bordered by the Arcadian kingdom and the western edge of the Landius kingdom. Every individual who enters the Azure Sea invariably finds themselves inexplicably retracing their steps to where they began, and no one knows why. Apart from bamboo shoots, there are no other notable resources within this grove, which is why it remains undisturbed. The temperature within the Azure Sea contrasts sharply with that of Luna City, perhaps due to the myriad of verdant bamboo growing there. Once one crosses into the Azure Sea, the sweltering heat dissipates considerably. Mei Ying, cradling her beloved child while walking through the bamboo grove with Qin Shang, marveled, "Senior, your stamina is remarkable. After such a long journey, you show no signs of fatigue. A mage of your caliber is a rarity indeed. 30 miles may not pose a challenge for a warrior, yet for a mage, it is a considerable distance." Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint aura surrounding the swaddled child in Mei Ying's arms. It was her fighting spirit safeguarding her precious son from the oppressive heat in the air. Qin Shang chuckled wryly, "Have you not heard the saying? Few things are of use to a sound mage. As a master of divine sound, I lack the acceleration spells wielded by elemental mages. Furthermore, I have no desire for companions. Wherever I traverse the continent, I rely solely on my own 2 legs. Over time, this has allowed me to journey farther than the average person, and my stamina surpasses that of other mages." While I was speaking, I noticed that the bamboo forest ahead appeared somewhat ethereal. A knowing smile graced my face as I casually plucked a bamboo branch from my side, striking the nearby bamboo as I walked forward. My rhythm varied, producing unique sound waves, and without waiting for Ming to guide me, I ventured deeper into the bamboo grove. The Azure Sea, an insurmountable barrier for ordinary folk, poses no obstruction for one such as I, an old patron. Mei Ying seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise. Her steps became slightly ethereal, moving at an intriguing pace behind me as we entered the depths of the bamboo forest. Near the center of the Azure Sea, a row of neatly arranged bamboo houses encircled the grove, numbering over a dozen. Amidst the swaying shadows of bamboo, they appeared exceptionally elegant. Before Mei Ying and I could reach the front of the bamboo house, an aged voice emerged from within. "Inger, why have you brought an outsider? Have you forgotten what I told you?" Before Mei Ying could respond, I jestingly retorted, Yili, you want to even greet an old friend?" The door of the central bamboo house swung open, and a figure, as swift as lightning, appeared before Mei Ying and me in an instant. Despite the rapidity of his movements, he flowed gracefully, imparting no sense of abruptness. Yili stood slightly taller than I, his gray-white hair cascading down his back. The wrinkles on his face were noticeably fewer than mine, giving him the appearance of a man in his 50s. He stood upright, his piercing eyes radiating a hint of intimidation, embodying the weariness of a seasoned man. Upon seeing me, his broad hands eagerly clasped my shoulders, and I made no attempt to evade his embrace. "Old friend, what brings you here? It has been over 20 years since we last met," Yili exclaimed with excitement. My composed demeanor evaporated in his presence, and I feigned a somewhat comical expression, saying, "I came to see you. You still look so youthful, while I have aged. Perhaps cultivating fighting spirit is indeed better. Magic has a way of hastening one's aging. If I recall correctly, you are still a year my senior. Young, have you not noticed that my hair is nearly white?" Yili retorted playfully. "Come, let us talk inside." As he spoke, he pulled me toward the interior, casting a glance at Mei Ying and her grandson in her arms. The interior of the bamboo house was simply adorned with a bamboo couch, table, and chairs, nothing more. Chapter 2. The Harmonious Union of Qin and Bamboo, Part 1. Yili picked up the kettle from the table and poured a glass of clear water, offering it to Qin Shang. "This is spring water from beneath the Azure Sea. Do take a sip." Qin Shang accepted the glass and took a drink, exclaiming, "It is crisp and sweet, truly delightful. You possess a refined taste." Yili sighed. "It has been over 20 years since we last met, you old rascal. You didn't come all this way just for a casual visit, did you? As you know, I have long ceased to involve myself with the matters of the bamboo sect. Even if there were issues, they would be of no concern to me." Qin Shang laughed heartily, saying, "I have yet to utter a word, yet you dismiss me so completely. What do you think I am here for? This time, I intend to stay." Yuli's eyes widened with surprise. "Stay? Really?" Qin Shang nodded, stating, "I have just returned from Fa Lan." Upon hearing the mention of Fa Lan, Yi Li and Appo's expression shifted momentarily, a shadow of solemnity crossing his face. "So you did go. Does this mean you have reached the purple level?" Qin Shang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yili. "Have you not achieved the same? Let me see." Yili shot him a glare, and a faint purple aura emanated from his being, exuding an air of pride and tenacity. The immense pressure caused Qin Shang and Appo's eyes to gleam. First tier? You two are first tier. It appears neither of us has fallen behind. Yili remarked, I am no longer your equal. In a contest of the same tier, especially on Longqi Nusi, no form of magic or combat energy can surpass your Qin magic. Do you think I am unaware? Qin Shang smiled slightly, saying, the true power of my music only manifests after playing more than a third of the piece. In a fair match, you cannot defeat me. Nor can I pursue you in earnest. Shall I chase you? Yili retorted fiercely at this distance. Do you dare to believe I could not take you down in one blow? Qin Shang leisurely took another sip of spring water. I Don and Appos, to believe it. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, both having not experienced such joy in a long while. As the laughter subsided, Yili grew serious. Old friend, speak candidly. What impression did Fa Lon leave on you? Qin Shang and Appos' expression darkened as he sighed. There is no need to inquire further. The 7 towers of Fa Lon are beyond our imagination. When I passed through the illusion tower, I did not even meet the tower master. After a lengthy silence, Yili spoke with a tinge of sadness. It seems we are forever without hope. Not at all. Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization, and he leaped from his bamboo chair. There is indeed hope, right before us. An intense curiosity ignited in Yi Li and Appos' gaze. What do you mean? Tell me quickly. Is there truly a chance to contend with the 7 towers of Fa Lon? Qin Shang smiled subtly and resumed his seat, yet remained silent. Yi Li, growing impatient, urged, stop with the suspense and speak up, or I shall resort to force. Qin Shang chuckled. You remain as you were, ever so hasty. I truly wonder how you have cultivated your bamboo combat energy to this level. After undergoing assessment at the Flan, I was confirmed with a purple level status and ascended to the Flan Rainbow list. Before my departure, the personnel at Flan inquired about my preferred place of employment, to which I chose Arcadia. It is because you are here that I have come. Should you consent, I could remain here for at least a decade or more. Yili's expression shifted slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice as he remarked, old friend, why do I feel as though you are setting a trap for me? Speak plainly. What are our hopes? Qin Shang nodded and replied, very well, I shall speak directly. Our hope lies in your grandson. He then smirked, adding, that is from your perspective. From mine, it is entirely different. A natural-born octopus finger is the heir I have long desired. Without the constraints of the left and right pinky fingers, it greatly benefits the art of playing the zither. Moreover, your grandson possesses an acute sensitivity to music. If you allow him to learn from me, he could indeed be our future hope. To be frank, my decision to come to Arcadia rather than other powerful nations is primarily because you are here. You are aware that once we achieve purple level cultivation, further advancement becomes exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, as a master of divine sound, reaching purple level allows for the wielding of formidable zither magic, yet it comes with significant drawbacks. Thus, I have conceived a promising method to address this, which necessitates your cooperation. Yili furrowed his brow and inquired, my cooperation? I practice bamboo sect and Appos' combat energy. How can I assist you? Qin Shang replied, long Kinuos, there exists a precedent for the combination of magic and combat energy, known as dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, yet no one has surpassed blue level. Today's magicians disdain the distraction of cultivating combat energy. However, the method I envision involves using combat energy to enhance zither magic, extending the range of sound waves, and even directly facilitating sound wave attacks. Only a master of divine sound possesses the potential for such cultivation. Your bamboo combat energy, imbued with the essence of nature, is the ideal complement to zither tones. My intent in coming here was to take on a disciple and subsequently persuade you to teach him bamboo combat energy, thus merging the strengths of our two schools to create a supermaster of divine sound, possibly breaking through the limitations of purple level. Yet, upon my arrival, before I could stabilize and seek a disciple, I encountered your daughter-in-law and grandson, a natural-born octopus finger. Such a rare opportunity shall not be squandered. Old friend, I have never asked for favors in my life, but this time, I must make an exception. I implore you to allow your grandson to become my disciple. As he spoke, Qin Shang rose and deeply bowed to Yili, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. Yili stepped aside, resolutely stating, no, I cannot agree. He is my only grandson. Despite his natural talents, I still hope he will inherit my legacy. Qin Shang urged. Did you not just say you wanted him to lead an ordinary life? How is it that you have changed your stance? Yili replied. An ordinary life refers to one within my bamboo sect. My grandson is destined to become the future young master of the bamboo sect. If you entice him into the zither sect, what shall become of my bamboo sect? Absolutely not. Qin Shang, filled with reluctance, remarked. Yicheng and Ming are still young. Are you truly fearful of not having grandchildren in the future? It and amp, Oppos, a rare occurrence to possess innate 8 fingers. There may not be another one in 100,000. Old friend, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I implore you to grant me this wish. Yili, with a bitter smile, replied, it is not that I am unwilling to fulfill your request. Rather, I am unable to do so. Indeed, Chong and amp, Oppos, and Ing and amp, Oppos, are still in their youth, yet they can only have one son in their lifetime. When Ing and Oppos, gave birth to my precious grandson, it was a difficult labor, you must have noticed. Ing and Oppos, is the daughter of the old Mei Hua from the Mei clan. I had to invite the esteemed Lan Qing to assist in the delivery. Thankfully, with Lan Qing's presence, both mother and child were safe. But she also stated that Inga would not be able to bear children in the future. If you doubt this, you may inquire at the Lan clan. Upon hearing Yili and amp, Oppos' words, Qin Shang felt a wave of despair wash over him, slumping down onto the bamboo chair, the weight of shattered hopes pressing heavily upon him. For a long while, neither spoke, both lost in profound contemplation. Just then, a melodious voice echoed from outside. Dad, I heard we have guests. A tall figure strode through the door, a young man of impressive stature, bearing a striking resemblance to Yili, handsome and resolute. Upon entering, he exuded a refreshing aura, characteristic of the Zhu clan's bamboo fighting spirit. It was none other than Yili's son, Yicheng. Yili said, Chonger, greet your Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin, greetings. Yicheng replied, I heard from Ing and Oppos that you seem to have come regarding my son, Qin Shang and Oppos. eyes glimmer. I remember you from your childhood. Indeed, your bamboo fighting spirit has reached the yellow bamboo stage, equivalent to the initial level of the rainbow rank. Yicheng, evidently uninterested in discussing his own prowess, urgently inquired, I heard from Inga that you consider my son a genius, particularly gifted in the art of musical magic. Is that true? If possible, may I request you to take him as your apprentice? Qin Shang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Of course, but your father may not agree. Yicheng looked at Yili, puzzled. Dad, why not? Yili, with a hint of anger, retorted, you should leave. This is not a matter for you to discuss. Why should we allow this? You have but one child. If he learns the ways of the Qin clan, what will become of our Zhu clan? Yicheng protested. But he is innately gifted with 8 fingers and is ill-suited to inherit the Zhu clan's swordsmanship. Do you not wish for your grandson to become a formidable warrior? It would be challenging for him to learn our clan's techniques. Isn't it appropriate for him to study the magic of the Qin clan? This is a typical case of clannish bias. Did you not say? Leave this instant. Yili shouted in fury, raising his fist and striking at his son. Yicheng, unable to retaliate, was forcefully propelled through the bamboo door with a burst of purple light, his eyes reflecting a peculiar expression. In truth, while Yili appeared to strike heavily, he merely used his fighting spirit to push his son away. What father would genuinely strike his own child? Qin Shang gazed at the furious Yili and remarked, Look, even your son possesses a greater understanding of propriety than you do. Old bamboo. I and amp, Oppos, VE, contemplated a proposition. Allow your grandson to study both the art of musical magic with me and the combat energy of your bamboo sect. In the future, he will still be considered a member of your sect, with no ties to our Qin sect. What do you think? Yili and amp, Oppos' expression softened somewhat. Why should I trust that you can cultivate my grandson into a powerhouse capable of contending with the Fablon 7 Towers? Qin Shang replied solemnly, in the guqin continent. Both magic and combat energy are ranked according to a spectrum of 7 colors. However, our Eastern Dragonate sects are an exception. Whether in our 4 magic sects or your 4 combat energy sects, practitioners experience only 3 color transformations during their cultivation. Each of these colors represents the 9th tier. And when combined, they align with the 7-colored spectrum. Notably, the final color is also the purple tier at the 9th level. Therefore, we must reach the purple tier to conceal the secrets of our Eastern Dragonate sects from the outside world. However, attaining such a level requires at least 50 years of dedicated effort and exceptional talent, making it no simple feat. While the people of the Dragonkinus continent are aware of Fablon, who knows of our Eastern Dragonate sects? Yili snorted, what you say is mere nonsense. Am I not aware of this? Qin Shang challenged. Then tell me, what are the 3 colors of our Qin sect's 9th tier? Yili responded. Is it not the red soul refinement Qin heart, the yellow sword gallant Qin heart, and the purple Ziwei Qin heart? You are currently at the initial stage of the Ziwei Qin heart, which is akin to our bamboo sect and amp, Appos, Qingzhu, Huangzhu, and Zizhu, with 3 major tiers comprising 27 levels. Our first tier just happens to be the color blue, which is more impressive to the outside world than your Qin sect. Qin Shang nodded. Indeed. These 3 colors and 27 tiers correspond perfectly with the 27 levels of the 7-colored spectrum. The cultivation of the soul refinement Qin heart is of utmost importance to our Qin sect. One must first refine the soul before mastering the music, eliminating distractions to allow the melodies to penetrate the mind, gradually enhancing one's comprehension of music and musical power. This is the orthodox method of cultivation in our sect. Generally, a person with average talent can complete the 9 tiers of the soul refinement Qin heart in about 6 years. However, the foundational challenges of the soul refinement make future advancements arduous. How can the process of refining the soul compare to one that possesses a pure musical soul? Yili expressed his confusion. I don and amp. Appos, quite grasp your meaning. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Qin Shang declared, if you permit your grandson to become my disciple, I will have him begin his training with the soul refinement Qin heart, but rather with the unprecedented Qizi Qin heart. Yili looked at Qin Shang in astonishment. Is that not the cultivation method recorded in your Qin sect's mysterious scriptures, one that has never been successfully practiced? Have you lost your mind? Qin Shang replied earnestly, I am not mad. In truth, the Qizi Qin heart represents the true path of cultivation for our Qin sect. Yet its stringent requirements and immense difficulty have prevented anyone from succeeding thus far. However, your grandson is different. He is naturally gifted, possessing an innate sensitivity to music. I believe he can achieve success. With my guidance at the purple tier, he has at least a 70% chance. The cultivation of the heart of a pure child is significantly more arduous than that of the soul-refining heart. However, once mastery is achieved, the true gateway to the cultivation of the heart will be unlocked, potentially enabling one to attain the level of the purple micro-heart in a remarkably short span of time. With diligent effort, even the legendary supreme profound heart may not be beyond reach. Coupled with the technique I have devised for enhancing combat energy, the formidable Phelan 7 Towers shall no longer be a source of dread. Yili inquired solemnly, what if you fail? Qin Shang replied nonchalantly, even in failure, he has been cultivating the combat energy of your bamboo sect. You may simply allow him to abandon his pursuit of the zither in favor of mastering your sect's martial arts. The heart of a pure child is untainted by external influences. If my conjecture holds true, the speed at which he cultivates combat energy under the heart of a pure child will be exceedingly rapid, sufficiently compensating for any delays in martial training. Old friend, such an opportunity for our Eastern Dragonate sects may only arise once in a century. Are you truly unwilling to seize it? Should you agree, I would be willing to exchange anything from my zither sect. Yili and Amp, Appos, eyes glimmered with violet light as he waved his hand, stating, no need for exchanges. I may agree, but you must also acquiesce to 3 conditions. Qin Shang responded without hesitation, very well, speak your terms. Yili continued, first, if successful, when my grandson comes of age, he shall be the dual sovereign of both the zither and bamboo sects. Qin Shang nodded in agreement, that is acceptable. Provided he possesses sufficient strength, no one would dare oppose it. Moreover, this is a pact between the 2 of us. Yili added, secondly, contingent upon success. The 5 renowned zither of your sect shall belong to my grandson. Qin Shang and Appos, eyes widened in astonishment. You old rascal, how greedy you are. Do you comprehend the significance of our sect and Appos, 5 illustrious zither? They hold a status akin to the staves wielded by the mages of the Phelan 7 Towers. They are akin to divine artifacts. Yili replied languidly, if it were not so, I would have no interest. Do you think our bamboo sect lacks treasures? The only items of value in your zither sect that catch my eye are those 5 zither. After all, my grandson will be the future master of your sect. Why withhold them? The Mingfeng zither, the Kumulong zither, the Dashing Yin zither, the Jioshu Huipei zither, along with that spring thunder zither you frequently use. Does that not suffice? Did you not once tell me that the music played should correspond with the zither used, and the greater the harmony, the more potent the zither magic? Surely, you haven't forgotten. Extortion. This is blatant extortion. Qin Shang retorted, his anger palpable. Yili chuckled. So, do you agree, or not? After giving Yili a fierce glare, Qin Shang reluctantly nodded, gritting his teeth. Very well, I shall concede. Yili clasped his hands behind his back, his smile narrowing. The final condition is quite simple, call me uncle. Qin Shang was taken aback. You? Yili laughed. Have I erred? Since you are my grandson and Appos, Master, you naturally belong to a younger generation than I. Addressing me as uncle should not be a burden. Ah, you old trickster. You are playing me. Qin Shang lunged at Yi Li with fierce determination, disregarding the fact that his opponent was a purple-level warrior. Yi Li, however, refrained from employing any combat techniques or martial skills. The two seasoned purple-level experts, both well over 60, grappled within the confines of the bamboo hut, refusing to yield to one another. Fortunately, the sparse furnishings in the hut spared it from utter chaos. Being a magician, Qin Shang and Apos' physical prowess paled in comparison to Yi Li and Apos'. When he was once again pinned to the ground by Yi Li, he huffed in frustration, "I'm exhausted. Let us call it a day." Yi Li released Qin Shang and sat beside him, his smile growing ever wider as he observed his companion's labored breathing. "Old Qin. Why not name my grandson? The little one has just celebrated his first month and remains nameless." Qin Shang, realizing that Yi Li had genuinely acquiesced to his request, had a sudden spark of inspiration. "Let us name him Yuan Zhu, inheriting my musical legacy and your bamboo." Yi Li laughed heartily. "Very well. Yuan Zhu it shall be." Suddenly, Qin Shang seized Yi Li's beard with a fierce grip and demanded, "Did you intend to agree from the start?" Yi Li unabashedly nodded. "Indeed." Qin Shang retorted angrily, "Then why did you make things difficult just now?" Yi Li scoffed. "Who sent you to seek me out?" "That foolish lad, Yu Zhong. Doesn't he even comprehend maximizing benefits? I advocated against factional biases. Those were my exact words. Had I not swiftly dismissed him, he would have compromised my interests. Two sect leaders, quite impressive, indeed, pioneering the Eastern Dragonate sects, ha ha ha." As he observed Yi Li's triumphant demeanor, Qin Shang realized he had indeed been outwitted, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. "Old bamboo, I accept your conditions. Since you consent to let me be your grandson's mentor, you must also agree to a few of my terms." Qin Shang replied irritably, "Do you think I am like you? I am doing this for Yinzhu and Apos' benefit. Moreover, you must never again mention my being a generation below you. We shall each maintain our own standings." Seeing Qin Shang's earnestness, Yi Li nodded. "Speak your mind." Qin Shang elaborated. "Cultivating the heart of the innocent zither is exceedingly challenging. For success, it is imperative that Yinzhu retains a childlike heart, meaning he must be shielded from external influences, including you. Aside from bamboo do chi, no martial skills may be imparted without my consent. After he turns 3, you may only see him once a week. And you must refrain from discussing any worldly matters. Only with a singularly focused and innocent heart can he cultivate the heart of the innocent zither." Yi Li inquired, "Will he never learn martial skills? Without the bamboo sect's techniques, how can he aspire to lead?" Qin Shang contemplated for a moment before responding, "Not necessarily forever. For at least the first 15 years, he should not be taught any other martial skills to prevent distractions. If he cannot achieve the 9th stage of the heart of the innocent zither by then, I fear I will have failed." Yi Li readily agreed. "Very well. I accept your terms. Now, regarding the generational issue that concerns you. In public, you are his master. However, when we are together, let Yinzhu call you grandfather." Qin Shang cast a sidelong glance at Yi Li, acknowledging that this shows a modicum of sincerity. The two formidable elders, who had never imposed their strength upon the Dragon's Ridge continent, exchanged glances, and in each other and Apos' eyes, they discerned a glimmer of aspiration and anticipation for the future of Yinzhu and for the 8 clans of the Eastern Dragon. Although Yi Li held the title of the Bamboo Clan's leader, within this azure sea, only their family resided. Yi Li's wife had passed away, leaving him with his son, daughter-in-law, and 4 grandchildren. With Qin Shang's arrival, their numbers increased by 1. The bamboo houses were plentiful, yet Qin Shang insisted on not residing with them. At his request, Yi Zhong constructed another bamboo house 500 meters away from their dwelling, a task that was a mere trifle for a warrior of his caliber. On the Dragon and Apos' Ridge continent, both warriors and mages were classified into 7 levels, corresponding to the 7 colors of the rainbow: novice warrior, intermediate warrior, advanced warrior, earth warrior, sky warrior, war master, and grand war master. Although the bamboo clan practiced a unique form of combat energy, Yu Zhong had just entered the yellow bamboo realm, equivalent to the initial stage of the green level within the rainbow classification, thus categorizing him as an earth warrior. Despite the simplicity of the bamboo house and Apos' construction, Qin Shang and Apos' demands were exceedingly stringent, encompassing angles of the bamboo, dimensions of the house, and even specific materials procured from Luna City. It was only later that Yi Zhong comprehended that Qin Shang's meticulousness in building the bamboo house was to ensure that the sound of the qin would produce the finest surround sound effect within its confines. 10 days passed, and through Yi Zhong and Apos' diligent efforts, the bamboo house that Qin Shang envisioned was finally completed. Have you lost your mind? Yinzhu has only recently reached a month old. What can she possibly learn now? Yi Li exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he regarded Qin Shang. Puzzled by the old man's intentions, with his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shang feigned disdain as he addressed his old friend, who says infants cannot learn. Even if she cannot learn, can she not listen? Do you think mastering the qin is an easy endeavor? If one does not begin while the innate energy is still present, how can one ever succeed? Yi Li shook his head repeatedly. No. I am well aware of the power of your music. If my grandson were to be injured by the mental magic entwined within your qin and Apos' sound, he might end up as a fool. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Yi Li's eyes as he kicked his son, urging him, hurry and thank Uncle Qin. The cultivation piece from the Qin clan is not something everyone can hear. Since that day when Qin Shang had been outwitted by Yi Li, Yu Zhong had developed an immense admiration for his father. With a hearty laugh, he quickly took Mei Ying, who held Yu Yinzhu, forward to express his gratitude. Qin Shang was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been ensnared once again, yet he could do nothing against Yi Li. Pointing at him, he remarked, "So you anticipated that I would employ the cultivation piece, did you? You. Now I finally understand what it means to be cunning and shrewd. The Puan Tranquility melody yields immense benefits for martial artists. The mere absence of concerns regarding the speed of energy flow, which could lead to the peril of obsession, and the expulsion of distracting thoughts is a coveted aspiration for any practitioner. Furthermore, the melodies evoke the elemental essence of the universe, nurturing the listener's foundational energies, thereby significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of martial artists. As the master of the guqin sect, Qin Shang and Apos' rendition of the Puan Tranquility melody is not something just anyone can experience. Thus, the newly appointed president of the Arcadia Mage Guild, Qin Shang, settled in the Azure Sea. Meanwhile, our young Yinzhu flourished amidst the harmonious melodies, reminiscent of spring breezes rustling leaves and autumn waters caressing stones. 6 years later, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the bamboo dwelling, accompanied by the soft and profound notes of the guqin, Yu Yinzhu gradually awakened from his meditative state, a contented sigh escaping his lips as a wave of transcendent comfort washed over him. At 6 years of age, Yu Yinzhu possessed a delicate beauty reminiscent of a girl, with cascading black hair and large, expressive dark eyes. Although his white robe appeared slightly oversized, it did not detract from his extraordinary grace. Every movement exuded elegance, surpassing even that of many noble adults. Despite his youth, he sat with a serene demeanor, his calm expression both astonishing and captivating. The faint azure and crimson aura enveloping him gradually dissipated, with the azure light becoming more vibrant while the crimson deepened. Indeed, Grandfather Qin mentioned during his visit yesterday that I seemed to have reached the third stage of the green bamboo. Filled with excitement, Yinzhu leapt from the ground, his face radiating childish innocence as he approached Qin Shang, pleading, "Grandfather Qin, Arin and Apos, are you going to teach me a new piece today? I and Apos, been learning from you for a year, and you and Apos, only taught me one piece." Qin Shang smiled gently, replying, "It is not yet time, Yinzhu. You must understand that mastering one method opens the door to 100. Learning many pieces holds little value. Only by truly grasping the essence of the guqin can you continue to progress." Over the past 6 years, Qin Shang devoted all his energy to Yu Yinzhu. Each day, he spent at least half his time by Yinzhu's side, playing the guqin for him. Under the nurturing influence of the melodies, Yinzhu's graceful and ethereal demeanor became increasingly pronounced. Since the age of 3, Yi Yinzhu had been training in bamboo energy under the guidance of his grandfather, Yi Li, who devoted a year to helping his grandson channel energy through his vast reserves, enabling Yinzhu to easily find the key to cultivation during the early stages. Beginning at 5, Qin Shang formally imparted the secrets of guqin magic to him, and now, a year had passed, yet during this time, Qin Shang had only taught him the most fundamental techniques of guqin playing and a single, simple piece titled Green Waters. Dissatisfied, Yu Yinzhu exclaimed, "But I have already learned it." Qin Shang smiled serenely, responding, "Have you truly mastered it? Very well, come with me." Stretching his body, Qin Shang lifted the guqin, Chunlei, and led Yu Yinzhu out of the bamboo dwelling. The Yi family honored their promise. Ever since Yinzhu began to study the art of the guqin with Qin Shang, they visited him only once a month, although occasional peeks from the sidelines were inevitable. Exiting the bamboo hut, they found themselves surrounded by vast bamboo growths. Qin Shang paused and inquired, "Inju, what are the three tones of the guqin and their meanings?" Inju, clearly accustomed to Qin Shang and amp, Appos, assessments, responded without hesitation, "The three tones are the and amp, Appos, san-in and amp, Appos wink with a frown open string, comma and amp, Appos, an-in and amp. Appos wink with a frown press string, and amp, Appos, fan-in and amp, Appos wink with a frown harmonics." The san-in is produced by plucking the open strings with the right hand, producing a rich and resonant sound. The and Appos, an-in and Appos, is created when the left hand presses down on the strings while the right hand plucks, resulting in a soft and rounded tone. The fan-in is generated by lightly touching the strings with the left hand while simultaneously plucking them with the right, yielding a bright and crystalline sound. The combination of these three tones forms the essence of guqin melodies. Qin Shang nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed. The art of guqin playing is among the most challenging of all musical endeavors. The basic harmonics alone, under the influence of the 7 strings and 13 frets, yield an astonishing 91 variations. When combined with the open and pressed tones, the possibilities are myriad and extraordinary. If you do not master the fundamentals, how can you hope to achieve greatness in the future?" Inju obediently nodded and replied, "Grandfather Qin, I understand my mistake. I shall continue to practice my fundamentals." Qin Shang smiled slightly. Although he appeared to critique Inju, he felt immense satisfaction with his disciple, despite having only studied under him for a year. Inju had spent the first 5 years of his life enveloped in the sounds of the guqin, becoming quite familiar with its melodies. His talent for music was unparalleled. And at such a tender age, he had already grasped its essence, marking him as a prodigy among prodigies. Qin Shang handed the Chunlei guqin to Inju, instructing him to sit at the bamboo table within the grove. "Here's the deal. If you can play and Appos, green water and Appos, and attract all the creatures of this forest to gather around you, treating you as their closest friend, I shall teach you a new piece. Now, begin your practice while I fetch you some breakfast." Inju nodded, carefully placing the Chunlei guqin on the table. He sat up straight, and as his fingers lightly brushed the strings, a transformation occurred, though his youthful innocence remained. There was an added layer of composure and grace that belied his years. As his fingers danced upon the strings, the gentle strains of an amp, Appos, green water and amp, Appos, flowed forth. The music was enchanting. Yet Qin Shang furrowed his brow. One must harmonize their heart and intent with the music. If one cannot resonate with the melody, their sound will never stir the spirits of any creature. Inju glanced at Qin Shang, but his hands did not falter. Soon he closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his delicate features. Although the piece remained in amp, Appos, green water, and amp, Appos, a subtle shift in breath occurred. He seemed to immerse himself in the lush landscape of mountains and rivers, a soft crimson light emanating from him, wafting outward. Witnessing this, Qin Shang nodded in satisfaction, silently marveling. "Ah, Yili. You may only be aware that the musical magic of our Qin zone is the most formidable among all forms of sorcery. Yet little do you comprehend the immense difficulty of mastering mental magic, particularly for practitioners like us, the Divine Sound Masters, a challenge beyond your wildest imagination." Chapter 3. The Sound Blade, Part 1. To cultivate one and amp, Appos, mental strength through the melodies of the zither, and subsequently to release that energy through the same sound, manifesting various mental waves for either offense or assistance. This is the profound essence of zither magic. Under the influence of the music, a myriad of small creatures began to gather within the bamboo grove. Although they dared not approach closely, it was evident that they were enraptured by Yi Inju's enchanting performance. At some point, a small boy, squatting 5 meters away from Yi Inju, sat in a daze, his gaze fixed upon the zitherist. The boy appeared to be of a similar age to Inju, yet he lacked the latter and amp, Appos, refined elegance. Instead, his facial features bore a rugged intensity, an intriguing juxtaposition for one so young. Most astonishingly, he possessed a head of striking purple hair, a rarity among humans. Awakened by the voice of Qin Shang, the boy and amp, Appos, previously vacant expression transformed, revealing an intense hostility. He clenched his fists tightly, lips pressed together in silence. Inju, brimming with excitement, dashed to Qin Shang and amp, Appos, side, took the bamboo strip, and exclaimed, "Grandpa Qin, look, my zither music has attracted someone." As he spoke, he retrieved a freshly peeled bamboo shoot from the strip and offered it to the purple-haired boy. "Hello, please have this." The boy's gaze shifted from Qin Shang to Inju's innocent, smiling face, and his expression gradually softened. His clenched fist relaxed as he accepted the bamboo shoot, nodding in acknowledgement. Before Qin Shang could utter another word, the boy suddenly turned and fled, vanishing into the depths of the bamboo grove in the blink of an eye. Watching the purple-haired boy disappear, Qin Shang furrowed his brow. Could it be that the bamboo clan and Appos' concealment array had become ineffective? The boy appeared to harbor animosity towards him. Yet he relaxed in the presence of Inju. Was it truly the allure of Inju and Appos' music that drew him in? As a mere magician, pursuing him would prove futile, leaving Qin Shang no choice but to let the boy go. By day, Inju played the zither. By night, he trained in combat energy, guided by Qin Shang's melodies. This was the simplicity of Inju's life. However, since the appearance of the purple-haired boy, a touch of vibrancy had been woven into his otherwise unadorned existence. Each morning, as Inju began to play, the purple-haired boy would quietly appear, sitting beside him, listening intently. With such an audience, the process of refining his skills felt less solitary. Since his initial appearance, the purple-haired boy had not exchanged a single word with anyone. When only Inju was present, he remained remarkably composed, but the moment Qin Shang or Inju's family visited, he would promptly take his leave. Yi Chong had stealthily followed the purple-haired boy, hoping to uncover his origins, but discovered that he too resided within the Azure Sky Sea. A mere 2,000 meters from where Inju practiced, he appeared no different from any ordinary child, subsisting on the bamboo shoots of the grove. The solitary and aloof boy with purple hair gradually earned the recognition of those around him. Since he did not engage in conversation with Inju, it did not hinder Inju's pursuit of mastering the zither of innocence. Consequently, Qin Shang and Inju's family also came to accept his presence. In moments of leisure, Inju often conversed with him, offered him his clothes, and shared the food sent by his parents. The purple-haired boy silently accepted these gestures, remaining reticent. Yet the tenderness in his gaze towards Inju grew increasingly apparent. Seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, a decade passed. The once handsome child blossomed into a striking young man. At 16, Inju bore a resemblance to his father, Yi Chong, yet also inherited his mother's grace. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, he donned a flowing white robe complemented by cascading black hair, presenting himself as a dashing youth. When he gazed upon the ancient zither, a soft and clear light in his eyes transformed into a hint of infatuation. The piece Yangwan Sandy required the serene and harmonious zither of 9 heavens to perform, and he was determined to summon its sound. His fingers glided gracefully over the strings, and instantly, a melancholic and lingering melody emerged, embodying the essence of parting. As the music resonated, Inju was completely enveloped in its ethereal ambience. Crimson light swirled around him, forming rippling sound waves that radiated outward. Though the Azure Sky Sea lacked large creatures, a multitude of birds and small animals converged towards Inju at remarkable speed, their sorrowful cries filling the air, causing his surroundings to become increasingly lively. Yangwan Sandy, named for its motif sung in triplicate, brimmed with the bittersweet emotions of farewell. As the music played, memories of Inju and Appos' 16 years spent in Azure Sky Sea flooded his mind, and a trace of melancholy surfaced in his eyes. Adding a touch of wistfulness to his elegant demeanor, an imposing figure had silently appeared behind Inju. Upon hearing his words, the expression on the figure's face stiffened slightly. Instinctively raising his right hand, he grasped Inju and Appos' shoulder. Inju seemed to have sensed his presence, lowering his head and murmuring, "Xiaozi, I must leave." In a flash, the tall silhouette stood before him. At 16, Inju was already tall at 6 feet, yet he seemed diminutive compared to the towering individual before him. The purple-haired figure's hair was somewhat tousled, and his robust physique exuded explosive strength. His chiseled features imparted an aura of unyielding resilience, while his deep purple eyes sparkled like stars. His broad shoulders appeared capable of bearing any burden. As Inju matured, so too did Xiaozi. A decade had passed, and his rapid physical development astonished Inju and Appos' family. Standing over 2 meters tall, he radiated a maturity that starkly contrasted with the innocent glow lingering in Inju and Appos' eyes, instead presenting a profound and serious demeanor. With both hands grasping the shoulders of Inju, Xiaozi and Appos' eyes radiated a mixture of confusion and inquiry. Feeling the warmth of Xiaozi and Appos' hands, Inju lifted his gaze towards him, a tinge of sorrow in his voice as he spoke. "I truly must depart. This is not merely a practice session. I have come specifically to bid you farewell. My grandfathers have informed me that my pure-hearted musical spirit has ascended to the 9th rank, and I am on the verge of entering the realm of sword courage and musical heart. There is no longer a need for me to be isolated from the outside world. They have encouraged me to attend school, to acquire knowledge from beyond, and to adapt to society outside. Thus, I am leaving now. Xiaozi, still perplexed, gradually nodded and released his grip on Yinzhu. I shall accompany you. Really? That is splendid news. Yinzhu exclaimed joyfully, leaping like a child. However, he quickly registered something amiss and gazed at Xiaozi in astonishment. You can speak now? Indeed, this marked the first time in a decade that Xiaozi, who had been perceived as mute, uttered words. His voice, deep and resonant, bore a weighty tone that could easily be suffocating, yet in Yinzhu's ears, it transformed into a sense of security. Xiaozi patted Yinzhu's shoulder, saying, "Let us go." As he spoke, he already began to stride towards the expanse beyond the Baikong Sea. Initially apprehensive about embarking on this solitary journey, Yinzhu now felt a surge of excitement. For 10 years, he had been in the company of Xiaozi, although Xiaozi had never spoken. Their silent exchanges and the knowledge that Xiaozi had been his listener for a decade made him one of Yinzhu's most trusted companions and dearest friends. With Xiaozi by his side, the daunting unknown of the outside world seemed less intimidating. With a cheer, Yinzhu swiftly darted to Xiaozi's side, and together they ventured into the outside world. Xiaozi, what was your original name? Yinzhu inquired curiously as they walked. Aside from playing the zither and studying the ways of the bamboo clan, he was utterly unacquainted with matters of the world. Childhood is carefree, and at that moment, Yinzhu was embodying that innocence. He had nearly forgotten the farewell from his family even before stepping out of the Baikong Sea. With Xiaozi and Appos as companionship, his earlier trepidation faded, leaving only curiosity and excitement, for this was his first venture beyond the Baikong Sea. Just call me Z. Oh, Z. Where do you hail from? I heard my grandfather mention that you were not originally from the Baikong Sea. Yinzhu continued, perhaps overly exuberant, as he spoke incessantly. Grandfather Chen said you bear no ill intentions towards me, that you merely enjoy my music, which is why you have remained here, correct? Though Yinzhu asked a flurry of questions, Z responded sparingly, often communicating through nods or shakes of his head, until they finally entered Luna City. Wow, is this what a city looks like? It appears so vast and beautiful. As Luna City's immense walls loomed before them, filled with a steady stream of people, Yinzhu felt an indescribable excitement surge within him, prompting him to hasten towards the city gate. The azure expanse of the sky was indeed the most beautiful sight. Observing Yinzhu sprint ahead, Z gently shook her head. Almost everything in Luna City was a novelty to Yinzhu. Having devoted 16 years to mastering the art of the Qixi Qingshin, he had never ventured beyond the Azure Sea. Overwhelmed by curiosity and exhilaration, it seemed his eyes could scarcely take in the wonders around him. Where will you be studying? Z inquired, a rare question directed at Yinzhu. Instinctively, he replied, Grandpa Chen told me to first go to the Mage Guild in Luna City to collect some items. He even gave me a map, saying that by following its directions, I would reach the academy and deliver his letter to the principal there. Z extended her hand, requesting the map, trusting Z implicitly. Yinzhu retrieved a specially crafted parchment map from his bosom and handed it to her without hesitation. Upon unfurling the map, Z discovered it depicted the entirety of the Longsina continent, marked with a red line leading from Luna City to a designated endpoint. At the terminus, a small inscription read, Milan Magic and Martial Academy. Furrowing her brow, Z remarked, What you seek lies within the Milan Empire. It seems your grandfather has quite the confidence. Yinzhu, lacking a clear sense of geography, inquired curiously, the Milan Empire? Is it far? Z nodded, explaining, to reach Milan, one must traverse the kingdom of Boha, with Arcadia located at the southernmost tip of the continent. Milan is situated in the north, beyond which lies the desolate northern wastes. As she spoke of the northern wastes, her pupils slightly contracted before returning to normal, a detail Yinzhu noticed. You needn't fear. Even if it is distant, I will be there to protect you, Yinzhu declared, playfully thumping his chest. Z paused. You? Yinzhu nodded earnestly. Indeed. I will safeguard you. Grandpa Chen said I'm already a qualified mage. A faint smile graced Z and Appos' face, softening the rigid lines of her countenance as she regarded the shorter Yinzhu. Wow, Z, you smiled. How rare. I feel like I've never seen you smile before, Yinzhu exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder at this newfound revelation. Z sighed, all right. Let us make our way to the Mage Guild. Fortunately, the Mage Guild was a well-known establishment in Luna City. After casually inquiring with a passerby, Z guided Inju to their destination. Though more than a decade had elapsed, the Mage Guild in Luna City remained eerily quiet, devoid of even a doorman at its entrance. Inju and Z walked steadily inside, soon arriving at the hall and Appo's entrance. Before they could step through the door, they were met with the sounds of heated arguments emanating from within. Inside the hall, 9 individuals were divided into 2 factions. One side was led by Dia, flanked by Pierre Luo and another fire mage, while the opposing group comprised 6 mages clad in varying colored robes. From the colors of their robes, there was a single blue-level mage, 2 green-level sorcerers, and 3 yellow-level senior magicians. Daira exclaimed with anger, "Rufit, do not overstep your bounds. Remember, you once walked out of here as well." Rufit, the blue-level mage, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, of modest height yet exuding an imposing presence. The flame emblem on his chest indicated his identity as a fire mage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he replied disdainfully, "Indeed, I emerged from here. To this day, I still take pride in my decision to leave. Just look around. Does this place still resemble the central guild of a nation's mages? There are merely 3 of you. After all these years, you have yet to break through to the blue level. I fear you have not even reached the advanced stages of green. Daira, cease your stubbornness and accompany us to Bopan. With the royal family of Bopan's insatiable desire for talented mages, you will surely be valued. To praise F.A. Lon, Rufit, how could you, an Arcadian, have forgotten your roots?" Daira and Appo's voice trembled. Once, Rufit had been the most promising mage in Arcadia, but now he represented another nation. Rufit sneered. "It seems your obstinacy remains unchanged. Does your guild not have an elusive president? Bring him forth. If he can defeat me, we shall depart immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." Furious, Daira retorted, "Rufit, do not forget, this is Arcadia, not your Bopan. What can you do if you are impolite?" As she spoke, sorrow welled within her. Had Arcadia truly fallen to such a state that it was subject to bullying? Rufit replied coldly, "We have come on behalf of Bopan to negotiate with the royal family of Arcadia. As their envoy, even if I were to slay a few of you, I doubt the royal family would dare retaliate. Is your so-called president merely a coward, too afraid to accept the challenge? Grandfather Chen is no coward. I shall accept your challenge on his behalf." Just as Daira was about to explode with rage, a clear and melodious voice echoed from outside the door. It was Yu Inju. The sudden voice drew the attention of all the mages in the hall towards the entrance, where the handsome Inju and the tall, sturdy Z had just entered. Z stood silently beside Inju, resembling his former self from the Azure Sea, speechless. Inju glared at Rufit. Since his birth, he had known only his family, Z and Qin Shang, who had showered him with care and guidance. The time spent with Qin Shang had been the longest, and in Inju and Appo's heart, Qin Shang had become akin to family. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning of coward, he understood it was not a compliment. Rufit looked at Inju with surprise. The handsome young man in white robes brought a refreshing aura upon entering, particularly with his clear black eyes, which left a profound impression. "Did I hear you correctly? Are you challenging me?" Inju nodded earnestly and said, "With Grandpa Chen absent, I shall accept your challenge in his stead." The young man, Diala, inquired, "And who might you be?" Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the chestnut-hued Chunlei Qin gracefully appeared upon his legs. The Chunlei Qin, measuring 39 inches in length, 7 inches in width at the shoulders, and 4.5 inches at the tail, is adorned with a chestnut lacquer and features intricate water-like patterns. The words Chunlei are inscribed above the dragon pool on the back, and beneath the strings, 13 inlaid jade symbols mark its prestige. It is one of the 5 renowned instruments of the Qin sect, known for its pure and gentle tones. For a master of divine sound, an instrument serves as his magic wand. "I shall begin," Inju declared, his left hand hovering above the instrument while his right delicately plucked the strings, producing a deep and resonant hum. A dark red radiance emanated, and Inju and Appo's gaze became fixated on the strings. In an instant, the indignation that had once clouded his expression vanished, replaced by an elegant demeanor imbued with a sense of balance and serenity. Regrettably, the 6 mages across from him, upon witnessing the dark red glow he emitted, were oblivious to the transformation in his countenance. What did the dark red magical energy signify? Merely the lowest tier of the red level. Even at the advanced stage of red, he was but an ordinary mage, far from the level of an intermediate mage. In contrast, Rufit and his companions were at least advanced mages, and the handsome young man before them appeared to be a master of divine sound. Observing the aura surrounding Inju, they could not help but burst into laughter. "Ah, it's you," exclaimed Diala, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized the 8 fingers of Inju and Apos' hands, instantly realizing who this child was. However, before he could intervene, the music had already commenced. As Inju poured his spirit into the strings, he became oblivious to the external world, or perhaps chose to ignore it. His inner resonance intertwined with the ancient instrument, and his mind was filled solely with the profound teachings Qin Shang had once shared with him about fingers and strings, sound and meaning, form and spirit, virtue and artistry. He murmured, "The essence of sound aligns with the subtlety of intent." In that moment, the hall of the guild illuminated, with light emanating from 2 sources, the central silver magical hexagram and the 7 strings of the Chunlei Qin resting upon Inju and Apos' knees. The silver radiance burst forth instantaneously, and Inju and Apos' voice seemed to encapsulate boundless magical energy, freezing the condescending gazes. A cascade of deep, lingering, and melodious notes wafted through the air, mingling with the dark red glow that swiftly enveloped the entire hall. The melody bore a tinge of sorrow, yet it was predominantly weighty, reminiscent of the piece Yonghuan Sandy, which Inju had previously played to bid farewell to his friends among the bamboo forest beasts. With a different mindset and a different instrument, the resulting music displayed a wholly distinct character. At this moment, the sorrow was slightly diminished, yet the weightiness increased, filling the hearts of all present with a profound heaviness, even causing the magical elements in the air to become sluggish and dense. The spirit magic practitioners are also known by another moniker, the Bane of Mages. To chant before a mental mage is no simple feat. Rufit found himself abruptly silenced after only the first note escaped his lips, as he realized, to his horror, that the enchanting strains of the otherworldly music interrupted his voice. The art of magical incantation requires a unique intonation to commune with the magical elements in the air, harnessing one's own magical power to summon the forces of nature. Yet at this moment, he could not even utter a complete verse, let alone connect with the magical elements. Even Rufit, endowed with formidable mental prowess, felt a flicker of panic. In truth, the musician Inju, having attained the 9th rank of the childlike heart of the zither, wielded power equivalent to that of a high-ranking yellow-tier mage. However, due to the childlike heart's red hue prior to its breakthrough, he had been misjudged by his adversaries. After 16 years immersed in the world of music, his strength was far from trivial. It was not merely fellow mages of the same rank he could affect. Once his melody resonated, even those within 3 tiers below would be influenced. Moreover, his adversaries were caught unawares, leaving even green-tier mages, who were of a higher rank, ensnared by his spell. The dark red glow intensified, as the magical elements in the air seemed to pulse rhythmically with the music. The deep, sorrowful strains of the zither now concealed a lethal intent. As a zither mage, his magical performance was an all-encompassing assault, daring to challenge 6 opponents of equal or greater rank single-handedly, an endeavor only Inju could undertake. Rufit felt the music's influence growing ever more potent, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Nevertheless, being a blue-tier mage, he maintained an advantage of 3 ranks over Inju, possessing the strength of a 7th or 8th tier. Thus, he managed to stabilize his concentration, biting his tongue to sharpen his awareness. He conjured a magic wand that materialized in his hand with a flick of his wrist, summoning a fireball the size of a bowl, which hurtled toward Inju. Any mage can instantaneously cast spells that are 3 ranks below their own level. For instance, a green-tier mage can swiftly unleash red-tier magic. Unable to chant, Rufit resolved to eliminate his foe with instantaneous magic. His eyes gleamed with deadly intent, still failing to accord sufficient regard to the red-tier soundmaster before him. The sizable orange fireball represented a display of his formidable prowess, for even in panic, he could unleash an orange-tier spell. The fireball surged toward Inju. Diarra, intent on intervening, remained lucid despite being a green-tier mage. However, the strength required for him to cast a spell in this moment was beyond his reach, leading him to gasp in surprise. His purple fist clenched tightly. Just then, Inju suddenly lifted his head, a peculiar light glimmering in his bright eyes. His 8 fingers continued to dance over the strings, as a faint yellow glow enveloped his hands without notice. In an instant, the music magnified, resonating with a low hum, as a wave of yellow-red light surged forth, colliding with the orange fireball. With a soft pop, The orange fireball disintegrated into a myriad of twinkling lights, vanishing from sight. In an instant, Inju and Apos' left hand transformed, deftly pulling the 7-string instrument back by an inch, while his right hand continued to play, producing a wondrous note amidst Yongguan Sandy. Immediately, he relaxed his left hand, and 7 beams of yellow and red light gracefully emerged, devoid of any sound of shattering air. Only the profound and resonant tones of the zither filled the air, resonating like a subtle rumble of thunder. The speed of the light matched the velocity of sound, flashing by in an instant, while Yongguan Sandy came to an abrupt halt. The 6 mages from the Wave Kingdom stood in a daze, including Rufite, each frozen in disbelief. Only when the sound of the zither faded did Daira and the 2 mages behind him regain their senses, while Ji, standing behind Inju, was similarly entranced. His gaze fixated on Inju, for he alone witnessed the trajectory of the 7 beams of light. "What has happened to them?" Daira inquired, a hint of unease in his voice. "They are dead," Inju replied with a dispassionate revelation. "Grandfather Chen said that any enemy who sees my sound blade must perish." The man in blue was formidable. I could not match him, so I had no choice but to unleash the sound blade. Daira turned in horror to look at Rufite and the others, only to discover a crimson line of blood encircling the necks of all 6. At that moment, Rufite and Apos' one snapped in two and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief even in death. This is incorrect. One must blend their fighting spirit into the sound waves the moment the music is played to form the sound blade. You were too swift just now. Look, you have already broken your 160th string. This time was too slow. The fighting spirit did not merge with the sound waves, rendering it powerless. Grandfather Chen, when will I finally succeed? When? Only when you can continuously and freely unleash and control the sound blade while playing the tune will it be deemed a success. You are still far from that. Continue practicing, and remember to direct your fingers from midair. Which of you is Grandfather Daira? Having claimed 6 lives, Inju and Apos' demeanor seemed entirely unaffected. He did not even glance back at Rufite and the other mages who remained standing there. In truth, Rufite was quite powerful. However, upon seeing Inju merely at the initial level, he let his guard down, failing to summon his magical pet or scroll in time, and was consequently vanquished in an instant by Inju and Apos' musical prowess. This is what Grandfather Chen entrusted to you. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, Grandfather Daira. With that, Inju took Ji by the hand and began to depart. Praise be to Phelan. Wait a moment. Daira hurriedly called out to Inju. Chapter 4. The Power of Purple, Part 1. Perlo approached Diala and whispered, "Vice President, I trust there were no witnesses to our arrival here. Even if someone did see us, we could simply deny it. It would be prudent for you to handle this matter swiftly and report to the President for his decision." Diala hesitated. "You mean to erase all traces?" Perlo cast a disdainful glance at the corpses of Rufit and the others, bitterness lacing his voice. They should have perished long ago. Yet, I never anticipated the extraordinary strength of the President and Apos' disciple. He appears to possess merely the strength of a novice. It and Apos' truly unfathomable. Having practiced magic for many years, Diala gradually regained his composure. Very well, let us keep today's events confidential, especially concerning that child. Forget everything you have witnessed. Now, let us dispose of them. Ensure it is done thoroughly. A cold glimmer flashed in Perlo and Apos' eyes. Erasing all traces was indeed the forte of fire mages. Unbeknownst to Inju, who unknowingly brought such trouble to the Mage Guild, he strolled through the streets of Luna City, turning to Z beside him. "Z, I just took a life. Was that the right thing to do?" Z looked at Inju with gentle eyes, nodding earnestly. Of course it was right. When faced with an enemy, one must eradicate the threat entirely, otherwise it will only lead to more complications. Destruction is the most effective method against foes. You performed admirably today. Inju, like a blank canvas, felt his previous doubts dissipate upon hearing Z's praise, smiling. That's reassuring. In the future, when faced with enemies, I shall eliminate them. However, Z, since Grandpa Chen asked the Mage Guild to find someone to teach me about the continent, is it appropriate for us to leave like this? Z halted and stated earnestly. Inju, do you trust me? Without hesitation, Inju nodded. Of course, I trust you. You are my dearest friend. Z smiled. In that case, allow me to teach you everything about the continent. Now, let us purchase some supplies before we embark on our journey. Feeling warmth in his heart from Z and Apos' smile, Inju followed without further contemplation. Little did Qin Shang and Yi Li realize that Inju would follow a man teaching him to kill, rather than adhering to their plans. Zi brought Inju to a shop by the roadside, pausing before it. Inju, do you have any money? Inju nodded. A flash of silver revealing a handful of gold coins. These are from Grandpa. There should be several hundred of them. Do you need some? Zi nodded and accepted the coins from Inju, then led him into the shop. Inside, the sound of clinking filled the air. A middle-aged man lounged within. Only rising when Zi and Inju entered. What can I get for you? Inju curiously surveyed the surroundings. Noticing various weapons and armor hanging on the walls, objects he had never seen before. He turned to Zi, asking Zi, what are these? Zi replied, these are the armors worn by warriors and the weapons they wield. Inju Dao, shall we make a purchase? It appears quite commendable. Do you desire it? Zi nodded and addressed the middle-aged man. Please provide me with a two-handed great sword. The middle-aged man lazily replied, there are various kinds of two-handed swords. What style do you seek? You have chosen wisely to come here, for the weapons I produce are renowned throughout Arcadia. Zi, somewhat impatient, retorted, spare me the chatter. Any kind will suffice, as long as it is heavy, the heavier, the better. Zi's bluntness incited a flicker of anger in the man, yet upon observing Zi's imposing physique, he refrained from further comments, thinking to himself, you desire weight, do you? Very well, I shall provide you with something substantial. Follow me. As he spoke, the middle-aged man turned and walked toward the inner chamber. Inju and Zi trailed behind, entering a space where several burly men were laboriously forging weapons. The heat of Arcadia amplified by the blazing furnace. Nevertheless, neither Inju nor Zi seemed overly affected, following the perspiring man until they reached the innermost area. The middle-aged man pointed to a corner, stating, this is the heaviest two-handed sword available. If you can lift it, it is yours. As he spoke, a hint of mockery danced in his eyes. In the corner lay a dark object that could hardly be classified as a sword. It resembled more of an iron rod, approximately 2 meters in length. One end was considerably thicker, while the other tapered significantly, yet even the thinner end measured the circumference of an adult and Appo's arm. And the thicker end was nearly the size of a human head, coated in a layer of dust. Is this what you call a sword? Inju exclaimed, a mix of anger and disbelief evident in his voice. Despite having recently departed from the Azure Sea, he was well aware of the true form of a sword. The middle-aged man retorted, this is a unique sword. Did you not request a heavy weapon? This is indeed the heaviest I possess. If you can lift it, I shall gladly give it to you. As he spoke, the mockery in his gaze intensified. Z's expression remained calm, yet Inju sensed a growing discontent within him. Taking a step forward, Z grasped the thinner end of the iron rod. Upon exerting force, he involuntarily uttered a soft gasp, surprise glimmering in his eyes. And a subtle smile graced his lips as he successfully lifted the approximately 2-meter-long iron rod. Excellent. We shall take our leave, Z succinctly declared, leading Inju toward the exit. Wait, hold on. The middle-aged man's voice called from behind. Z furrowed his brow and questioned, do you intend to backtrack? The middle-aged man, flustered, quickly shook his hands. No. I merely wish to inquire if you require armor as well. The price is negotiable. He was no fool, rather, as a merchant. He was quite astute. Recognizing that Z could effortlessly lift such a heavy iron rod, he discerned that both Z and Inju were no ordinary individuals. For a weapons merchant, encountering powerful warriors was indeed a fortunate circumstance, and his languid demeanor vanished, replaced by a fervent desire to sell armor. Z coldly replied, I have no need for armor. After finishing their conversation, they stepped outside together with Inju. Under Z and Appo's guidance, the two of them procured some daily necessities in Luna City before finally departing from the capital of Arcadia, heading north along the main road. Father, I'm somewhat worried about Inju. This child has never left home. Should we perhaps follow him discreetly? At the very least, we ought to see him safely to the academy, Meng expressed with unease. Yuli smiled gently and replied with confidence, as descendants of the Yi family, we possess an innate adaptability. Moreover, with your Uncle Qin's letter and the company of the Mage Guild members, there should be no cause for concern. Yet Meng remained apprehensive, voicing her fears. I worry that Inju may struggle to interact with others. What if he faces difficulties at the academy? Beside them, Qin Shang smiled reassuringly. Are you not aware of Inju's capabilities? Furthermore, the head of the sound department at Milan Magic Martial Academy is my dear friend. With my letter of recommendation, he will be just fine. He has trained diligently for 15 years with the heart of a child. It is time for him to venture out on his own. Only through such experiences can he truly grow. I am curious to see my old friend's reaction upon learning I have introduced him to such a young instructor. Haha. Z, you are truly remarkable. As they walked along the main road, Inju gazed curiously at the surroundings and remarked to Z. With a heavy black iron staff resting on her shoulder, Z replied, "What makes me remarkable?" Inju responded, "You purchase so many items, as if you were quite familiar with the outside world. Yet, I recall you arrived at the Azure Sea when you were very young and seemingly never ventured out." A cold glint flashed in Z's eyes as she said softly, "That is a matter of the past, Inju. I will tell you about it in due time." "When will that be?" he inquired. "When you have truly grown up," she answered. The kingdom of Arcadia was, regrettably, quite small, not even a third of the size of the kingdom of Boha. After 10 days of travel, they had entered the territory of Boha. As they crossed into Bapong, the air became considerably cooler. The atmosphere in Boha was entirely different from that of Arcadia. The official roads were twice as wide as those in Arcadia, and the number of pedestrians was plentiful, most of whom rode on horned horses. The horned horse, a first-tier magical beast, derived its name from its 2 forked horns. Though it was the lowest tier among magical beasts, lacking any offensive capability, it possessed excellent endurance, making it an ideal tool for civilian transport. In Arcadia, only the affluent could afford a horned horse. Z, let us also purchase a horned horse to ride. How much does a horned horse cost? Inju asked, his eyes filled with envy as he observed the riders. His youthful curiosity made it difficult for him to contain his excitement upon encountering something new. Z pondered for a moment and replied, "That sounds good. It will allow us to travel more swiftly. However, if we continue on foot, we might not reach Milan for 2 months. We should be about 30 miles from Roar, the southernmost city of Bapong. We can buy a horse there." "One horse? Indeed, one is sufficient. I do not require more. The speed of the wildebeest may not necessarily surpass my own." Z smiled at Inju, a rare expression of warmth reserved solely for him. For when in the presence of others, he invariably donned a frigid demeanor. "I do not believe it. Let us have a race," Inju replied with a grin. Z cast a glance in his direction, "Then let us begin." As he spoke, his form surged forward. His towering stature and the weighty iron rod he wielded seemingly having no impact on his swiftness. "Ah, you are cheating." Upon noticing that Z had already taken off, Inju swiftly leaped into action, lightly touching the ground with one foot as he rapidly pursued Z. Z and Appo's running style was steady, each footfall powerful and deliberate, propelling his form ahead with considerable force. In contrast, Inju and Appo's movements were incredibly agile. He merely grazed the ground with his toes, covering distances exceeding 5 meters with each light step, and in mere moments, he had closed the gap beside Z. "Z, I am faster than you," Inju declared with a hint of pride. Z regarded him with an odd expression. "Is that so?" However, as he planted his next foot upon the earth, Inju suddenly felt the ground tremble violently beneath him. A resounding boom erupted from beneath Z's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he launched himself forward like an arrow, covering nearly 20 meters in an instant. Another thunderous sound reverberated, leaving Inju trailing far behind. Without the presence of battle energy, Inju and Appo's heart raced in astonishment. Although his mind was as clear as a blank slate, he recognized the extraordinary speed that could be achieved purely through physical prowess, a feat he believed he could never accomplish. "Z, how many secrets do you truly possess?" he pondered, hastening his pace to catch up. At that moment, a thunderous clamor of hooves resonated from the front, directly towards the direction of Inju and Z. A vast cloud of dust billowed in the distance, akin to a swift, earthen dragon approaching their way. Pedestrians along the road, startled, scrambled to the sides, gasping in alarm as the dust cloud swept past. It was a battalion of approximately 100 cavalry, clad in imposing black armor, each wielding a 4-meter-long lance, with heavy iron shields dangling from their saddles. The unyielding aura of steel was enough to instill fear in any onlooker. They did not ride wildebeest, but rather the formidable tier 3 magical beast, the iron-armored beast, resembling a wildebeest yet devoid of horns. Its head and body were enveloped in a layer of hardened shell, exhibiting immense strength and recognized as the finest common mount for cavalry in the Dragon Continuous continent. Heavy cavalry is undeniably the primary force in any nation within Dragon Continuous, albeit at a steep cost. The total number of heavy cavalry in Arcadia scarcely amounts to 10,000. Once the iron-armored beasts charged forward, combined with the weight of the heavy cavalry. They presented a terrifying sight, completely disregarding the pedestrians on the road. Z and Inju halted simultaneously, their steps arrested by the advancing armored cavalry. Yet neither sought shelter by retreating to the sides of the road. Inju's curiosity about the iron-armored beasts and heavy cavalry held him in place, while Z and Oppos' mindset simply did not accommodate the notion of yielding ground. Clear the way. The leading heavy cavalryman bellowed, astonished that two individuals dared to remain in their path. Although he remained still, his gaze turned icy and tranquil. Inju also stayed motionless, for he had vowed to protect Z. Instinctively, he stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Z, not even asking why Z did not evade. The armored cavalry and Oppos' eyes gleamed with a menacing light, since they would not dodge. They would meet their demise. In the kingdom of Boha, heavy cavalry enjoyed a privileged status, and during the execution of orders, they could slay without mercy if civilians intervened. Thus, they bore no psychological burden. They drew nearer, ever closer. The armored cavalry had reached the two of them, and the foremost line of 5 knights simultaneously leveled their lances, confident that their hefty weapons would effortlessly pierce the bodies of the 2 civilians before them. A brutish roar erupted, echoing like the wrath of the heavens. Inju felt an inexplicable lightness envelop him, as if he were lifted into the air, the scenery below shrinking away. Soon, he witnessed a surreal scene. Z howled at the sky, and the charging armored cavalry abruptly transformed. All the armored beasts, as if compelled by an unseen force, halted their advance. In their haste, the rear beasts collided with those in front, the clamor of clashing armor resonating amidst the shrieks of lances piercing flesh. The once formidable 100-strong cavalry unit descended into chaos in an instant. Inju was certain he would never forget the sight of Z and Oppos' roar, the tempestuous fury, the bloodthirsty aura, the frigid gaze, all deeply etched in the recesses of his mind. The heavy cavalry, taken aback, were bewildered by the turn of events. They felt as if their hearts were leaping from their throats amidst that deafening roar. Meanwhile, the armored beasts that had once fought alongside them trembled beneath them, some even frothing at the mouth. "Get away," Z growled, striding forward. Just as Inju landed behind him, Z and Oppos' pace was not swift, yet each step exuded an unyielding solidity. The armored beasts before the leading cavalrymen collapsed to the ground, and instinctively they thrust their lances toward the approaching figure of the purple-haired youth. Z moved. His actions were swift and decisive. The 2-meter-long black iron staff swept out, sending 5 lances, along with their wielders, hurtling aside, landing 10 meters away by the pipeline. The steel-forged lances twisted grotesquely, resembling serpents. Z stood before the abandoned armored beasts, and with a similar simplicity of motion, his right foot swept across, sending a beast weighing over 200 kilograms flying, its mournful cries echoing as it crashed heavily to the ground. With the same movement, all 5 armored beasts were flung aside, clearing the path before Z. The remaining cavalrymen, except for those previously injured, began to rise from their mounts, though they sensed no presence of fighting spirit emanating from Z. The overwhelming power he exuded filled them with dread. 5 armored cavalrymen were sent flying with a single blow, their once formidable armored beasts tossed aside like mere straw, not daring to offer the slightest resistance. What a terrifying display of power. "Move," Z growled once more, and this time, the heavily armed cavalrymen did not dare to launch an attack. In the face of such overwhelming strength, they silently parted, clearing a path, even exerting all their might to drag their incapacitated armored beasts aside. Z strode forward with confidence, seemingly oblivious to the gleaming knightly lances that shimmered in the sunlight on either side. Inju watched Z with curiosity, following him as they advanced. This was the first time he witnessed Z wielding force. He had never imagined that Z and Oppos' strength could be so profound, and it was purely power. No one dared to obstruct them. Even passers-by were rendered silent, holding their breath until Z and Inju vanished from sight at the end of the road, allowing the armored beasts to gradually regain their mobility. The 5 heavy cavalrymen, struck down, had all suffered shattered right arms, and their steeds, those 5 armored beasts, could rise no more. Fragments of their innards spilled from their mouths incessantly. "Z, are you a warrior?" Inju inquired. "I suppose so," Z replied, the frenzy in his eyes having completely dissipated, returning to calmness. "Z, why did you strike just now?" Z glanced at the azure sky and replied nonchalantly, "Because no beast can make me yield, not even a dragon." Inju looked deeply at Z. "Do you know? Just now, you gave me a sense of immense power. Yet I cannot fathom the source of your strength." Do you practice combat energy? No, for I have no need to, Z remarked, casting a brief smile at Inju. Aren't you supposed to protect me? Inju smiled back, of course. As long as you need me, I shall always stand before you to safeguard you. But please, don't throw me so high next time. Roa is a bustling small town, where the inhabitants exhibit an air of industriousness, unlike the laziness prevalent in Arcadia. The cool breeze brings a refreshing sensation, and the temperate climate is conducive to living. The handsome appearance of Yu Inju and the resolute demeanor of Z frequently attract attention on the streets, particularly from young maidens. Some bolder ones even dare to cast flirtatious glances their way. Z, with his icy demeanor, remains unyielding, while Inju often responds with a warm smile. His handsome gentleness more likely to capture the hearts of infatuated young girls. However, had these maidens known the thoughts occupying Inju and Apos' mind, their feelings might have been quite different. Z, why do those girls look different from us? Their chests appear so strong. Inju remarked enviously. Z and Apos' expression stiffened momentarily as he whispered, Haven't your parents ever told you? Inju shook his head, replying, You and Apos' been with me for so long in the Azure Sea, and you and Apos' seen that I spend little time with my father and mother. Moreover, they refrain from discussing outside matters so as not to disrupt my practice of the heart of the innocent zither. Do you know why girls have stronger chests than we do? With a sense of helplessness, Z gazed at Inju, uncertain and contemplative. It is unfortunate that I do not have any female friends to consult with, he lamented. Let us go purchase some unicorns. Should we spend the night here or continue our journey? Just as Inju posed the question, Z's demeanor abruptly shifted. A profound change washed over his countenance. Inju, positioned closely, could distinctly perceive the tension coursing through Z's muscles, as an eerie aura emanated from him. Inju was at a loss to articulate the sensation, which seemed to oscillate between fury and exhilaration. Following Z's intense gaze, Inju observed a group of over 10 individuals advancing in a different direction. At the center of Z and Apos' fixation was a figure entirely enveloped in thick, wild hair, a man with a brooding expression, taller and more imposing than Z, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. His physique was marked by pronounced muscles that hinted at explosive strength. With high cheekbones and a dense mane of hair, he appeared drastically different from ordinary humans. The others accompanying him bore various forms, most of which deviated from typical human appearance. Inju even noticed one individual sporting a long tail. As pedestrians caught sight of these beings, they instinctively recoiled, a palpable fear evident in their demeanor. Z, what troubles you? Who are they? Inju inquired. They are the beastmen from the far north wilderness. The one at the forefront is a member of the royal lineage among them, a member of the lion tribe. Z replied, his tone heavy with foreboding. Beastmen? What exactly are beastmen? Are they human? Inju questioned further. I cannot fully comprehend their origin. They represent a union of man and beast, with some being entirely bestial. On Longqi Nios, beastmen are the closest race to magical beasts, inherently combative and endowed with immense strength, if not for their ineptitude in magic, which has led to their subjugation by the 3 northern empires. They might have already encroached upon human territories. Now, they are relegated to the harsh, frigid expanses of the far north. Z continued, reflecting solemnly. Due to the strength of the 3 northern empires bordering the far north, there has been no conflict for decades, forcing the beastmen to barter their unique resources for sustenance and basic necessities. I never anticipated their presence here in the southern region of Bapong. As this revelation settled in, Inju found the beastmen fascinating, having never encountered such a race before, and he couldn't help but steal a few glances. At that moment, the lion man and Apos' gaze fell upon them, sweeping over Inju before settling on Z. Upon recognizing Z, his golden mane bristled dramatically, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he strode purposefully toward them. A faint green aura of battle energy shimmered within his golden hair, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, discernible only to those like Inju, who had cultivated their mental prowess. Inju, bewildered by the unfolding events, alternated his gaze between Z and the lion man. Z sighed deeply, lowering his head to address Inju. I apologize, Inju, but it seems I cannot accompany you to Milan. What? Inju exclaimed in shock. Z, why not? You did not say. Z raised his hand and grasped Inju's shoulder, offering a bittersweet smile. I apologize. I promised to accompany you. However, I have some matters to attend to. He handed over a map. Keep this safe. Follow the direction indicated, and you will arrive at Milan and Apos' Magic Martial Academy. If you are uncertain of the path, do not hesitate to ask someone for guidance. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall seek you out at the academy. As Inju accepted the map from Z, an overwhelming sense of loss engulfed him. For a decade, they had never been apart, and now, with Z and Appo's sudden declaration to leave, coupled with the resoluteness in his gaze, Inju felt a profound sorrow welling within him. It was as if he had lost something of paramount importance, leaving a void in his heart. Z, it seems you harbor many secrets that you are unwilling to share. If you require my assistance, please let me know. I am your brother, Inju implored, urgency lacing his voice. Lowering his gaze to the final gift from Z, he noticed a mask crafted from an unknown material, its texture soft and comforting to the touch. He carefully tucked it into his embrace, silently urging, Z, do return to me soon. For now, I must rely on myself. With that thought, Inju's melancholy gradually dissipated. He inquired with a passerby and learned that riding beasts could be found at the slave market near the northern gate. With a renewed sense of purpose, he eagerly headed in that direction. Z had once informed him that on the continent, gold coins served as the universal currency, with 1 gold coin equating to 100 silver coins. Generally, transactions were conducted using silver coins, and a family and Appo's monthly expenses rarely exceeded a dozen silver coins. Thus, acquiring a riding beast would require no more than a few gold coins. On the continent of long kindness, nearly every human city boasted a slave market, an essential component of society. The class system was profoundly rigid, and the slave market represented the lowest tier of society, where human slaves were traded. As the continent evolved, the market and Appo's scope expanded to include various races of slaves and magical beasts. Typically, the magical beasts sold were of low rank, rarely exceeding the 3rd tier. In long kindness, magical beasts are categorized into 10 tiers. Those ranked from the 1st to 3rd tier are deemed low-level beasts, while those from the 4th to 6th tier are classified as high-level beasts. Beasts surpassing the 6th tier are referred to as intelligent beasts. Generally, low-level beasts are docile, and even the most temperamental among them possess limited destructive capabilities. However, high-level beasts are formidable adversaries. The intelligent beasts ranked from 7th to 10th tier are exceptionally terrifying entities, with 10th tier beasts often referred to as divine beasts, existing only in legend. Among the magical beasts, the 2 most formidable races are the behemoths from the far north, and the dragons residing in the hidden realm of Longsheng within the 8 nations of humanity. Both the true dragons and behemoths are exceedingly rare, their numbers throughout the annals of history never exceeding 4 figures. Nonetheless, their power is immense. Even the weakest among them boasts a rank above 7. However, the dragon race possesses a distinct advantage that the behemoths lack, an abundance of close kin, intricately linked to the dragons and Appo's inherent proclivity for indulgence. After millennia of propagation, the true number of dragons remains exceedingly rare, yet the population of various subdragons is remarkably plentiful. Some have been successfully domesticated by humans, evolving into various types of dragon companions. While they may not rival their true dragon counterparts, the bloodline of dragons endows even the weakest of these companions with a formidable strength of at least tier 3, and the most powerful among them can stand shoulder to shoulder with genuine dragons. It is precisely this presence of dragon companions that has endowed human nations with formidable might, thereby restraining the orcs of the frigid northern wilderness from breaking free from their harsh domain. Of course, humanity has no inclination to invade a realm that would be inhospitable to their survival. Oh, how wretched I am. I lost my mother at the tender age of 3 and was abandoned by my father at 10. Good sirs and madams, have pity on me. Bestow a few gold coins upon me, so that I may procure a morsel of food. Inju had finally located the entrance to the slave market, and upon his arrival, he beheld a small beggar, weeping inconsolably at the threshold of the market. The little beggar was diminutive in stature, clad in tattered rags, with a disheveled appearance. The layers of grime obscured his features entirely, and his clothing was little more than a patchwork of holes and torn strips. Before him lay a battered bowl, as he wept and cried out in desperate supplication to the passers-by. Chapter 5. The Cost of Kindness, Part 1. Typically, only 2 types of individuals enter the slave market through the main gate: those who come to sell and those who come to buy. The sellers are often merchants or families so impoverished that they have no choice but to part with themselves or their children. The buyers, on the other hand, are usually dignitaries and nobles. However, regardless of their status, it is difficult for either group to exhibit the sentiment of charity. Merchants prioritize profit and pay no heed to beggars, while the impoverished struggle to sustain themselves. let alone others. As for the nobles, their primary concern is to avoid having their lavish garments soiled by the presence of the destitute. Thus, it is evident that the small beggar's choice to solicit alms in this location was not particularly wise. Had he been a bit sturdier, he might have been sold into slavery. Yet, his frail, dirty frame was deemed less valuable than bathwater in the eyes of the industrious merchants. Upon encountering the beggar for the first time, the innocent-hearted Inju mused, "He appears to be about my age, yet he is so emaciated. Orphaned at 3 and abandoned by his father at 10. What a tragic fate." Compassion welled up within him, prompting him to instinctively approach the beggar and kneel down. The little beggar and Apos' eyes brightened as he noticed someone had stopped before him. "Sir, please, I beg you for some coins. Here you go." Inju produced all the gold coins he had saved to purchase a steed, approximately 30 in total, and gently placed them into the beggar and Apos' outstretched hand. The little beggar was momentarily stunned. He gazed into Inju's pure, unblemished black eyes, feeling an inexplicable tremor within his heart, though this soon gave way to the joy of receiving the coins. Thank you, kind sir." Trembling, he hastily tucked the gold into his clothing, his swift movements startling even Inju. "Get up, the ground is cold." While speaking, Inju disregarded the dirt on the beggar's hands and grasped both of them. He felt the softness of those small hands, which, despite their size, had remarkably long fingers. At this moment, the little beggar lowered his head. Bathed in sunlight, he caught sight of the gleaming spatial ring on Inju and Apos' hand. His delicate fingers quivered slightly, and with Inju and Apos' assistance, he stood up, expressing gratitude. "Sir, thank you. You are truly a good person." However, in his eagerness to rise, their bodies brushed against one another, as Inju steadied him with a firm grip. The beggar and Apos' slender fingers subtly performed a covert gesture. Inju smiled, his warm and benevolent expression akin to that of an angel, filling him with a sense of comfort. He thought to himself, how wonderful it feels to help others. Goodbye. He waved to the little beggar and then entered the slave market, watching Inju and Apos' retreating figure. The little beggar displayed a flicker of inner turmoil. With a resolute bite of his lip, he swiftly turned and disappeared into the throng of people. The slave market is divided into 7 distinct zones. The outermost area is designated for the trade of lowly commoner slaves, where even a robust individual may fetch a mere 50 gold coins. The subsequent zone caters to the sale of inferior magical beasts. As one ventures deeper into the market, the value of the wares escalates considerably. However, within a modest town like Roar, one would not encounter numerous precious items. It is only in the bustling slave markets of grand cities that one might find truly exquisite offerings, such as dragon tamers and beautiful elven maidens. Upon entering the slave market, Yinju was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds, each vying for his attention. The vastness of the market left him, a novice, at a loss as to where he might procure a horned horse. In his haste, he approached a middle-aged man passing by and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, could you kindly direct me to where horned horses are sold?" "Ah, you wish to purchase a horned horse. I happen to be heading there myself. Allow me to escort you," the man replied with a genial demeanor. "How wonderful." "Thank you, sir." Inju expressed his gratitude with polite sincerity. Years spent immersed in the art of music had naturally bestowed upon him an air of elegance, and combined with his handsome appearance, it readily endeared him to others. The middle-aged man, introducing himself as guqin, guided Inju into the depths of the slave market, engaging him in conversation along the way. "What is your name?" "Young brother, and where are you from?" "I am Inju, hailing from Arcadia," he responded. "What an unusual name." "Ah, we have arrived," guqin announced, gesturing towards a massive stable ahead. Upon entering the stable, a foul stench assaulted Inju and Apos' senses, causing him to grimace. Accustomed to the fresh air of the azure seas, he found the oppressive atmosphere particularly unsettling. Inside the stable, dozens of horned horses were present, and the horse traders were busy negotiating prices with various customers. Guqin appeared quite familiar with this environment, remarking that this was typical of Roar's slave market. If you ever visit the slave markets in larger cities, you will encounter vast stables with a selection of superior horned horses, at least hundreds to choose from. A horse trader, recognizing Guqin, approached them with a jovial greeting. "Well, if at ISN and Apos, Captain Guqin, what brings you here today? These horned horses are all newly arrived. Feel free to select a few." Guqin scoffed lightly. "Hard. You know well the quality of your horned horses. Just bring me 20 of the stronger ones, and oh, do find one for this young brother as well. Hart quickly complied, hastening to select the horses. Before long, 21 horned horses were presented. Guqin, evidently a valued customer, did not linger to scrutinize them further. He produced a pouch of coins, stating, as per our usual arrangement, it is 5 gold coins for 2 horses. Here is 50 gold coins. Count it if you wish. Hart accepted the pouch, tucking it away with a grin. Count. Do you think I doubt your word? Your Iron Thorn mercenary group is the only permanent mercenary faction in Roar. Guqin sighed with a hint of irony. Do you think I relish being stationed in this wretched place? Without strength, one cannot hope to settle in those grand cities. Very well. This young lad is under my care. For my sake, please offer him a discount. 2 gold coins will suffice. Young man, feel free to select from these 21 steeds. Although they may not be the finest of mounts, the endurance of the horses here at Hart is commendable. Inju could easily discern that the price Guqin offered for the horse was indeed a favorable one. Thank you, Uncle Guqin, he expressed gratefully. Having given all his coins to the young beggar moments earlier, he instinctively summoned his mental energy to retrieve funds from his spatial ring. However, the next moment, his expression froze in shock. His hands reached out, but 8 of his fingers were bare, leaving only the one bearing the spatial ring, which bore the faint imprint of its presence. Ah, my spatial ring is gone, Inju exclaimed, panic surging within him. The spatial ring was incredibly precious, but for him, even more valuable were the 5 guqin within it. Additionally, the letter from Qin Shang and the remaining gold coins were all contained within that ring. Now with its loss, he found himself utterly destitute. You, what and Appos, as the matter? Guqin and Appos, and was taken aback by Inju and Appos' sudden reaction. The spatial ring had a mental connection with its owner, and only the owner could unlock its seal. An external force would merely damage the ring. The only explanation for its disappearance dawned upon Inju. While he had helped the young beggar, someone had stealthily relieved him of his spatial ring. After departing from the Azure Sea, a wave of anger surged through Inju's mind for the first time. His good intentions to assist had resulted in the theft of his most important possession. As a guqin sorcerer, without his guqin, he could not wield his magical abilities. Moreover, those 5 guqin were treasured relics of the guqin sect, accompanying him for 16 years. Losing them was a source of great distress. Clutching the box that held the ring, a faint green light flickered momentarily, and his petite figure vanished swiftly from sight. Guqin and Hart did not mock Inju for his inability to produce gold coins. Rather, a hint of surprise crossed their faces. Guqin tentatively inquired, Young man, are you all right? Inju, filled with regret, replied, Uncle, I fear I can no longer purchase a horse. My spatial ring is lost, and all my money was inside. Guqin nodded in understanding and remarked, Young man, judging by your earlier demeanor, you must be a high-level red mage. Inju immediately recalled Qin Shang and Appos' admonition and instinctively nodded, yes. A glimmer of joy appeared in Guqin and Appos' eyes as he continued, Where are you headed now? I am on my way to the Milan Martial and Magic Academy in the Milan Empire. Splendid. That is indeed marvelous. The Milan Martial and Magic Academy lies just outside the capital, Milan City. Our mercenary group is set to carry out a mission to Milan City. Why not accompany us? We will cover the expenses along the way, and upon arrival, I shall provide you with 20 gold coins. What do you say? Guqin and Appos, and proposed excitedly. The sudden blow of losing everything rekindled hope in Inju and Appos, as Hart due to Guqin and Appos, as proposal, yet the abruptness of it left him momentarily stunned. Guqin, mistaking Inju and Appos' silence for discontent over the meager payment, quickly reassured him, We will cover the cost for that stallion as well. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? No, I am most certainly willing. However, Uncle Guqin, could you enlighten me on what a mercenary is? Guqin, slightly amused yet perplexed, gazed at the handsome young man before him, who appeared utterly serious, devoid of jest. You do not even know what a mercenary is? Allow me to explain. Hart interjected. In the continent of Lo Shinusi, being a mercenary is a widely recognized profession. It refers to warriors who fight or undertake tasks purely for profit. And you can find mercenaries in every corner. The kingdom of Palermo to the west of the continent is often referred to as the Mercenary Kingdom, as several of the largest mercenary groups are stationed there, where they receive the highest remuneration and status. I see, Uncle Guqin. Are you suggesting that I become a mercenary? Inju inquired. Guqin nodded, consider it a temporary mercenary role. To be frank, Our Iron Thorn mercenary group lacks the financial capacity to hire a magician for an extended period. We are escorting a shipment and its owner to Milan City. And the journey is relatively safe. We can assist each other. What do you think? Looking into Guqin and Apos' sincere eyes. The gloom that had settled in Zhu and Apos' heart due to the loss of his spatial ring began to dissipate. Uncle Guqin, you are truly a good person. I would be delighted to help. At that moment, he completely forgot that the little beggar who had stolen his ring had also claimed he was a good person. Very well, let us be on our way. Hart, please have your men deliver the stallion to us at the usual place, Guqin said. Clearly in good spirits as he put his arm around Zhu and Apos' shoulders and walked towards the slave market and Apos' exit. Observing their retreating figures, Hart chuckled. Guqin is quite fortunate. Who would have thought he would encounter such a Navi magician? Iron Thorn finally has a magician, albeit temporarily. This will surely elevate their standing. Unbeknownst to Zhu, the status of a magician in the continent of Longxi was far more esteemed than he had imagined. It is the most noble profession. Even a novice magician holds a higher social standing compared to a warrior of the same rank. Moreover, magicians are typically quite proud and seldom engage in mercenary work, as most pledge allegiance to various nations. The possession of a magician has long been a significant indicator of a mercenary group's strength, and the cost of hiring one is exorbitantly high. Mercenary groups are classified into 8 tiers, ranked from S to G. The E, F, and G levels are deemed low-tier mercenary groups. C and D levels are mid-tier. B is high-tier, while S and A levels are classified as super-tier. Currently, the Iron Thorn mercenary group operates as an E-tier group and has sufficient tasks. Yet to ascend to the mid-tier D level, they require a magician to pass the Mercenary Guild's evaluation. This is also the primary reason why Jurgen employed Zhu for this seemingly non-threatening mission. The Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps is stationed in a courtyard at the northern gate of Roar City, consisting entirely of male members, including the leader Jurgen, totaling 67 in number. Among them, there are 20 heavy sword warriors, 10 archers, 10 light cavalry, and the largest contingent, 27 spear and shield warriors, which represents a well-rounded assortment of combatants. Established 6 years ago, most of the mercenaries are aged between 25 and 40. Jurgen is a green-tier earth warrior, and it is largely due to him that the Iron Thorn has ascended to an E-tier mercenary corps within 5 years. His ambition is to rise to D-tier, thereby entering the ranks of mid-tier mercenary groups, which would significantly enhance their remuneration. When Zhu arrived at the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps under Jurgen and Apos' guidance, the mercenaries were engaged in their final preparations as they were set to depart early the next morning. The compensation offered by the employer was quite generous, prompting the Iron Thorn to mobilize its entire force. Zhu, just stay by my side, Jurgen instructed. Observing the bustling mercenaries, Zhu inquired, Uncle Jurgen, with over 60 members in your mercenary group, why did you only purchase 20 horned horses earlier? Surely that is insufficient for everyone to ride. Jurgen chuckled wryly. I would love to buy one for each member, but the mercenary corps has limited financial resources. The horned horses I acquired are solely for transporting goods and the employer's supplies. If it weren't for the employer and Apos' funding, I wouldn't Apos to even have been able to afford 20. We mercenaries are accustomed to traveling light, clad in leather armor, which does not weigh much, and our speed will not be significantly slower than that of the horned horses. But rest assured, as a magician, you are naturally entitled to a mount. As he spoke, Jurgen clapped his hands vigorously, drawing the attention of all the mercenaries. Everyone, pause for a moment. I would like to introduce our new member, Zhu, who will accompany us to Milan. Oh, another newcomer? He appears somewhat frail. A curious mercenary in his 30s remarked. Captain, what is his profession? Jurgen smiled mysteriously. He is a high-ranking red-tier magician. From now on, the Iron Thorn can also boast a magician among its ranks. Once we complete our mission in Milan, we will have the opportunity to register as a D-tier mercenary corps in the local guild. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries erupted into cheers. Having awaited this day for far too long, the elevation of the mercenary corps and Apos' rank directly impacts their earnings. Ultimately, being a mercenary is all about the pursuit of wealth. In an instant, Zhu became the darling of the mercenaries, each one curiously inquiring about the handsome young man, with some even eager to see him perform a spell. All right, everyone, quiet down. Don't frighten our young brother, Jurgen said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He understood that magicians tend to be quite proud. Should his subordinates press for a demonstration and Inju were to withdraw in indignation, it would pose a significant problem. Apologies, but I cannot perform magic for you. Inju replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Without a lute in hand, what magic could he possibly conjure? A woman appeared at the gate, gracefully making her way inside. The plain white gown she wore radiated an aura of opulence, while her flowing aquamarine hair, reminiscent of undulating sea waves, cascaded mostly behind her, with two strands softly framing her chest and concealing her ears. Her snow-white, delicate visage emanated a gentle glow, complemented by a petite, straight nose, a long and elegant neck, and lips so lush they seemed to beckon. She resembled a celestial being descended to earth, her slender figure standing tall, revealing only her two soft, lily-white calves beneath the hem of her gown. Her movements were tender and ethereal, as if she were a captivating lily gliding through the clouds. Inju was momentarily entranced as he gazed at her, unable to discern her precise age. At first glance, she appeared youthful and radiant like a girl. Yet a closer look revealed an absence of youthful naivete. Her noble and graceful aura was enough to render those who fantasized about her utterly self-conscious. The woman's presence instantly captivated the attention of all the mercenaries, but after a brief moment of admiration, they lowered their heads. Even Captain Jern was no exception, as if continuing to gaze upon her would be an affront to the goddess standing before them. Only Inju's bewildered gaze lingered upon the woman, standing there. He alone possessed an intangible quality that could be compared to hers. For reasons unknown, Inju felt an inexplicable closeness to this woman, her essence enveloping him in comfort, a sensation he had only experienced in the presence of his mentor, Qin Shang. The woman soon noticed Inju and Apos' gaze. Her soft eyes connected with his, and she seemed momentarily illuminated by the encounter. A hint of surprise graced her enchanting face, and two glimmers of light radiated from her beautiful eyes, devoid of malice, merely brushing against Inju's own gaze in a tentative manner. A fleeting daze swept over Inju and Apos' mind, causing his focus to momentarily waver, but he quickly regained his composure. His pure and unblemished heart was free of distractions, which is precisely why his progress in cultivation was so rapid. Both his mental fortitude and resolve justified Qin Shang's praise of him as a genius. Under the influence of the woman's captivating gaze, a dark red light emanated from his brow, forming a barrier of mental energy. This probing of pure spiritual energy was a customary practice among mages, employed to gauge one another's strength. How is this possible? The woman and Apos' astonishment deepened. Captain Jern, want you introduce me? It was only then that Jern snapped back to reality, internally chastising himself for his lack of composure. This was not their first encounter, yet he still found himself awestruck. He quickly replied, Miss Anya, this is my newly appointed mage, Inju, who will be joining us on this mission. With his assistance, we shall better ensure the safe escort of you and your cargo. Upon hearing Jern's words, Inju finally realized that the elegant and noble woman before him was none other than their employer for this journey. Greetings, Sister Anya, he said. Inju's clear. Dark eyes gazed intently at Anya, inadvertently lingering on her ample bosom. He mused internally, this Sister Anya possesses quite the formidable physique. Initially, Anya felt a flicker of indignation upon noticing Inju's gaze on her more intimate attributes. However, when she met his gaze, devoid of any impurities, her anger dissipated like mist, akin to the fondness that blossomed in her heart towards this handsome and charismatic youth. It was not merely his appearance that captivated her, but rather the untainted aura that emanated from him. Greetings, and welcome to our company, she said. May I audaciously inquire if you truly are merely a novice-level mage? Inju nodded, responding, Indeed, I am a high-tier novice. Perhaps due to the fabrications he wove, a flush crept onto his cheeks. Anya chose not to expose his deception, offering a gentle smile as she remarked, the addition of a powerful mage is undoubtedly a boon. Jern interjected, Praise be to Phelan, Miss Anya. We are nearly ready. We shall depart punctually at dawn tomorrow. Anya smiled and nodded, Then I can rest easy. Please, continue your preparations. I shall see you at the city gates tomorrow morning. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Praise be to Phelan, she has finally left, Jern muttered, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. Curiously, Inju asked, Uncle Jern, are you afraid of Sister Anya? Jern replied, It is not fear, but rather an inexplicable feeling of inadequacy in her presence. She is the most beautiful and noble woman I have ever encountered. Frankly, I cannot even entertain any thoughts of disrespect towards her. Thoughts of disrespect? What does that mean? You will understand in due time. Inju and Apos' gaze remained fixed on the door. Uncle Jern, Sister Anya is also a mage. Really? Jern exclaimed in surprise, looking at Zhu with astonishment. She seems merely a merchant. Zhu insisted. She is undoubtedly a mage. She just tested me with her mental prowess. There is no mistake. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Jern's eyes. His thoughts were evidently more nuanced than his exterior suggested. No wonder she traveled so far to procure tea alone. She must be a noble mage. Zhu, can you discern her level? Is she superior to you? Zhu shook his head. I cannot ascertain her level, but she is certainly more powerful than I. Thus, she might be an orange-level mage, Jern mused inwardly. Relieved that he had not harbored any improper thoughts towards the lady boss, as offending a mage would be unwise. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, in terms of magical ability, Zhu had already reached a high-tier yellow level, while Anya was clearly not merely an orange-level mage. In deference to the mages, Jern arranged a private room for Zhu to rest. Sitting on the bed, Zhu pondered with distress. He had attempted several times to connect with his spatial ring through mental means, yet each endeavor had ended in failure. Moreover, he sensed a vague feeling that the spatial ring seemed to be drifting further away from him. Why was that? Why did you steal my ring? Have I not already given you gold? The absence of the loot has left Zhu with an overwhelming sense of longing. For 16 years, he had been inseparable from it, and the loot had become his dearest companion. Now, with all loots lost, a profound sense of desolation enveloped him, plunging him into deep sorrow. Sitting cross-legged, he sought to calm his restless heart by practicing his bamboo fighting energy. A soft, golden light emanated from within him, forming a gentle barrier that enveloped his body. The flowing energy traversed his meridians, gradually dispelling the unease and anxiety within him, allowing him to enter a meditative state. The bamboo fighting energy is categorized into 3 levels: green bamboo, yellow bamboo, and purple bamboo. Similar to the loot magic practiced by Zhu, each level reveals a different hue, distinct from the 7 colors of the rainbow on the continent. Each tier corresponds to the 9th rank. The faint yellow glow radiating from him signifies the first tier of yellow bamboo. In terms of rank, his fighting energy slightly surpasses that of the loot magic. According to the continent and Appos' rainbow classification, it aligns with the standard of a first-grade green level, representing a formidable earth warrior. However, his fighting energy primarily serves to enhance his loot magic. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the land in the morning, the northern gate of Roar City buzzed with activity. The Ironthorn Mercenary Corps, comprising 68 members, prepared for departure. The 3 horse-drawn carriages carried goods in the front and rear, while the middle carriage accommodated their employer, Anya. Surrounding the carriages were the 20 strongest sword warriors, flanked by archers, with 27 shield soldiers forming the outer perimeter. 10 light cavalry led the way. The newly acquired 20 horned horses, aside from those pulling the carriages, were the group's supplies, all arranged meticulously. As a magician, Zhu was stationed beside the middle carriage, experiencing the thrill and trepidation of riding a horned horse for the first time. Although the ride was somewhat bumpy, this gentle first-tier magical beast was easily tamed, and he soon acclimated to the sensation of being on horseback. After all, his physical condition was far from the frail appearance he projected. At that moment, Zhu's gaze remained fixed on the leader of the Ironthorn Mercenary Corps, Jern, filled with admiration and astonishment. Jern was not merely an earth warrior. He was an earth knight. His mount was a tamed dragon, a 4th-tier green-backed land dragon measuring 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in height. With relatively small forelimbs, it relied entirely on its robust hind legs for support, its body a deep green. Besides its impressive charging ability, this 4th-tier dragon also possessed commendable defensive capabilities and the ability to expel corrosive acid. While considered a lower-tier tamed dragon, it was significantly stronger than lesser magical beasts. With the initial strength of a green level, Jern could contend with intermediate earth warriors. This tamed dragon was a prized possession of the Ironthorn Mercenary Corps, a treasure that Jern had expended considerable effort to acquire. The mercenaries donned leather armor, advancing at a commendable pace. By midday, they had distanced themselves significantly from the city of Roar, gradually journeying towards the interior of the kingdom of Boa. The primary objective was to make progress, and only after each hour of travel did Jern command a brief respite. As the sun reached its zenith in the sky, they hastily consumed some provisions before resuming their journey. The curtain of the carriage was drawn aside, revealing the enchanting visage of Anya. "Sister Anya, is there something you need?" Zhu politely greeted the elegant lady. Anya smiled and replied, "You are a mage. Why trouble yourself with riding? Why not come and sit in the carriage? By the looks of you, this must be your first time riding a horned horse, and after a while, it may become unbearable. Our journey will likely take a month to reach Milan." "Certainly," Inju readily agreed, promptly leaping down from the horned horse and slipping into the carriage. Chapter 6, Dragon Knights, Part 1. Inju was oblivious to the concept of politeness, and he had little understanding of the relationship between employers and mercenaries. Acting on impulse was the essence of his innocent heart. After riding on the wildebeest for a considerable duration, the initial thrill had dissipated, leaving him somewhat restless in the monotony. The members of the Iron Thorn mercenary group approached their tasks with utmost seriousness, rarely engaging in idle chatter. The carriage was spacious, appearing rather empty as Anya was its sole occupant. Inside, an array of food and beverages was laid out, and the seats were broad, cushioned with thick padding, offering far greater comfort than riding on horseback. Anya, clad in a flowing white gown, reclined lazily against the soft cushions, exuding an air of tranquility. As they sat face to face, a refreshing fragrance wafted from her direction, prompting Inju to inhale deeply. The intoxicating aroma was remarkably soothing. He sincerely remarked, "Sister Anya, you are truly beautiful." Though Anya had received flattery countless times, the compliment from the innocent Inju carried a different resonance. She smiled gently and inquired, "Inju, what brings you to the Iron Thorn mercenary group?" Without hesitation, Inju recounted the events of the previous day, mindful of the warning from Lin not to disclose the 5 ancient zither contained within his spatial ring. "So that is the case. You possess a remarkable kindness, Inju. Yet, in this world, one must not be overly kind. Otherwise, one risks being taken advantage of." Anya and Apos, as words of comfort reminded Inju of the loathsome little beggar, and he vowed, "I will never allow that to happen again." Innocence does not preclude one from feeling anger. "Ah, a sound mage?" Anya paused, her gaze toward Inju transforming into one of intrigue. "What is it, Sister Anya? Is there something odd about it?" "Oh, it is nothing. I am merely curious as to why a young man like you would choose the profession of a sound mage. I know several sound mages, but they are all women." She then added, "So, you do not possess your own magical beast?" Inju responded, "Must a mage always have a magical beast?" Anya and Apos' surprise had subtly faded. Of course, a magical beast is the best safeguard for a mage. A mage without a magical beast is quite vulnerable, given that their close combat abilities are lacking. As one of the noblest professions on the continent, mages are respected not only for their rarity, but also for their inherent power. This is not as apparent at lower levels, but once a mage reaches the yellow level, they can easily contend with multiple warriors of the same rank. A magical beast serves as the mage and Apos' shield, sufficient to withstand enemy attacks until the mage completes their incantation. A powerful magical beast can even assist the mage in attacking foes. A mage accompanied by a magical beast possesses formidable solo combat capability. Did you not know this? My grandfather also mentioned magical beasts, but he said I have not yet reached the stage to acquire one. Qin Shang had seldom discussed matters outside of the zither with Inju, wishing for him to dedicate himself entirely to the cultivation of his innocent heart. Anya exclaimed, "Your grandfather must have been a powerful sorcerer. Every sorcerer has but one opportunity in their lifetime to forge a pact with a magical beast. He likely hoped that once your strength had grown, you would contract a formidable creature. Unfortunately, you are a sound master." At this juncture, her gaze softened further as she looked at Inju, who perceived a resemblance in Anya's eyes to those of his mother. "Sister, could you tell me stories about magical beasts? Do you have a magical beast of your own?" Anya smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, I do. Otherwise, how would I dare to venture so far alone?" Magical beasts are the finest companions for sorcerers. Typically, sorcerers opt to contract magical beasts that excel in close combat and defense, ensuring their utmost protection. Among magical beasts, flying creatures are the most precious, for they afford sorcerers additional time. Once the master-servant pact is established between a sorcerer and a magical beast, the beast is bound to its master for life, and the sorcerer cannot abandon their beast. Thus, this singular opportunity to forge a contract becomes immensely valuable. Inju, before we set out today, I heard Captain Jern mention that you intend to study at the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Since you have called me sister, I cannot let this gesture go unreciprocated. If you are willing, I would like to find a way to gift you a magical beast." Upon hearing Anya and Apos' words, excitement sparkled in Inju and Apos' eyes, but it swiftly faded as he shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Sister Anya. But my grandfather has told me not to accept gifts from others indiscriminately. Since you have already called me sister, am I not someone close to you? A sister and Apos' gift is one you should graciously accept. Observing the handsome and innocent Inju, Anya and Apos' fondness for him deepened. Her desire to bestow a magical beast upon Inju stemmed primarily from his identity as a sound master. As a branch of mental-type sorcerers, their offensive capabilities are often overlooked. To contract a magical beast, one must first defeat it. Relying solely on one's own strength, a sound master would find it exceedingly difficult to secure such a pact. It was this growing affection for Inju that inspired her to offer him a beast, hoping to provide him with a measure of protection to prevent this pure-hearted younger brother from being bullied at the Milan Academy. Can I truly? Inju inquired hesitantly. Of course. However, I must consider which magical beast would be most suitable for you. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A growth-type magical beast would be ideal. Once we arrive in Milan, I will help you search for one. Unbeknownst to Inju, the term growth-type magical beast that Anya casually mentioned referred to something exceedingly rare. Even among intelligent magical beasts of the 7th rank and above, growth-type beasts are exceptionally scarce. Furthermore, any intelligent magical beast commands an exorbitant price in the market, often being priceless and unattainable. Not to mention, taming an intelligent beast is no simple feat, sister. May I see your magical beast? Inju asked. His eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Anya. Anya smiled and shook her head, saying, Not here. We shall discuss it when we are in a more secluded place. Ah, Inju, your hands. Inju extended his hands in front of Anya. I was born this way. My grandfather said that having 8 fingers prevents any interference while playing the piano. Anya, what level of sorceress are you? Inju inquired. When you tested me yesterday, I felt a strong fluctuation of water elements around you. Anya was taken aback. You can sense the fluctuations of water elements in me? Inju nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Anya, with a serious demeanor, asked, Inju, are you truly just a sound mage? Why is your mental acuity so sharp? Inju scratched his head, a bit bewildered. I don't and Apos, Tino, I and Apos, am merely expressing what I feel. Anya sighed softly. Unavi, boy, don't ask others such questions in the future. Sorcerers often have peculiar temperaments, and such inquiries can provoke caution. Not at all. Anya, your temperament is quite pleasant. Oh, by the way, Anya. Why do women seem to have more developed pectoral muscles than men? Inju's gaze naturally fell upon Anya's chest, curiosity evident in his question. Anya was taken aback by Inju and Apos' sudden inquiry. Under his intense gaze, she felt a strange warmth. Realizing he was the first man in her life to pose such a direct question, and curiously, there was no hint of lewdness in his eyes. I never had the chance to ask before. My grandfather only allowed me to learn the piano and forbade inquiries about other matters. Anya, your face is so red. Are you unwell? Aye. You little rascal, you've truly caught me off guard. Anya sighed in resignation. If it had been anyone else, she would have likely reacted more harshly. Please refrain from asking such questions to other girls. It relates to the physiological differences between men and women. You'll understand as you grow older. Staring at a woman's chest is quite impolite, you know. Oh, I see. Anya, you were so kind to me. It's a pity that I lost my piano. Otherwise, I would have played a piece for you. Inju seemed to grasp something profound. Just as Jern had predicted. The journey from the kingdom of Bourgeois to the empire of Milan was devoid of peril. After 20 days of travel along the main road, they had reached the border of the two nations. Throughout the journey, Inju spent most of his time with Anya, much to the envy of the mercenaries, as she shared intriguing tales from the continent and imparted knowledge far surpassing what he had learned in over a decade at the Azure Sea. Anya was not only gentle as water, but also remarkably patient, helping him become less naive about certain fundamental concepts. Once we cross this mountain, we will enter Milan's territory. It will take us about another 10 days to reach Milan city, Anya informed Inju as she stood beside the carriage. The Iron Thorn mercenaries, aside from those on watch, were resting in the shade of the trees along the roadside. Hearing Anya's words, Jern chuckled. The Empire of Milan is far more peaceful than the Kingdom of Bourgeois. Once we pass through here, we will have completed a significant portion of our mission. What sound is that? Inju and Apos' expression shifted as he focused intently on listening. Jern exclaimed in astonishment. What sound? How could I have missed it? Is your hearing superior to mine? Anya and Apos' expression grew serious. Indeed, there was a sound, though it emanated from a considerable distance. While she could not hear it, the ground trembled slightly beneath her feet. At this juncture, she cast a glance at Inju. pondering silently to herself that his hearing seemed to surpass her own. Was this the advantage of a sound mage? Over the course of their 20 days together, Inju had struck her as an immaculate white canvas, pure-hearted and endlessly curious about the world around him. The mental energy he inadvertently exuded appeared to be beyond the capabilities of a mere red-level mage. Yet, intriguingly, the hue of his mental energy was red, rendering this seemingly innocent and handsome young man somewhat enigmatic in her eyes. Although Inju was straightforward, he would fall silent whenever she inquired about his origins. The sound gradually intensified, becoming unmistakable even to the mercenaries, culminating in a thunderous roar filled with an overwhelming force emanating from their flanks. A colossal earth dragon ascended into the sky, reminiscent of the heavy cavalry Inju had encountered on that fateful day, yet this time, the sheer momentum surpassed that of the previous cavalry by a considerable margin. Form ranks. Though uncertain of what approached, Jern reacted instinctively, bellowing to rally his subordinates. The seasoned mercenaries swiftly arranged themselves into formation, with spear and shield warriors at the forefront, followed by heavy sword fighters and archers. 10 light cavalrymen split into 2 teams to secure the flanks, protecting the 3 carts and Inju from behind. Jern stood at the front, a massive sword resting upon his shoulder, his countenance grave as he gazed toward the direction of the earth dragon. Beneath him, his green-spined earth dragon emitted low growls, exhibiting signs of unease, while corrosive slime dripped from its mouth, landing on the ground with a soft splatter. The brilliant sunlight illuminated the distant earth dragon, making it appear even more pronounced as the thunderous clamor caused the very earth to tremble. What, one might ask, is a dragon rider? Those who ride dragons are known as dragon cavalry. The spectacle of the earth dragon and Oppos' ascent was attributed to such a unit of cavalry, comprising approximately 100 soldiers. At the forefront was a colossal golden dragon, exceeding 10 meters in length and 4 meters in height, rendering Jern and Oppos' green-spined earth dragon minuscule in comparison. This golden dragon, devoid of wings, moved on all fours, its head appearing somewhat pointed and adorned with a long, shimmering horn of a meter in length atop its head. Its thick scales were clearly visible from afar, tightly layered upon its immense body. Its lengthy tail bore numerous triangular spikes, with the tails end bifurcated and gently curving upward, not touching the ground, and glimmering with a cerulean luminescence. Behind the golden dragon, a troop of uniformly azure dragons followed, each 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, in a semi-upright stance. Their backs were equipped with saddle-like apparatuses that secured the riders, and despite only utilizing their 2 legs to run, they moved with remarkable speed, consistently trailing behind the magnificent golden dragon. Those are the golden crystal tyrant dragons and the Arakan dragons, Anya remarked with a hint of detachment. Confronted by the formidable dragon riders, she exhibited not a trace of alarm. Likewise, Inju remained unperturbed, his eyes filled solely with curiosity as he beheld the throngs of tamed dragons. Sister Anya, what level of dragons are those? The golden crystal Tyrannosaurus is among the more powerful of the tamed dragons, its strength rivaling that of true dragons, albeit only the lower-tier ones. It reigns as the king among earth dragons, classified as a 6th-level magical beast, belonging to the metal category, second only to intelligent magical creatures. Its defensive capabilities are exceptionally formidable, complemented by its innate metal-based magic, enabling it to roam the earth with ease. Observe its horn and tail. They serve as the conduits for its magical abilities. As for the Arakan dragon, it pales in comparison. Lower-tier tamed dragons are classified into levels 4 and 5. The larger and swifter specimens are 5th level, while those slightly less impressive are 4th level. In terms of strength, they are comparable to Captain Gu and Oppos' green-spine earth dragon. Also a type of earth dragon, distinguished primarily by its remarkable speed. In terms of velocity alone, even the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus cannot match its short-range acceleration. While Anya spoke, the dragon riders had already approached, evidently having noticed the presence of the Iron Thorn mercenary group, their pace gradually slowing. Now closer, Yi Inju observed a man in his 30s seated atop the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, a 7-meter-long heavy dragon spear hanging beside his leg, and an archaic long sword suspended at his waist. Clad in shimmering silver armor that glistened under the sunlight, he bore no helmet, allowing his golden hair to cascade freely behind him. Tall and imposing, his appearance was unremarkable. Yet a 5-inch scar ran from the corner of his left eye down to his chin, imparting an air of ferocity. A palm-sized silver hexagram emblazoned with a violet design adorned the left breast of his silver armor, signifying his lineage. In the face of the pressure emanating from the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, Gu and Amp, Oppos, N and Amp, Oppos, S green spine earth dragon roared and trembled. Hail to you, esteemed Dragon Knight. It is an honor to encounter you here, Gut and Amp, Oppos, and hurriedly leaped down from his mount, placing his right hand over his left breast in a respectful knightly salute to the Dragon Knight atop the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. The Dragon Knight merely cast a cursory glance at him, coldly inquiring, Hail to you. What is your origin? The dragon riders behind him had come to a synchronized halt, their silence reflecting the discipline of their ranks. Guqin, undeterred by the other's aloofness, quickly replied, E-Class Ironthorn Mercenary Group. We are currently undertaking an escort mission. The Dragon Knight raised his hand, pointing forward. My companion is hungry. Relinquish 5 horned horses for its sustenance. Here are 20 gold coins as compensation. As he spoke, he casually tossed a pouch of coins. Though he stood 20 paces from Gut and Amp, Oppos, the pouch reached him in an instant, and Gut and Amp, Oppos, instinctively reached out to catch it, only to feel a sudden force that nearly sent him stumbling to the ground. Careful, uncle, Inju exclaimed, supporting Gut and Oppos, to prevent him from embarrassing himself. After the Dragon Knight tossed the pouch, he did not glance at Gut and Oppos, and again, gently patting the robust back of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus, exuding an air of fondness, evidently. This was the companion he referred to. A flicker of anger passed through Guqin's eyes, yet he dared not offend the Dragon Knight before him. However, the number of steeds within their ranks was just sufficient. If they relinquished 5 to the other party, there would be no space left for the mercenary group and Oppos as supplies. Was such force truly necessary? Why should their steeds be offered as sustenance for his earth dragon? Gut and Oppos, was startled to realize that Inju had already stepped forward, his melodious voice tinged with a hint of ire. The Dragon Knight furrowed his brow, raising his gaze to look at Inju, who met his stare without flinching, her clear black eyes revealing a touch of defiance. Inju nodded and stated, Our steeds are not for sale. Without them, we would be at a loss. At that moment, Gut and Oppos, regained his composure and hurriedly positioned himself behind Inju, acutely aware of the pride and might of the Dragon Knights, fearing for Inju and Oppos' safety. I am sorry, esteemed Dragon Knight, but we truly have no surplus steeds. You see. A cold glint flashed in the Dragon Knight and Amp, Oppos' eyes, growing impatient. Who among you can withstand a single strike from me? You may leave, or relinquish your steeds. On what grounds do you assert such dominance? Inju glared defiantly at the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight replied coolly, Strength. Indeed, in the land of Longinus, strength determined all. What great authority you possess. Baron Austin, it has been a while. Perhaps I should stand against your dragon lance. Anya and Oppos' elegant and enchanting voice resonated from behind Inju and Gut and Oppos, upon hearing her voice, the Dragon Knight Austin trembled, his gaze, which had previously overlooked Inju and Amp, Oppos' party, now fully focused on them. Ah, Austin exclaimed softly, swiftly leaping down from the back of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus. Praise be to Fablon. Miss Anya, how delightful to see your entourage. As he spoke, his right hand pressed against his left breast in a knightly salute, his gesture far more refined than Gut and Oppos, and Oppos' Praise be to Fablon. Anya raised her right hand, allowing Austin to perform a hand-kissing gesture. The sudden shift in the Dragon Knight and Amp, Oppos' demeanor left the Ironthorn mercenaries utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that a Dragon Knight would adopt such a tone and show such deference to their employer. Miss Anya, what brings you here? Anya replied nonchalantly. I have come to Bopon to procure a shipment and engage the Ironthorn mercenary group for protection. I did not expect to encounter a baron here. Have you not been in Milan? Anya scoffed, Forget it. As long as your dragon lance is not aimed at me, I am content. How could I trouble you? Austin replied with a wry smile. I was indeed remiss. I did not realize you were here, Mississippi. Although my dragon lance is sharp, it would never be directed at you. Miss, do you truly not require our escort? Anya glanced at him and countered, Do you think I need it? The dragon riders moved with astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, this time, Austin and his dragon riders advanced with a gentler pace, stirring up little dust in their wake. As they watched the retreating figures of the dragon riders, Jern approached Anya, his heart filled with trepidation. Miss Anya, I apologize. Uncle, stop daydreaming. We must be on our way, Inju gently urged, patting Jern on the shoulder. Jern finally snapped back to reality. contemplating that his employer and Apos' identity was indeed extraordinary. It would be prudent not to inquire too deeply, as some knowledge could bring unnecessary trouble. Those who commanded the respect of even the dragon riders were not to be trifled with. It was better to swiftly complete this task. Inju, thank you for earlier. Jern expressed gratefully. Inju smiled. There is no need for thanks. I merely spoke my mind. Those dragon riders are indeed domineering, especially that dragon commander, who seemed to be issuing us orders. If the dragon riders of Milan behaved so arrogantly in the kingdom of Boha, would they soar to the skies in the Milan Empire? Jern sighed and replied, Brother, you have no idea. The status of dragon riders on the continent is second only to that of mages. The rank of a dragon commander is even higher than that of a mage. Only high-level mages can be compared to them. The number of dragon riders has become a standard for measuring the strength between nations. 100 dragon riders, like the squad we just saw, can rival a legion of 10,000 heavy cavalry. Inju nodded. That viscount we encountered was indeed formidable. Are all dragon commanders so powerful? Jern responded. He is not even among the strongest. Regardless of the nation, the classification of dragon riders is consistent. 10 comprise a squad, 100 form a detachment, 1,000 make up a regiment, and 10,000 constitute a legion. Do you know why only Milan and Landias among the 8 human nations on the Dragon Ridge continent are referred to as empires, while the other 6 are kingdoms? It is because Milan and Landias each possess a legion of dragon riders. Comparatively, Milan's dragon rider legion is the most powerful on the entire continent. Their presence alone keeps the orcs of the far north from daring to cross the line. The Austin we encountered is a Silver Star Dragon commander. Beneath him are the squad leaders of the Dragon Riders, and above him are the Golden Star Dragon commanders who lead the regiments, along with the Purple Star Dragon commanders, who command the legions. A Silver Star Dragon commander possesses strength at the green level, while a Golden Star Dragon commander is at least at the blue level. And the Purple Star Dragon commander is a master at the purple level. It is said that the mount of a Purple Star Dragon commander is a formidable 9th level dragon. Even a Golden Star Dragon commander rides a true dragon, not merely a tamed one. In a Dragon Rider Legion, ordinary Dragon Riders must possess strength above the mid-level orange rank, have their own tamed mounts, and must hold a noble title of knight or above. The selection process is exceedingly strict, and the rewards are staggering. Every warrior takes pride in the opportunity to join the Dragon Rider Legion. If 10 years ago I had possessed the green-scaled dragon I have now, perhaps I too would have strived to join the Dragon Rider Legion. So that is how it is. Possessing formidable strength and mounted on dragons, it is no wonder that the Dragon Knights are so powerful. Inju pondered thoughtfully. Alas, as a mere sorcerer, the prospect of riding a colossal dragon seemed utterly delightful. After the recent tumult, the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps resumed their journey. In the hearts of the group, Anya and Apos' identity had grown shrouded in mystery, and none regarded her as an ordinary employer anymore. The remaining journey unfolded smoothly. And after 10 days, the Ironthorn Mercenary Corps successfully escorted Anya and her cargo to the capital of the Milan Empire, Milan City. Upon entering the city, the cargo was received by a dozen young men clad in azure, leaving everyone puzzled as to how Anya had managed to notify them. It was evident that these individuals were her subordinates. Inju, when do you visit my sister? Anya gazed at him with a hint of anticipation. Inju shook his head and replied, No, I have already promised Uncle Jern to assist their mercenary group in registering as a D-level. Besides, the Milan Martial Arts Academy is just outside Milan City. I shall surely seek you out when the opportunity arises. Thank you for your care throughout this journey, Anya. You have entrusted me with so much. A faint sadness flickered in Anya and Apos' eyes, intriguing her azure-clad subordinates, who had never witnessed their enchanting employer exhibit such emotion towards any man. Very well, then. Take this. Whenever you have the chance, come to the floating orchid pavilion in Milan City to find me. I am eager to hear you play the lute. As she spoke, Anya gently slipped a ring, delicately carved from blue crystal, onto Inju's left middle finger. Ah, Anya, this is too precious. I cannot accept it, he stammered. The blue crystal ring was exquisitely shaped. Its silver base crafted from an unknown material, adorned with a teardrop-shaped sapphire that radiated a gentle blue light, reminiscent of rippling water, flawless in its beauty. More importantly, he could sense the magical aura emanating from it. Inju realized this was a spatial ring. Upon wearing it, he instinctively connected with the ring. Astonished to discover its interior space was even larger than his previous one, containing 500 gold coins within. Are you still speaking in such a manner to your sister? This is merely a small keepsake from me. Besides, You will need it to find me at the floating orchid pavilion, she insisted. If you refuse, I shall be quite upset. Although her act of feigned anger was evident, it had always proven effective with Inju. Reluctantly, he conceded, very well. I shall accept the ring, but I cannot take your money, dear sister. My grandfather taught me that a man must never accept money from a woman, otherwise he risks becoming a freeloader. I still vividly recall my grandfather and Appo's stern expression. Here, let me return your money. This is a matter of principle. His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby. Anya's cheeks flushed, yet her resolve remained steadfast, allowing her to suppress her emotions. She whispered, "You silly boy. Do you even know what it means to be a freeloader? You speak nonsense. Venturing out alone is no easy task, especially without funds." Anya sighed with resignation, her right hand brushing against the ring on Inju and Appo's finger, a similar style but adorned with green gemstones. In a fleeting moment, the 500 gold coins embedded within Inju's blue crystal ring vanished. Silly child, I must take my leave now. Be cautious this time, and do not misplace the ring again. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek out your elder sister. Inju stood by the roadside, watching Anya and Appo's carriage gradually recede into the distance, escorted by those clad in green. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her, reminiscent of the feelings she experienced when Z departed. The Milan Empire, the mightiest of human nations on the continent of Longinus, is bordered to the north by the Frigid Wastes, to the west by the Ascoli Kingdom, to the east by the Flora Kingdom, with the Palermo Kingdom to the southwest and the Bola Kingdom to the southeast. To its immediate south lies the heart of the Longinus continent, the core known as Fablon. The proximity to these four nations and the Frigid Wastes necessitates a formidable military presence. How else could it withstand the looming threats from all sides? Milan City, an ancient and cultured metropolis, is home to nearly 6 million residents, serving as the political, cultural, and commercial hub of the Milan Empire. As the capital, it stands as the empire's foremost stronghold, with a resident army numbering 300,000, including 3 regiments of dragon cavalry. Jern and Inju walked through the streets of Milan City, pointing out the surrounding architectural marvels. Renowned as a haven for the nobility, the city is a testament to the genius of the continent and Appo's most skilled artisans. Here, wealth can procure anything one desires, with an abundance of opulent establishments lining the streets. Furthermore, Milan City boasts the best public safety on the continent. Who would dare commit a crime in a city guarded by 3,000 dragon knights? The city is vast. Traversing from the northern to the southern reaches would take at least 3 days. He arranged for the Iron Thorns mercenaries to stay at an affordable inn, for ascending the ranks of mercenaries does not require the presence of all, provided that one possesses a red-level mage like Inju. Chapter 7, The Milan Magic Warrior Academy, Part 1. Along the streets, towering edifices rise and fall, with a myriad of pedestrians bustling about. Inju not only encountered warriors but also glimpsed several mages. Such a sight is rare even in Bourbon, let alone in Arcadia, illustrating the formidable strength of Milan's national power. Within the city of Milan, only nobles are permitted to ride magical beasts, lacking noble titles. Both Inju and Jern had to traverse on foot. Look, there lies the mercenary guild, Jern exclaimed with palpable excitement. For mercenaries, the guild represents their sanctuary. Inju turned her gaze in the direction indicated by Jern and beheld a grandiose structure at the end of the street. The immense building, arched in design, obscured its vast expanse from the front, yet it stretched over 100 meters wide and nearly 30 meters tall, encircled by a formidable wall. The building and Appo's center showcased a colossal golden shield emblem, with 2 long swords crossed behind it, glimmering resplendently under the sun and Appo's rays, visible even from a considerable distance. Upon entering the vicinity of the mercenary guild, the flow of people surged dramatically, as mercenaries of various shapes and sizes thronged about. Jern navigated through the crowd with Inju, and they finally managed to squeeze into the guild. Inside, however, the pressure of the crowd dissipated, thanks to the presence of at least 100 staff members clad in black, maintaining order within the guild. The hall was remarkably spacious, soaring over 20 meters high. Radiant sunlight poured in through the enormous crystal windows on either side of the hall. Except for the entrance, the remaining 3 sides were lined with stone counters, approximately 2 meters high, imparting a sense of superiority to the staff inside. Most mercenaries had to ascend the stone steps before the counters to engage in conversation. Jern whispered, "Inju, do you see? Though these order keepers may not be exceptionally strong, here, no one dares to offend them." Anyone causing a disturbance would be stripped of their mercenary status. To the left was the task reception area, distinct from other mercenary branches, as it only accommodated tasks of D rank or above. Mercenary groups below D rank were ineligible to receive assignments here. To the right was the task submission and remuneration area. At the far end lay the counters for mercenaries registering and upgrading their ranks. The counters on either side were the busiest, with even the innermost counter hosting a considerable queue. Yuanzhu and Jern moved deeper inside, preparing to join the line. Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from within the counters. The S-rank mercenary group, the second S-rank mercenary group, has emerged. The previously dense lineup of mercenaries parted like a tide, revealing the innermost counter. The sudden commotion drew the attention of those in the task reception and submission areas, their astonished gazes converging towards the newly unveiled path. A Grand Sorcerer, an extraordinary purple-grade Grand Sorcerer. Jern and Amp, Oppos. S.I. seemed on the verge of popping out, for he stood as a paragon among the formidable forces of the continent. The appearance of each Grand Mage inevitably became the focal point of attention. Yuanzhu and Oppos. S. thoughts diverged entirely from Jern and Oppos. S. as he mused inwardly, is this the formidable power that manifests once an elemental mage reaches the purple level? The depth of his mental prowess was palpable through his gaze. Although Grandpa Chen did not exhibit such intense elemental fluctuations, his mental strength appeared notably superior. Uncle, does the presence of a purple-level powerhouse within a mercenary group automatically elevate it to an S-class? Inju inquired softly. Jern responded. A purple-level powerhouse symbolizes an S-class mercenary group, yet it is not the sole criterion. Just as our Iron Thorn requires your assistance to enhance its rank, an S-class mercenary group must possess at least one purple-level powerhouse and also demonstrate formidable strength on its own. Oh. So an S-class mercenary group is not that remarkable after all, Inju remarked nonchalantly. Both of his grandfathers were purple-level powerhouses, so he did not view them as being beyond reach. After all, within the realm of the loot magic he practiced, the equivalent of a purple level, the ZY Qinshin, was not the ultimate goal. No sooner had he spoken than Inju and Oppos' expression shifted. Instinctively, he sidestepped as a faint whisper of wind brushed past him. Upon looking up, he met the furious gaze of a girl standing beside the Grand Mage. Clearly, she had overheard his words, as she and her two companions were passing by at that moment. What do you think you and Oppos, redoing? Inju retorted with a hint of anger. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been struck by that fleeting blade of wind, albeit it was merely a momentary burst of crimson-level magic. It could have ruined his attire. The girl raised her chin haughtily. Did you not proclaim that an S-class mercenary group is nothing special? I would like to know what level your mercenary group is. You are merely a crimson-level mage, yet you dare to speak so brazenly here. Inju was taken aback. What did she mean by speaking so brazenly? He was merely stating the truth. What of being crimson level? Were they not all once crimson level themselves? Who does not require a process in their cultivation? You. The girl released her grip on the Grand Mage and Oppos' arm and approached Inju menacingly. The wind element began to coalesce around her, poised to erupt at any moment. Enough, girl, do not cause a ruckus. The Grand Mage's deep voice interrupted her, his gaze sweeping over Inju with an air of indifference, devoid of sorrow or joy. His eyes lingered momentarily, and upon sensing Inju and Oppos' graceful aura, he was taken aback, particularly by the clarity of Inju and Oppos' eyes, which left a profound impression on him. The girl shot a fierce glare at Inju. Do not let me see you again, or you shall regret it. The registration of Iron Thorn as a D-class mercenary group proceeded smoothly, perhaps influenced by the earlier exchange between Inju and the girl. Jern finally achieved his aspiration of becoming the leader of a mid-tier mercenary group. In gratitude for Inju's assistance, he not only bestowed upon him the promised 20 gold coins, but also personally escorted him to the entrance of Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. With a hint of redness around his eyes, Inju nodded and said, Uncle, please take care on your journey. Had it not been for your assistance, I would have been at a loss regarding what to do next. Jern chuckled, assuring that there would be future opportunities to meet. I took my leave, urging you to promptly report to the Milan Magic Martial Academy. By the way, I must mention that Miss Anya is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Even the Dragon Knights treat her with utmost respect. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek her aid, as it is clear she holds you in high regard and would likely not refuse your request. As I watched Jern and Oppos' figure fade into the distance, I finally turned my gaze toward my intended destination, the Milan Magic Martial Academy, situated adjacent to the eastern gate of Milan. It is only upon arriving here that one comprehends why the most prestigious academy in all the human realms of this continent is established on the outskirts of Milan rather than within the city itself. Its sheer expanse is truly staggering. The academy and Oppo's towering walls blend seamlessly with the city's fortifications, stretching far beyond the horizon. On my journey to Milan, I had heard from Anya about the Milan Magic Martial Academy, also known as the Royal Academy of Milan. It holds an esteemed position within the Milan Empire. As the foremost institution on the continent, having nurtured countless talents, all young individuals take immense pride in the opportunity to study at the Milan Academy. The Emperor of the Milan Empire serves as its honorary principal. For anyone outside the Milan royal family, the only path to admission is through rigorous testing. It has been said that the Milan Magic Martial Academy is a stronghold of power second only to the Fablon on the continent of Longinus. The eastern gate of Milan is the only entrance to the city that does not require military defense, as the students of the academy constitute an extraordinarily formidable defensive force. The grand entrance of the academy rises to a height of 20 meters and spans nearly 50 meters in width, adorned with a gilded plaque bearing the emblem of the Milan Empire. Even standing at the threshold, one can feel an ancient aura enveloping them. Upon entering, a broad avenue, wide enough for dozens of riders to traverse side by side, extends inward. The towering trees lining the path cast a canopy of shade, their lush branches and leaves bearing witness to the academy and Oppo's long-standing existence. A multitude of students traverse the grounds, all clad in distinctive red and white uniforms, with varying insignias on their left chests indicating their fields of study. After a brief observation, I discerned that those emblazoned with the six-pointed star of magic are likely mages, while those marked with the symbols of swords and shields are warriors, and archers bear the elegant design of longbows, among others. Adjacent to these symbols are various small red and white lines, the meaning of which remains a mystery to me. Initially, I intended to inquire about the registration process upon entering the campus, but I soon discovered that it was unnecessary. Clear directional signs along the avenue guided me toward the registration area. Little did I know that I had coincidentally arrived on the final day of admissions at the Milan Magic Martial Academy. While it would have been straightforward to assume a role as a mentor under Chen and Oppo's arrangements, the absence of a letter of introduction now complicates my aspiration to become a student. Following the marked signs, I quickly located the registration office. Before a row of exquisite houses, an air of desolation lingered. Each dwelling spanned at least several hundred square meters, with distinct subjects inscribed at their doors. These subjects could broadly be categorized into magic and martial arts, with numerous subdivisions therein. At the entrance of the last house, Inju discovered the word Soundmaster. Inside the registration area for Soundmasters, which occupied hundreds of square meters, there was but a solitary figure, slumped over a desk in slumber. The long, cascading hair indicated the presence of a woman. "Hello," Inju tentatively called out. The drowsy woman lifted her head, revealing a delicate and striking visage. She appeared to be around 26 or 27 years of age, her azure hair tousled from her nap, spilling over her shoulders. Seated, her figure remained obscured. Yet it was evident she possessed a remarkable beauty. Awoken from her dreams by Inju and Oppo's voice, she exuded an aura of languid elegance. "Greetings. I am here to register." "Oh, so you and Oppo's here to enroll. Please fill out this form. The registration fee is 10 gold coins. Should you fail the entrance examination, the fee is non-refundable." As she spoke, she effortlessly produced a form and placed it before Inju, followed by a quill that she tossed onto the registration sheet. "Thank you, teacher." Inju responded, observing that the form required only 5 simple entries: name, gender, age, cultivation level, and place of birth. Just as Inju was about to commence filling out the form, the female instructor let out a piercing scream, abruptly rising to her feet. Her verdant eyes wide with astonishment as they fixated on Inju. Startled, Inju instinctively took a few steps back, nearly tripping over a nearby chair. "What is wrong? Are you certain you Haven and Oppo's entered the wrong registration room?" The instructor murmured incredulously. "Heavens, could you possibly be the fabled and Oppo's green amidst a sea of blossoms and Oppo's? At long last, our sound department has a male student. What a rarity. Quickly, fill out the form and pay the fee. The entrance examination for the sound department should have commenced by now. But there is still time." Though finding the instructor's reaction somewhat peculiar, Inju complied, his gold coins dwindling by half. "Teacher, where is the examination taking place?" "I shall escort you." It is unlikely anyone else will come to register for sound masters now. Just a few days ago, the registration area was bustling with people. Only a handful remain here, so follow me. Upon exiting the registration area, the instructor paused, bringing her hands together before her chest, her fingers interlacing to trace a six-pointed star. She softly intoned a few incantations, and a radiant light burst forth from her chest, illuminating the star she had drawn in a vivid orange hue. In an instant, a magnificent creature materialized before her, a unicorn. Unlike the one Inju had previously ridden, this unicorn was resplendent in white and significantly larger, measuring over 5 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height, exuding an aura far beyond that of a first-tier magical beast. Upon its appearance, it graciously lowered its body, allowing the instructor to mount. "Teacher, is this your magical beast?" "Indeed, my name is Bijia, and you may address me as Teacher Bijia. Come along, whether on foot or horseback, the latter being the swifter option." Inju, displaying no hesitation, swiftly mounted his steed. The lengthy form of the white-horned horse ensured that he did not infringe upon Bijia and Appos' space. The horse rose and, under Bijia and Appos' guidance, strode forth with great strides. Though the pace was brisk, the ride remained remarkably smooth and comfortable. "Teacher, is it permissible to ride magical beasts at the academy?" Inju inquired. "Certainly," Bijia replied. The Milan Magic and Martial Academy spans an area equivalent to 1/5 of Milan City. For those in the warrior discipline, walking may suffice. But what of us magicians? My little Bai is a third-tier jade-horned horse, a rare find with exceptional endurance. Third tier? Do magicians also possess lower-tier magical beasts? Inju gazed at Bijia in astonishment. Anya had previously informed him that, due to the significance of magical beasts to magicians, it was customary for them to wait until their magical prowess reached a certain level before selecting their beast. In contrast, warriors form contracts with their mounts, but cannot summon them at will as magicians do. Nonetheless, the bond between a warrior and their steed is not as fixed as a magician's contract. Warriors have the opportunity to sign a new pact upon the demise of their beast, albeit at a certain cost. Bijia scoffed lightly, stating, "Though I am a magician, I am merely an orange-tier sound mage. We sound mages do not require combat. The ability to travel is sufficient. If you aspire to become formidable, it is not too late to change your major." "No need. I am content with my choice of sound mage," Inju replied, falling silent. Through his interactions with Anya and the present teacher Bijia, he had come to comprehend the status of sound mages on the continent. It was no wonder that few chose this profession. As the jade-horned horse navigated several turns along the thoroughfare, the landscape before Inju opened up, revealing towering edifices and expansive grounds. The number of students also increased. Bijia urged the jade-horned horse to halt before a circular structure. "We have arrived. This is the auditorium of our sound department." Before Inju could fully appreciate the architecture, Bijia led him into the hall. The auditorium was modest, accommodating around 500 individuals. Yet only about 40 were present, rendering it rather empty. Entering from the rear, Inju could only observe the backs of the attendees, all of whom, as he had surmised, were young women. Each girl had her own instrument placed upon the table before her. At the far end of the hall, a solitary girl occupied the stage. Seated behind an antique wooden table that bore a guqin, clad in a flowing white gown, she too possessed dark hair, which obscured her face as she focused on tuning the instrument. However, the delicate grace of her hands as they danced over the strings captivated Inju's attention entirely. Her hands were as tender as spring onions, with slender and elongated fingers that outshone even the finest jade in their delicate luster. Each finger bore a nail, approximately an inch long, glistening like crystal. The graceful movements as she lightly strummed were effortlessly elegant and captivating. "Find a place to sit. The entrance examination is about to commence," Biki said to Inju. "Teacher Biki, what does the entrance exam entail?" Biki smiled gently and replied, "Once you listen to her play a piece, the examination will be complete." With that, she walked over to a nearby corner and sat down. Inju glanced around, and suddenly his eyes brightened. He spotted an ancient zither. Without a moment in Appos' hesitation, he swiftly approached the girl beside it and took a seat. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the zither before him. "The guqin zither. This is the guqin zither," he exclaimed. "Inju, the guqin is the earliest stringed instrument, a treasure of traditional culture, and is considered the pinnacle of musical instruments. Our sect possesses 5 esteemed guqins, yet that is still insufficient, for we lack a true divine instrument. If you discover any other renowned guqins, Do acquire them at all costs, especially the legendary 5 unparalleled guqins, which are akin to divine artifacts. Grandfather Chen, what renowned guqins are there? Inju inquired. There are many types of renowned guqins categorized into various styles, such as Shenlong, Lianzushi, Shirquang, Lingji, Fengshi, and so on. Qin Shang and Appos, S words flashed in his mind. Although the Yuyun zither was not comparable to a divine artifact, it was still on par with the Chunlei zither in prestige. At that moment, the girl at the zither turned to look at Inju and was taken aback to find a young man beside her. She wore a light blue outfit, her similarly colored long hair cascading softly over her shoulders. Though she did not possess the breathtaking beauty of Anya, her gentle demeanor exuded a charm that easily left a favorable impression, especially her sky-blue eyes, which, despite her surprise, remained warm and inviting. Just then, the sound of the guqin resonated, and in that instant, the audience was captivated. Inju and Appos' attention was forcibly drawn away from the Yuyun zither. The guqin resembled the guqin but was larger and had more strings, 21 in total. Its sound was resplendent and piercing, and it was easier to control than the guqin. Qin Shang had mentioned to Inju that among the ancient instruments, the Qin was the emperor while the zheng was the empress. The Qin struggled to harmonize with other instruments aside from the shao, while the zheng could accompany any instrument, allowing for rich ensemble performances. The guqin and Appos' tones were brighter and more melodious than those of the guqin, with a broader range, yet it lacked the refined depth and lingering resonance characteristic of the guqin. At that moment, the girl performing on stage began to play the guqin, and the moment the strings were struck, the sound flowed like high mountains and flowing water, radiating an orange brilliance that captivated the audience. The clear and textured tones carried an undercurrent of melancholy as her long, graceful hands glided over the strings, intertwining with the orange light released by the music. The sound of the guqin was like a thread of spirit, binding the hearts and minds of everyone present. Inju and Appos' gaze was fixed upon the white-clad maiden on stage, his eyes reflecting a hint of enchantment as he murmured to himself, a Chinese ghost story. The phrase did not merely describe the girl before him, but rather signified the title of the exquisite zither piece being performed. The rhythm of her hands danced with remarkable swiftness, yet the fluidity of her movements felt entirely natural. The sound of the guqin resonated clear and distant, its enchanting notes permeating the air, even though the orange aura of magic surrounding it fell short of enveloping the entire venue. Still, amidst the melodious vibrations of the zither, each note reached the ears of all present. The poignant and delicate strains of the music stirred a wave of emotions, causing the expressions of those in attendance to rise and fall in harmony with the melody, including that of Ms. Biji, who had accompanied Inju. Inju and Appos' gaze grew more entranced. Perhaps others were lost in the melancholic waves of the music, but his heart had wholly submerged in the harmonious plucking and profound sentiment of the enchanting piece. Only those who truly understood could grasp the essence woven within the composition. Clear as splashing jade, trembling like a dragon, and Appos' chant, what a splendid piece, a Chinese ghost story. Seemingly without conscious thought, Inju had drawn the jade zither closer, his hands gliding over the strings without the need for tuning. His right thumb supported the strings, and his hands floated gracefully above the 7 strings. In that fleeting moment, the innocence of youth vanished, though his white robe bore the wear of a long journey. The noble and elegant aura he exuded rendered his handsome visage flawless. A deep crimson glow emanated from the zither, intertwining with the orange radiance of the white-clad maiden, illuminating the auditorium in a dazzling display. The introduction of the zither and Appos' melody did not feel abrupt. Rather, it blended harmoniously with the atmosphere. The girl, who had been focused on her playing, finally lifted her gaze. Her dark hair partially concealed her face, revealing only half of it. Yet that glimpse was enough to send a tremor through Inju and Appos' heartstrings. Her pale visage and the depths of her icy black eyes, upon meeting his, evoked no surprise, only a slight thawing of the coldness within. The guqin and the guqin, 2 instruments that would typically not harmonize, merged seamlessly under Inju's exquisite control. As if a miracle bestowed by the heavens, the white-clad maiden looked at Inju, and he returned her gaze, yet their hands remained perfectly synchronized in their playing. The intermingling of their glances resembled the blend of deep crimson and orange. As Inju adjusted his hand position, gently caressing the strings, his elegant and resonant voice arose amidst the enchanting duet of guqin and guqin. Life, a dream as long as the road. Let the winds and frost linger upon our faces. In this mortal realm, how many paths do beautiful dreams take? Seeking the beloved lost in a sea of illusions. wandering through the vastness of humanity. At that moment, it felt as though only the two of them existed within the auditorium. The guqin has two fundamental methods of performance. One is solo, and the other involves the accompaniment of song. The coldness in the maiden's eyes seemed to have melted, leaving behind only an endless sorrow. With a voice slightly husky yet as captivating as a phoenix and Apos' song, she seamlessly continued with the latter half of the piece, intertwining with the zither and Apos' melody. Life is but an extension of dreams, where within the hazy reverie, tears faintly shimmer. From whence do we come? And to where do we go? In the depths of our hearts lies the direction. The gentle breeze sighs softly in the realm of dreams. As the paths and people seem boundless, the bamboo flute and Apos' gestures transform once more. The right hand and Apos' index finger, along with the middle finger, forms a half circle, while the left hand and Apos' thumb, middle, and ring fingers simultaneously press the strings. The sound waves tremble, softening slightly, diminishing the sorrow woven within the melody of a Chinese ghost story, accompanied by the harmonious resonance of the guqin. The two could not help but join in a spontaneous duet for the final verse. On the earthly path, joyous are the youth, who amidst the rugged terrain behold the sunlight. In this mortal realm, how many directions lead to joy? A whisper akin to the winds and rains of dreams, the paths stretch on, ever vast. As the seamless song gradually fades into silence, the notes of the guqin linger, gracefully dissipating amidst a gentle hum, leaving behind an endless reverberation. Inine and Apos' eyes are as clear as a mirror, while the girl in white has begun to exhibit a hint of bewilderment. Even the most arduous roads are bathed in sunlight. Sister, your guqin piece is too melancholic. Why not play something more uplifting? With hands poised over the strings, Inine stands and smiles. The childlike innocence resurfaces, softening the elegance that envelopes him. The girl in white awakens from her confusion, pondering, what has come over me? I have never sung the final verse of Apos', a Chinese ghost story and Apos' before, yet today I did so unconsciously. Could it be his influence upon me? The winds inspire the cranes to dance, the breezes carry the light clouds, the phoenixes harmonize, the fallen petals flow with the water and Apos' currents. You employed 4 techniques to complete this piece, but is that sufficient to harmonize with the guqin? Yet, why must you let your music sway my emotions? The voice of the girl in white, though still hoarse, carries a crystalline clarity, her gaze fixed intensely upon Inine. Because I comprehend the sorrow embedded within your guqin piece. Inine finds himself perplexed as the chill emanating from the girl seems to deepen following the conclusion of the melody. Do you truly understand? Do you? With a cold huff, she lifts the guqin from the table and turns to depart backstage. As the sound of a bell tolls, a faint azure light flickers briefly within the auditorium. When Inine lifts his gaze, he discovers the stage has, unbeknownst to him, been graced by the presence of an elderly woman adorned in a flowing azure gown. She appears to be at least 60 or 70 years of age, holding a delicate bell in her left hand, while her right hand wields a bell mallet, evidently just having struck it. The sound of awakening, akin to a dream, resonates throughout the venue, captivating all, including the girl beside Inine and the teacher, Biji, seated in the corner. As the guqin's notes soared, they had already succumbed to its enchantment, and the majority were unaware of Inine's later involvement. For a moment, they remained ensnared in a dreamlike state, with only a few girls displaying clarity in their gazes, reflecting contemplations akin to those of Inine. Episode 2, Milan Magic Martial Academy Chapter 8, The Enrollment Turmoil. Today and Apos' examination concludes here. Those whose names I call should remain for enrollment, while the rest may leave and return next year. The elderly woman and Apos' voice was deep and devoid of emotion. In total, 11 names were pronounced, and those called wore expressions of delight, while those not called exited the hall with discontented looks. Inju was among the uncalled, yet he remained seated, pondering the words of the young woman in white who had played the zither before leaving. You, stand up and tell me your name. Hey, Director Nina is calling you. A girl beside Inju, possessing a jade-sounding chin, gently nudged him, bringing him back to reality. She was one of those who remained, and her gaze towards Inju now bore no astonishment, but rather a hint of something else. Inju instinctively stood up. I am you, Inju. Hello. Grandma Nina. Silence enveloped the hall, plunging it into an unexpected stillness. Am I really that old? The barely contained anger seemed poised to shatter the atmosphere. With a light chuckle, the attention of the 11 young women shifted entirely to the youth among them. Who doesn't he know that Nina, the head of the sound system. Detest being called old? Well, my grandfather says it and oppos. It's polite to call the elderly and oppos, grandma and oppos, when one sees them. You. Observing Inju and oppos, s bewildered expression. Nina nearly smashed the bell in her hand, yet when her gaze met his clear black eyes, she stifled her rage. Are you here to enroll in the sound system? Wow, a male sound master? It's rare for a man to choose this profession. How amusing. A petite girl, likely around 16 or 17, bounced over to him. Her curious eyes wide with disbelief. The other successful candidates soon gathered around. Hey, why did you choose to become a sound master? It seems no men ever opt for this rather marginal magic. With the fragrance of flowers surrounding him, Inshu, having learned a bit about the dynamics between genders from Anya, felt his cheeks flush as he was encircled by the girls. The maidenly fragrance lingered at his nostrils, and he distinctly sensed his heart racing, an unfamiliar sensation rendering him somewhat anxious. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, Is there anything wrong with being a sound master? How intriguing. Amidst the blossoms, a touch of green, such a handsome young boy. I believe I saw you playing the Chen earlier. Do you study music? The lively girl who had approached first asked excitedly. Inju nodded. Yes. Hello. I play the xiao. Inju's eyes brightened. The xiao was the only instrument that could harmonize perfectly with the Chen. How wonderful. He thought he must experience her xiao playing skills soon. After a brief silence, the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. I and Oppos am dying of laughter. She said she plays the xiao. You're not suggesting that she would play the xiao for this young boy, are you? Inju, utterly perplexed, responded. What's wrong with her playing the xiao for me? The laughter grew louder, and many young girls doubled over in mirth, developing a fondness for Inju and Oppos' innocent demeanor. Finding this first male student of the divine sound department quite entertaining, the short-haired girl suddenly realized her faux pas, her face flushing crimson in embarrassment, just like Inju and Oppos'. As she exclaimed, You are all so mischievous. All right, ladies, enough of the antics. Are you not concerned about frightening your future classmates? You will have plenty of opportunities to be together in the future. For now, let's proceed with registration. Bai Ji, suppressing her amusement, looked at the lively group of girls with a hint of envy. A decade ago, had she not also been carefree like them? Under Bai Ji and Oppos' guidance, a total of 12 new students from the Divine Sound Department, including Inju, exited the auditorium. Inju lingered at the back, observing the spirited girls, feeling a pleasant warmth in his heart, and thought to himself that his future at the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts should be quite promising. Hello. A gentle and somewhat shy voice spoke beside Inju. It was the girl who had sat next to him earlier, possessing a jade-like Chen. She stood at his chest height, her blue attire complemented by her soft, sky-blue eyes, evoking memories of Anya and Inju and Oppos' mind. However, this girl appeared far more innocent compared to Anya. Inju promptly replied, Hello, I borrowed your Chen for a moment. The girl quickly responded, It's no problem at all. You play the Chen beautifully, and your singing is wonderful too. You heard that? Inju exclaimed, astonished at her observation. Although he had not consciously controlled his emotions or magical energy, it was improbable for someone without a certain understanding of music and considerable mental acuity to perceive the nuances of his performance. Inju elaborated. It is indeed challenging for the Chen and Zheng to harmonize, but for a relatively short piece, with some techniques and varied fingerings, it can be accomplished. However, it is difficult for them to complement each other. One merely enhances the other. Lan Shi suddenly understood, so that is how it is. But without exceptional skill, it might be quite difficult, wouldn't it? Your Chen playing is so impressive. Could you teach me sometime? I am merely a novice at this point. Inju smiled. It's no trouble at all. I can't claim to be your teacher. I have much to learn myself. However, feel free to ask me any questions, as long as I know the answers. Thank you. You are truly kind. You didn't and Oppos' seem angry at all when they teased you earlier, Lan Shi said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Inju sighed. It's not that I wasn't upset. I just found some of their remarks rather puzzling. Lan Shi playfully stuck out her little tongue. You were quite bold earlier, calling Director Nia grandma. Did you not know she despises being called old? Fortunately, you play well. Otherwise, you might have had a hard time being selected. Inju was taken aback. Is that so? I had no idea. Lan Shi displayed a look of defeat. You don't know anything, do you? Surely. You researched the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts before coming for the examination? Please tell me you are not completely uninformed about this place. Inju nodded earnestly. I truly do not know. Lan Shi covered her mouth and exclaimed, Praise the enchanting Fa Lan. I never imagined you would actually manage to pass the examination. You have indeed been fortunate. Thankfully, you chose the sound magic department. Our cohort is relatively small, thus the elimination rate is somewhat lower. The other departments face a significantly higher attrition rate. Each year, at least 200,000 aspiring students apply to the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Yet the number of those admitted never exceeds 2,000, yielding a mere 1% acceptance rate. The academy is divided into northern and southern regions. The southern area is designated for warriors, encompassing all combat-related disciplines, while our northern sector is dedicated to magic, hosting various magical specialties. Regardless of whether one is in the southern or northern region, the teaching facilities are centrally located within the academy. The outer sections consist of specialized training grounds. Fortunately, the pathways between the teaching areas are relatively close. Otherwise, traversing from one location to another would be quite arduous. Today marks the final day for registration, with all disciplines convening together. As she spoke, Bai Ji led a group of 12 to a towering educational building. In front of the building stood numerous temporary stone platforms, all designated for the registration and fee collection of new students, irrespective of their major. Bai Ji waved her hand and said, "All right, everyone, feel free to proceed. Classes commence the day after tomorrow. After completing your registration, you may either rest in the dormitories assigned by the academy or take a stroll outside. But do remember to prioritize your safety." After saying this, she cast a glance at Inju among the girls before summoning her jade-horned steed and departing. "Look, the new female students from the sound magic department have arrived," someone exclaimed. Although the sound magicians are considered a niche profession at the Milan Academy, it is undeniable that nearly all the girls who choose this path are exceptionally beautiful. Instantly, the 11 stunning young women became the center of attention. The gazes of students from other departments, who were in the midst of their own registration, converged upon them. Wherever one goes, the allure of beauty is undeniably potent. The new students, who had been waiting in line, suddenly found themselves in disarray, with many eager to curry favor. "Come register here." The enchanting ladies of the sound magic department never need to wait in line. Immediately, several registration points were cleared, allowing the 11 beauties of the sound magic department to swiftly complete their registrations amidst the adoration of their peers. Inju, standing behind the beauties, was preparing to register himself when he was abruptly halted. "Hey, which department are you from? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Two tall male students blocked his path, glaring at him menacingly. Inju was taken aback and replied, "I am also from the sound magic department. Why can't I register?" "You from the sound magic department? You must be spinning a tale. What boy would ever choose sound magic?" scoffed one of the red-haired male students, showcasing his enormous fists. Inju's handsome visage often incited jealousy among male students, especially since he had arrived with the beautiful girls. "Who says there can't be boys in the sound magic department? I vouch for him. He is indeed one of us." A short-haired beauty, who had just completed her registration and claimed to be a flute player, suddenly appeared beside Inju. In an instant, the venue fell into a profound silence. Whether they were registering or vying for the attention of the enchanting girls from the divine sound department, all eyes were riveted upon Inju, rendering him the focal point of the gathering. The red-haired male student gazed blankly at Inju, astonished. Was he truly from the divine sound department? The short-haired beauty declared with pride, "Indeed. Do you think I, Xueling, would ever lie?" The expression on the male student and Appo's face shifted. He dashed towards Inju. Just as Inju braced himself for a reaction, the male student excitedly grasped his hand. "Idol, you must be an anomaly in the realm of courting, am I right? To attract the beauties of the divine sound department. You even resorted to self-harm to enter it. How admirable, truly admirable. Idol, please accept me as your apprentice. You must impart your romantic techniques to me." The crowd erupted in laughter, and in that moment, various gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and disdain fell upon Inju. From this instant onward, he was adorned with titles such as the first male of the divine sound department and the Cupid of this realm, transforming him into the focal point of the new students and even a celebrity within the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Inju shook off the student and Appo's hand, frowning as he inquired, "Self-harm? Why would I resort to such measures? Is it true that there have been no boys in the divine sound department?" Without hesitation, the red-haired student replied, "Of course. Since the establishment of the Milan Magic Martial Academy for centuries, you are undoubtedly the first and only one of your kind. Idol, I admire your spirit of sacrifice. How did I not realize this earlier? I am Faiskila from the swordsman department. You must remember me. Since you are from the divine sound department, hurry and register. As he spoke, he thought to himself, observing that the lad seemed quite naive. It would be wise to cultivate a friendship with him, fearing he might monopolize all the beauties of the divine sound department. The corners of his mouth curled into a lecherous grin at the thought, with Schwelling confirming Inju and Appos' affiliation with the divine sound department. No one dared to impede him any further. 100 gold coins, declared a stern-faced teacher from behind the desk, his icy tone reminiscent of winter. What? So expensive? Inju stared, dumbfounded, as he retrieved his entire fortune of 10 gold coins from the ring gifted by Anya. Teacher, this is all I possess. Although he had anticipated high tuition fees, he never imagined they would be so exorbitant. 100 gold coins, enough to cover the expenses of a typical family for several years. Yet merely a semester's tuition here. What business do you have at the Milan Magic Martial Academy without money? This is merely tuition and accommodation costs. Additional fees for magical materials and venue usage will be charged separately. Since you lack funds, be on your way. The teacher waved dismissively at Inju, as if shooing away a fly. I thought those who dared to criticize our mercenary group were impressive. But it turns out you are just a fool who can Appos, to even afford tuition. The previously queuing crowd parted, and a pink figure came into view. This person was none other than the S-rank mercenary and Appos' magical girl whom Inju had encountered earlier at the mercenary guild. At this moment, she was steadily advancing towards Inju, while the students registering nearby made way for her, clearly recognizing her presence. I am not an imbecile. Inju spoke in a low voice. The young girl scoffed, coming to Milan Magic Martial Academy without a tuition fee, and choosing the sound division, Arin and Appos. To you a fool? A pauper daring to criticize our violet mercenary corps? I suggest you leave this place quickly. Milan Magic Martial Academy does not welcome the impoverished. You. Inju glared angrily, stepping forward with his left foot, his right fist clenched tightly, suppressing the rage within. I do not strike women. Haha. The girl laughed heartily. What a joke. You intend to strike me? A mere scarlet-level mage? If you cannot pay your tuition, get lost. Do not let your presence irritate me. Her words dripped with disdain. Who says he cannot pay his tuition? I have covered it. A chilling voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd. Another path opened among the throng, revealing a tall figure gradually coming into view, a girl in a flowing white dress, exuding an eerie coldness. It was the same girl who had performed alongside Inju in the auditorium. Her black hair still veiled her left side, as she approached Inju, tossing a ruby coin onto the table. This is his tuition, she stated to the teacher in charge of registration. Ruby coins were seldom circulated in the market. Reserved solely for the nobility, 1 ruby coin was equivalent to 100 gold coins. Ocean, it's you. Once again, you oppose me, the young sorceress exclaimed angrily. Roland. I am not opposing you. I simply cannot bear to see you bully our new student from the sound division, Ocean replied, her voice retaining its icy tone. Yet, a warm feeling surged within Inju. Her somewhat pallid complexion appeared even more regal. Roland pointed at Inju and declared, very well, you may pass this time. However, if you are a man, we shall meet on the arena 3 days hence for the freshman competition. Otherwise, you should make sure to avoid me in the future. At this point, she paused, her eyes gleaming with mockery as she feigned realization. Oh, I almost forgot, you are from the sound division. It seems you never participate in the freshman competition, given your lack of offensive capabilities. I will participate, Inju blurted out impulsively, accepting Roland's challenge without hesitation. Ocean furrowed her brow, murmuring, do not act rashly. I will participate, Inju reiterated resolutely, his gaze unwavering. Though I am unaware of what the freshman competition entails, I accept your challenge. At this moment, he recalled his grandfather's words from his childhood when he first learned the bamboo combat chi. One should not possess arrogance, yet one must embody a strong spirit. As a descendant of the bamboo clan, he needed to uphold a spine as upright as bamboo itself. Roland snorted, fine. I shall see if you can even encounter me in the arena. You probably won and Appos. T survived the first match and will end up bedridden, or perhaps you won T even qualify to compete. After saying this, she cast a glance at Ocean beside Inju, seemingly unwilling to confront her, and turned away. Observing Roland and Appos' retreating figure, Inju and Appos' eyes reflected a contemplative glimmer. In that moment, he appeared to have matured somewhat. Are you truly planning to participate in the freshman competition? That is not an event for our sound masters. Schwelling remarked, a hint of anxiety in her tone. Inju nodded affirmatively at Schwelling. Yes, I shall partake. My grandfather once said that a man must never retreat in the face of adversity. Schwelling gazed at Inju in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes seemingly enriched with a newfound emotion, and she smiled. Very well. Count me in as well. And I too, I shall assist you. Came the timid voice of Lan Shi, a recent acquaintance of Inju. Haiyang remained calm and unperturbed, noting that the freshman competition was seemingly led by a senior from the same department. As Haiyang strolled outward, she remarked, I am merely lending you a hand. It must be returned. She departed, yet both her zither and her presence left an indelible impression upon Inju and Appo's heart. Here are your school uniform and dormitory keys. Your dormitory is in mixed area 623. The teacher in charge of registration appeared disinterested, barely glancing at Inju as he thrust the items into his hands. Mixed area 623? Where might that be? Inju inquired, somewhat bewildered. Both Schwelling and Lan Shi shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. I know the way. Allow me to guide you, Fei Si Che La volunteered. Thank you kindly, Inju replied, his spirits lifted. The earlier disturbance caused by Roland had dissipated entirely. To him, it seemed that there were indeed more good-hearted individuals within the academy. Then, shall we meet tomorrow? Don't be late for class, Schwelling said warmly. Waving goodbye to Inju, Lan Shi, more reserved, merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. With the flurry of registration behind them, the freshmen continued their orderly enrollment. Fei Si Che La patted Inju on the back, suggesting, let us run. It will be swifter that way. They emerged from the crowd, with Fei Si Che La setting off at a steady pace. Though his speed was not particularly rapid, his long strides lent him a commendable velocity. Inju matched his pace and queried, Fei Si Che La, where is the mixed area? Is it far? Fei Si Che La chuckled. It seems the registration teacher assigned you to the mixed area because she perceived you as lacking funds. However, had you been a female student, you could have gone directly to the sound master's dormitory. Unfortunately, as the top male student in the sound department, it would be appropriate for you to reside with the girls. The mixed area has become a residence for work-study students, comprising individuals who reside there under less favorable conditions. Although most students at Milan Magic Martial Academy hail from noble backgrounds, those with inherent talent can still manage to pursue a work-study arrangement even in financial straits. Inju's eyes brightened at this revelation, so I might also be able to do so. Fei Si Che La responded, of course, but you must seek out the work opportunities yourself. By the way, do you genuinely intend to participate in the freshman competition? Inju nodded earnestly, indeed. However, could you enlighten me about what the freshman competition entails? Fei Si Che La stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, utterly astonished. Surely not. You dare accept the challenge from that little sorceress, Roland, without even knowing what the freshman competition is? You truly live up to the title of my idol. Though he spoke otherwise, his gaze towards Inju resembled that of someone looking at a fool. Inju, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, I come from Arcadia and am quite unfamiliar with everything here. Faiskila responded, indeed. Each year, after admitting new students, the Academy hosts a freshman competition to assess their overall capabilities. Those who achieve noteworthy ranks in the competition are likely to receive focused training from the Academy. Additionally, there are monetary rewards for the top 3 placements. How wonderful, exclaimed Inju, as the prospect of earning money thrilled him. He was in dire need of funds, not to mention the 100 gold coins owed to Haiyang, along with the expenses for his future living. Faiskila rolled his eyes. Oh, do you think it is that easy to secure a position? The freshman competition is categorized by academic disciplines. Each discipline will send forth their strongest teams to compete, necessitating a preliminary selection process within each discipline lasting 3 days. The top 4 individuals, along with 1 senior from the previous year, will represent their discipline in the actual competition. The disciplines will face off against each other through a draw, with our warriors comprising a total of 17 disciplines, while you mages have 9. Furthermore, your sound masters do not even constitute a complete discipline. They are merely a small branch under the mental arts, following a round-robin format. The best 2 disciplines from both warriors and mages will progress to the finals. After a series of eliminations, the ultimate champion will be determined. The students who are able to study at Milan's Magic and Martial Arts Academy are nearly all elite. Rising above such a multitude is exceedingly challenging. Historically, the sound department has never participated in the freshman competition. In contrast, the mental arts have been quite popular, with fresh cohorts making it to the finals for 3 consecutive years. The little sorceress Roland, for instance, is the granddaughter of the head of the Violet family, a prodigious wind magic practitioner who, at the tender age of 16, has already reached the intermediate level of the yellow tier, marking her as one of the outstanding newcomers. As for your sound department, not only is it improbable to compete, but it might even be difficult to muster 5 participants. Although the situation sounded rather complex, Inju's memory was exceptionally sharp, and he committed the details of the competition to memory. He couldn't help but feel a sense of difficulty. While participating alone wouldn't be an issue, the necessity of 5 participants posed a significant challenge. Was being a soundmaster truly so inconsequential? Just moments ago, Schwelling, Lan Shi, and Hai Yang had shown willingness to support him in the competition, yet aside from Hai Yang, the mental prowess of Schwelling and Lan Shi was evidently lacking, not to mention they still needed one more person. It was no wonder Roland had regarded him with such disdain. Participating in this freshman competition was indeed a formidable task. No matter what, he resolved to compete, even if it meant going alone. With that thought in mind, he inquired, Faiskila, what are the rules for the competition? There are 3 options to choose from, decided through mutual agreement between the competing parties. One option is best of 5. Another is a direct team battle, 5 versus 5. The final option allows the winning team to continue competing from the first match onward until they are defeated. If one possesses sufficient strength, they may even face consecutive challenges from the opponent. However, victory could only be claimed by defeating all of the opponent and Oppos as students. Well, that would be the best approach. Upon hearing the last method, Yuanzhu felt a sense of calm settle within him. This matter was his own. He would handle it alone. At worst, he would defeat his adversaries one by one. At that moment, he remained unaware of the formidable strength his opponents would possess. The Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy was indeed vast. It took the 2 of them more than half an hour to run from the registration area to the mixed dormitory. To phase Chella and Oppos' astonishment, even he found himself slightly out of breath, while Yuanzhu appeared utterly unfazed, his expression unchanged. This is it, room 623. Phase Chella indicated one of the small houses. Sure enough, a sign reading room 623 hung above the door. Thank you, Phase Chella. Yuanzhu expressed his gratitude. Phase Chella chuckled and replied, no need for thanks. If you ever have any events with the lovely ladies from your department, be sure to invite me. All right. Yuanzhu responded instinctively, not fully grasping the underlying implication in Phase Chella's words. Once Phase Chella departed, Yuanzhu entered room 623. Unlocking the door with his key, as he stepped into his future dormitory, he noticed a slender figure busily tidying up. As a work-study dorm, the space was rather meager. There was a bathroom barely large enough for one, and the sitting area could only accommodate 2 people comfortably. The bedroom, furnished with 2 beds and a table, left little room to spare. The slender figure was diligently cleaning, moving with remarkable efficiency, clad in simple yet clean gray clothing. He stood at about Yuanzhu and Oppos' chest level. The oversized attire was evidently not tailored for him. His small hands were nimble, and despite the cramped quarters of room 623, he had managed to clean most of the space quite thoroughly. Hello, Yuanzhu greeted the slender figure. Upon hearing the entrance, the individual turned to face him. A handsome yet somewhat pallid visage appeared before Yuanzhu, with brown hair cascading over his shoulders and large, expressive eyes that sparkled with intelligence. However, his slight frame and unhealthy complexion suggested malnutrition. When he first laid eyes on Yuanzhu, he stood frozen, completely oblivious to the cloth that slipped from his grasp. Believing he had startled the other, Yuanzhu quickly reassured him, I also reside in this dorm. Are we roommates? The slender student finally came to his senses and hastily responded, yes. It's a small place, please come in. As he bent down to retrieve the fallen cloth, a flicker of surprise danced in his intelligent eyes. Yuanzhu walked into the bedroom, finding it empty of any luggage. He placed the school uniform he had just received on an unoccupied bed. Hello, I am Yuanzhu, he introduced himself, extending his hand toward the slender student. Hello, you can call me Sula, he replied, his gaze drawn to Yuanzhu's hand. Your hand. Sula grasped Yuanzhu and Oppos' hand and immediately noticed that he had only 4 fingers. Yuanzhu nonchalantly replied, it's nothing, I was born this way. I only have 8 fingers. As he spoke, he extended his other hand and waved it in front of Sula. Fortunately, it was just his pinky finger that was missing, which did not hinder him in any significant way. Sula offered a faint smile and inquired, what is your major? Yuanzhu responded, I am from the Divine Sound Department. The Divine Sound Department? You are a Divine Sound Master? Sula gazed at him in astonishment. Yuanzhu managed a wry smile and said, Why does everyone seem so surprised when I mention I'm from the Divine Sound Department? Sula chuckled. It's likely that anyone would be astonished to see a man pursuing such a niche profession. After all, it is rather unconventional. Inju laughed and replied, You are quite considerate. They often say that divine sound masters are akin to a superfluous magic. Oh, you've been diligent. The dormitory is spotless. Is there anything else you need help with? Sula shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, I can manage. The space is so small. However, I must admit it was quite dirty when I arrived. How about this? Just give me a silver coin to settle it. A silver coin? Yuanzhu was taken aback. Sula smiled awkwardly and explained, Indeed, in this world, everything costs money, and I put in considerable effort to clean this place up. Realizing the situation, Yuanzhu observed Sula's malnourished appearance but chose not to comment further. He took out a tenth of his wealth, a gold coin, and handed it to Sula, saying, This is all I have. I don't possess any silver coins. Sula eagerly snatched the gold coin from Inju and Appos' palm. His eyes sparkling with fascination and greed. Gold coins were certainly more desirable. Then it and Appos' settled. I'll take charge of the dormitory cleaning from now on. Consider this payment for 3 months' work, shall we? Also, since you are a work-study student as well, why not forego the cafeteria and prepare our meals here in the dormitory? I am quite an excellent cook, you know. You only need to give me 3 gold coins a month. It's unlikely that 10 gold coins would suffice for a month in the cafeteria. As he spoke, he excitedly held up 3 fingers. All right then. Yuanzhu produced 3 gold coins and handed them to Sula. Sula, what is your profession? Me? I'm from the assassin department, which is also considered a niche field. With my physique, is there a more suitable role than that of an assassin? Assassin? Inju couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Sula. He had heard from his grandfather that being an assassin is an exceedingly challenging profession, relying on offense rather than defense, utilizing stealth and special abilities to achieve their goals. When they strike, it is either a fatal blow to their opponent or their own demise. Sula and Appos' slender and agile form indeed suited this vocation well. Will your department be participating in the freshman competition? Sula looked at Inju in disbelief. What are you joking about? Where would you see an assassin openly competing in a ring? That would hardly be an assassin and Appos' way. Please don't tell me you intend to participate. Inju nodded yes. I have already decided to take part. Chapter 9. The Treasures of the Divine Sound System. Part 1. Praise be to the Divine. Are you unwell? Sula extended his small hand to touch Inju and Appos' forehead. His fingers were long and cool, providing a soothing sensation against Inju and Appos' skin. Do you not have faith in me either? The divine sound masters are not entirely useless, Inju stated earnestly. Unfortunately, my lute and spatial ring were lost along the way. Otherwise, I would serenade you with a melody. A peculiar glint flickered in Sula's eyes as he sighed. What a pity. Well, you must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal for you, allowing you to savor my culinary skills and prove that your 3 gold coins were not spent in vain. With that, he swiftly dashed out. Indeed, Sula moved with remarkable speed, and in no time, lunch was ready, 2 dishes accompanied by steamed buns. The dishes were simple greens, devoid of any meat. Yet Inju was pleasantly surprised to discover that Sula and Appos' cooking was exquisite. The ordinary vegetables were transformed into a feast for the senses. Having grown up on bamboo shoots, Inju naturally favored lighter fare and found the meal exceptionally delightful. Thus, the illustrious lute emperor, Yuanzhu, shared his first lunch with the Shadow King, Sula. Unbeknownst to Inju, news of the divine sound system and Appos' participation in the freshman competition had spread like wildfire, making him a well-known figure throughout the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The following morning, Inju rose early from his slumber. Sula had vanished, leaving behind a bun and a bowl of porridge, evidently prepared for his breakfast. Although simple, the meal warmed his heart, despite Sula and Appos' slight obsession with wealth. He was quite proficient in both cleaning and cooking. The expenditure of those 3 gold coins was indeed worthwhile. Stretching his body, Inju allowed his fighting energy to flow gently, a comforting sensation coursing through every meridian. His practice of cultivating fighting energy and meditation simultaneously during the night had become habitual. He touched his right wrist and murmured to himself, Thankfully, it hasn't been lost. Through his conversation with Sula the previous day, Inju learned that the red and white stripes on the school uniform held significance. A pair of red and white stripes signified a first-year student, and the Milan Academy operated on a 5-year system. Naturally, students must pass exams each semester to advance, Otherwise, they would remain in their current grade and repeat the year. Graduates of the Milan Academy are expected to possess at least a high-level yellow grade. The uniform was crafted from fine materials, and when Inju donned it, he exuded an air of elegance and vigor. The academy was quite accommodating. Upon receiving his uniform, Inju had also been given a campus map, which proved invaluable in locating the Divine Sound System's premises. From the mixed dormitory area to the Divine Sound System, Inju had run for nearly an hour. He didn't mind, considering it a form of exercise. The Divine Sound System was situated in a prime location within the Milan Academy, housed in a charming, four-story white building that was both elegant and refined. On the left side of the building lies a serene lake, approximately 1,000 square meters in size, surrounded by lush vegetation, with only a few pathways leading from various directions to the main structure. Behind the main building is the dormitory for the Department of Divine Sound, where exquisite white villas stand in charming elegance. However, one must pay a substantial accommodation fee to reside here, which is exceedingly steep. Inju gazed out of the second-floor window, spotting Inju sprinting towards her from afar. According to the map she held, within this four-story building, the first floor was dedicated to the teaching of mental magic, while the remaining 3 floors housed classrooms for students. Upon entering the academic building, Inju immediately perceived it as a palace rather than a mere academy. The opulent decorations, adorned with an abundance of plants, exuded a refined charm rather than vulgarity. Although it was not yet class time, the melodious strains of instruments could be heard emanating from within. What a splendid place! No wonder it comes at such a high price, Inju mused to herself. Indeed, throughout the continent, it is well known that the tuition fees at Milan Magic Martial Academy are as lofty as the quality of education it provides. Greetings, Director Nina. Oh, no. Director Nina, Inju corrected herself, having learned from her previous experiences. Nina huffed, reminding her that she ought to be mindful of her words within the academy. I heard you accepted a challenge from a new student of the Wind System yesterday. Are you participating in the upcoming freshman competition? Inju nodded affirmatively. Do you feel confident? Nina's eyes gleamed with curiosity. What makes you think you can succeed? I am a divine sound master, and I shall rely on my musical magic, Inju replied, her gaze clear and unwavering. Nina pondered for a moment, then conceded. Very well, follow me. She led Inju directly to the second floor, where the first-year students' classroom was located. The classroom was spacious, capable of accommodating 40 students. Yet this year and Appos, freshman cohort, including Inju, numbered merely 12. Although the students had gathered, the room still felt somewhat vacant. Nina gestured for Inju to take a seat. Without hesitation, she chose to sit beside Lanshi, causing the latter to blush. In truth, her choice was not driven by any particular affection for Lanshi, but rather because they both shared a common interest in music, and she herself lacked an instrument. Standing at the podium, Nina surveyed the faces of the new students, and the classroom fell silent. First and foremost, as the head of the Department of Divine Sound, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. Regardless of your reasons for choosing this department, now that you are here, I hope you will commit yourselves to your studies in the days to come. Formal classes will commence in a week. As you are all undoubtedly aware of the impending freshman competition, which will take place in 3 days. While other departments are engaged in selecting candidates for the competition, we in the Department of Divine Sound are an exception. However, Inju has already registered on behalf of our department, and I would like to know who is willing to join her in this endeavor. If we do not have 5 participants, our department will be disqualified from the competition altogether. I am willing. Snowling was the first to raise her hand, followed by Lanshi, who also expressed his intent to participate. A faint smile emerged on Nina's aged visage. Good, we still need 2 more. Director Nina. Senior Ocean mentioned yesterday that she would bring us to participate in the competition. We only need 1 more person. Nina gazed at the speaker, Shuling, with a hint of surprise. Ocean is joining as well? Very well, we still need 1 more. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. Noticing the absence of further comments, Nina spoke softly. Our sound division has always been the foremost department at Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. However, behind this title lies the murmurs of many who deem us as mere useless mages, since it was student Inju who proposed our participation in the freshman competition. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you all will uphold the dignity of the sound division. For every participant, I shall present a musical instrument and 300 gold coins on behalf of the sound division. Director Nina, please don't. Inju exclaimed mournfully, inadvertently touching a nerve with Nina. Very well, I've made my decision. If you cannot lead the sound division to victory this time, your tuition will be doubled henceforth. Ah? Inju realized how fearsome Nina truly was. Adhering to the principle of avoiding further trouble, she grimaced and fell silent. Shuling chuckled softly from the side. You look adorable when you and Amp, Oppos, re in a bind. Inju sighed in resignation. Adorable doesn't and Amp, Oppos, T quite fit a description for a man. At that moment, from the back of the classroom, a girl stood up. Director Nina, I will participate as well. She was a tall and striking beauty, seemingly older than Shuling and Lanchi, exuding an air of nobility tinged with pride. Beneath her uniform, her long legs were particularly eye-catching. In a hushed tone, Lanchi leaned towards Inju. Her name is Peacock. Her instrument is the pipa, apparently of high crimson rank, stronger than both me and Shuling. Just now, Director Nina claimed that our sound division is the top department at Milan Academy. Is that really true? Arin and Oppos, T the other divisions always saying we are useless? Lanchi chuckled softly. It is true, but it refers to our status rather than our strength. At our peak, the sound division once boasted 9 princesses from various nations, granting us the highest status among all divisions. This title of and Oppos, First Division and Oppos, is indeed well-deserved. Ah, and what about you? What is your status? Lanchi replied mysteriously. That and Oppos, that's not something to inquire about. The identities of every student in the sound division are kept confidential. After all, the relationships among the nations on the continent are not particularly harmonious. Here, we are merely students. Director Nina clapped her hands and declared. In the days leading up to the official classes, the others may arrange their activities freely, but you 4 will come with me. Nina led them to the first floor and Amp, Oppos, mental magic classroom. It was a spacious room with 100 seats, its walls constructed from special materials. To excel in your craft, one must first sharpen their tools. I have brought you here to select some equipment. This is the sound division's first participation in the freshman competition, and we cannot afford to fail. At this point, Nina appeared somewhat melancholic, letting out a sigh. Perhaps, we in the sound division should not have been categorized within the realm of magic at all. Almost every student has arrived here driven by a profound passion for music. Despite our apparent lack of aggression, we are considered the foremost department of the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Yet the attitude of students and teachers from other departments towards us has always been one of disdain. Although the incident instigated by Yi Inju was fortuitous, I intend to utilize this opportunity to demonstrate to the other departments that our Divine Sound Department is not devoid of merit. You bear the honor of the Divine Sound Department. Lanchi hesitated, saying, But, Director Nina, can we truly emerge victorious? Our magical music, Nina interrupted her. Speaking with a calm demeanor, for a long time, many have believed that Divine Sound Masters are utterly ineffectual. In truth, they are mistaken. A true Divine Sound Master possesses immeasurable strength, arguably the most formidable among mental mages. The difficulty of cultivation has concealed this secret from most. On the continent, there once existed a Divine Sound Master who, single-handedly, defeated 6 mages from other departments. To put it succinctly, apart from mental mages. Our Divine Sound Masters are nearly the nemesis of all other mages. Who among you can elucidate the essence of a Divine Sound Master? The peacock replied. To evoke resonance through the infusion of spiritual power within music. Nina affirmed, precisely. Through our music, spiritual power can be released over a vast area. The Divine Sound Master stands as the only type of mage whose magic is entirely area-based, and music permeates all barriers. Impervious to any form of defense unless one distances themselves from the sound's reach. Provided we possess sufficient spiritual power, we can manipulate our opponent's emotions through music, rendering the outcome of the battle unequivocal. In equivalent standings, only the spiritual power of mental mages can rival ours, while mages from other departments stand no chance. Yi Inju, can you identify the shortcomings of the Divine Sound Master? It lies in the duration of the performance, Yi Inju replied. Typically, a Divine Sound Master and Oppos' music only begins to take effect after 1/3 of the piece has been performed, compared to the incantations and instantaneous spells of other mages. This is rather slow. This was a sentiment originally expressed to her by Qin Shang, which Yi Inju recalled with clarity. Now it was Nina and Amp, Oppos' turn to be surprised. 1/3. Your assertion is imprecise. It should be after 1/2 before it can exert its influence, unless one possesses strength at the green level or above. Little did she know. As a practitioner of the pure-hearted zither, Yi Inju's melodies indeed required only 1/3 of the performance to yield results. In the freshman competition, The participants selected from each department generally possess magical proficiency ranging from advanced red level to beginner yellow level. The leading seniors from the previous year would not exceed the advanced yellow level. Hence, if you can resolve the timing issue of the performance, and with Hai Yang's guidance, you stand a substantial chance. Even mages who are 1 or 2 ranks above Hai Yang would find it challenging to surpass her in spiritual power. Therefore, in this competition, you will need to engage your opponents in team battles. Your collective task is to restrain your opponents until Hai Yang's music can take effect, ensuring they cannot interfere with her. In Nina's eyes, a flicker of brilliance shone forth. It was evident that she had meticulously devised her tactics long before. No, I shall not serve as mere cannon fodder. As a noble sound mage, I refuse to be reduced to such a role. The peacock puffed her proud chest, conceding that her figure was indeed the finest among the new students. Nina furrowed her brow. Do you truly believe you surpassed the ocean? Peacock, if you cannot prioritize the team and Oppo's victory above all else, then you ought not to participate in this new student competition. An invisible authority emanated from her, causing the proud peacock to falter momentarily. Nina approached the podium, standing before the wall adorned with a magical hexagram, extending her right hand to press upon its center. A series of deep, rhythmic chants filled the air, yet Yi Zhu and her companions could not discern the content of Nina and Oppo's incantation. A vivid azure light radiated from her hand, instantly saturating the hexagram in a brilliant blue hue. This was unmistakably a hallmark of a mid-tier magus. To cultivate a sound mage to such an extent was a rarity across the continent, accompanied by a melodious tune that resonated throughout the classroom. The hexagram before Nina silently parted, unveiling a wide corridor that extended downward at a slant. Yi Zhu and her companions, astonished, followed Nina into this uncharted territory. Along the corridor and Oppo's ceiling, every 10 meters, a milky white magical orb was embedded, emitting a gentle luminescence. The air here was notably dry, devoid of any oppressive sensation despite the descent toward the earth. The door swung inward, revealing a chamber of approximately 50 square meters. Aside from the entrance, the 3 remaining walls were adorned with numerous compartments, crafted from an unknown material, seamlessly merging with the walls. The left wall housed an array of instruments, their ancient styles hinting at their long history. The right wall displayed magical robes, wands, and even magical armor and weaponry. The wall opposite the entrance boasted the most compartments, filled with gemstones and magical stones. A nearly viscous wave of potent magical energy emanated from the hundreds of gems, transforming the space into a veritable treasure trove. Except for Yi Zhu, the trio of Lan Shi, Xueling, and Peacock were immediately captivated by the gemstones before them, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Even the proud Peacock could not conceal her enchantment. Yuan Zhu and Oppo's gaze, however, was drawn to the left side, where he spotted a singular instrument, the only loot within the sound mage and Oppo's treasure trove. Its chestnut-colored lacquer and flowing patterns exuded an air of aloofness, positioned centrally among the instruments, while the others stood at a respectful distance, akin to subjects surrounding their sovereign. Unconsciously, Yi Zhu overlooked the presence of others, stepping closer to the ancient lute as if something intangible tugged at his heart. As he approached, he discerned the faint azure glow of its strings and the 13 inlays of pearls that adorned it, resembling 13 miniature moons harmoniously resting upon the instrument. It was strikingly similar, almost too similar to be mere coincidence. It was astonishingly identical to the way he had first arrived here, equally untempted by the allure of jewels. His discerning gaze solely fixated upon the zither. Nina's silhouette emerged before Yuan Zhu, obstructing his view. With the zither's presence vanished, Yuan Zhu abruptly awakened from his trance. He beheld Nina's vacant stare. A purple long flute fell into her hands, exuding a subtle chill from its body. Nina murmured to herself, "The long fragrance drifts away, clouds fly without a trace, the melody of birds weeps at the slender fingertips." Gazing into the distant horizon, it is the sea moonlight dyed by longing, an indelible scene etched within the heart, perhaps even a trace of sorrow that lingers like an unfinished drink. The bright moon and Oppo's azure gleam piles up, inadvertently filling the brow and heart with thoughts unbidden. This night, the flute remains. The purple jade flute stands tall alongside the jade string pearls. Yet where are you now? A mournful sound from the flute, tinged with a hint of resentment and boundless yearning, reverberated through the air, lingering for an eternity. A cerulean radiance, centered around Nina, instantaneously illuminated the entire treasure vault. Tears silently cascaded down Nina's face. Almost simultaneously, the three girls, previously entranced by the brilliance of the jewels, collapsed to the ground. Their eyes filled with anguish as uncontrolled tears streamed down their cheeks, their hearts seemingly torn apart by the desolate sound of the flute. Yuinshu fared no better. His spiritual power fell vastly short of Nina and Apos, and being in closest proximity allowed him to most acutely perceive her current emotional state. An indescribable pain filled his heart, rendering his complexion pallid. Fortunately, the purity of his zither's heart sustained him from succumbing to the flute's melody. He bit his tongue sharply, rousing his muddled mind. As a pale yellow glow enveloped his body, in one swift motion, Yi Inju circled around Nina, propelled by fantastical steps, the dark red light flaring up. As both hands brushed across the 7 azure strings of the zither, a cascade of clear and resonant notes intertwined with a swirling echo, forcefully interrupting the next impending note of the flute. Nina felt a lightness in her mind, realizing what she had just done, in her moment of emotional tumult. She had unleashed an explosive sound. If it caused irreversible mental trauma to these young girls, it would be troublesome. The explosive sound, a sudden eruption of sonic waves, possessed acute penetrating power, akin to the instantaneous magic of other elemental mages. It was a skill only attainable by sound mages upon reaching the green level. Yuinju was still a tier away from employing explosive sound. Hastily retracting her purple jade flute, she hurried to the 3 girls' side, gently releasing a wave of spiritual energy to assess their condition through her touch. Releasing a sigh of relief, Nina and Apos, as previously tense countenance softened considerably, fortunately. The foundational spiritual strength of these 3 girls was commendable, coupled with Yuinju's timely interruption of her explosive sound. Although they had experienced a certain degree of mental shock, the situation was manageable, and they would recover after a brief rest. Suddenly turning around, Nina and Apos' gaze sharpened. Yuinju, tell me, what is your relationship with Qin Shang? At this moment, Inju and Apos' mental strength had only just begun to recover after a violent upheaval, leaving him momentarily bewildered. You need not disguise it any longer. With my Azure tier mental prowess, if you were not practicing the same string magic as Qin Shang, it would be utterly impossible for you to withstand such a force with mere Crimson tier strength. No wonder you could remain unscathed amidst the ocean and Apos' melody and even perform alongside her. It appears you are akin to that rogue, possessing a magical aptitude represented not by the 3rd tier, but by the 9th. Grandfather Qin is not a rogue, Inju retorted, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Unbeknownst to him, the guqin he had just played had found its way into his embrace, and the profound connection he felt with the instrument made it impossible for him to relinquish it. Grandfather Qin, are you his grandson? Nina and Apos' complexion paled dramatically, her body swaying as if she might collapse. Inju shook his head, replying, No, I am Grandfather Qin and Apos' disciple. Nina paused, her expression softening slightly. Did he send you to find me? Where is Xian? She inquired urgently, advancing towards Inju, her breathing noticeably uneven. Lost. Inju recounted the unfortunate incident of how his generosity towards a beggar had resulted in his spatial ring being stolen. Rogue. If I find out who that thief is, I will have his head. Nina seethed, her words tumbling forth in a torrent of rage, as she recalled the explosive sound she had just unleashed. Inju came to understand why the female students held her in such fear. After a considerable time, Nina's tumultuous emotions began to settle, and she glared at Inju, stating, After all these years, he does not come to find me himself, but sends you instead. What does he mean by this? I thought he had forgotten me long ago. Why did he send you? Was it for this Highway Qing guqin? Inju shook his head in confusion, replying, I do not know. Grandfather Qin merely instructed me to deliver a message. He did not specify its purpose. Perhaps he wishes for me to attend as a student. A jest. Does he not teach himself? With his level of divine sound mastery, does he truly need to send you here to learn? Nina and Apos' expression shifted rapidly, her emotions fluctuating violently as she eyed the Highway Qing guqin in Inju and Apos' hands, lost in thought. Nina, are you all right? Inju tentatively inquired. Oh, I apologize. Director Nina, I misspoke. Surprisingly, this time Nina did not erupt due to his calling her and Apos' grandmother and Apos'. Instead, a faint blush appeared upon her aged visage. You may call me Granny Nina from now on. Is he, well? Quite well. Although sometimes I find Grandfather Qin lost in thought. Yet, for the most part, he is with me, teaching me to play the guqin. Is he married? Nina and Apos' question emerged with a hint of shyness. Inju shook his head. I do not know. But for over a decade, Grandfather Chen has been alone. Nina exhaled a breath of relief, but soon her expression turned grim again. That scoundrel. Not married, yet still fails to seek me out. Am I truly that terrifying? A rogue, an absolute rogue. Tell me, where is he? Granny Nina, I cannot say. As I departed, Grandpa Chen specifically instructed me not to disclose his whereabouts to anyone who inquired. The anger on Nina and Appo's face dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. My dear, do tell me where your master is. If you reveal this to me, I shall gift you this exquisite highway Qing Wei guqin. What do you say? It is one of the finest instruments of our time, no less remarkable than those you have misplaced. I did not part with it even when your master requested it from me. With a reluctant glance at the guqin in her arms, Yuanju took a deep breath and presented it to Nina, stating, Then I shall decline. I cannot go against Grandpa Chen and Appo's words. You foolish little rascal raised by that scoundrel, Nina exclaimed, angrily snatching the guqin from him. Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration illuminated her mind, and the fury in her eyes vanished. Ah, Qin Shang, you claimed you would not seek me out? Very well. Your disciple is here. If you do not appear, I shall keep him here and see if you come. With this realization, Nina and Appo's thoughts became lively as she scrutinized Inju. What level have you attained in your guqin magic? Speak freely. I am an old friend of your Grandpa Chen, and I am nearly aware of all matters concerning him. The levels of practice you undertake differ from those of ordinary sound masters, divided into 3 parts, each comprising 9 tiers, correct? Yi Inju nodded, convinced of Nina's understanding of his abilities and her connection to Qin Shang. Grandpa Chen mentioned that I am on the verge of reaching the initial level of Appo's sword and heart in harmony. Appo's. However, breaking through this bottleneck requires both opportunity and time. On the brink of achieving Appo's sword and heart in harmony and Appo's? Nina gasped internally. So, you currently possess the equivalent prowess of a high-tier yellow-level soundmaster? It seems so. Haha. This is truly splendid. Heaven has granted me such a fortuitous opportunity, I cannot let it slip away. Humph. You other old-timers from different systems shall witness what it truly means to be a sound master. The upcoming freshman competition will undoubtedly tremble under the might of our sound department. As she spoke, she once again placed the highway Qing Wei guqin into Yuanju and Appo's hands. What portion of your Grandpa Chen and Appo's skills have you mastered? Nina inquired. I am unsure. Grandpa Chen says I still have much to learn. Nina, you seem rather emotionally volatile. Such behavior is not conducive for a sound master. Nina scoffed, replying, My matters are none of your concern. How ridiculous. That little wind element girl dared to provoke you yesterday, unaware that you are the true genius. To reach high-tier yellow-level sound master at merely 16 or 17, excelling in the arena as well, Yuanju, listen well. No matter what, you must lead the sound department to a commendable outcome in this freshman competition. If you reach the finals, I, in my capacity as the head of the sound department, shall advocate for you to receive a scholarship, waiving all future tuition fees. And you may keep this guqin for your use. Is that truly the case? That would be wonderful, Yi Inju exclaimed joyfully. For he was in dire need of both funds and a guqin, and now he would have both. Nina shot him a pointed look, warning. Do not assume this will be easy. Remember, sound masters lack offensive capabilities. Under the recent arrangement, however, the focus has shifted from the ocean to you. Yuanju shook his head and replied, No, that is not appropriate. I cannot allow a girl to serve as my shield. Grandma Nina, I believe I can manage on my own. Oh, very well, Inju acquiesced. Nina sighed and said, If you encounter any trouble at the academy, do not hesitate to seek me out. Since your master has entrusted you to me, I shall take good care of you. Come, follow me. She led Yuanju to the right side of the treasure vault, retrieving a set of white magical robes from the highest shelf and placing it into his arms. Then, she guided him to the shelf housing gemstones, from which she procured a bracelet and a necklace for him. You may leave now. I still need to assist these young ladies in selecting their gear. Do not lose the 3 items I have given you. The magical robe, known as the Moon Goddess Guardian Robe, is a product of the Elven race, endowed with elemental shielding skills and an inherent self-cleaning water magic, ensuring it remains forever untainted by dirt. The elemental shield varies in range according to the user's mental strength and can be utilized thrice daily, providing commendable resistance against both physical and magical attacks. Grandma Nina, this is far too precious, Yuanju remarked, recognizing the exceptional quality of the items by the elemental fluctuations emanating from them. Following Nina and Amp, Apos, instructions, he departed. As she watched his retreating figure, tears glistened in Nina's eyes. You wretched child, the divine protective trinity that you once rejected, I have now bestowed upon your apprentice. Do you know? Initially, this was the token of affection I had intended for you. Chapter 10, The Initial Battle of the Newcomer Competition, Part 1, As Night Fell. The silhouette of Qin Shang appeared somewhat desolate in front of the bamboo house by the azure sea, an ancient guqin resting upon the table before him. Inju should have arrived in Milan. Have you seen him? Nina, oh Nina, do you comprehend how fervently I long to meet you? Yet, I cannot. For I bear an overwhelming burden upon my shoulders. The gentle flow of water serenely enters the night, a clear sound gracing the ears. Beneath the delicate understanding, a silent string resonates, gradually approaching, cradling the Qin you adore. This night seems even more exquisite. Under the 1,000-mile clear radiance, I cherish the moon. I play a melody as a distant offering, heartfelt and sincere, my steadfast heart embedded within. Though the moon goddess protects Inju without adornment, he bears a guardian of the spirit and a guardian of life closely to his being. Today, despite Nina's fierce demeanor upon learning she is the disciple of grandfather Chen, he could distinctly sense the profound sorrow she harbored, along with her grandmother and Amp, Apos, longing for grandfather Chen. Nina bestowed upon him a familial warmth. The guardian of the spirit is a silver necklace, forged from an unknown metal, featuring a heart-shaped silver gemstone embedded in the pendant. When Yi Inju adorned it, the gemstone mysteriously adhered to his chest, an extraordinary elemental fluctuation merging seamlessly with his mental prowess, rendering his mind clearer and his spiritual energy more compact under the influence of this invisible elemental force. The life guardian, an inch wide, snugly embraced his wrist, adorned with 8 pale green gemstones set into a verdant metal, a gentle energy connected to his heart meridian, emanating warmth. All 3 magical artifacts pertain to defense. And even though Inju was unfamiliar with such items, he could sense their value. Hey, you and Apos, V been sitting there for ages, neither sleeping nor meditating. What are you pondering? Sula inquired curiously from his bed. Inju jolted from his reverie. Nothing. The newcomer competition begins in 2 days. Sula chuckled, his bright eyes still shining in the night. You truly intend to participate? Don't harbor any illusions. Your divine sound department 1 and Amp, Apos, T have a chance. Best to rest early. It would be wiser to contemplate your future instead. The 2 days swiftly elapsed. Each day, upon arriving at the divine sound department, Nina would summon their 5-member team to strategize for the impending competition. She seemed to have forgotten the events of that day, offering Inju little additional attention, though occasionally, beneath her stern facade, her gaze would reveal a hint of softness. A golden sun illuminated the earth, and the Milan Magic Martial Academy thrived with vibrant energy. Diverse flora releasing the freshest air under the sun and Amp, Apos, embrace. Although situated near the northern edge of the continent, the summer heat rendered the temperature pleasantly comfortable. Aside from the central area, more than 2/3 of the academy comprised training grounds for various departments, given that both magical and martial arts training necessitated ample space. Today, the training grounds buzzed with activity, as over a dozen primary arenas hosted the newcomer competition. A multitude of new students and those from other grades gathered around the grand arena, their eyes fixed on the exhilarating competition, particularly at the 6th arena where the match between the sound and water departments was taking place. The arena designated for the sound department was the very auditorium where the new students had previously undergone their assessments, and it was evidently unsuitable for competitions. Thus, after a draw determined the order of matches, the contests were relocated to the water department and Apos' arena. The 6th arena spans over 1,000 square meters, a space that accommodates the casting range required for various magical arts. Although it is deemed relatively modest, it is ostensibly the venue for the water department, expected to attract the largest audience from its ranks. However, at this moment, nearly 6,000 spectators had converged around the 6th arena, a staggering number that exceeded the total of water department students by tenfold. The reason for this overwhelming turnout was quite simple. Since the inception of Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, this was the first time new students from the sound department were participating in a competition, and the renowned beauty of the sound department held an esteemed reputation within Milan. It is noteworthy that the majority of those who chose to train as sound mages hailed from the highest echelons of nobility, individuals who need not concern themselves with future livelihoods. Who could assert that this year and Apos' freshman class did not include princesses from the various nations of the Dragon Valley? The chance of sound department sound department, sound department, rose and fell like waves, with some water department students even joining in the cheers for their counterparts. While no one anticipated a victory for the sound department, the chance to behold the enchanting beauties of the sound department was a fervent desire for all male students. The mere prospect of leaving a favorable impression on these ladies was considered a tremendous stroke of fortune. The viewing platform at the 6th arena consisted of 20 seats, typically reserved for the water department faculty to observe students in their training. However, it had now transformed into a shared space for the instructors of both the water and sound departments. Director Nina occupied the central position, flanked by the water department and Oppos, as head. The mid-level mage wager. The remaining instructors from both departments took their places on either side. Fortunately, most of the water department and Oppos, as faculty were women, allowing the beautiful instructors from the sound department to remain unbothered. It is well known that the beauty of the sound department's educators is equally as famed as that of their students. Director Nina, I had thought the participation of your sound department was merely a rumor, yet here we are, Wager remarked, a sly grin creeping onto his thin visage as he looked at Nina. You, Wager stammered, his discomfort palpable. The water department and Oppos' magic has traditionally been considered less potent. Its healing capabilities do not rival those of the light department, and offensive spells require at least a green rank to exhibit their true power. Consequently, in past freshman competitions, the water department often found itself at the bottom of the rankings. Moreover, students who chose the water path typically hailed from modest backgrounds, with many working students among their ranks, which limited their financial capacity to procure advanced magical items. Even the typically proud Nina rose respectfully upon encountering this individual. Greeting him with deference, Director Ferguson, it is an honor to see you. Wager expressed his astonishment. Director Ferguson, what brings you here? Ferguson smiled faintly, the wrinkles on his face capable of pinching any small legume. With the sound department competing, I felt it only fitting to support Director Nina. I believe there must be exceptional talents among this year and Oppos' new students in the sound magic department. He possesses a deeper understanding of Nina than Wagray does. Nina and Oppos' pride is renowned throughout the Milan Empire. If one lacked confidence and offensive prowess, the sound magic department would not stand upon this trial ground today. Wagray relinquished his position to Ferguson, who waved to the two instructors standing nearby in greeting. Please, everyone take your seats. The competition is about to commence. In the expansive trial arena, exceeding 1,000 square meters, the 10 contestants from the sound magic and water magic departments have gathered at the center of the field. The ocean, with her dark hair partially veiling her face, stood unobtrusively at the back. In contrast, the stunning blue snowling, and peacock naturally drew the gaze of the thousands of spectators below. Yet, the true focus of attention was not on them, but rather on Yuinshu, positioned at the center among the 5 participants from the sound magic department, clad in an immaculate moon god robe, unblemished and adorned with golden trim at the collar and cuffs. A crescent-shaped white gem emanated a gentle glow from his left breast. This robe, devoid of excessive embellishment, radiated an air of noble elegance. His long, black hair cascaded softly over his shoulders, and an aura of grace enveloped his handsome visage. Standing in the trial arena, wearing the moon god robe, Yuinshu appeared transformed, every gesture imbued with aristocratic poise. His elegance was utterly untainted, particularly evident in his deep, clear black eyes, which seemed to penetrate the very depths of one's soul. With an impeccably straight posture, his tall figure rendered the 4 women beside him mere adornments. Standing at the center signified the chief representative of his department. No one anticipated that the leader of the sound magic department was not the second-year student Ocean, but rather Yuinshu, who had accepted the challenge from the wind magic prodigy, Roland. The water magic representatives, comprising 2 men and 3 women, appeared rather ordinary in comparison to the enchanting figures from the sound magic department. Their gazes were entirely captivated by the graceful Yuinshu, with the side of a pink hue visibly emanating from them. Just as men are drawn to beautiful women, so too are women attracted to handsome men. Hello. I am Kalachi, a second-year student of the water magic department and the chief representative for the new student competition. I look forward to your guidance, Kalachi said, her voice tinged with a hint of envy as she regarded the contestants from the sound magic department. It would have sufficed for the sound magic department to produce beautiful women. However, it was the first time in years that a male student emerged, and he was undeniably striking, overshadowing her own brilliance. You shall soon realize my prowess, she thought to herself. Kalachi stood half a head shorter than Yuinshu, Though her appearance was decent, she bore the common affliction of mages. Her complexion was pale, rendering her starkly less impressive compared to Yuanzhu and Appos' sunny elegance. Yuanzhu inclined his head respectfully, stating, "Greetings, I am Yuanzhu, the chief representative of the Sound Magic Department, a first-year student. I welcome your guidance." Suppressing her jealousy, Kalachi smiled and inquired, "I wonder which competition format your department has chosen?" According to the rules of the new student competition, in consideration of respect for women, the side with more female contestants has the right to choose the competition format. If the number of female contestants is equal, a draw will determine the decision. Without asking, in the realms of combat and magic, the presence of 4 female students from the Divine Sound Department is unparalleled. This stands as one of the department and Appos' significant advantages. Around the 6th competition arena, 6 points illuminated simultaneously, culminating in the emergence of a colossal magical hexagram in midair. A gentle, milky white luminescence formed a vast transparent barrier, enveloping the entire trial ground. It is likely that only the financially affluent Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy would employ such an advanced magical stone for the defense of the trial arena. This elemental barrier, infused with a myriad of elements, can withstand the onslaught of blue-level magic, provided the presiding mage possesses sufficient energy to maintain it indefinitely. At the wooden table, the ocean sat in the rear, her guqin laid flat upon the surface. Meanwhile, the other 4, led by Yuanzhu, stood 5 meters in front of her, forming a protective arc around the ocean. "Yuanzhu, we are about to commence," Karaki shouted from the opposite side. He displayed no urgency in initiating his attack. Having some understanding of sound mages, they knew that as long as the melody remained unplayed to completion, the power of a sound mage and Appos' music would not manifest. Given this duration, even the most intricate water-type forbidden spell could be completed. In response to Karaki, a resonant and powerful sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed forth. The ocean had begun her performance. The orange glow intertwined with the crystalline sound of the music, rippling outward like waves. The piece she played was titled Dream. The gentle, yet melancholic melody seemed to express the ocean's emotions. Karaki's eyes gleamed with intensity. Recognizing her as an advanced orange-level talent, a true prodigy of the Divine Sound Department. What a pity, he mused. Yuanzhu remained unaware of the meaning behind Karaki and Appos' lament. At that moment, the opponent and Appos' attack had commenced. The 4 contestants, selected from 100 first-year students, were indeed the cream of the crop, each emanating varying shades of orange, showcasing their prowess at the level of intermediate mages. A deep incantation began to resonate as they commenced their spells. Karaki, however, did not chant. Instead, he emitted a faint yellow glow, indicating a yellow-level initiation. A rapidly conjured red water arrow shot directly toward Yuanzhu and Appos' chest. As the leader, Karaki initiated with a probing strike, having reached yellow level. He was fully capable of instantaneously casting red-level magic. Nina had succinctly instructed for the first match, victory through surprise. The Divine Sound Department had never participated in an internal academy competition, and no one was familiar with sound mages. This was their greatest advantage. Yuanzhu stepped left with his left foot. Despite the swiftness of the water arrow, his seemingly nonchalant movement adeptly evaded it. The red water arrow struck the trial arena and Appos' defensive barrier, creating only a slight ripple. Karaki was taken aback. In confrontations between mages, evasion was a rare occurrence. He never anticipated Yuanzhu would counter his attack in such a manner. Just then, he sensed something amiss. According to the original plan, his 4 companions should have unleashed their first wave of magic by now, yet their incantations remained incomplete. Why was this the case? As the sound of the zhang echoed, a sudden realization transformed Karaji's expression into one of gravitas. He abruptly recognized that the sound master was not entirely lacking in merit. The ocean and Appos' melody had begun to take effect. It was imperative to thwart him. After enduring the emergence of a potential substitute for the water element, he was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Water arrows, conjured instantaneously, surged toward Yuanzhu and his companions, some even targeting the gaps between them, aiming for the ocean. Karaji thought that as long as he disrupted the melody, victory would be assured. The peacock scoffed disdainfully, revealing such a level of skill. With a flick of his right hand, a ring on his middle finger emitted a brilliant elemental radiance. An orange light shield expanded instantaneously, standing firm before the 4. The crimson-grade water arrows were utterly repelled by the orange-grade defense, producing a cacophony of collisions. At that moment, the other 4 water element students finally completed their spells. Water Roar, a wave-shaped magic. While the power of a singular orange-grade magician and amp, Oppos, S casting would naturally be limited, the simultaneous invocation by 4 mages resulted in a formidable spectacle. The quadruple overlaid orange waves surged forward with a fierce howling toward the Soundmaster faction. Karaji raised his magic staff, the brilliant blue gem atop it radiating a soft glow as his incantation commenced. Someone in the audience shouted, "Blessing of the water sprite." An orange-grade defense was evidently insufficient to withstand the 4 water roars. Blue Shi and Shui Ling extended their right hands simultaneously, summoning an identical orange light shield to that of the peacock, thus creating a triple-layered defense. When the water roars collided with the threefold defense, an orange whirlwind of magical elements erupted within the trial arena. The defense shield began to falter. In the stands, Vager scoffed, "Could magical artifacts truly counter magic?" Even the most potent magical items could only amplify a magician's power to one level above their own. Karaji and Oppos, S Water Sprite Blessing Staff could reduce the chanting time for water spells by 30%. How could the Soundmaster and Oppos, S Little Ones defend against that? Nina chuckled coldly. Just watch. The impoverished water elementals would never grasp the essence of magical artifacts. She was well aware that the Water Sprite Blessing was Vager and Amp, Oppos, S own staff, lent to Karaji, who had already unveiled his trump card. Yet, Nina felt no trepidation. No faction could rival the Soundmaster, which frequently boasted princess-level students. The reputation of the first academic division was not earned lightly. As the power of the quadruple water roars dissipated, the 3 orange magical defense shields simultaneously vanished. Magical artifacts also required a modicum of mental fortitude. The visages of the novice crimson-grade Shui Ling and Blue Shi turned somewhat pale. Seizing the moment of the water roars and Amp, Oppos, influence and the effects of the Water Sprite Blessing, Karaji and Amp, Oppos, S spell reached completion, seamlessly connecting with his companions and Amp, Oppos, magic. A 3-meter-long water dragon roared forth, shimmering with yellow luminescence as it lunged toward the Soundmaster faction. Having cast this spell, Karaji and Oppos, S complexion appeared even more ashen. The influence of the Soundmaster grew increasingly potent. Reluctantly, he was compelled to unleash his most formidable spell, Water Dragon and Amp, Oppos, S song. A gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd below, for it was clear to all that even if the students of the Sound Magic Department managed to conjure their previous magical shields, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the yellow-grade magic. The outcome of the match seemed all but predetermined. At that moment, Yuanzhu smiled calmly and, alongside Shui Ling and the other 2 women, retreated to the side of the ocean, where a pearlescent glow emanated from his body, released by the moon goddess guardian, instantly expanding to encompass a 10-meter radius, enveloping the 5 individuals within. Boom. The might of the water dragon's roar was indeed impressive. However, after the instantaneous collision, the gasps from the audience took on a different tone. The 3-meter-long yellow water dragon shattered into fragments, while the pearlescent barrier merely exhibited some minute cracks. Impossible. Vager's eyes widened as he rose from his seat. The magical radiance emanating from Yuanzhu was unmistakably crimson. Ferguson cast a knowing glance at Nina, murmuring, "The moon goddess guardian. Even I find myself envious of the Sound Magic Department." As the dream spell reached its midpoint, all suspense dissipated. Neither Karachi nor his companions released any further spells. The 4 younger students succumbed to slumber under the influence of the dream, while Karachi himself felt drowsy, unable to chant another incantation. The dream spell naturally did not affect Yuanzhu and his companions, as selective targeting is a unique skill of all sound magicians. The water magic students lost their capacity to resist, resulting in a victory for the Sound Magic Department. The referee rendered a precise judgment. Although magicians may lack prowess in close combat, it was entirely feasible to remove those who were asleep from the arena. "Hooray! We won! We truly won!" Shui Ling exclaimed, leaping into the air and wrapping her arms around Yuanzhu's neck, planting an enthusiastic kiss on his cheek, leaving him blushing and flustered, unsure of how to respond. Lan Shi, on the other hand, was much more reserved, a gentle smile gracing her face. Proudly, Conke puffed out her ample chest and declared, "The Sound Magic Department is the strongest." Haiyang's reaction was the most subdued as the dream spell concluded. He cradled his guqin and made his way out of the training arena. Silence enveloped the entire venue. Before the match commenced, no one had anticipated a victory for the Sound Magic Department. Typically, such contests between magicians involved a back-and-forth exchange of spells, with the side whose magical energy was depleted first facing defeat, a true test of strength. Yet today's competition concluded far too swiftly. The water magic students had only managed to cast a single offensive spell before succumbing to the sound magic department. At that moment, many students began to question the seemingly trivial reputation of the sound magic department. Vager stood there in a daze, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be." Even the moon goddess guardian, when invoked by a red grade student, should not have been able to withstand the water dragoness roar. Once believing that the participation of the sound magic department would ensure the water magic students would not finish last, his spirits had now plummeted to the depths. Nina rose, lifting her head proudly, and declared, "Vager, remember my words. This is merely the beginning." Vager huffed in anger, remaining silent as he turned to leave with the water magic instructors. Defeated by the sound magic department, he found himself unable to face the crowd any longer. Ferguson offered a slight smile, acknowledging that water magic is indeed quite commendable, though regrettably lacking in potency at lower levels. Director Nina, the esteemed leader of the sound element, Yi Inshu, possesses an intriguing disposition. There is a modicum of agreement with what Vager has articulated. Even under the protection of the moon goddess, a red-level mage and Oppos' efforts would be insufficient to withstand the might of a yellow-level spell. The news of the sound element triumphing over the water element in the freshman competition swiftly permeated the entire Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. The rapid and uncomplicated conclusion of the battle astounded all. Various discussions regarding the sound element began to circulate throughout the academy, with Yi Inju and the four enchanting contestants becoming subjects of fervent discourse. Particularly, the elemental shield in the ocean and Oppos' zither that Yuinju unleashed at the final moment became focal points of discussion. Unbeknownst to him, as the competition concluded, Yi Inju hastily departed from the sixth trial arena, sprinting in a singular direction. For, at the very last moment before the contest and Oppos' end, he had heard a voice, one that ignited an overwhelming excitement within him. A fleeting yellow light swept past, leaving but a faint shadow in its wake, prompting some mages traversing the academy to ponder which senior from the warrior district had ventured into the magical zone to reach his destination with utmost swiftness. Yuinshu unabashedly unleashed his bamboo fighting spirit, for the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts was exceedingly vast. With the support of his bamboo fighting spirit, he propelled his speed to its zenith, exiting the academy in a mere 10 minutes. Upon leaving the academy, he continued northward, racing for 10 miles until he halted before a grove, an uncontainable excitement evident upon his countenance. With a heart brimming with anticipation, he called out, "Z, where are you?" "I have arrived." Indeed, just moments before the contest concluded, Z and Oppos' voice had resonated clearly in his ears, stating succinctly, "I await you in the grove 10 miles north of the academy." For Yuinju, although he had established himself within the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, this place was not his true home. Z was his companion for a decade. And beyond family, she was undoubtedly the person he trusted most. A tall and imposing figure gradually emerged from the woods. His hair remained somewhat disheveled, and his star-like purple eyes exhibited a hint of fatigue, yet his rugged visage bore no sign of alteration. Upon seeing Inju, the indifference in his gaze softened with warmth. It was only in Inju's presence that such a transformation graced his expression. "Inju," he spoke in a deep, magnetic tone that evoked a profound sense of familiarity within Yuinju. "Z," Inju exclaimed with fervor, his body propelling forward like an arrow, enveloped in a brilliant yellow light. And in an instant, he stood before him, as steadfast as a nail, the transition from motion to stillness entirely seamless. Z smiled gently, saying, "I have kept my promise to come. I also witnessed your performance on stage. It seems you have assimilated into life here." Yuinju nodded, replying, "Z, are you well? You seem somewhat weary." A glint of coldness flickered in Z's eyes. "It is nothing. I merely attended to a matter that required my attention. Furthermore, this is merely the beginning." A sense of alarm surged within Iju. "Z, are you leaving?" The tone of his inquiry shifted, imbued with an unmistakable sense of reluctance. A rare smile graced Z and Oppos' face as she acknowledged, "You are a student here. It would be unwise to bring someone along. Focus on your studies here. It will greatly aid your adaptation to everything on the continent." I have inquired, and the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, also known as the Royal Academy of Milan, holds an esteemed reputation across the continent. Perhaps you may not learn much about the art of musical magic here, but your social experience will undoubtedly flourish. and you shall remain safe in this environment. A resolute light flickered in Yuanzhu and Appo's eyes as he swiftly grasped Z and Appo's left arm with a grip akin to lightning. Z, if you intend to leave, I shall accompany you. My grandfathers have urged me to gain experience on the continent, and being with you serves as valuable training. I do not wish to part ways again. Despite having only 4 fingers, his grip was as firm as steel, surprising even Z with the strength Yinzhu possessed. Z patted Yinzhu's shoulder. I too do not wish to part with you. However, at this moment, we are not yet equipped to accomplish everything we desire on the continent. Remaining here would benefit you. Therefore, I propose a compromise. I am uncertain if you would agree. What kind of solution? Yinzhu inquired curiously. Z replied, this method allows us to remain connected even if I am not physically by your side. Yinzhu paused, puzzled. Is such a solution truly possible? Z nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination. What I have achieved today is a gift from you. Do not question me further. When your strength is sufficient, I shall reveal everything. The method I propose is known as an equivalent life contract. Equivalent life contract? What is that? Z explained. On this continent, mages can summon magical beasts for protection, while warriors may possess their own steeds, albeit with greater difficulty than mages. However, when a mage summons, they can only call forth a magical beast of their own level. Moreover, a mage can form a contract with only one magical beast throughout their lifetime. Which is why lower-tier mages do not hastily contract a beast. They wait until their magical abilities have improved to find a suitable lifelong companion. This is known as the master-servant contract. The reason magical beasts cannot be summoned beyond their level is simple. It consumes the mage and Appo's own mental energy, and exceeding this limit greatly impacts the mage. Exceptions exist for those specializing in summoning magic. Thus, for students of the Milan Academy, unless they possess a magical beast capable of growth, it is unlikely they will have their own. The equivalent life contract I speak of transcends the rules of the master-servant contract. Likewise, one has only one opportunity in their lifetime to complete such a contract, and the incantation is known solely to me. Once established, it cannot be altered. In simple terms, if you and I enter into this contract, we shall become partners. And from that moment forth, regardless of our locations, we will share a mental connection. You may summon me to your side, and I may summon you to mine. In such a scenario, regardless of the distance that separates us, we are still able to meet. Each summoning can last for half an hour, with minimal strain on one and Appo's mental fortitude. Yuanzhu exclaimed in delight, can humans only forge contracts with magical beasts? Is there such a wondrous covenant? Splendid. Let us commence at once. Just as Z was about to articulate a response, his expression shifted abruptly, his gaze icy and piercing towards a specific section of the forest. Wait a moment. A figure, shimmering with a yellow light, appeared before the two in the blink of an eye. Even Yuanzhu could scarcely discern the figure's form due to its incredible speed. Yet, recognition did not solely depend on sight. The familiar aura was more than sufficient for him. Father! Yinzhu cried out in exhilaration. Indeed, the figure that had materialized was none other than his father, Yuzhong. Clad in a gray warrior's garb, Yuzhong, though nearing 40, appeared scarcely older than Yuanzhu, exuding a maturity that belied his years. A verdant long sword rested upon his back, and his gaze towards Yinzhu radiated warmth and affection. Z turned his attention to Yuzhong, who reciprocated the gesture, their eyes meeting in a silent clash that seemed to ignite sparks in the air. Over the course of 16 years, Yinzhu had matured. Yuzhong and Appo's bamboo fighting spirit had ascended from the initial yellow level to the 6th tier of the yellow grade, akin to a high-tier azure warrior within the rainbow classification. Nearly a step away from becoming a battle master. No wonder I felt a persistent sense of being followed since departing from the Azure Sea. It was you. Z remarked solemnly. Yuzhong offered a slight smile. I have but one son, and neither his mother nor his 2 grandfathers could ever fully trust him to navigate the continent alone. Thus, I have been safeguarding him from the shadows. Now that he has arrived at the Milan Martial Arts Academy, my task is, for the most part, accomplished. What? Father, you have been following me all along? Yuanzhu gazed at Yuzhong in astonishment. Do you know the whereabouts of the person who stole my ring? Before Yuzhong could respond, Z and Appo's expression darkened as he noticed Yinzhu and Appo's left hand, which bore only 4 fingers, realizing that the original spatial ring had been replaced. Yinzhu, have you lost your spatial ring? What of your loot? Yinzhu replied with a bitter smile. I lost it along with the letter of introduction and the money. What? Z growled, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from him. although devoid of any visible fighting spirit. Yuzhong was alarmed to see the ground beneath Z crack silently under the weight of his fury. Even Z felt the pressure of his own wrath, clenching his fists. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. Tell me who it is, and I shall shatter every bone in their body. Chapter 11. The Equal Life Contract, Part 1. Yuzhong addressed Z. Z, I wish to have a private conversation with Yinzhu. Z disregarded Yuzhong's request, her gaze lingering on Yinzhu for a moment before she turned and walked towards the woods. Yinzhu, I have been acutely aware of everything you have encountered along this journey. However, whether it was your act of eliminating those wizards in Luna City or the subsequent loss of the ring that Grandpa Chen bestowed upon you, I refrained from intervening. Do you understand why? Yinzhu shook her head in confusion, meeting her father's stern gaze. She suddenly realized that the sense of uncertainty that had accompanied her since leaving the Azure Sea had vanished. The word and amp, oppos, strength and amp, oppos, had taken root and blossomed within her heart. Father, I will. The shift from and oppos, dad and oppos, to and oppos, father and oppos, may seem trivial, but Yuzhong distinctly felt that his son was truly maturing. Upon hearing his father and oppos' words, Yinzhu frowned and resolutely replied, Father, Z would never harm me. We are brothers. What price has Arcadia borne for me? Yuzhong smiled slightly. You need not concern yourself with Arcadia and oppos' matters. Your grandfathers will handle that. I merely wish to remind you, I am not here to make decisions for you. I did hear the suggestion that Z proposed earlier. While I am unaware of the true implications of the Equal Life Contract, I can assert one thing. Once you complete this contract with him, you will no longer possess the ability to command magical beasts. Such contracts possess a singular nature. As a mage, having your own magical beast is of utmost importance. Your Grandpa Chen was unable to summon a powerful beast due to the limitations of his early training and had to settle for a lesser one. Does Grandpa Chen also have a magical beast? Why was I not informed? With that, Yuzhong embraced his son, and before Yinzhu could utter another word, he leapt into the air, vanishing like a shooting star after a few graceful arcs. Z stood in surprise. Begin? Begin what? Yinzhu replied, Of course. The Equal Life Contract. Gazing deeply into Yinzhu's handsome face, Z spoke solemnly, Have you truly made up your mind? I suspect your father must have conveyed the drawbacks of the contract and its potential impact on your future during your conversation. I hope you can contemplate this thoroughly to avoid future regrets. There is nothing left to contemplate. My thoughts are quite clear. In fact, after my father explained the implications of the contract on my ability to summon magical beasts, I only posed one question to myself. I asked whether having a powerful magical beast or possessing the ability to summon you at will is of greater significance. I believe the answer is self-evident. From the beginning, Yinzhu had not considered rejecting the Equal Life Contract due to concerns about magical beasts. His thoughts were straightforward. Yet he often grasped the essence of matters during contemplation. Signing the contract would impose restrictions not only on him but also on Z. If Z harbored no worries, what reason did he have to be apprehensive? Could one not become a formidable force without a magical beast? His father had just informed him that to grow stronger, one must rely solely on oneself. Gazing at the warm smile adorning Yinzhu's face, a profound emotion suddenly erupted within Z's radiant eyes. Good brother. Your trust shall forever remain etched in my memory. We are brothers. Yinzhu uttered these 5 words. Indeed, since we are brothers, what more needs to be said? This moment marked a silent acknowledgement between the Qindian Emperor and the Xidian Emperor. From now on, their fraternal bond would remain unaltered and steadfast throughout their lives. Z. Let us begin. Yinzhu perceived Z and oppos' excitement, mirroring his own emotions. Once this pact was fulfilled, they would be able to meet at the academy whenever they wished. Very well, repeat after me. Z had never been one to hesitate. In the presence of the eternal sun, moon, and stars, I am Z. In the presence of the eternal sun, moon, and stars, I am Yinzhu. Z struggled to pierce the tip of his right index finger, revealing blood of a peculiar lavender hue. An extraordinary sight, indeed. Yinzhu mirrored this action, their bloodied fingers intertwining in the air, causing the crimson and lavender fluids to merge instantaneously. A surge of potent magical energy erupted, enveloping their beings in a tempestuous whirlwind. In the midst of this phenomenon, a celestial light reminiscent of a starry river descended from above, isolating them from the world around. In that fleeting moment, Yinzhu felt as though his consciousness had transcended to another realm, the sensations of the previous surroundings fading away. The only presence he could perceive was one of immense authority, the timeless majesty of the sun, moon, and stars. The surroundings glimmered with the brilliance bestowed by celestial bodies. Yet Yinzhu could only focus on the figure of Z before him. Open the gate of the covenant. Bestow upon me the noble radiance. For the indelible seal shall be forged here. The earth has its boundaries, the ocean possesses its edges, the north wind weaves through the labyrinth, and flames burn in the sacred circle. Heed the wishes of the eternal faithful, with our blood as the binding thread. I, Z, willingly pledge from this moment forth to share my life with you, Yinzhu, in equal assistance, unwavering and unchanging. A magnificent violet luminescence surged forth, and in an instant, two beams of light shot from Z and Apos' eyes, piercing deep into Yinzhu and Apos' heart. Yinzhu distinctly sensed a new essence enveloping his mind, as everything about Z was indelibly imprinted upon his soul and memory in a more profound manner. Unbeknownst to him, Z's form appeared to swell immensely, yet simultaneously it seemed to blur. Open the gate of the covenant. Bestow upon me the noble radiance, for the indelible seal shall be forged here. The earth has its boundaries. The ocean possesses its edges. The north wind weaves through the labyrinth, and flames burn in the sacred circle. Heed the wishes of the eternal faithful. With our blood as the binding thread, I, Yinzhu, willingly pledge from this moment forth to share my life with Z, in equal assistance, unwavering and unchanging. A soft, milky light radiated from Yinzhu, merging harmoniously with the commanding violet glow, intertwining and rising together. The imposing aura faded, and both Yinzhu and Z distinctly felt the clarity of each other and Apos' essence in that moment. Yinzhu seemed to perceive everything about Z, yet all of it remained shrouded in an extraordinary haze. He felt as if he could sense the boundless sorrow and near madness of anger that had once dwelt within Z and Apos' heart. Every emotion was deeply imprinted. A massive magical hexagram, coalescing in shades of purple and white, materialized above them, drawing their bodies together in an invisible embrace as they spun slowly. In that moment, their mental energies intertwined, and even the unbinding of their bloodlines began to undergo subtle changes. Yinzhu distinctly felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, while Z too sensed her mind awakening with increasing clarity. In truth, even Z herself was unaware that the equivalent life contract was the highest form of pact among all, enabling both parties not only to summon one another but also, at the moment of contract completion, to selflessly donate their abilities for mutual enhancement. Yinzhu reaped the benefits of heightened vitality and physical strength, while Z experienced an elevation in mental prowess and greater clarity of thought. This augmentation occurred without detracting from their inherent abilities. Although the enhancement of Z and Apos' mental strength was not immediately apparent, Yinzhu and Apos' bamboo fighting spirit quietly ascended to the second level of yellow bamboo, placing him at the mid-tier of the green level within the rainbow classification. At the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, Ferguson, the esteemed headmaster, resided alone in a tower-like structure located in the most picturesque part of the academy. Though this tower could not compare to the grandeur of the 7 towers of Fablon, it nonetheless signified his esteemed position within the Milan Academy. At that moment, Ferguson lounged in a chair on the balcony, basking in the warm sunlight, while leisurely perusing a magical journal from an old friend. Suddenly, his languid gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned to the north, sensing an unusual force. A faint white-purple aura swirled in the air, lingering for a full half-minute before gradually dissipating. As he absorbed the distant energy, Ferguson mused, such potent elemental fluctuations, yet they do not seem to pertain to attack or defense. Could it be that a formidable magical beast has emerged? No, that is not right. The aura is tranquil, unlike that of a beast. It resembles the elemental fluctuations of summoning or a pact. The source of that radiant light is clearly several dozen miles away. The fact that I can perceive elemental energies from such a distance, what manner of contract or summoning could this be? In Milan, few phenomena could pique Ferguson and Apos' interest, yet today, a student who had utilized the moon goddess guardian to block a yellow-level water dragoness roar with mere crimson-level strength had caught his attention. However, this white-purple elemental fluctuation now presented an even greater allure. Come forth, my old friend, Kosa. With a flourish of his right hand, a purple gust coalesced in midair, forming a colossal magical hexagram. Almost immediately, a low growl filled with pressure reverberated as a massive figure emerged from the hexagram. It was a colossal red dragon, a member of the dragon kin. Though within the dragon lineage, the red dragons were not the most formidable, yet they are true dragons, not mere domesticated beasts. An adult red dragon can attain a rank of 8, with the Red Dragon King nearing a formidable rank of 9. The fire-based magic combined with the physical prowess of an 8-rank Red Dragon renders it impossible for any human lacking purple-level strength to contend with. The Red Dragon, summoned by Ferguson, named Kosa, exceeds 20 meters in length, clearly an adult of its kind. The oppressive aura of an 8-rank dragon caused all the small creatures in the surrounding woods to faint, with a powerful flap of its wings capable of stirring up hurricanes. Kosa lifted its relatively short forepaws to pat its own head, appearing rather drowsy. What is it you seek, old friend? As an intelligent magical beast exceeding level 7, Kosa may lack the ability to transform into human form like a level 9 beast, yet conversing poses no challenge. Ferguson smiled and replied, Kosa, I apologize for disturbing your slumber. However, I have detected an unusual elemental fluctuation and wish to investigate. As you know, I am a mental-type mage and cannot fly using magic. Kosa rolled its eyes, resignedly turning its ample backside towards Ferguson. Climb aboard. It seems I am destined to serve as your steed. With a chuckle, Ferguson approached, confidently stepping onto Kosa and Appos' back and settling down at the base of its neck. He felt no trepidation of falling, for with Kosa and Appos' might, even a leap from its back would not be a trivial matter. With a powerful beat of its enormous wings, Kosa soared into the air, accompanied by a gentle wave of heat, heading towards the direction indicated by Ferguson. The sight of dragons taking flight from the Milan Martial Arts Academy was no longer a novelty. Only the newest students would gaze in wonder. For a true dragon, a journey of several dozen miles is but a matter of mere breaths. Upon confirming the location of the elemental fluctuation, Ferguson instructed Kosa to descend. As they touched down, Kosa and Appos' massive forms suddenly trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of draconic might. Pale blue flames swirled around its vast body, scorching the nearby woods into a charred yellow. Kosa, what troubles you? Ferguson sensed his companion and Appos' unease. The drowsiness in Kosa and Appos' eyes had vanished, replaced by a sharp intensity as it surveyed the surroundings. There is the presence of a growth-type magical beast, one that evokes a sense of revulsion within me. Oh? Ferguson and Appos' curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. Can you ascertain what manner of beast it is? Kosa shook its colossal head. No, I cannot determine that. I can only feel the immense pressure emanating from this growth-type beast, a sensation I have never encountered before, rendering me unable to identify its nature. Moreover, there is also the essence of humans nearby. Someone is likely summoning a beast here. The dragon race possesses sensory acuity that far surpasses that of humans. And Ferguson harbored no doubts regarding his companion's words, plunging into deep contemplation. Even for a creature of growth, it would be impossible for Kosa to feel immense pressure before reaching level 9. If a level 9 beast were to materialize here, it would indeed be peculiar. The disdain Kosa felt serves as a testament to one undeniable truth. This beast is certainly not of the dragon lineage. Inju, I must take my leave. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, do summon me. Z stood beside Inju, the icy demeanor in his eyes completely vanished, replaced by the gentle concern of an elder brother for his younger sibling. Z, should you find yourself in any predicament, do not hesitate to call upon me. I have vowed to protect you. Inju smiled softly. This time, he was untroubled by Z's absence. As long as he wished, he could summon him at any moment. Upon the completion of their pact, both Inju and Z felt a mysterious mental connection. The essence of each other brought them closer, and through this ethereal link, they could even sense one another and Appos' emotions. Z, I find myself in a state of hesitation. Inju confessed. Hesitation about what? Today marks the commencement of the new student competition. We triumphed over the water element in our first match. Yet Grandmother Nina mentioned that the water element is the weakest among the 9 magical disciplines. The opponents from other disciplines are exceedingly formidable. I am uncertain whether I should incorporate the sound blade into my composition to contend with them. Grandpa Chen has stated that any adversary who witnesses my sound blade must perish. However, my father recently reminded me that not all sins warrant death. This is merely a competition, which falls into the category of offenses that do not merit such a fate. Z understood the turmoil within Inju and smiled serenely. This is a matter for you to decide. However, I must assert that while your Grandpa Chen may harbor concerns over your abilities being exposed, if you aspire to become a formidable force, it is essential to conceal your strength to some extent. Nonetheless, if you do not actively hone your skills and gain practical experience, it will equally yield no benefits. Concealment is not the optimal solution. The true objective is to strengthen oneself. Yuinju nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that aside from myself, all members of the sound element are female. I do not wish for them to suffer any harm in the upcoming matches, nor do I want them to shield me from the adversary's assaults. As a man, I must stand at the forefront. Strolling into the academy, he felt no urgency now, leisurely making his way towards the mixed area. His memory was exceptional. Having resided in the academy for several days, he had memorized the routes to the places he frequented. As he inhaled the fresh air of the academy while traversing the northern district, he was just about to reach the mixed area when he was intercepted by a group of individuals. There were 7 of them, varying in height, their weapons indicating they did not belong to the northern district's magical department. Halt. You are Yuinju, are you not? The 7 formed a line, blocking his path. I am. Is there something you need? Inju furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing their ill intentions. Indeed, we have matters to discuss. Kid, today you cost us quite a sum of money. We had intended to make a bit of pocket change, only to have you, a solitary green amidst a field of blossoms, ruin our plans. What do you propose we do about it? The young man at the forefront was tall, comparable to Fashella, and appeared to be around 20 years of age, exuding an air of fierce determination. He bore 2 enormous battle axes on his back. Yuinju, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Did I cause you to lose money? Of course. Would I, Ganetti, lie? He retorted. Today, your Shenin department triumphed over the water department, while we wagered on the latter and Oppo's victory, resulting in our total loss. It turned out that during the freshman competition, some upperclassmen clandestinely organized betting pools. The clash between the Shenin and water departments was the centerpiece of the entire freshman tournament. The bet was not on who would win, as few believed in the Shenin department and Oppo's as prospects, but rather whether they could withstand the water department for half an hour. The outcome was evidently a resounding defeat for the majority of the bettors. Ganetti and his 6 companions, all work-study students residing in the mixed dormitory, initially thought the wager would be a sure win, yet they ended up losing a substantial amount, igniting their frustration. Unable to confront the noble ladies of the Shenin department, they chose to vent their ire on Yuinju, who also resided in the mixed dormitory. This is your affair. What does it have to do with me? What do you intend to do? Yuinju was not one to be easily intimidated. Observing the provocation from Ganetti and his companions, he pondered whether these individuals were indeed as culpable as his father had suggested. What do we want? We seek nothing more than compensation for our losses. A mere 40 gold coins will suffice. Pay us, and we shall depart. Otherwise, you will endure some physical discomfort today. Ganetti, whose physique was nearly as formidable as G and Oppo's, cracked his knuckles ominously, producing a series of audible pops, his intimidating appearance undeniably unsettling. Regrettably for him, he had chosen the wrong adversary today. I possess no money, nor would I part with it even if I did. I have heard it said that one must accept the consequences of gambling. Do you not understand this? A cold glimmer emerged on Inju and Oppo's face as the bamboo energy surged within him, the explosive power granted by his contract with Shi threatening to erupt. He had no intention of employing the newly acquired Sea Moon and Oppo's luminous Chen against these challengers. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Just as Ganetti was about to erupt in anger, his entire being suddenly stiffened, rendered immobile, his eyes widening with terror. A dagger, merely 7 inches in length, had found its way to his throat without his notice. The blade was black, devoid of shine, yet the chilling aura surrounding it sent tremors through his skin, inducing a shiver. The icy intent bore down on his throat, and he could almost feel the hot blood within him poised to burst forth. Yes, just like that. Remain still. I cannot guarantee that my hand will remain this steady. A soft voice resonated from behind Ganetti. His 6 companions turned in shock. At some point, a diminutive figure had materialized behind Ganetti, one hand resting upon his broad shoulder for support, while the other wielded the black dagger. Although a faint smile graced his face, his eyes radiated a chilling emptiness. Who are you? Ganetti let out a terrified scream, acutely aware that the person behind him might take his life at any moment. This was the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Like you, I too am a student here. If you intend to bully my roommate, should you not first inquire whether I consent? The frail student was none other than Su La, the roommate of Yuinju. Cold sweat trickled down Ganetti's forehead as he surmised that the individual lurking behind him was undoubtedly an assassin. In the warrior department, regardless of one's strength, no warrior would dare to confront an assassin. Assassins are ubiquitous, and no one wishes to be targeted by a killer. Ganetti had always been confident in his abilities. Yet the sudden attack from Su La, who had stealthily approached from behind, caught him completely off guard, revealing that the assassin was beyond his means to contend with. Even within the confines of the academy, no one would question the ruthlessness of an assassin. The first lesson in the assassin department is to eliminate potential threats before they can manifest, which has given rise to a saying at the Milan Magic Martial Academy: better to provoke a teacher than to antagonize any student from the assassin department. Brother, I acknowledge my mistake. I was unaware that Yi Inju was your roommate. Please spare me. We shall leave immediately. Janetti and Apos' voice trembled as he felt the cold blade against his skin. Next time we meet, I shall remain silent. Su La's gentle tones suddenly turned ominous. What does a silent assassin represent? It signifies annihilation. The dark blade vanished quietly, as if by magic, and before the astonished gaze of Janetti and Apos' 6 companions, Su La and Apos' figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. The ability to conceal oneself is a skill mastered only by advanced assassins. A profound fear enveloped the 7 individuals. Janetti exchanged a glance with Yuinju, not daring to utter a word, and fled with his companions in disgrace. Yuinju shifted his gaze to his left, where the petite figure of Su La silently materialized beside him. Su La, thank you. Inju smiled gently. Su La looked at Yuinju in surprise. For just before his appearance, he had distinctly felt an invisible mental wave lock onto his body. Even without my intervention, I believe you could have managed. However, it's better to instill fear in them. That Janetti is a distinguished second-year student from the Greatsword Department, quite skilled in martial arts. They will likely think twice before troubling you again. Su La chuckled, and the earlier stillness and chilling aura had long since dissipated. Su La and Apos' earlier display left Yuinju with a newfound appreciation. He realized just how formidable his roommate truly was. Congratulations, Iju. Congratulations? Oh, are you referring to our match against the water department today? Yi Inju smiled warmly, adding, you are indeed a diligent steward. These 4 gold coins are truly worth it. Not only do I avoid tidying up the room, but I also have meals provided. You even serve as a free bodyguard. Su La chuckled, replying, if you consider this a bargain, I would and Apos' oppose a raise. As he spoke, his right thumb, index, and middle fingers rubbed against each other, exuding a somewhat lewd demeanor. In contrast to the cold-blooded assassin from earlier, he now appeared entirely different. Sula was remarkably capable, always maintaining an immaculate order within their dormitory. Yuinju could hardly discern when he had tidied up, and there was scarcely a speck of dust to be found. Today, witnessing Sula and Apos' prowess as an assassin filled him with astonishment. It seemed that everyone harbored their own secrets, but Sula and Apos' were particularly abundant. Perhaps even the assaulted Ganai Emperor remained oblivious to Sula and Apos' true level of strength, yet Yi Inju was acutely aware. An assassin seldom reveals their fighting spirit. As concealing one and Apos' true capabilities is of utmost importance. However, Yuinju and Apos' mental fortitude surpassed that of his peers. At the moment Sula allowed the Ganai Emperor to conceal himself, Yuinju distinctly sensed that Sula's fighting spirit bore a striking resemblance to his own, indicating that Sula possessed at least a beginner and Apos' level of green tier fighting spirit. Among his contemporaries, this was almost unimaginable. It is worth noting that even Yuinju had spent over a decade in relentless training to attain such a level. Without the need for inquiries, he could surmise that Sula was undoubtedly the most formidable contender among the new assassins of this cohort. Time to eat. What are you lost in thought about? Sula, restored to his usual carefree demeanor, pulled out a pouch of coins and began calculating the meal expenses. Their lunch that day was more sumptuous than in previous days, featuring 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and 4 buns, accompanied by a small bowl of vegetable soup. Wow, Sula, what is the occasion for such a feast today? Yuinju exclaimed in surprise. Sula replied with a smile, didn't your divine sound department win today? Consider this a celebration. We and Apos, at the stage of growth and should indulge in some meat each month. You have another match this afternoon, so hurry up and eat. I and Apos, accompany you to the competition venue to cheer you on after we finish. Thank you, Sula. Yi Inju suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Sula lowered his head, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes, and said, no need for thanks. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then strive harder. If you can secure a place and earn some prize money, our lives will improve significantly. Absolutely. For his dignity and for Sula. Yuinju firmly established his goal for the first time, to clinch the championship title in the freshman competition. Yinzhu, there you are. What did you do after the match? Xueling, with keen eyes, spotted Yinzhu as he approached the classroom. Sula and Fei Si Che La were undoubtedly two distinct types of individuals, while Fei Si Che La nearly popped his eyes out in the presence of beautiful women. Sula's reaction was remarkably subdued, his smile diminished, merely nodding slightly in greeting to Xueling. Chapter 12. The Ethereal Snow Spirit, Part 1. The first-year students of the Sound of Divinity department were gathered in their classroom, with Haiyang seated in a corner, diligently tuning her zither strings. Xueling turned to Yinzhu and remarked, "Everyone is discussing the competition this afternoon." Yinzhu replied, puzzled, "Discussing? Didn't and Oppos, Grandma Nina already finalized the plans?" Xueling chuckled and said, "What we're deliberating is the cheerleading aspect. The upperclassmen have promised that if we can win another match, they will all come out tomorrow to cheer for us. It will surely be a spectacle for the entire academy." Yinzhu, why do you still call Director Nina and Amp, Oppos, Grandma and Amp, Oppos? Aren't and Oppos, to you afraid? We are the ones who should fear being implicated. Upon hearing that their next opponent was from the dark magic department, both Xueling and Lanqi gasped in unison, while Kong's expression darkened. Though she remained silent, the proud countenance bore a shade of gloom. Only Haiyang, still seated in the corner, exhibited no reaction, maintaining her icy calm. The 9 branches of the magic department include water, fire, wind, earth, light, dark magic, summoning, mental, and spatial domains. The first 6 belong to elemental magic, while the last 3 are classified as special magic. Among these, the spatial domain is the most enigmatic, while the mental and summoning branches are the most formidable. However, the dark magic branch is the one that evokes the greatest trepidation. Qin Shang had previously elucidated the intricacies of various magical systems to Yinzhu. Water magic is relatively weak in its initial stages, whereas dark magic is its polar opposite, being the strongest at the outset, renowned for its prowess below the green level. Most dark magic spells summon dark elements using certain aspects of oneself as offerings, wielding tremendous power. Among these, the corrosive spells are particularly feared, as any individual struck by such magic often suffers irreversible damage. This is the root of the apprehension felt by the enchanting ladies of the Sound of Divinity department. Grandma Nina, may I arrange the tactics for this afternoon and Oppos, as competition? Yinzhu boldly addressed Nina, a request he had made before but never with such confidence. Nina shot him a glare, yet to everyone and Oppos, as astonishment, she did not reprimand him. Instead, she nodded and replied, "Very well, since you are the captain, the decision is yours. However, I must emphasize one point. Safety comes first. I do not wish for any mishaps. Magic knows no bounds, and the damage from dark magic is formidable." Yinzhu nodded in understanding and asked, "Haiyang, could you please perform A Tale of Ghosts and Beauty once more this afternoon?" Haiyang appeared taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her pale features. "Why?" she inquired. "The piece merely expresses sorrow. The students from the dark magic department are not as easily swayed as those from the water department. Even if A Tale of Ghosts and Beauty is flawlessly rendered, it may not incapacitate them." With confidence, Yinzhu replied, "Just trust my arrangement, Senior Haiyang. And you, Xueling, Lanqi, and Kongke, should also be familiar with this widely recognized piece. Please perform it on your respective instruments. Lanqi, you will play beside me. The zither is the most challenging to harmonize with other instruments, so pay close attention to my technique." Lanqi nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Having witnessed Yinzhu's exceptional musical talent firsthand, she had long wished to seek his guidance. However, the peacock by her side was less than pleased, retorting, "Yinzhu, what do you mean by this? Everyone is performing and Oppos, a Chinese ghost story and Oppos, who will defend against the dark magic attacks." With a hint of disdain, the peacock added, "Are you capable?" Among the 4 competitors, the proud peacock was the one Yinzhu held the least affection for. He replied coolly, "If I am incapable, are you? If you believe you can withstand the opponent and Oppos' magical onslaught, I shall gladly relinquish the position of captain to you." "You," the peacock fumed. "What do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? Do you believe?" In the afternoon, the venue for the sound magic competition was the dark magic's 4th trial ground. Unlike the conventional water magic venue, this trial ground, although similar in size, was constructed entirely from black materials. First-time visitors often felt a chill in the air. The 4th trial ground was experiencing an unusual bustle. with spectators for the sound magic versus dark magic match surpassing the attendance of the morning's sound magic and water magic contest by 20%. Despite the sound magic team having won a round, nobody seemed to favor them at this point. Most students believed the morning defeat of the water magic team was due to their overconfidence, leading to a slower attack speed. Little did they know. The sluggish pace of spell casting was not due to negligence, but rather the influence of the melody. Inju, you must do your best. I placed a bet on your victory, Sula whispered with a smile as Inju prepared to take the stage. Inju frowned slightly, replying, My grandfather always said that gambling is unwise. Sula chuckled, a little wager adds to the thrill, it's nothing serious. Now hurry up and take the stage. I will be cheering for you all the way. Unlike the first match, this time the sound magic team brought not just one, but 3 sets of tables and chairs to the trial ground, while Inju personally transported his own. The other 2 sets for Lan Shi and Hai Yang had already been set up by students from other departments. Go, sound magic. Victory is ours. The crisp cheers and the captivating beauty of the first-year students drew everyone and Oppos' attention. Aside from the 4 competitors, the other 8 first-year students donned their uniforms, cheering for Inju and his companions from the sidelines. Most gazes were fixated on Inju. Although he exuded an air of modesty due to his humble origins, his striking appearance and poise were undeniable. Were it not for his chosen path as a seemingly inconsequential sound mage, he might have already found himself the object of pursuit among female students. Alas, in this world, strength reigned supreme. The dark magic students were the fewest among the 9 major departments in the magic division, barely outnumbering the sound magic branch. Each grade consisted of only 20 to 30 individuals. Their gathering among students from other departments felt distinctly out of place. Inju's table and chairs were positioned at the forefront, flanked by Lan Shi and Hai Yang, while Xueling and the Peacock stood at the rear. For the first time, Yi Inju beheld the musical instruments of her companions. Xueling wielded a blue jade flute, while the Peacock and Oppos' pipa was a creamy yellow, seemingly carved from ivory, exuding a crystalline translucence. The occasional plucking of its strings resonated with a vibrant metallic timbre. The competitors had gathered, standing face to face in the center of the arena. To Inju and Oppos' astonishment, the composition of the dark magic team was the exact opposite of that of the divine sound team. The latter comprised 1 male and 4 females, while the former consisted of 4 males and 1 female. Even more surprising was the fact that the sole female participant was their captain. Judging by the insignia on her school uniform, she was a first-year student. The captain of the dark magic team, Yiming, spoke succinctly, Please choose the mode of competition. Her long, dark blue hair cascaded down her back, and her black robe of magic enveloped her. Yet, within her large eyes, which should have been captivating, there flickered a lifeless, cold gleam. She radiated an icy aura, devoid of any vitality. One of the dark magic students scoffed. Do you need to set up tables before entering the battlefield, divine sound team? Xueling, standing behind Yu Inju, retorted sharply. Have you ever seen a sound master on the battlefield? Went against us first before boasting. Yu Inju and Yu Ming exchanged nods, retreating simultaneously with their respective team members. The protective barrier of the 4th practice arena activated, and at the referee and Oppos' command, the match commenced. In the stands, Nina and the head of the dark magic department were present. Unlike Vager, the head of the dark magic department, although an elderly man, emanated a chilling demeanor, having not uttered a word from his arrival until the beginning of the match. Perhaps he was intrigued by the divine sound team's previous victory. Dean Ferguson reappeared in the stands, contemplating, Yiming is becoming increasingly remarkable. I wonder how long the divine sound team can endure today. Even I cannot favor the divine sound team. I am well aware of Yiming and Oppos' formidable strength, being the granddaughter of an old friend. As the referee declared the start, 10 orbs of crimson light, steeped in an aura of deathly silence, materialized in mid-air, hurtling towards the 5 members of the divine sound team. With a flicker of yellow light, it became apparent that all 5 members of the dark magic team were at the yellow level of magic. At the forefront, Yu Ming radiated an elemental glow, indicative of a high-tier yellow level. The instant the dark orbs were unleashed, gasps of astonishment arose from the spectators surrounding the practice arena. All is within my grasp, Yu Inju calmly asserted. A glimmer from the teardrop-shaped gem on her left hand signaled the emergence of the sea-moon clear radiance upon her table. In the face of Yu Ming and Oppos' imposing presence, Yu Inju and Oppos' heart surged with fervent resolve. Seated gracefully before the zither, she transformed, her hands elegantly poised over the strings. At that moment, her spirit resonated in a remarkable harmony with the sea-moon clear radiance. As the 10 dark orbs approached, Yi Yinju refrained from invoking the moon god's protection. Instead, with a gentle pluck of the strings, a deep, resounding hum erupted. The 5 dark magic students across from her trembled, their incantations abruptly interrupted. In the stands, Nina abruptly rose from her seat. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she observed Yu Yinju in the practice arena. A sonic explosion? Could it be? Otherwise, how could one possibly interrupt an opponent and Oppos' incantation before the melody even begins? Yet, regardless of his strength, it is inconceivable that he possesses the magical prowess of the green level. Without invoking the moon goddess and Oppos' protection, amidst the deep, resonant hum, the ethereal and rich sound of the zither has already commenced. A blade of light, entwined with hues of yellow and red, surged forth from the strings of Yi Yinju, cutting through the air. The sound blade, curving in a remarkable arc as if endowed with sight, effortlessly erased the 10 dark orbs soaring towards it, leaving not a trace behind. Nina abruptly rose from her seat in the stands, appearing somewhat out of place. However, at that moment, she had transformed from one into two. The second individual standing was none other than Ferguson, the headmaster of Milan's Mage Warrior Academy, a grand sorcerer of the purple level in the mentalism discipline. The fusion of magic and martial arts emanated an astonished exclamation from Ferguson. No one possessed sharper senses than he. He acutely discerned that the sound blade emitted by Yu Yinju was far from mere magic. The red hue represented the mental magical force summoned by the zither, while the yellow signified the robust fighting spirit. What astonished him most was the flawless amalgamation of melody and fighting spirit, yielding a unique energy. The dark orbs, renowned for their formidable power among red-level spells, were utterly incapable of withstanding the gentle plucking of Yu Yinju and Oppos' strings. No one anticipated such a scenario. Even the 4 women behind Yu Yinju were rendered speechless. Yet in the next moment, their consciousness was awakened by the zither and Oppos' melody. Among the 4 women of the divine sound system, the one with the highest mastery of oceanic magic was the first to respond. The clear and textured sound of the zither flowed from her fingers as they glided across the 21 strings, producing a dragon-like resonance that harmonized with Yi Yinju's melody. Shortly thereafter, a sound identical to Yu Yinju and Oppos', albeit somewhat unrefined, emerged from Lanshi. She did not glance at the jade zither before her. Her gaze was entirely fixated on Yu Yinju and Oppos' hands, where she then noticed that Yu Yinju and Oppos' fingers each had only 4 digits. The sound of large and small pearls falling onto a jade plate interjected at just the right moment, as if a silver vase had shattered, piercing through the music and imbuing the piece a Chinese ghost story with an air of solemnity. Simultaneously, the profound, lingering, and delicate sound of the shao seemed to envelop the atmosphere in sorrow. The 5 members of the divine sound system, wielding 4 different instruments, showcased the ensemble skill of the divine sound practitioners. An ensemble refers to multiple practitioners performing the same piece simultaneously, even with differing levels of magic. A cleverly coordinated melody can yield a cumulative effect. In an instant, for streams of crimson light intertwined with the deep orange released by the ocean, swirling forth like a vortex, saturating every corner of the 4th trial arena. The most terrifying aspect of the divine sound practitioners and Oppos' magic lies in its invincibility. No magic or fighting spirit can obstruct the mental attack conveyed through melody. Only by relying on one and Oppos' own mental fortitude can one withstand its effects. As soon as the zither and Oppos' melody resonated, the 4 dark magic students outside of Yuming paid little heed, believing they could withstand the effects of the performance, as the highest among the divine sound practitioners was merely at the orange level. However, as Yu Yinju effortlessly obliterated the dark orbs conjured by his opponents with a single sound blade, the dark magic students came to realize that the realm of divine sound was far from simplistic. Their incantations disrupted, they promptly channeled their magical energies with fervor, unleashing a torrent of instantaneous red-level spells directed toward Yu Yinju and his companions. In truth, the first note emanating from Yu Yinju and Oppos' instrument was not the traditional explosive sound typically associated with divine sound practitioners. He had yet to attain the green-level prowess required for such a blast. That singular note was an innovative sonic explosion he had devised, based on sound and ignited by his fighting spirit. When he faced the blue-level mage Ruffet, It was this very technique that had granted him the upper hand during their encounter. Gentle sound blades flowed from the 8 fingers of Yi Yinzhu and Amp, Apos, S hands. Although the dark magic spells were imbued with corrosive potency and formidable offensive strength, they could not breach the 5-meter radius surrounding Yi Yinzhu. With his left hand, he executed the echo of the empty valley, while his right hand conjured the flowing spring of the gloomy valley, inviting his adversaries to receive his melody. For sound blades intersected mid-air, forming a striking shape as they gracefully approached the 5 dark magic students. The sound blades possessed an extraordinary quality, drifting through the air as though unaffected by external forces, constantly altering their trajectories, yet moving with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible. During his previous encounter with Rufit and his companions, Yi Yinzhu had been acutely aware of his inferiority and had seized the moment of surprise to unleash his 7-kill sound, channeling all his fighting spirit and musical magic in a decisive strike. However, at this juncture, he chose to hold back somewhat, given his current strength. Invoking the 7-kill sound would leave him with no reserves. Suddenly, a dense black mist erupted from the chest of Yu Ming, coalescing into a wall of darkness. Upon the intrusion of the shape sound blades, this nightshade fog magic trembled violently yet ultimately succeeded in deflecting the sound blade assault. Shadow split, Yu Ming uttered, her voice strained. Although she had utilized a magical artifact to cast a defensive spell, the impact of the 4 sound blades greatly affected her magical power. In unison, the 5 dark magic students produced black orbs, shattering them with a mere squeeze. In an instant, countless shadowy figures emerged, each student manifesting 6 distinct silhouettes, swiftly dispersing and forming an encirclement around the divine sound practitioner. Unable to chant spells, they relied on magical artifacts to instantaneously cast the yellow-level magic, Shadow Split. The dark magic practitioners were not as impoverished as their water-based counterparts. The Shadow Split technique was perfectly suited to counter Yi Yinzhu at this moment. The dark magic students lacked the capacity to withstand the sound blades directly. Yet the sudden emergence of multiple clones rendered it impossible for Yi Yinzhu to discern their true positions. Sound blades were immensely taxing on both fighting spirit and magical energy, and Yi Yinzhu was reluctant to expend them frivolously. Yet, at this moment, the melody of the butterfly lovers had reached 1/3 of its progression. This precise juncture marked the moment when Yi Yinzhu and Amp, Apos, S composition began to exert its influence. The 5 dark magic students simultaneously felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow welling within, as if their subconscious urged them to listen to the music rather than continue the contest. The clones created by the Shadow Split began to blur and lose definition. Yu Ming, being a mage of equal caliber to Yi Yinzhu, suddenly bit down on her lip at a critical moment, using the sharp sting to awaken her senses. With a resounding shout, she called forth, "Appear, my companion, Ming Shui." A dark blue magical hexagram materialized before the looming black figure, revealing a delicate silhouette, a seemingly 6 or 7-year-old girl floating gracefully in the air. Her long, deep blue hair cascaded behind her, extending beyond her feet, while her large black eyes radiated an aura of chilling detachment. A faint dark blue luminescence spiraled around her translucent form, which appeared almost crystalline in its clarity. In the stands, Nina's expression shifted dramatically as she gasped. A necromantic growth-type magical beast, the Yomi Snow Soul. All growth-type magical beasts possess the potential to evolve into intelligent beasts, though the journey is arduous and protracted. The rarity of necromantic growth-type magical beasts is comparable to that of a 9th-tier dragon, let alone the distinguished Yomi Snow Soul. It is crucial to note that any contract with a growth-type beast must begin from its larval stage. The mature Yomi Snow Soul is a level 9 beast and can only produce a single soul throughout its life. To forge a contract with this soul, one must not only locate the Yomi Snow Soul, but also vanquish an adult of equal stature to a purple-tier dual-element Grand Sorcerer. With a powerful cry, Yu Ming commanded, "Soul Wail." The youthful Yomi Snow Soul emitted a piercing, chilling wail that swiftly diminished the harmonious ensemble of the 5-member divine sound system performing the piece of Beautiful Ghost. Snow Dance, Yu Ming issued another command. Instantly, dark blue motes began to appear around the Yomi Snow Soul, gradually coalescing into delicate snowflakes that swirled through the air. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Ming hurriedly gathered with her 4 companions from the dark magic faction to commence their incantation. "O dark god, you emerge from the void," intoned the first dark magic student. "With profound sorrow, take my soul." The second seamlessly continued the chant. "Bring despair upon my enemies, envelop the world in slaughter." The third and Apos S lines flowed harmoniously, as if spoken by a single voice. As they chanted, A cascade of yellow light emanated from each of them, converging at the center of the quintet. I vow by my blood, I shall offer my soul. As the fourth student completed their incantation, all four simultaneously released a mist of blood, transforming the previously gathered yellow light into a ghastly green. In the stands, Ferguson exclaimed in astonishment, overlapping chant, dark magic spell. This is a high-level dark magic. He turned to Director Baston, remarking, the new students in the dark magic faction are exceptionally talented this year. As he spoke, his purple magical energy began to coalesce. As the Academy and AMP, Oppos, as principal, he harbored hopes of avoiding casualties during the freshman competition. Meanwhile, the silent director of the dark magic faction, Baston, could only describe his feelings as bitter. The advanced dark magic known as the Dark Curse is rarely conjured even by fifth-year students on their own. This time, however, he had ingeniously designed an overlapping incantation intended for a more pivotal competition, meant to showcase the dark magic's brilliance. Unexpectedly, in the second round, he was compelled to employ it against the so-called chicken rib wizard of the divine sound system, although he believed victory was assured. Revealing his strength too early was clearly not his intention. With a final phrase, Moonming completed the incantation of the Dark Curse, Hell, and AMP, Oppos, whale. In an instant, a ghastly green light enveloped all 5 dark magic students, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams that resonated throughout the arena. Meanwhile, as the dark magic students chanted their spells, Yi Zhu and his companions faced considerable tribulation. The dual-element Dark Snow Beast, the ethereal Snow Soul, posed a significant challenge, despite still being in its growth phase. The ethereal Snow Soul possessed strength exceeding level 4. The dark blue snowflakes, imbued with a chilling aura, acted like razor-sharp blades, and more dreadfully, they contained corrosive properties. A mere touch would lead to devastating corrosion. The performance of the ghostly woman did not cease. Yuan Zhu understood that the melodies of a sound magician were universally effective against any being with a soul, including undead creatures. The sound blades could not obstruct the pervasive snowflakes, so in a critical moment, he unleashed the Guardian of the Moon, enveloping all 5 of his companions. He allowed the dark blue snowflakes to slice through while simultaneously altering his hand slightly, channeling his fighting spirit into his fingertips, causing the resonance of the music to double and suppress the shrill cries of the ethereal Snow Soul. Accompanied by a deep and distant melody, his elegant, sonorous voice arose amidst the quintet's performance. Life is but a long road. Let the frost remain upon our faces. In this mortal realm, how many dreams find their direction? Seek the beloved heart entwined with dreams, as the path stretches into the vast unknown. The melody, previously harmonized with the ocean, now showcased its true power for the first time through Yin Zhu. The resonance of the music, intertwined with his singing, permeated the consciousness of each individual present. Among the 5 dark magic students who had just completed their incantation, only Moon Ming, with his remarkable mental fortitude, managed to maintain his composure. The other 4, overwhelmed by the mental impact of the music, were completely bereft of their senses, even shedding tears and losing their combat abilities under the influence of the melody. Most peculiarly, the closest ethereal Snow Soul to Yin Zhu reacted distinctively. Its crystalline body undulated in response to the force of the music, creating ripples akin to water waves, while the dark blue snowflakes in the air noticeably diminished. Strangely, its large, lifeless eyes displayed an emotional fluctuation, and a subtle sadness graced its flawless visage as it floated toward Yin Zhu, seemingly propelled by the wind. Though the 4 dark magic students, apart from Moonming, were entirely absorbed in the melody and had lost their combat capabilities, the Dark Curse had already been fully realized through their overlapping incantation. A colossal black magical hexagram materialized silently before the moonshade. Immediately, a cacophony of piercing howls erupted from within the magical sigil. Eerie green shadows, seemingly clawing their way out of the depths of hell, surged forth, accompanied by their chilling wails, flooding towards the 5 members of the sound system. The hue of the magic suggested it had already reached the intermediate stage of the green level. The sheer power generated by the overlapping chants of the 4 yellow-level students was astonishing, causing both Yuan Zhu and his companions to pale in unison. "Yin Zhu." Be cautious, Su La's anxious voice rang out, bolstered by the energy of his fighting spirit. Yuan Zhu, undeterred by the now passive Ming Shui at his side, gazed resolutely with his clear black eyes. He understood that retreat was not an option. Behind him stood the 4 maidens of the ocean. Now, he could only rely on his own strength to withstand the final assault of the dark magic. In an instant, Yin Zhu's eyes transformed to a deep crimson. A powerful dark red magical aura surged forth, and his mental fortitude soared to its peak, enhancing the protective barrier of the moon god to its utmost potential. His fighting spirit coalesced, his hands concealed within his sleeves turned to a hue reminiscent of yellow jade. The melody of the ghostly woman abruptly ceased as his fingers simultaneously intercepted the 7 strings of the sea moon's shimmering light. As his magical and fighting energies reached their zenith, a wave of weakness began to encroach upon his consciousness. Yinzhu was aware that he possessed the life guardian on his wrist for absolute defense, a safeguard that the dark magic could not breach. However, with his inherent pride, he was reluctant to utilize the life guardian, knowing that excessive reliance on it would severely hinder his future progress. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not activate it lightly. The dark magic and Oppos, whale summoned numerous phantoms, and although Mooshade and her companions could not unleash the full might of this advanced dark magic, the display was still formidable. The 4th trial arena was filled with anguished cries and oppressive waves of dark elemental energy. The overwhelming pressure causing the 4 maidens behind Yinzhu, save for the ocean, to blanch in fear. Just as Yinzhu concentrated all his energy, preparing for a decisive clash with the dark spell, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Mingshui, floating beside him, unexpectedly displayed increasingly human-like emotions in her lifeless eyes. As if she had resolved something. In an instant, her body shot forward silently, positioning herself in front of Yinzhu, causing him to momentarily falter in his preparations for a full-force strike. Her dark blue hair billowed without wind, rising behind her to form a massive circular barrier. The black currents coalesced around her form, creating an enormous void that exuded an intense, chilling gravitational pull. The phantoms emerging from the black 6-pointed star emitted piercing screams, their ghastly green light pulsating violently as if they were frightened by something. Yet, in the face of the dark energy radiating from Mingshui, these spirits, unleashed by the dark magic spell, exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Like a flurry of green arrows, they were voraciously consumed by Mingshui's black hole. Yuming stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that the most formidable dark magic attack she had painstakingly conjured would be thwarted by her own beast. Although she could distinctly sense the spiritual connection between herself and Mingshui in that moment, she found herself devoid of control over the creature. Such a phenomenon was nearly inconceivable in a beast bound by a master-servant contract. The director of the dark magic department, Bastian, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. He rose in astonishment, his aged visage etched with horror. The inability of the beast to heed its master and Oppos' command raised dire implications. Could a backlash be imminent? The anticipated victory had been drastically undermined at this critical juncture, and he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. The 4 women behind Yinzhu were equally taken aback, as the melody of a tale of ghosts concluded at that very moment. Within the turmoil, Haiying experienced an intricate sensation. Among the 5 participants in the Divine Sound Division, her spiritual prowess was second only to Yinzhu and Oppos' She vaguely sensed that Mingshui and Oppos' transformation was likely closely linked to the harmonious performance of their quintet. The dark magic spell was exceedingly arduous to conjure, yet its consumption was alarmingly swift. In mere moments, the ghastly green phantoms had vanished entirely, and the black 6-pointed star before Yuming quietly closed. Overwhelmed by the excessive drain on her mental energy and the psychological blow she had endured, Yuming staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. She could only rely on her magic staff to keep herself upright. Mingshui floated beside Yinzhu, having devoured the dark magic spell, and her form seemed to solidify slightly. Within that brief span, she appeared to mature. Her previously youthful visage, reminiscent of a 6- or 7-year-old, had transformed into that of an 8- or 9-year-old. What sent a chill down Yuming's spine was the glimmer of contemplation she discerned in Mingshui's eyes. It was crucial to note that this evolving Mingshui was still merely a beast of level 4 to 5. While the capacity for contemplation was characteristic of beasts with an intellect level above 7. In the stands, Ferguson furrowed his brow, contemplating as he remarked, "It seems that the ghostly Mingshui has undergone an evolution." Chapter 13. The Behemoth, Part 1. As Yinzhu closed his eyes while the dark snow began to engulf the dark magic curse, a faint smile graced his lips. The battle energy and magical power he had previously concentrated slowly dissipated. However, due to the full-force attack he had just attempted, he suffered a degree of elemental backlash, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "What have you done to the dark snow?" Yuming gazed at Yinzhu beside the dark snow with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Opening his eyes slowly, Yinzhu and Oppos' gaze remained crystal clear, showing no signs of fatigue from the elemental backlash. With a gentle smile, he replied, I have done nothing at all. I can only say that our music can influence both you and the magical beasts. Any creature with a soul is susceptible to the emotions conveyed through the melody. You should pay more attention to your magical beast. It seems she is not truly happy by your side. If you cannot earn her genuine loyalty, she will never become your most trusted companion. Yuming stared blankly at Yuanzhu, and suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she shouted, Dark Snow, attack him. She believed that had it not been for Dark Snow's betrayal, they would have secured victory for the dark magic system. Furthermore, she could not fathom that her magical beast would disobey her commands. Dark Snow hovered in place, glancing at Yuanzhu and then at Yuming, before lowering its head in a remarkably human-like manner and shaking it gently. Yi refused to attack him? Yuming was completely stunned, the color draining from her face. Dark Snow looked at Yuanzhu and, to her astonishment, bowed respectfully before him. Two hesitant words escaped Dark Snow and Appos' lips, thank you with a graceful turn. Enveloped by its dark blue hair, Dark Snow transformed into a myriad of dark blue light points and vanished from sight. Yuming and Appos' gaze towards Yuanzhu became infinitely complex. Her magical beast not only disobeyed her but chose to heed her adversary's commands. In that moment, all that remained in her heart was a chilling resentment toward Yuanzhu. Dark Snow was a powerful magical beast that her grandfather had painstakingly helped her acquire. Once Dark Snow grew to level 7 or above, combined with her own rising magical prowess, she would be capable of rivaling a dragon knight. Yet, this beautiful prospect seemed to be shattered by the presence of this male student from the sound system. Miss Yuming, my mother taught me to respect young ladies. Thus, I do not wish to continue the attack. Please concede, Yuanzhu said, somewhat helplessly, as he looked at Yuming. In truth, even he was not entirely certain why Dark Snow had chosen to act this way. However, his keen perception sensed the deep animosity emanating from Yuming toward him. Yuanzhu and Appos' goodwill struck Yuming as particularly jarring. The excessive drain on her mental energy, coupled with the emotional blow, rendered her unable to maintain her composure. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed onto the stage. The fourth trial arena fell into a profound silence. The venue, filled with nearly 8,000 spectators, remained utterly still for a full minute. The sound system triumphs. The referee finally regained composure, signaling the conclusion of this tumultuous match. Once dismissed as inconsequential, the sound magic department has once again performed the miraculous, triumphing over the dark magic department, which boasted 5 yellow-level mages. With the unexpected success of a single orange-level mage and 4 red-level mages from the sound magic department, this victory is nothing short of astonishing for anyone, even Nina. The head of the sound magic department held no illusions of victory upon witnessing the emergence of the phantom snow soul. Yet, triumph arrived with astonishing swiftness. As Yuanzhu stepped out of the arena, the gazes of all present shifted to him with a hint of peculiarity. The students of Milan Magic Martial Academy, all elite in their own right, could plainly see that the key to this victory lay with the top male student of the sound magic department, often referred to as the lone green amidst a myriad of flowers. The wondrous sound blade that thwarted the dark magic department and Appos' instantaneous spells made its historic debut on the stage of the Longqi Nisi continent. Dean Ferguson cast a deep glance at Yuanzhu in the distance, uttering no further words before turning to depart. The teachers from the dark magic department, their expressions grim, rushed to tend to their students, who had succumbed to the enchanting melodies of the sound magic department. In stark contrast to their mood, Nina could hardly contain her excitement. For years, the sound magic department had held the title of the premier department within Milan Magic Martial Academy, only to be overlooked by all. Now, at this very moment, they had finally become the center of attention. If the sound magic department and Appos' initial victory over the water magic department had been aided by magical artifacts and a stroke of luck, this contest against the dark magic department was a true test of skill, leaving no room for doubt regarding the sound magic department and Appos' capabilities. Sound magic, assured victory. Sound magic, assured victory. The jubilant cheers erupted in waves, particularly from the 8 beautiful first-year students of the sound magic department, who shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm, Yuanzhu, you were incredible! How did you manage that? What was that attack that resembled a wind blade? Schwelling exclaimed excitedly, her lovely eyes sparkling like bright stars. Oh, he responded, following Nina out of the classroom. As the head of the sound magic department, Nina had a private office that was nearly as spacious as a classroom. Various elegant magical decorations adorned the walls of this grand office. Nina gestured toward the sofa in front of her desk, saying, "Please, have a seat." This was Yi Yinzhu's first visit to such a place, and he couldn't oppose help but gaze around in curiosity. The leather sofa was soft and comfortable, and the fatigue from the competition seemed to dissipate in this cozy environment. "Grandma Nina, did you call me for something?" Yi Yinzhu inquired tentatively. Nina pondered for a moment before suddenly lifting her gaze. Her eyes ablaze with intensity as she fixed her stare upon Yi Yinzhu. "Tell me, was the sound blade you unleashed earlier a fusion of fighting spirit and magic?" Yi Yinzhu faltered, hesitating briefly before slowly nodding. Yes. Purple had been correct. His sound blade would eventually make its mark on the continent. Although its secrets could not be openly divulged, the unique nature of the sound blade did not necessitate complete concealment. Sort of. Yi Yinzhu scratched his head, uncertain if what he possessed could truly be classified as a dual mastery of magic and martial arts. Nina furrowed her brows, questioning whether Qin Shang had truly lost his mind. "Did he intend to ruin you?" Grandma Nina, why do you say that?" Yi Yinzhu looked at her in astonishment. Nina retorted sharply, "How can the inferior martial arts possibly compare to our noble magic, especially that of the illustrious sound mages? By intertwining martial techniques within your music, you may eliminate the sluggishness of the sound mage and oppos as performance, yet it renders your music impure. Such an approach will not benefit your future advancement. Does Qin Shang not understand this?" Yi Yinzhu appeared bewildered and replied, "I don't know. Grandpa Qin has taught me to cultivate this way since childhood, and it seems to have no adverse effects." Nina scoffed. While the fusion of magic and martial arts could unleash tremendous power, it lacked specialization, leading to a significant decrease in cultivation speed after reaching the green level. Success may still be attainable, but the effort required would be multiple times that of a singular mage or warrior. After reaching the purple level, a magic warrior would no longer have the upper hand compared to a dedicated warrior or mage. Yi Yinzhu shook her head and said, "I cannot ascertain the correctness of your claims, but I firmly believe that Grandpa Qin would never harm me." Nina, gazing into Yi Yinzhu's calm yet resolute eyes, found herself at a loss for words. From her perspective, she could hardly question Qin Shang's teachings. After all, he was the continent's foremost sound mage, a paragon in his field. Yet, she could not fathom why Qin Shang would guide Yi Yinzhu towards the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Little did she know that Yi Yinzhu was not engaging in the conventional dual practice. With a wry smile, Yi Yinzhu remarked, "I really don't know. Perhaps it is our music that has influenced it." Nina shook her head, countering, "That is incorrect. While sound mages excel at enchanting magical beasts with music, given that most of them possess weak mental fortitude, today, you are facing the nether snow spirit, capable of evolving into a ninth-tier intelligent magical beast. Being of the undead variety, our music and oppos' impact on it is negligible, even if you could sway its emotions. Controlling it to turn against its own is simply impossible." Yi Yinzhu instinctively suggested, "Perhaps it is related to the piece we chose today, a Chinese ghost story." Nina and oppos' eyes lit up at the mention of the piece, realizing its connection to the undead nether snow spirit. This revelation sparked an idea. It seemed that the sound mages had a new subject to explore. "I must ponder this carefully. If every sound mage could persuade an opponent and oppos' magical beast to betray them in battle, then even against dragon knights." Enthralled by the thought, she began to dance with excitement, her eyes shining brightly, reminiscent of the earlier exhilaration displayed by Shui Ling. As soon as Yi Yinzhu exited the sound mage training building, she heard someone calling her name. Su La emerged from somewhere, his face appearing somewhat pale, and his gaze towards Yi Yinzhu turned peculiar. "Su La, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Yinzhu mustered his spirit and reached out to touch Sula's forehead. "I am not unwell." Sula swatted Yi Yinzhu and oppos' hand away, his voice tinged with an odd tone. "Congratulations, you have won again." Yi Yinzhu offered a bitter smile. "There is nothing to celebrate. Luck played a significant role." "Sula, you do not look well." Sula gritted his teeth. "I cannot look well. Yi Yinzhu, I want to kill you." In an instant, his frail body erupted with astonishing speed. The distance between them was already minimal, and Yi Yinzhu, having exhausted himself, found his reflexes severely diminished. Before he could react, Sula and oppos' hands had already clasped around his neck. Due to their size disparity, he found himself wholly suspended against Yi Yinzhu. A chilling, slick sensation enveloped his throat. Sula and oppos' grip was cold, and though his demeanor was fierce, he did not truly apply force. "Sula, what are you doing?" Yi Yinzhu exclaimed in shock. Sula's eyes shimmered with a complex light, tinged with a hint of mist. Suddenly, he released Yu Yinzhu. I hate you so much. Why must your divine sound sect win? Why? Abruptly, Sula loosened his grip, causing Yu Yinzhu to feel as if the world were spinning. The excessive fatigue and elemental backlash finally took their toll. Darkness enveloped him as he fell forward. Sula, troubled by another matter, was startled to see Yi Yinzhu tumbling in his direction, and before he could react, Yi Yinzhu collided with him. Instinctively, in a bid for self-preservation, Yi Yinzhu reached out with both hands to grasp something for support as he fell, and when he crashed against Sula, his right hand fortuitously landed on Sula and Apos' chest. Tightening his grip, using Sula to steady himself. Sula, it turns out your pectorals are quite strong too. This was the last sentence Yu Yinzhu uttered before losing consciousness. Supporting Yu Yinzhu and Apos' weight, Sula and Apos' complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallid. The obsidian dagger had inexplicably reappeared in his grasp. And as he gazed at Yu Yinzhu and Apos', hands still clutching his chest, he hesitated for a long moment, yet still could not bring himself to plunge the dagger in. The extreme north wilderness occupies over a quarter of the dragon-continuous continent, situated in the northernmost part of the land, enduring perpetual cold. On the southern edge of this wilderness, it borders the kingdom of Ascoli to the southwest, the empire of Milan directly to the south, and the kingdom of Flora to the southeast. Human nations have stationed heavy troops along the borders to defend against the orc inhabitants of the extreme north wilderness. Similarly, the orc tribes remain ever vigilant against human incursions, leading to the construction of 3 fortresses at the intersections with these 3 nations: the Solomon Fortress adjacent to the kingdom of Ascoli, the Hammer of Thunder Fortress bordering the empire of Milan, and the Fortress of the War God near the kingdom of Flora. In the eyes of humanity, orcs are deemed savage, bloodlines deemed impure. However, despite the general perception of lower intelligence among orcs, the intellect of higher orcs is by no means inferior to that of humans. This is evident from the fact that many orc nobles closely resemble humans in appearance. She stood atop a small hill, 5 miles distant from the towering fortress known as Thunder God and Apos' hammer, gazing intently at its imposing walls that soared 20 zhang high, his eyes radiating a chilling light. His hands gripped a heavy iron staff, providing support for his poised form. He had remained motionless in this position for a full hour. From his piercing gaze, 2 beams of menacing light shot forth, his arm muscles swelling with sudden intensity, veins protruding ominously. No one could doubt the explosive power contained within those arms. At that moment, the gates of Thunder God and Apos' hammer swung open with a suddenness that sent tremors through the earth. One colossal figure after another emerged from the fortress, and upon seeing them, the fervent flames ignited in Ji and Apos' deep violet eyes, tightening his grip on the iron staff even further. These were giants, each towering over 15 meters in height, their iron-gray hair glistening in the sunlight, radiating an aura of overwhelming dominance that even the magical elements in the air, with feet measuring a meter in length, each thunderous step caused the ground to quake. Their entire physique was robust, particularly their blood-red eyes that gleamed with a savage hunger. Their shoulders, spanning 5 meters, were crowned with bulging deltoids resembling small hills, and the muscles hidden beneath their fur could only be described as terrifying. At the ends of their massive arms were claws 100 inches long, each rivaling the dragon lances of human knights, accompanied by deep, resonant breaths that made the air itself seem to lament. Indeed, these were the formidable behemoths, the elite among the Orcish warriors, capable of contending with true dragons and renowned for their invincibility in land warfare. Even the might of a dragon could not compare to that of a behemoth. In close combat, these 7th-tier rampaging behemoths could easily rend apart an 8th-tier dragon. Although classified as 7th tier, no beast of the same rank could stand against them. Their high resistance to magic, rendering them immune to spells below blue grade, made their bodies akin to impenetrable fortresses. As for the 8th-tier silver behemoths and the 9th-tier golden behemoths, they were symbols of unrivaled dominance in land battles. In the frigid northern wastelands, the orcs are divided into numerous tribes, with their strength determined not by territory but by the number of behemoths they possess. The tribe with the greatest number of behemoths is deemed the strongest among the orcs. At this moment, there were 100 rampaging behemoths gathered outside Thunder God's hammer. Their formation haphazard, for behemoths do not require organization. Their presence was not for combat, but for training. Even within the Orcish stronghold of Thunder God's hammer, no commander would dare allow such ferocious creatures to practice within the fortress walls. In addition to the 100 rampaging behemoths, There were 5 silver behemoths and 2 golden behemoths present. This amounted to more than half the behemoths within Thunder God and Apos' hammer. The silver behemoths sported silvery fur, their bodies more robust than their rampaging counterparts, nearly immune to all blue-grade magic, only susceptible to purple-grade spells. The golden behemoth is even more fearsome. This so-called king of behemoths is an absolute 9th-tier powerhouse. Even purple-level magic, unless it exceeds the 3rd tier, cannot hope to inflict even the slightest damage upon them. Their golden fur is more resilient than any armor, and their bloodthirsty gaze is sufficient to make dragons tremble. It is precisely due to the presence of these behemoth giants that human nations cannot dare to cross the threshold of danger. Unbeknownst to many, the Orc nation has unleashed hundreds of tamed dragons ranging from the 4th to the 6th tier, instilling a sense of terror outside the Thunderhammer fortress. On the fortress walls, countless powerful Orc warriors shout fervently, rallying for their kings. The behemoth giants employ a straightforward method of attack: sheer, unadulterated strength, brutal strength. No tamed dragon can resist, nor can any escape. In merely 5 minutes, a scene of carnage unfolded outside the Thunderhammer fortress. The tamed dragons had vanished, with not even a morsel of flesh left behind. Blood soaked the iron-gray fur of the rampaging behemoths, intensifying the crimson glow in their eyes. At that moment, 5 silver behemoths and 2 golden behemoths joined the fray, targeting their own kind. The massive bodies of the rampaging behemoths were hurled like cannonballs before these 7 mightier behemoth giants, their furious roars seemingly tearing through the air. Z-Purple stood observing the fierce battle of the behemoth giants from a distance, fully aware that this was their method of training. Even in practice, each behemoth exerted its utmost effort. Their formidable defenses rendered them impervious to injury. Only through relentless combat could these behemoth giants maintain their fearsome combat prowess that sent shivers through human nations. With blood surging within him, Z-Purple realized he could no longer remain there, as he was losing control of his emotions. He let out a roar that commanded the behemoths to cease their actions, transforming into a purple shadow that sped towards the left side of the Thunderhammer fortress, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When Yuinju awakened from his stupor, he found himself lying in his dormitory bed. The enticing aroma of food stirred a lament within his stomach. He turned over and climbed out of bed. Aside from a slight dizziness, he felt no discomfort. Even he was surprised at how robust his recovery had become. The internal injuries caused by elemental backlash had completely healed. "You're awake. Time to eat," came the somewhat cold voice of Sula. 2 plates of vegetables and a few buns were placed on the table. "Are we not having any extra dishes today?" Yuinju inquired with a smile. Sula scoffed. "Extra dishes? Just having food to eat is good enough." Yuinju took a bite of a bun and asked, "Sula, what is wrong with you? I recall not having offended you. It seems you even threatened to kill me before I fainted." As he spoke, his hands were not idle. He quickly devoured the vegetables. Sula's culinary skills were quite remarkable, leaving little room for critique. "What do you think is wrong with me?" Sula gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Who allowed you to win? Who permitted your sound division to triumph? Why are you so formidable? Why didn't you inform me earlier?" "Huh? You never inquired about it either." Yuinju, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Sula, what has gotten into you? I believe I heard my father mention that only those approaching menopause exhibit such emotional instability. You're not experiencing an early onset of it, are you?" "You." Sula and Apos' countenance darkened further, and suddenly he burst into tears, crying out, "My money! You scoundrel! You've caused me to lose all my wealth. I swear, I will kill you. I will end you." As he spoke, a dagger inexplicably reappeared in his hand, brandishing it in the air as if it were Yuinju himself. "I caused you to lose money? If I recall correctly, you wagered only a single gold coin. Moreover, since you bet on our sound division to win, how could you possibly incur a loss?" Yuinju replied, bewildered. At that moment, Sula's sobbing ceased, and his gaze shifted to Yuinju, now tinged with embarrassment. He lowered his head and confessed, "Actually, I didn't believe your sound division would prevail either. So I placed all my bets on the dark magic division. I intended to earn some money to improve my living conditions. Who would have guessed that you all would win?" Upon hearing this, Yuinju finally comprehended the situation, frowning as he remarked, "I and Apos, VE always said that gambling is unwise. Why did you still choose to gamble?" With a huff, Sula retorted, "I don't care. In any case, I have lost all my money. This is our last meal. After this, we want to even have money for vegetables. You caused me to lose, so you owe me." Observing the tears still glistening on Sula and Apos' face, Yuinju felt a mix of amusement and pity. With a gentle sigh, he activated his spatial ring, revealing the remaining gold coins in his hand. Here, take it all. This is everything I have. Sula was taken aback. He never anticipated that Yi Yinzhu would not only refrain from blaming him for losing all the money, but would also offer him the remaining coins without a single reproach. Accepting the coins, he slowly lowered his head, and his expression underwent a subtle transformation, his gaze softening imperceptibly. Let us eat. You must refrain from gambling in the future. These few coins should suffice for our sustenance for several days, Yi Yinzhu said, handing a steamed bun to Sula and pulling him to sit across from him. However, Sula held the bun in his hands, unable to take a bite for a long while. Yinzhu, yes, you are a good person, Sula sighed softly. Yi Yinzhu smiled faintly and replied, I believe so too. Sula chuckled bitterly. But how will we manage in the days to come? Everything is exorbitantly priced in Milan. This money will barely last us for a little over a month. I lost dozens of gold coins. That's a substantial amount. Yi Yinzhu responded helplessly. I'm not sure what to do either. I will strive to win the championship in the new life competition. That way, we will have money. Sula scoffed. Do you think it's that easy? You've seen the strength of the dark magic division. In the realm of the 9 magical divisions, counting your sound division, it makes 10. The dark magic division ranks at most 3rd or 4th. The prowess of the wind system, spatial system, and light system is undoubtedly formidable. Yet it is the mental and summoning systems that may surpass them. Miracles do not occur perpetually. Even if your sound system possesses a certain level of strength, it does not guarantee unbroken victories in the forthcoming matches. Yi Yinzhu stated, I have confidence in myself. Sula shot him a glance, replying, however, I lack faith in you. Yi Yinzhu chuckled wryly. What can we do then? Gold coins do not simply fall from the sky. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Sula and Appo's eyes as he proposed, Yinzhu, why don't and Appo's we take a part-time work? The Milan Magic and Martial Academy emphasizes self-study. With classes only 3 days a week, we could utilize our free time to earn some money, as long as we find a modest job. It would suffice for our expenses at the academy. Do not forget, we must pay tuition next semester. 1 year and Appo's tuition amounts to 100 gold coins, which is no trivial sum. Upon hearing Sula mention the tuition, Yi Yinzhu was reminded of the ocean, nodding in agreement. All right then. What shall we do? Sula shook his head. I do not know either. How about this? You continue with the competitions, as I have no pressing matters. I will search for suitable employment over the next few days, and if I find something appropriate, I'll bring you along. Yi Yinzhu nodded. Sounds good. Sula grinned, adding, however, I shall manage our future wages to prevent you from spending frivolously. You tend to be quite extravagant. Yi Yinzhu gazed at him in silence, inwardly thinking that it was he who had lost all his savings earlier. Though he harbored these thoughts, he did not voice them and instead acquiesced to Sula and Appo's request. To him, money was not of paramount importance. Having food to eat and a place to stay was sufficient. On the day of the competition, the Milan Magic and Martial Academy showcased a stunning spectacle. 81 students from the sound system across 5 grades formed a super cheerleading squad that appeared early at the competition venue. Perhaps the sound system was not the favorite to win, yet it undoubtedly held the title of most popular. This exemplifies the strength of the premier system at the Milan Magic and Martial Academy. In comparison, the audience numbers at other competition venues could be likened to a handful of kittens. Those attending the sound system matches, students and teachers alike, may not have had high hopes for their success, but the allure of beautiful women was a compelling reason to attend. 81 beauties from the sound system. Even if not each was a stunning paragon, at least half could be deemed attractive, with several being exceptionally exquisite. Moreover, as they were undoubtedly of noble lineage, who would not wish to capture the attention of such enchanting ladies? Attending the sound system matches would at least satisfy one's visual appetite, especially since this marked the first collective outing of students from all grades in the sound system. From that day forth, prior to each match of the sound system, a row of young ladies clad in white short skirts and blue tops, with bright eyes and radiant smiles, could be seen at the prime location of the training grounds. Their melodious and enticing voices would ring out, chanting, "The sound system shall triumph." It remained uncertain whether it was the remarkable strength of the sound system newcomers or the cheerleaders' spirit that elevated morale. But in the subsequent 2 days of competition, the sound system achieved 3 consecutive victories. They triumphed over the earth, fire, and light elements. Among these, only the competition against the light element posed some challenges. However, the commander of the light element did not possess a growth-type magical beast like the Shadow Demon Commander. Yu Ming. Though also of high yellow rank, he still could not penetrate Yi Yinzhu's defenses, fortified by the sound blade and the moon goddess protection, ultimately succumbing to the harmonious melody crafted by the 5 members of the sound element. In a remarkable turn of events, the sound element achieved a flawless victory, standing alongside the mental and summoning elements as the top contenders in the freshman competition of the magic department. Their next adversary would be the wind element, led by the prodigious magical girl Roland, who had issued a challenge to Yi Yinzhu upon registration. Seated in the stands, Director Nina appeared somewhat haggard, her brows furrowed. Despite the sound element's 3 consecutive victories over the past 2 days, she had yet to display a smile. Why is this happening? My magical prowess far surpasses that of Yi Yinzhu, yet why can't my flute melodies control the opponent and amp oppos as magical beasts? Was it merely a stroke of luck that day? Ferguson remarked with a smile. The competition of the sound element has truly broadened my horizons. It is a pity that the rank of sound mages is challenging to elevate. Otherwise, their prowess in any battle would deliver a devastating blow to their adversaries. Indeed, the greatest dilemma plaguing the sound element is not the duration of their melodies, but rather the arduous nature of their training. The magical power of sound mages can only be enhanced during performance, a significantly more challenging endeavor compared to the straightforward meditation practice by ordinary mages. Hence, it is not surprising that instructors like BG exist at such low ranks. The 5-year curriculum of the sound element allows graduation upon reaching the orange rank, a considerably lower threshold compared to other magical disciplines. Chapter 14, The Battle of Promises, Part 1. Nina sighed softly. From the Huang level onwards, the enhancement of a sound mage and amp oppos prowess relies solely on innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of effort would yield results. Otherwise, it would not be deemed the most futile profession. Nevertheless, I have always believed that sound mages possess the potential to become the mightiest sorcerers on the continent. One day, beyond the 7 towers of Phelan, there shall stand an additional tower dedicated to sound mages. Ferguson was taken aback, casting a glance at Nina, praising Phelan, Director Nina. Such words should not be uttered again. Aware of her indiscretion, Nina felt a sudden chill in her heart and fell silent. Ferguson and amp oppos gaze shifted to the sound department and amp oppos cheerleading squad below the stage. Their fair thighs sparkled in his sight, causing him to swallow discreetly. In truth, despite his advancing age, the mesmerizing beauty of the sound department and oppos maidens made him envious of the youth of today. Yi Yinzhu, you must strive harder. Our sound department is the strongest. A melodious voice, smooth as pearls, resonated from the front of the cheerleading squad as a young girl brandished her specially crafted floral pom-poms, exclaiming with excitement. If there were over 5,000 males present, at least 95% of them had their gaze fixed upon this girl, with more than 70% visibly swallowing in awe. As the captain of the sound department's cheerleading squad, Xiang Wan, the most beautiful girl of Milan Magic Martial Academy, undoubtedly possessed the charisma to garner such attention. Xiang Wan was not her name, but rather a title. No one knew her true name, and even in the Academy and oppos records, it was replaced by Xiang Wan. Named after a flower symbolizing happiness, her appearance radiated tranquility, harmony, and grace, embodying the optimistic and candid spirit of the Milan Empire, which regarded it as its national flower, affectionately called the Golden Lily. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Yinzhu, already on stage, involuntarily directed his gaze towards its source. Although this was not the first time he had encountered Xiang Wan, seeing her again stirred a familiar sensation of quickened heartbeat within him. The first time he laid eyes on Xiang Wan, his mind had gone blank. He had seen many beauties in the sound department, yet only Xiang Wan made his heart race and cheeks flush. The impression she left was utterly distinct, her visage etched in his very soul. At that moment, their eyes met, and Yi Yinzhu once again saw Xiang Wan's encouraging gaze, which unknowingly filled him with boundless energy and overwhelming confidence. She was watching me. Was she encouraging me? Victory, I must strive to win alongside the sound department. Hey, stop staring. Have you not seen enough? Shui Ling's teasing voice jolted Yi Yinzhu from his stupor. I. The innocent boy felt his face burn slightly. Shui Ling huffed, leaning closer to Yi Yinzhu and whispering, "Stop gazing. It is of no use. Do you know how many people in our academy are pursuing Senior Xiang Wan? Not to mention, even if she were to take an interest in you, you would be unworthy of her affection." Why? Yi Yinzhu instinctively inquired. Shui Ling remarked, "Do you truly wish to become the target of scorn for the entire academy? The competition is about to commence, so focus your mind." Yi Yinzhu inhaled deeply. diverting his gaze away from Xiang Wan and centering his attention on his opponents across the way, once again encountering Roland. She was clad in the uniform of Milan's Magic Martial Academy, though she possessed her own beauty. Yinzhu, having beheld the breathtaking Xiang Wan and numerous enchanting beauties of the sound system, found himself almost immune to her allure. His purpose in participating in the freshman competition was to prove his worth, and Roland could be considered the catalyst for this endeavor. As the leader of the wind system, Roland's expression bore a hint of gloom. She had not anticipated that Yinzhu would indeed lead the sound system into the competition, achieving a succession of victories. Roland. We meet again, Yinzhu declared, standing before her as the representative of the sound system. Roland scoffed. I never expected this impoverished lad to possess some skill. But your winning streak ends here. I shall personally demonstrate to you what true magic and real power entail. Throughout his days in the academy, Yinzhu had acquired considerable knowledge, and with his inherently calm disposition, cultivated from a childhood steeped in music, he had developed an unparalleled mentality and demeanor, making him less susceptible to provocation. With a subtle smile, he replied, Then let us commence. We shall opt for a team battle. He chose not to engage in arguments, believing that proving everything through actions was the wisest course. The 5 male contestants of the wind system, aside from Roland, took their positions. As the referee announced the official start of the match, 5 streams of yellow light ignited simultaneously, following the encounters with the dark magic and light systems. The sound system once again faced a scenario where all 5 opponents were of the yellow rank. Roland and the 3 other participants from her academy were all at the initial stage of yellow rank, while the second-year student had even reached an advanced level in the wind system. Though wind magic was not the most potent in attack, it was undeniably the swiftest. A shrill screech pierced the air as dozens of crimson wind blades erupted from the wands of the 5 competitors, hurtling towards Yinzhu and his team. A milky white radiance flared to life as the moon goddess's protective enchantment enveloped Yinzhu's group. The ensemble piece chosen for today was titled White Snow. Still a melody steeped in sorrow. For sound system practitioners, melancholic compositions were the most potent in evoking emotional resonance, thus facilitating control over their opponents' and oppos' sentiments. Given that their magical levels were generally lower than those of other systems, Nina had orchestrated a strategy for them to select sorrowful pieces throughout the competition. The expressions of Shuai Ling, Lan Shi, and Kong Ke shifted simultaneously. The music was the sole talisman for the sound system and oppos' triumph, and its abrupt interruption by the wind and oppos' howls was an ominous sign. The clash of wind blades in the air continued unabated, the piercing shrieks echoing one after another. Aside from Roland and the advanced yellow rank wind system student, the remaining 3 contestants relentlessly unleashed wind blades, refraining from targeting the moon goddess and oppos' protection. Instead, they collided among themselves near its perimeter, using the cacophony generated by their blades to disrupt the quartet and oppos' harmonious performance. Haiyang fared somewhat better. After the initial shock of the interruption, she maintained her icy composure. The sound of her guzheng, though slow, remained steady as she struggled to play the melody of White Snow. However, Shuling, Lanshi, and the peacock were at a distinct disadvantage. Their mental fortitude paled in comparison to Haiyang's unwavering strength. At this moment, under the influence of the howling winds, their performance was utterly disjointed, and the dissonance adversely affected Haiyang's playing. From the very onset of the competition, the Shinin faction found themselves in an undeniably precarious situation. Roland cast a taunting glance at Yinzhu. Although Haiyang was still able to produce music, the howling winds rendered their efforts feeble, scarcely impacting the incantations of these novice mages. Roland, accompanied by his second-year peers, commenced a deep and protracted chant. Yinzhu remained seated, unfazed by the clashing wind blades outside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Roland, seemingly awaiting something. As the somber incantations quickened, Roland and his companion emitted a brilliant yellow luminescence, particularly the intense golden glow emanating from the second-year student, as a faint magical hexagram began to materialize before them. A subtle smile graced Yinzhu and oppos' visage. It appeared as though the tumult of the outside world held no significance for him. At this moment, his focus was solely on the Qingyue Qingwei. He elevated his right hand, fingers poised, and with the swiftness of a hawk and oppos' strike, he deftly glided across the strings, releasing a deep, resonant hum that echoed like the tolling of morning bells and evening drums, stirring the very soul. The explosive sound was a hallmark of Yinzhu's unique integration of combat energy. The dark red magical fluctuations surged instantaneously, And in that fleeting moment, the incessantly clashing wind blades ceased. The 5 wind mages, Roland included, experienced a simultaneous jolt. Unlike his previous encounter with the dark magic faction this time, Yi Yinzhu unleashed a series of explosive sounds. Do not underestimate that seemingly simple stroke. It was the culmination of his meticulous preparation, with his energy and spirit elevated to their zenith, resulting in an exquisite fusion of combat energy and mental prowess, giving rise to the unparalleled explosive sound of 7 notes in quick succession. Its assault on mental fortitude rivaled any yellow-level mental magic. When is the optimal moment to unleash such explosive sounds? Qin Shang had once elaborated on this matter to Yu Yinzhu. Regardless of the magical discipline, once an incantation surpasses the halfway mark, it becomes irrevocable. Much like a musical score, once a melody is initiated under the influence of magical energy, it must be completed once it exceeds the midpoint. Failure to do so may result in a backlash on one's mental strength. Clearly, the explosive sound wields its greatest potency when the opponent's incantation has progressed beyond the halfway point. Forcibly interrupting an incantation already in motion inflicts significant damage upon the mage. Instead of halting their chant, employing explosive sounds to disrupt their focus could easily lead to elemental backlash, inflicting harm upon the adversary and securing one and oppose's own position. Of course, explosive sounds, while superior to ordinary instantaneous spells, remain a notch below in power. Thus, if the opponent possesses sufficient mental resilience, employing explosive sounds to dismantle their chant becomes a formidable challenge. Yu Yinzhu held great confidence in his abilities, especially with his combat energy-enhanced explosive sounds. Yet, the presence of a high-level yellow mage among his opponents warranted his first use of 7 notes in quick succession. The sheer force generated by the concatenation of 7 explosive sounds was far from a mere summation of their individual impacts. The overwhelming effect instantaneously shattered the incantation of Roland and the advanced yellow tier student. The spell was interrupted, and both Roland and his companion and oppose's expressions changed dramatically. A faint green glow emanated from the chest of Roland, flickering momentarily. The intense magical fluctuations caused his body to tremble once more before he exhibited a sense of relief. It was evident that he possessed a magical artifact akin to a mental guardian, which had aided him in mitigating the elemental backlash during this critical moment. However, the second-year student was far less fortunate. The violent backlash of wind magic caused the yellow magical aura surrounding him to oscillate violently, as if engaged in a fierce clash. With a cry of agony, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in defeat. The 3 other wind mages were left disoriented, their ears ringing, and their minds engulfed in confusion, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. The initial use of the 7 sounds explosion yielded unexpected results at this moment. Although Roland remained conscious, the disdain in her eyes had completely vanished. She now comprehended fully that the consistent victories of the sound system were not merely a stroke of luck. Yu Yinzhu's melodies were not easily countered. The strategic approach of wind magic against the sound system was utterly dismantled by the 7 sounds explosion. Ferguson, having grown accustomed to the surprises brought by Yu Yinzhu, murmured to himself, "Praise be to Fablon, what a peculiar fluctuation of magic. That last attack surely reached a level beyond green tier, yet he is merely red tier. Is it true that the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts is so effective for a sound master?" Little did he know that the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts for sound masters is the most challenging of all. Otherwise, Qin Shang would have long since mastered it. Even someone as exceptionally gifted as Yu Yinzhu, with his innate 8 fingers, took a full 16 years of dedication to achieve initial success in cultivating his pure-hearted lute. At last, White Snow commenced its harmonious performance smoothly. Yu Yinzhu, not participating in an ensemble, looked up at Roland and calmly stated, "Surrender. You no longer possess any chance." With 4 out of 5 combat capabilities of the wind system diminished, and armed with the magical killing abilities of Sound Blade and Explosive Sound, Yi Yinzhu would not allow any influence of Wind Howl to manifest. The solitary yellow tier novice Roland was entirely suppressed within the melody of the Sound Master. Attempting to chant would be exceedingly arduous. Moreover, even though the elemental backlash had been mitigated by magical artifacts, it still inflicted some degree of harm upon her body. "No, I shall not concede, especially not to you." A stubborn expression graced Roland's delicate face as she called forth, "Come forth, my companion, Fatty." A cyan 6-pointed star materialized before her, and as the blue light flickered, it seemed to bolster Roland's confidence immeasurably. A colossal cyan figure began to emerge from the star. Ferguson and Nina exclaimed in unison, a growth-type magical beast of the wind system, the green dragon. Ferguson smiled and remarked, praise be to Fablon. The younger generation is becoming increasingly formidable, yet another growth-type beast has appeared. Could it be that growth-type magical beasts have become so commonplace on the continent of Longzinu? It appears that a golden generation is about to emerge from our Milan Academy of Martial and Magical Arts. Nina and Appos' complexion was far less radiant than Ferguson and Appos'. The green dragon. A true dragon rather than a mere tamed beast, although the mightiest among them could only ascend to level 8. Exhibited inferior growth potential compared to the ethereal snow spirit encountered days prior. Nonetheless, a genuine dragon and amp. Appos' prowess in close combat was unparalleled, far exceeding that of the snow spirit. Only those sorcerers who commanded true dragons as steeds could rightfully be deemed dragon sorcerers, a distinction that set them apart from dragon knights. It was evident that Roland was indeed a dragon sorcerer. Despite her green dragon currently being merely at level 5, its intelligence had yet to awaken. Measuring 7 meters in length and 3 meters in height, the dragon appeared somewhat corpulent, perhaps due to overindulgence in delectable fare, rendering it adorably plump. Upon its emergence, it clapped its forepaws against its own head before turning to seek out Roland. Chubby, attack. Defeat them, or there will be no dinner tonight. Roland ordered in a fit of fury. Chubby turned around, casting a gaze upon the diminutive Yuinju and his companions, its previously innocent demeanor morphing into a fierce glare. As it gestured with its forepaws, seemingly declaring its intent to fight for its supper. This was Yuinju's first encounter with a true dragon. He observed the dragon and Appos' green form, adorned with a dense layer of scales, and its comical, rotund physique. The 7-meter-long creature bore no resemblance to the ferocity of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus he had previously encountered. Its sluggish demeanor made it difficult to envision it as a source of threat. However, he was gravely mistaken this time. With a sudden flourish, its enormous wings unfurled from its back, and Chubby and Appos' previously clumsy body accelerated instantaneously. In a stunning display, it left a fleeting afterimage in midair and, in the blink of an eye, arrived before Yuinju and Appos' moon god guardian. With tremendous force, its massive form collided directly with the moon god guardian. A wind attribute dragon, even if somewhat rotund, could not be deemed slow. The impact generated by Chubby's sudden acceleration was immense, demonstrating its power to Yuinju. The moon god guardian disintegrated into specks of white light almost instantaneously under Chubby's formidable assault. Fortunately, Yuinju's mental energy had conjured a moon god guardian that rivaled green-level defensive magic. Although it was obliterated, it managed to mitigate Chubby's charge, preventing the colossal beast from directly crashing into him. From a distance, Roland shouted, "Wind blade breath." No, Nina cried out, but it was too late. A tempest of green wind erupted from Chubby and Appos' maw, composed of countless wind blades. This breath was an innate ability of dragons, varying across species. Chubby and Appos' green-level wind blade breath was evidently worlds apart from the wind blades unleashed by the wind mages earlier. With the moon god guardian dismantled in an instant, the green wind blades surged uniformly towards Yuinju and his companions. At this moment, Yuinju had no time to muster his mental energy to activate the moon god guardian once more. What fate awaited a sorcerer confronted by a colossal dragon endowed with formidable close combat and magical capabilities? At this moment, the spectators from the Sound of God cheerleading squad fell into a profound silence, with most of the girls closing their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Even the judges and the teachers observing from outside could not intervene in an instant. None had anticipated the sudden appearance of such a formidable dragon in the competition. Fei was perilously close to Yuinju and his companions. As the vast green blades of wind surged toward them, the atmosphere became suffused with tension, and everyone held their breath. Roland, too, was momentarily stunned, his heart overwhelmed by a surge of regret. Fei and Appos' intellect was limited, entirely reliant on her control. In the fury spurred by the Seven Sounds' explosive stimulation, she had forgotten the terrifying nature of the dragon. As she witnessed Yuinju, the prime target, on the brink of destruction by Fei and Appos' wind blades, it was already too late for her to intervene. The performance of White Snow had lost all significance. Shuling was left in shock, while Lanchi and Appos' eyes filled with dread at the impending blades. The peacock let out a piercing scream. Haiyang lifted her head, her hands resting on the zither strings, her icy gaze revealing a hint of despair, even a semblance of relief. The ferocious wind stirred by the blades tousled Hai Yang and Amp, Apos, dark hair, unveiling half of her face, which had long been obscured. It was a visage marred by decay. Her right cheek bore a deep scar, starkly contrasting with her left, which was as beautiful as Xiangwan. At that moment, facing the devastating green wind blades, Hai Yang and Apos' secret was finally laid bare. If Xiangwan was regarded as the most beautiful in the sound of God, then Hai Yang was undeniably the first in the realm of unattractiveness. Yuanzhu, however, remained unflustered, refusing to succumb to despair. As the green blades descended upon him like a torrential storm, he sprang into action, not with the tremors of the zither strings, but with his hand, specifically his four-fingered right hand. An emerald light blossomed, swiftly extending to 3 zhang in length. The radiance spun in the air, creating a circular ripple of jade green that enveloped the wind blades unleashed by the green dragon Fei. The circular jade ripple surged violently, eliciting a muffled groan from Yuanzhu as the force reverberated through his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood but did not retreat. His steadfast gaze was locked onto the colossal creature before him, charging directly at Fei. With ethereal steps, he evaded the descending claws of Fei at a critical moment. Launching himself like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself behind the dragon. The soft, circular ripple of emerald light silently encircled Fei and Apos' robust neck. Only then did the keen-eyed observers notice that Yuanzhu and Apos' right hand was extending a jade-colored thread, now shimmering with a fierce golden light, tightly constricting around Fei and Apos' neck. Blood burst forth as Fei let out a pained cry. The seemingly delicate jade thread had embedded itself into her formidable scales. Yuanzhu pressed firmly against her back, exerting all his strength to tighten the jade thread. In response to the excruciating pain at her neck, Fei erupted in fury, her massive form leaping into the air, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge Yuanzhu. However, contrary to expectations, the emerald threads entwined around his neck grew tighter, intensifying his agony. Great droplets of dragon blood cascaded down his robust neck, while Yuanzhu and Apos' body clung to him as though glued, resisting any attempts to break free. Suddenly, he soared into the air, his body crashing heavily against the barrier at the top of the arena, causing Yuanzhu to expel another mouthful of blood. Yet, his grip on the emerald threads only tightened further. This abrupt transformation unfolded in mere moments, leaving very few witnesses who could clearly discern Yuanzhu's movements. His elongated figure plummeted from the sky, executing a graceful turn midair. The 3 zhang long emerald threads lashed against the ground like a whip, slowing his descent until he finally landed. The emerald threads then coiled into ripples, vanishing into the sleeve of his right arm. At that moment, his complexion had turned as pale as parchment, yet he stood unwavering, proud as bamboo. The wind system had faltered. Roland had also succumbed. In both competition and spirit, she had been utterly defeated by Yuanzhu. The sound system triumphed. The judge halted the contest, his heart still racing. The recent near-fatal incident involving the 5 female students of the sound system beneath the green dragon's wind blades had left him trembling with dread. It was crucial to remember that these young women hailed from distinguished backgrounds. Any mishap could spell enormous trouble for the entire Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Roland and the revived contestants from the wind system departed in dejection, unable to meet Yuanzhu's clear gaze. Standing amidst the cheerleaders, Yuanzhu and Apos' eyes found the astonished Xiangwan, and a faint smile graced his lips, seemingly conveying the message. I have won. The sound system has triumphed. Yuanzhu and Xueling were the first to rush forward, followed closely by Lan Shi, Kong Ke, and Hai Yang. At this moment, Hai Yang's dark hair fell back into place, obscuring half of her withered face. Her complexion was ghastly pale, devoid of color. Yuanzhu surveyed the 4 women, proclaiming, We have won. I promised to shield you from all attacks, and I have fulfilled that promise. With a sudden cough of blood, Yuanzhu and Apos' body swayed toward Hai Yang. Startled, she instinctively embraced him, the faint scent of blood mingling with the unique aroma of a man enveloping her senses. Her previously pallid face flushed with a hint of color, leaving her momentarily flustered, uncertain of how to react. In a daze, Yuanzhu seemed to perceive everything within his body. Meridians, blood, and internal organs lay vividly before him. Why can I see all this? Confusion flooded his mind. Just then, his blood underwent a transformation. The once vivid red hue inexplicably shifted to a soft purple. In no time, this lavender blood tinted everything he beheld in the same shade. A tingling sensation coursed through his entire being, as if it penetrated deep to his very bones. He yearned to scratch the itch but found himself utterly powerless. The tingling intensified, waves of heat surged within him, and the torment of the itch surpassed that of pain, rendering it unbearable. His entire body was consumed by an unbearable itch, an intense agony that drove him to the brink of despair, yet it was a torment beyond his control. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, just as Yuanzhu felt he was on the verge of collapse, the heat transformed into a torrent, engulfing every trace of his discomfort. The searing warmth coursed through him as if his body were being simmered in molten lava. However, this scorching sensation was far more bearable than the previous itch. At last, the heat began to recede, and Yuanzhu's consciousness faded into a blissful darkness, enveloped in a profound sense of relief. A cool, moist caress brushed against his face. A sensation of indescribable comfort. With a soft groan, Yuanzhu slowly opened his eyes. Praise the heavens. Yuanzhu, you have finally awakened. Su La's excited voice resonated, her deep concern warming Yuanzhu's heart. Haiyang, how did you end up here? What are you doing in this place? Disoriented, Yuanzhu stared in astonishment at his surroundings. He realized he was in an exceedingly compromising position, with his head resting on Haiyang's thigh, his arms tightly wrapped around her waist, his face pressed against her abdomen. Inhaling the enchanting and cool fragrance that emanated from her, almost instinctively he released her, abruptly sitting up. He noticed that his arms and body felt somewhat rigid, a clear indication that he had remained in that position for quite some time. His heartbeat quickened, even more so than when he had encountered Xiong Wan. With his black hair partially obscuring his face and his gaze lowered, he could not discern Haiyang and Appo's expression, though the portion of her delicate face that was visible had turned a deep crimson. Yuanzhu found himself at a loss for words, his cheeks burning even more fiercely than Haiyang's, as he averted his gaze from the half-beautiful, half-ugly icy maiden beside him. The blush on Haiyang's face gradually faded. Her icy demeanor restored, yet her pale visage evoked a pang of sympathy. Are you all right? Only then did Yuanzhu recall that he had sustained severe injuries during his battle with the plump green dragon. The dragon's wind blades were not easily thwarted. In a moment of desperation, he had used his fighting spirit and a special weapon to counter the wind blades, but he had still endured a significant impact. Subsequently, he had collided with the barrier while struggling against the plump dragon, suffering grievous injuries that had led to his bloodied unconsciousness. As he shifted his body, he was astonished to find that not only was there no pain, but his magical and fighting energies seemed to have recovered to about 70 or 80%. Moreover, his entire being felt invigorated, as if brimming with untapped power. Yet, he felt a sticky sensation on his skin, indicative of excessive perspiration, which was somewhat uncomfortable. It's nothing. How did I recover so swiftly? Did you assist in my healing after I fainted? Before Yuanzhu could finish his question, Haiyang stood up, revealing a large patch of sweat stains on her pristine white dress, clearly remnants of his distress. Since you are fine now, I shall take my leave. If you have not fully recovered, do not compete tomorrow. With that, she turned to depart, and in that fleeting moment, Yuanzhu caught a glimpse of her half-hidden, unattractive visage beneath her dark hair. Haiyang, Yuanzhu called out. She paused briefly. Thank you. She gently shook her head, choosing not to say much, and then drifted away. Observing Haiyang and Appo's retreating figure, Yuanzhu had already formulated a plan in his heart. He could discern that the reason Haiyang was enveloped in coldness was primarily due to her expression, which was evidently a result of her experiences. Stop looking. She has already left. Yuanzhu, do tell me, what weapon did you use in the competition today? I feel like I and Appo's never seen it before. Sula gazed at him with curiosity. That, Yuanzhu raised his right hand. Episode 3, The Purple Bamboo Divine Needle. Chapter 15, Advancing to the Finals, Part 1. Stop looking, they and Appo's all left. Sula said, her curiosity piqued as she turned to Yuanzhu. Quickly tell me, what weapon did you use in the competition today? I don't believe I've ever seen it before. That is. Yuanzhu lifted his right hand and rolled up his sleeve, revealing a jade green bracelet that shimmered with a gentle glow on his wrist. Unlike the life-protecting bracelet that adhered closely to the skin, this jade green adornment was merely worn on the wrist. Wow, what a beautiful bracelet. How much do you think it and Appo's worth? Sula exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the allure of gold. Yuanzhu chuckled softly, all you think about is money. Sula scoffed, money may not be everything, but without it, we cannot survive. What will we eat without money? And you, a boy, wearing a bracelet. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, her eyes widened. You can't possibly be telling me that this bracelet is the weapon you used today. right? Yuanzhu smiled faintly. It's called by sea. Look. As he spoke, he gave his wrist a gentle shake, and instantly, the jade-green bracelet glowed brilliantly, elongating into a 3-zhang-long jade-green thread. Controlled by a faint yellow aura, it danced in the air, transforming into various shapes, exuding an essence as if it were alive. In astonishment, Sula reached out to grasp the baici. She discovered that it was only slightly thicker than a strand of hair, and as she held it, a warm sensation enveloped her hand. When she tugged at it lightly, the baici showed no signs of yielding, revealing its remarkable resilience. Stunned, Sula gasped. 100 years for an inch. This baici is 3 zhang long, which means it's worth 30,000 years. Yuanzhu nodded with a smile. Indeed. This is precisely why its vitality is immensely powerful. Do not be deceived by its slenderness. It possesses both flexibility and strength, with countless applications. Capable of grinding stones to dust. Its sharpness rivals that of any weapon. What he did not mention was that this baici was a treasure of the bamboo sect. Yuanzhu, born with 8 fingers and lacking pinky fingers on both hands, was not suited for swordsmanship. His grandfather, Yili, after more than a decade of research, crafted a unique martial art based on the bamboo sect and Appos, as techniques, using baici as a weapon, tailored to Yuanzhu and Appos, as abilities. Years ago, Qin Shang and Yili had agreed that for 15 years, he would not impart any martial skills to Yuanzhu. By the time Yuanzhu departed from the Sky Blue Sea, he was already 16 years old. Since he turned 15, the baici had come into his possession. Aside from honing his skills on the Jizi Qin, he dedicated a year to mastering the baici, which became his primary weapon. With the foundation of yellow-level initial stage bamboo aura, as the direct disciple of the bamboo sect, Yuanzhu's comprehension ability far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although he had yet to fully master the baici, he could at least employ the bamboo martial techniques imparted by Yili. Today, when confronted with the green dragon, the unexpected speed of the creature left him no time to counter with his sound blade. In desperation, he resorted to this martial technique for the first time. Had it not been for the baici and Appos' resilience and sharpness, how could it have possibly inflicted harm upon the scales of a true dragon? So you truly are skilled in both magic and martial arts, with yellow-level aura, far surpassing your magic. Sula gazed at the azure silk in Yuanzhu's hand, a flicker of something unusual gleaming in her eyes. Yuanzhu smiled in silence, regarding the secret of his abilities. Although he had placed considerable trust in Sula, he remained reluctant to divulge it. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Nina, clad in a white magical robe, entered and inquired immediately. How is Yuanzhu? Ah, Director Nina, greetings. Yuanzhu has already awakened. Sula promptly ushered Nina into the room. Grandma Nina, what brings you here? Yuanzhu stood, the room being rather cramped. He offered his bed for Nina to sit upon. Nina scrutinized Yuanzhu for a moment. From his now clear gaze, she could ascertain that his condition had markedly improved. You and Amp, Appos, real, right? That was quick. I can and Amp, Appos, fathom what your body is made of. Observing Yuanzhu and Amp, Appos' recovery, she visibly exhaled in relief. Yuanzhu scratched his head, replying, I too am unsure why my recovery was so swift. Perhaps my physique is simply robust. Though he spoke thus, he couldn't help but recall the dream that had left his body in an unbearable itch, faintly sensing that his recovery might somehow be intertwined with that dream. With your well-being, I am at ease. I came today for 2 reasons. First, to assess your health. And second, to share some good news. Nina rarely exhibited a smile, her spirits buoyed as they hadn't been in many years. Good news? What is it? Yuanzhu asked, astonished. Nina smiled. Our sound magic department has advanced to the finals of the freshman tournament. Haven and Amp, Appos, we only just completed 6 preliminary rounds? Yuanzhu exclaimed in disbelief. Nina replied with pride, Praise be to the divine, perhaps this is a blessing from above. Our sound magic department has triumphed in all 6 matches, securing our place in the finals first, ahead of both the magic and martial arts departments. Sula interjected. Is that so? Even if the sound magic department emerges as a dark horse this year, there are still the space, summoning, and mentality departments, all formidable contenders. The final 3 matches will be against them. Can you really proclaim our certain victory? Nina stated, Certainly not. Even if we do not compete in the latter 3 matches, we have already qualified. Although the new students of the mentality and space departments are competent, their strengths are too closely matched. In the matches held this afternoon, they both suffered significant losses. Out of 10 participants, including their captain, 8 sustained grave injuries and have forfeited tomorrow and Oppos' competition. This means their maximum record can only be 7 wins and 2 losses. Coincidentally, these 2 departments are our opponents tomorrow. Victory without battle will grant us 8 wins. Regardless of the outcome of our final match against the summoning department, one of the 2 slots from the magic department will undoubtedly be ours. The summoning department has also encountered favorable circumstances. They will only face us, the sound magic department, and the space and mentality departments in the last 2 days of competition, making it highly likely they will advance alongside us. Yuinju exclaimed in surprise, so that and amp, Oppos, as how it is. It seems our luck is truly remarkable. Grandma Nina, rest assured. I will prepare diligently for the final match against the summoning category, striving to defeat them. Nina shook her head and replied, no. I have decided to forfeit our match against the summoning category. Why? Yuinju and amp, Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment. Nina explained, in the recent matches, it is evident to any discerning observer that, although the sound magic category consists of 5 participants, it essentially falls upon you alone to overcome the 6 major magical disciplines. You have exerted yourself greatly, and the toll on both your magical energy and mental fortitude has been considerable, while your body may currently be in good condition. I hope you will take ample time to rest and allow yourself to recover fully for the finals. Furthermore, if you encounter a perilous situation like yesterday and Oppos' during the finals, please concede immediately. After all, it is merely a competition, and I do not wish for any unfortunate incidents to occur. Although Nina and Oppos' tone was calm, both Yuinju and Sula could sense the concern woven into her words. Grandma Nina, who will be our opponent in the finals? Yuinju inquired. Thank you, Grandma Nina. He added, oh, by the way, Dean Ferguson has been observing our sound magic matches. As the head of the academy and the most powerful magician in the mental category, he has privately expressed his intention to guide you in the cultivation of your mental prowess. Although there are some differences between our sound magic and his mental magic, their applications converge in practice. Once the semester truly begins, I hope you will accept his guidance, as it will be beneficial for you. I must take my leave now. Please escort me out. Nina stood up and, accompanied by Yuinju, stepped out of his dormitory. Noticing that Sula had not followed, she turned to Yuinju and said, Yuinju, if Dean Ferguson seeks you out to mentor you in magic, that is perfectly fine. However, remember not to divulge the secrets of the sound magic that your teacher has imparted to you. Do you understand my meaning? Yuinju nodded, affirming, I understand. Are you comfortable here? Nina glanced at the dormitory behind Yuinju, her brow slightly furrowing. He replied, it and Oppos' quite good. But I have no money. Yuinju murmured softly. Nina responded nonchalantly, I have the authority to waive certain fees for students of our category. You needn't and amp, Oppos' worry about it. Grandma Nina, I? Sula, sitting on the bed, exclaimed in surprise, Yuinju, what are you doing? I and Oppos' am going to take a shower. I and Oppos' am all sticky and it and Oppos' unbearable. As he spoke, Yuinju swiftly removed his moon god guardian, leaving only a pair of shorts. The moon god guardian does not collect stains, but he was drenched in sweat and found it quite uncomfortable. A high-pitched scream erupted suddenly. Sula stared at Yuinju and amp, Oppos' bare upper body, her lips moving as if she were greatly startled. She noticed that Yuinju, who usually appeared slender, possessed a remarkably well-proportioned physique. Though his muscles were not exaggeratedly bulky, they conveyed a sense of harmony. Beneath his bronzed skin, a subtle purplish aura seemed to shimmer and flow. Yuinju was startled by a scream, almost toppling the basin. Sula, what are you doing? Nothing. Why are you washing in the room? Sula turned around in a hurry as he saw Yuinju's hand reaching to remove his last pair of shorts, covering his head with the blanket. Yuinju chuckled. It's cold outside. The weather has turned chilly. Besides, it wouldn't be proper to be seen by the female students. I am not an exhibitionist. You are such an exhibitionist. Sula replied, his voice trembling slightly, his heart racing uncontrollably. As a composed and ruthless assassin student, he was at a loss. An experience he had not felt for quite some time. Hearing the sound of water splashing, Sula wished he could leap out of the dormitory immediately. Each passing minute felt like an hour to him. Much more comfortable, Yuinju sighed contentedly, lying on his not-so-wide bed, stretching his body. Completely washing away the grime was truly a gratifying pleasure. Sula, Arin and amp, Oppos', you going to wash? I don and amp, Oppos', think I and amp, Oppos', ever seen you bathe? I and amp, Oppos', already washed. I and amp, Amp. Oppos. Am not like you, bathing in front of others, Sula retorted with annoyance. We and Amp. Amp. Oppos. All men, what and Amp? Amp. Oppos. Is there to be afraid of? I never expected that our sound department would have such a situation. Sula turned around, peeking out from under the blanket, and looked at Yi Inju, right. You get to rest for a week this time. Why don't we go find some work now? I saw a place hiring when I arrived in Milan yesterday. Oh? Sounds good. Yuinju agreed without inquiring about the nature of the job Sula found. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Sula dragged Yuinju out of bed. Let me sleep a little longer. Yuinju groggily clutched the blanket, although his body had miraculously recovered. His mental energy had been greatly depleted from the battle the day before. Get up already. I and Amp. Oppos. VE prepared breakfast. Didn't and Amp. Oppos. We agree to go work today? Sula insisted, pulling Yuinju from the bed and pressing a cold, damp towel against his face. The chilly, wet towel jolted Yuinju awake, and reluctantly, he sat up. He sniffed the air. Breakfast consisted of simple steamed buns, pickles, and porridge. However, under Sula and Oppos' skilled hands, the enticing aroma tantalized his taste buds. Realizing his stomach was empty, he rushed to the table to eat. Hey, you haven't washed up yet. Go wash up first, Sula said, grabbing Yuinju. Boss Sula. You can end Oppos. Be this particular about cleanliness. I and Oppos. Am starving. Can I eat first? All right. I give in. Though Sula acted like the strictest housekeeper, Yuinju rarely experienced such warmth, even amidst the azure sea. Despite feeling a bit helpless, he subconsciously enjoyed this sensation. After all, Qin Shang had only cared about his training, while everything else was rather casual. Inju, let's have a competition, Sula said eagerly. A competition? What for? Yuinju asked, looking at him with curiosity. Sura proposed a challenge. Let us race to the gates of Milan. The distance from here to the city is approximately 2 miles. Let us see who arrives first at the city entrance. Initially, he had been concerned that the daily commute to the city might exhaust Yi Inju. But now that he was training in martial arts, such worries seemed unnecessary. It could serve as a physical exercise. As he spoke, he bounced on his toes in eager anticipation. Glancing at the distant walls of Milan, Yuinju replied with a smile, very well. Let us begin. With a sly grin, Sura dashed away before Yuinju could react, his form blurring as he covered an impressive distance in the blink of an eye. How swift. What level of power does Sura possess? Yuinju pondered, filled with intrigue. For a warrior, 2 miles was a mere trifle, which explained why the walls of Milan could be seen from the Milan Magic Martial Academy. Upon reaching the western gate of Milan, Yuinju found Sura waiting with a cheerful demeanor, appearing utterly unperturbed, not even slightly out of breath. Sura, your speed is astonishing, Yuinju remarked sincerely. Although Sura had initially played a trick, he knew that even with a simultaneous start, he would never be able to catch up. Sura smiled, responding, It is not that I am fast. Rather, you are too slow. Come, let us enter the city. In the distance, the sun had just begun to rise, and Milan appeared to awaken from slumber. The vibrancy that Yuinju had witnessed during his last visit had yet to materialize, and the streets were still sparsely populated. Following Sura's indication, Yuinju observed a high courtyard wall that rivaled the city walls, obscuring the vastness of the grounds within. At the center stood a grand gatehouse, towering over 10 meters, its expansive entrance nearly as large as the city gates themselves. Most striking were the dragon knights seated atop their dragons at the gate. Cloaked in dark, formidable armor, the knights wielded dragon spears exceeding 5 meters in length, their sharp tips glimmering faintly in the early sunlight. Beneath them, the massive gray earth dragons, nearly 3 meters tall and over 5 meters long, emanated an aura of latent ferocity, their thick, black scales evident in their rugged form. Though only 2 dragon knights were present, they resembled machines of war. Sura, what kind of dragon is this? I have never seen one before, Yuinju inquired softly. Sura replied, This is a type of earth dragon known as the Maginot Iron Dragon. In ancient tongue, and Amp, Oppos, Maginot and Amp, Oppos, signifies indestructible, although this species is only ranked at level 4. Its defensive capabilities are renowned among earth dragons. With their solid scales, ordinary attacks are ineffective against them. Within the ranks of dragon knights, they serve as a primary force for direct engagement and defense alongside the Eric Min dragon. Though these 2 types of dragons rank lowest among the Dragon Knight Corps, they are the most numerous. Of course, compared to the green dragon you defeated yesterday, the Maginot Iron Dragon pales in comparison. Oh, is the green dragon truly that formidable? It seemed rather average to me. Yuinju spoke ambiguously. Sula retorted, "Fool, the green dragon you defeated yesterday is a juvenile magical beast, not yet fully matured. In terms of strength, it cannot compare to the mighty Machino Iron Dragon. However, once it reaches maturity and attains levels 7 or 8, not only will you find it challenging, but even Director Nina from your Divine Sound faction will struggle against it. Do not forget, it is a true dragon, not merely a tame creature. If true dragons were so easy to tame, they would not be regarded as dragons at all." Yuanzhu once again displayed his naive, or rather foolish, innocence. Sula rolled his eyes. "What do you think a true dragon is? If it were easily tamed, it would cease to be a true dragon. The number of dragons on the continent of Longqi Nusu has never exceeded 4 figures, and they are predominantly exceedingly proud, unless under extraordinary circumstances. They will never submit to humans. Those who possess adult dragons can become dragon knights or dragon mages, esteemed figures in various nations, and symbols of power. Within the Dragon Knight Corps, only the Golden Star Dragon Knight and the Purple Star Dragon Knight can command true dragons. Indeed, there are formidable tamers among those who tame dragons, but their numbers are exceedingly scarce. In cavalry unit configurations, if each tamed dragon possessed disparate abilities, commanding them would be utterly impossible. Thus, when selecting tamed dragons, one would opt for those with greater numbers and more useful abilities. Eric Minlong and Machino Iron Dragon serve as quintessential examples. As the two conversed, the gates of the Dragon Knight Corps suddenly swung open, and with a series of agonizing groans from the ground, a colossal figure emerged. A 1-meter-long horn, shimmering with the brilliance of golden crystals, was the first to appear, followed by a massive body measuring 4 meters in height and 10 meters in length. The oppressive and ferocious aura it emanated was suffocating. Dazzling silver armor, 2 meters longer than that of ordinary dragon knights, and a hefty dragon lance accentuated its noble status and formidable might. Oppos, SM. Yuanzhu recognized the figure as the Silver Star Dragon Knight, Count Austin, whom he had encountered on the road to Milan. Upon seeing Austin, Yuanzhu noticed that Austin did not see him. The enormous golden crystal tyrant dragon occupied more than a third of the street and Oppos' width. Trudging heavily towards the West City Gate, Austin and Oppos' expression appeared somewhat grim, lost in thought. "Do you know him?" Sula inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Yuanzhu nodded. "I saw him once on the way to the academy. He was quite domineering, even attempting to claim our mercenary group and Oppos' kudu. I had mentioned that he came to Milan with the Iron Thorn Mercenary Corps." Sula and Oppos' expression turned serious. "Yuanzhu, you might be in trouble. It seems Austin is headed to our academy." "Trouble? What trouble? What does his visit to our academy have to do with me?" Yuanzhu questioned, perplexed. Sula glanced at him and said, "You truly know nothing. The trouble I speak of is that Austin happens to be the elder brother of that little witch, Roland. You injured Roland and her magical beast, the green dragon, yesterday." Yuanzhu was taken aback. "What did you say? Austin is Roland's elder brother? Do you mean he is seeking revenge against me? However, the freshman competition is a fair contest." Sula shook her head and replied, "I cannot be certain, yet. Such a possibility does exist. Fortunately, our academy holds a distinguished position. I doubt Austin would dare to be excessively reckless. It seems I must enlighten you about Roland and Oppos' background. In the Milan Empire, there are 3 prominent families, each wielding considerable influence. The Violetta family, to which Roland belongs, is one of them. The head of the family is Martino, one of the 2 great marshals of the Milan Empire military and also one of the 2 Violet Dragon Knights. Martino has a brother named Matriarch, who serves as the vice president of the Milan Mage Guild and is said to have recently attained the purple rank." Yuanzhu furrowed his brow. He indeed did not anticipate such formidable familial power behind Roland. However, his expression quickly returned to calm. "Do you know what the title of Violet Dragon Knight represents? It signifies one of the most powerful existences on the continent, second only to the 7 Towers of Fablon. A purple-ranked battle master paired with a 9th-tier colossal dragon earns the title of Violet Dragon Knight. Matriarch has dedicated his life to magical research and remains unmarried, thus has no descendants. Martino and Oppos' sole son perished in battle against the orcs, leaving behind 4 children, the youngest of whom is Roland. She has 3 older brothers. The eldest is Austin, who possesses the least talent among the 3rd generation of the Violetta family. Roland and Oppos' second brother, Okafor, is the youngest golden dragon knight on the continent, with an adult 8th-tier earth dragon. Her 3rd brother, Oliveira, is also a 5th-year student at our Milan Martial Arts Academy. Reputed as the foremost student of the martial arts department, with a water-type growth dragon as his steed, which is already advanced to the 7th tier. It is said that upon graduation, he will directly become a Silver Dragon Knight, and may even challenge the record for the youngest Golden Dragon Knight on the continent. As the youngest, Roland is undoubtedly the most favored. Unlike her 3 brothers, she has chosen the path of magic. Matriarch, having no children of his own, dotes on his beloved niece and even agreed to become the chief mage of the Violetta Mercenary Corps, which she and her 3 brothers founded. It is indeed a rare honor for a purple-ranked mage to join a mercenary group across the entire continent. You have undoubtedly offended Roland, and you will face the consequences in the future. Sula observed Yi Inju lost in thought, and, assuming he was concerned about his predicament, sighed with a wry smile. Though you have only been at the academy for a few days, you have offended more than just the Violetta family. The Dark Mage Captain, a first-year student named Yuming, belongs to another of the 3 great families, the Yuehui family. Furthermore, her standing within the Yuehui family is comparable to that of Roland in the Violetta family. Yuming's grandfather, Yuehui, symbolizes the family's rise, serving as the president of the Milan Mage Guild and a dark magic purple-ranked 5th-tier archmage, reputed to be one of the most powerful mages outside the 7 towers of Fablon. He is far more formidable than Matriarch. He is on par with our academy's dean, the psychic purple-ranked 4th-tier archmage Ferguson, who oversees all mages within the Milan Empire. Raising her head, Yuin Zhu and Appos' gaze remained as clear as ever, a serene smile gracing her lips as she said, "And so what? Let us proceed." Aren't and Amp, Appos, are you at all concerned about your situation?" Sula exclaimed, astonished by Yuin Zhu and Amp, Appos' apparent nonchalance. With a gentle smile, Yuin Zhu replied, "Arin and Amp, Appos, to you the one who intends to take me to work? If we dawn and Amp, Appos, hurry. We shall surely be late." It seemed she had been speaking to a wall. "Are you truly not worried in the slightest?" Sula felt utterly defeated by Yi Zhu's demeanor. It appeared that her previous concerns had scarcely registered with him. Nevertheless, she couldn't and Appos help but admire Yuin Zhu and Appos' composure. Had their roles been reversed, she questioned whether she could maintain such tranquility in the face of adversity. As they walked together, Yuin Zhu remarked with calm assurance, "What is there to be concerned about? What do those influential figures have to do with me? Surely they would and Amp, Appos, come seeking trouble from a mere novice at the Milan Magic Martial Academy simply because their granddaughter was bested in a fair competition." Having grown up alongside individuals of purple-tier strength, with both of his grandfathers possessing such formidable capabilities, Yuin Zhu and Amp, Appos' cultivation of bamboo fighting chi imbued him with a naturally serene yet resilient spirit. After an hour and Amp, Appos' journey through the city of Milan, Sula finally led Yuin Zhu to their destination. It was a charming 3-story building, elegantly styled yet unassuming amidst the bustling city, tucked away on a side street rather than the main thoroughfare, lending it a somewhat desolate air. The architecture of the 3-story building was distinctive, occupying a modest footprint similar to that of the sound system and Amp, Appos' teaching facility. Its octagonal eaves, dark green glazed tiles, and the overall refreshing hue of the structure offered a sense of comfort, surrounded by tall, verdant trees. Even as the chill of autumn had set in, the trees here flourished vibrantly. The interplay between the trees and the building imbued this 3-story edifice with an essence of nature. A colossal tree sprouted from the center of the building, as though the structure had been constructed around it. Its crown burst forth from the rooftop, adorned with delicate blue flowers that released a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of musk and orchids, evoking an atmosphere of antiquity and elegance that easily captivated the senses. Perhaps due to his origins from the Azure Sea, Yuin Zhu felt a wave of familiarity wash over him as he gazed upon the building. "How do you find it?" "Quite nice, ISN and Amp, Appos, it. After careful selection, I chose this place to work. The environment is pleasant, and the remuneration is decent. This is a tea house where a server's daily earnings typically amount to around 10 silver coins, and they say tips are included. If one performs well, the salary can be even higher. Come, let us enter." Sula, pulling at Yuin Zhu and Amp, Appos' sleeve, led him toward the tea house. As they approached, Yuin Zhu glanced up to see the sign above the entrance bearing the 3 characters, Floating Orchid Pavilion. The name struck a familiar chord within him. Before he could ponder further, Sula had already ushered him inside. "I apologize, gentlemen, but we have not yet commenced our operations." A young waiter, seemingly in his 20s, intercepted the 2 individuals, clad in blue attire that appeared to be a uniform, His appearance was rather unremarkable, however. He exuded a serene aura that made it easy to develop a fondness for him. "We are not here for tea," Sula quickly interjected. "I noticed that you were hiring yesterday, and we have come for the interview." The waiter smiled faintly and replied, "I apologize, but you have arrived too late. After the job notice was posted yesterday, over 300 applicants came in the afternoon, and we have already selected suitable candidates." Chapter 16, The Floating Orchid Pavilion, Part 1. Is there no longer a need for recruits after praising the Floating Orchid Pavilion? Sula eagerly advocated for herself and Yu Yinshu. "We are diligent workers, and as you can see, we are work-study students from the Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy, possessing qualities far superior to the average individual." Yi Yinshu raised his left hand to gently grasp Su La's slender shoulder, saying, "Let's not pursue this further. Since they have already hired someone, let us seek opportunities elsewhere and not put them in a difficult position." Sula, initially inclined to argue, reluctantly nodded in agreement upon hearing Yu Yinshu and Appos' words. As the two turned to leave, the server suddenly called out excitedly, "Wait a moment." Stepping forward, he focused intently on Yu Yinshu and Appos' hand that grasped Sula and Appos' shoulder, respectfully inquiring, "Sir, may I ask if you are Yu Yinshu?" The server stepped aside to clear the path for them, bowing gracefully as he continued, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was unaware that you were a friend of the young lady. Please, come inside." Yu Yinshu was taken aback. "Young lady? Do I know your young lady?" The server, astonished, replied, "Are you not Yu Yinshu? The young lady instructed me that any youth bearing her ring would be you." A flash of realization struck Yu Yinshu and Appos' mind. The Floating Orchid Pavilion, could this be the establishment of Sister Anya? He suddenly recalled why the name resonated so profoundly. When he first arrived in Milan and parted ways with Anya, she had mentioned that he could come to the Floating Orchid Pavilion should he require assistance. Indeed, the Floating Orchid Pavilion was established by the young lady herself. "Please, come inside," the server said, leading Yi Yinshu and Sula into the pavilion. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a lush expanse of greenery. Not only were there various plants within the Floating Orchid Pavilion, but even the furnishings and decor were in varying shades of green, reflecting the owner's fondness for this color. While lacking in opulence, the space exuded an indescribable elegance, with pillars that appeared to be sculpted from green crystal supporting the entire structure. The interior of the small building was open and airy, allowing Yi Yinshu and Sula to finally behold the ancient tree they had glimpsed from outside. The trunk of this monumental tree was so vast that it would take at least 20 people to encircle it. They had never encountered such a giant before. And perhaps due to this ancient tree in the pavilion and Appos' transparent architectural style, the air here was remarkably fresh, with everything around them untouched by dust. Several attendants clad in green were engaged in simple cleaning tasks. Sula playfully pinched Yu Yinshu's waist, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she murmured, "So you do know the owner of this place? Were you trying to embarrass me just now?" Yu Yinshu chuckled wryly. "Of course not. When I saw the name Floating Orchid Pavilion, it felt somewhat familiar, but you pulled me along too swiftly for me to ponder it further. Did I not mention that my spatial ring was stolen on the way to Milan, leaving me without any money? I arrived in Milan with the Ironthorn Mercenary Corps, accompanying Sister Anya and Appos' caravan. She is a wonderful person, and it would be lovely to visit her since I have yet to find." The waiter led the two guests to a table near the center, where the ancient tree trunk outside could be clearly seen, and the air felt particularly refreshing. "Please take a seat. I shall inform the lady," he remarked before ascending the spiral staircase that encircled the ancient tree. A design that showcased a unique charm while evidently prioritizing the tree and Appos' preservation. The simple wooden table was spacious, adorned with an exquisite set of antique tea utensils, and the wooden chairs were a deep shade of green. Yi Yinshu glanced around and noticed that although the first floor of the Piaolan was quite spacious, there were remarkably few seats. The entire circumference around the central tree contained only 10 tables, each enclosed by bamboo curtains, perhaps because they had yet to commence operations. The curtains were currently drawn aside, allowing a full view of the hall. Sula marveled, "This truly is a splendid place, even though it is merely the first floor hall. Great consideration has been given to the customers and Appos' privacy. And this ancient tree at the center is simply extraordinary. I dare say there is no other tea house like it across the entire continent." Yi Yinshu looked down at the ring on his left middle finger. The teardrop-shaped blue gem emanating a gentle glow. Though not intense, its soft radiance was undeniably comforting. Sula also noticed the ring and guqin and amp. Oppos. T helped but smirk, muttering to himself. It's quite rare for a woman to gift a man a ring. Before long, with the sound of soft footsteps, Anya descended the spiral staircase from the ancient tree. Today, she wore a water-green long dress that cascaded to the floor, concealing her slender legs. Her azure hair flowed down her back as it always did, with two strands framing her face, obscuring her ears without the slightest change. Even with her eyes sparkling with surprise, her elegant and noble demeanor remained intact. Among the women Yi Yinju had encountered, only Xiang Wan could rival her in beauty and grace, though Xiang Wan lacked Anya and Oppos' mature allure and possessed a more youthful vitality. Yinju, have you finally remembered to visit your sister? Anya approached with a smile. Yi Yinju quickly rose to greet her, feeling somewhat awkward as he confessed. Actually, I came to look for a job with my classmate and unexpectedly found myself here with you. Anya cast a glance at Sula behind Yi Yinju, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Then, looking back at Yi Yinju, she reproached gently, the expenses for students at Milan Magic Martial Academy are quite considerable. Why did you refuse the money I offered you back then if you were facing such difficulty? Yi Yinju shook his head, replying, I cannot accept my sister and Oppos' money. The coursework at the academy is not too demanding. I should be able to cover my tuition and expenses with the earnings from part-time work. Since Anya's arrival, Sula and Oppos' expression had become somewhat peculiar. Yinju, since they are not hiring here, let us leave. We still need to search for jobs. Anya smiled slightly and said, no need to rush. Let us enjoy some tea and take a moment to rest. As she spoke, she nodded to the blue-clad waiter who had accompanied her down, prompting him to turn and walk away. Yi Yinju remarked, any work is acceptable as long as it falls within our capabilities. Initially, we intended to come here as waitstaff, only to discover upon arrival that this is your sister and Oppos' establishment. Before Anya could respond, Sula interjected. There is no need to trouble Miss Anya. We shall seek our own opportunities. Anya smiled. It's no trouble at all. Yinju, I recall you are a musician. You mentioned wanting to play for me last time. I have a piano here. Why not play a piece for me? Although the waitstaff positions were filled, I am in need of a performing musician. At this, she cast a half-smiling glance at Sula and added, of course, I shall not show favoritism. If your musical talent does not meet my standards, I will not employ you. Yi Yinju chuckled, even without employment. I still wish to play a piece for my sister. I already have my instrument. At that moment, the tea was served, presented in exquisite purple clay teapots and cups. The waitstaff had evidently prepared the tea and warmed the pot, pouring the fragrant liquid into the bowl. Instantly, a refreshing aroma of plum blossoms wafted through the air, soothing and delightful. The tea appeared a delicate crimson, exuding an enticing allure. Anya suggested, let us first enjoy some tea. This is red orchid blossom tea, a rare floral tea, a treasured delicacy of the Milan court. It is extremely scarce, known for its properties of cooling, anti-inflammatory effects, detoxification, skin rejuvenation, and anti-aging. I have added a touch of rock sugar. It tastes delightful. Yi Yinju lifted the tea bowl and took a sip. A warm sensation flowed down his throat, dispelling the chill of the outside air. Soon after, a subtle fragrance of plum blossoms accompanied by the tea and Oppos' sweetness escaped his lungs, bringing an indescribable comfort that made him involuntarily exclaim, what a splendid tea. Initially, Sula regarded the floral tea with disdain, but upon tasting it, his expression transformed to one of astonishment, and he found himself finishing the small cup of red orchid blossom tea without realizing it. Anya smiled gently, saying, while many hold green and oolong teas in high esteem, I have a particular fondness for floral teas. Many dismiss floral teas, even labeling them as the commoner and Oppos' choice. However, I perceive it differently. The floral tea I offer is not merely a blend of flowers and tea leaves. It is made from genuine flowers, which are dried before infusion. This is one of the primary specialties of my establishment, the Piaolan Xian. I believe such floral teas are the true aristocrats among teas, possessing diverse benefits that often surpass those of green and oolong teas. Yi Yinju replied with a sincere smile, I am not well versed in tea, but it is indeed delightful. Anya sighed softly. The culture of tea has a profound history, inherited from the ancient Eastern Dragon Empire. Regrettably, so much has been lost to time. Eastern Dragon Empire? Yi Yinju looked at Anya in surprise. Although it was the first time he had heard that name, the term Eastern Dragon was familiar to him, as his grandfather and grandfather Chen had often spoken of the 8 sects of the Eastern Dragon. While he did not fully grasp its significance, He suspected it must be connected to what Anya had mentioned regarding the Eastern Dragon Empire. Anya's expression slightly changed, but she quickly regained her composure and hastily diverted the conversation, saying, "Yinju, weren't you going to play the piano for me? How about starting now?" Although Yinju was surprised, his innocent nature led him to refrain from asking further questions as Anya shifted the topic. A flash of shimmering blue light emanated from the water droplet on the ring, and the elegant sea moonlight Qin gracefully appeared atop the table. Despite the table being somewhat elevated, Yinju, with his tall stature, managed to sit upright, allowing him to use the tea table as a makeshift Qin table. The Qin, lacquered in a rich chestnut hue with flowing patterns, exuded an air of pride with its lustrous sheen. The strings glimmered with a faint azure light, while the 13 Qin emblems, inlaid with pearls, radiated an aura of subtle elegance and nobility. "What a fine Qin," Anya remarked, somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Yinju could acquire such an exquisite instrument in such a short span of time. With unwavering focus, he settled before the 5th emblem of the Qin, his hands lightly pressing the strings, melding the resonance of his inner spirit with that of the ancient instrument. In this moment, Yinju transformed entirely. The innocence and clarity in his gaze morphed into a fervent obsession and dedication. Even clad in the Milan Magic Martial Academy uniform, the elegance he exuded surpassed that of the most refined aristocrats. As his heart and intention harmonized, and his essence intertwined with the Qin, perhaps due to the fact that he was playing for Anya, Yinju experienced a rare moment of liberation since arriving at the academy, immersing himself in the music without ulterior motives. He captured the essence of tranquility and profound concentration, his spirit entirely at ease, radiating a serene confidence. His entire being melded with the melody, which resonated like the arrival of autumn, expressing a deep appreciation for the world around him, creating an atmosphere of perfect harmony. Without the release of any magical red light, Yinju remained solely focused on playing the Qin. All those present, including the waitstaff on the 2 upper floors of the restaurant, ceased their activities, standing still as they absorbed the ethereal strains of music. Perhaps Anya and Sula did not fully comprehend, but as he played with utmost devotion, Yinju's right hand executed a series of intricate techniques, spring oriole emerging from the valley, wind startling the crane crying in the shadows, precious goose grasping the reed, solitary wild goose observing the flock, merchant goat drumming, flying dragon seizing the clouds, and praying mantis capturing the cicada. His left hand complemented these movements with autumn eagle in the wind, divine bird grasping the scroll, fragrant forest and Apos, delicate oriole, azure dragon entering the sea, phoenix nesting and preening, literary leopard embracing the object, howling ape ascending the tree, and echoes in the empty valley. His hands danced like ethereal spirits, executing movements that flowed with a grace akin to flowing water. If one were to assess the piece Autumn Swan solely from the perspective of performance, even Qin Shang would have to concede defeat. The pure-hearted focus of his Qin playing was unparalleled by any master of divine music. As the weather cooled and autumn awakened, a sense of joy from the harvest mingled with a subtle apprehension of the impending winter, surrounded by that heavenly melody. These feelings etched themselves deeply into the hearts of all present. The ancient melodies intertwined, the vibrations of the Qin strings resonating with the strings of the heart, giving rise to a captivating rendition of Autumn Swan. As the final echo faded into the distance, Yinju gently raised his hands and gradually lowered them, allowing them to rest upon the strings of the zither, restoring tranquility to the ambience. His eyes sparkled with insight through the heartfelt melody he had just performed. He had gained a deeper understanding of the intricacies of the piece. He sensed, faintly, that his mastery of zither magic was on the verge of a breakthrough. Silence enveloped the room, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind remaining. Every gaze in the hall was fixed upon Yinju, reflecting an entranced admiration. Even without consciously infusing his spirit into the music, the allure of the piece Autumn Swan captivated all, drawing them into its depths. The 7 strings served as companions, the ears as confidants. In a tranquil heart, the sound becomes subtle, transcending the confines of time. Such exquisite music, such a moving composition. It had been years since I had the pleasure of hearing something so profound. An elderly voice broke through the lingering resonance of the melody, awakening everyone from their reverie. Indeed, it is a remarkable instrument. Anya sighed, her eyes now sparkling with renewed brilliance as she gazed at Yinju. She had never anticipated that his zither skills would reach such extraordinary heights, evoking memories of her homeland. Sula had listened to Yinju play before. Yet this was the most complete experience. Absent the direct impact of zither magic, she became fully immersed in the enchanting sounds, reminiscent of many cherished memories, nearly bringing her to tears. I fear I have embarrassed myself. With little time to practice lately, I worried I would be out of touch. The music not only bestows beauty upon others, but also evokes a delightful sensation within Yi Yinju. Following the near-perfect performance of Autumn Swan, he felt invigorated, an indescribable comfort enveloping him. The pure energy coursed through his being, as if he had entered a unique rhythm, and in such a state, his zither magic naturally flourished. Miss Anya, I truly did not expect you to invite such a noble zither master, and so young at that. If I fail to report daily henceforth, I would be remiss to my own ears. Boomed the elderly voice once more, directed towards Anya. The elder stood tall, his visage exuding an ancient gravitas, though simply attired. He possessed a distinctive aura, akin to a steadfast pine tree. His eyes sparkled with an occasional brilliance, captivating those who met his gaze. Long silver hair cascaded casually over his shoulders. The virtuous embody the essence of their character. The joyful are the adornments of virtue. Through the music, one perceives the integrity of the musician. Young man, your skill is a testament to your character. Such exemplary youth are a rarity indeed. With that, he patted Yi Yinju and Appo's shoulder in appreciation. His hand was large, warm, and firm. As he gently patted, Yi Yinju felt a wave of warmth coursing through him, bringing a sense of comfort, and the energy within him seemed to subtly amplify under the elder and Appo's influence. Yet, Anya remained seated as the elder approached, a chill enveloping her countenance. She spoke softly. Indeed, an old horse knows the way. You arrived rather early. Regrettably, it has dampened my spirits. The elder revealed a hint of a bitter smile, conceding, very well, I shall admit my mistake. However, Miss Anya, will I still have the pleasure of hearing such enchanting melodies here in the future? It is exceedingly rare to find a musician who can truly grasp the profound subtleties of clarity, delicacy, tranquility, and distance in their playing. Hearing the elder praise Yi Yinju, Anya finally displayed a faint smile and turned to Yinju, saying, Did you hear that? This gentleman is a regular at my Chaolon Pavilion, and his taste is quite discerning. If he admires you so, surely my decision to retain you as a musician cannot be deemed favoritism. You must accept compensation for your labor. You can no longer refuse. Very well. Work is work, and here I can often see my sister, Yi Yinju replied, his smile pure and untainted. For him, playing the zither was the finest form of cultivation and could also earn him some tuition and living expenses. What reason had he to decline? You. What do you call her? The elder stared at Yi Yinju in astonishment before quickly turning to Anya. Is he your brother? Anya responded coldly. My affairs are none of your concern. Speak further, and you shall find yourself unwelcome at Chaolon Pavilion. A trace of bitterness crossed the elder and Appo's face. Could you not temper your temper a little? After all, we are old friends. By age, the elder could easily be Anya and Appo's grandfather. Yet his tone conveyed a deep respect towards her. Anya ignored him, turning to Yi Yinju. Yinju, what compensation do you desire? Yi Yinju scratched his head, inadvertently revealing the blue ring on his left hand. The elder and Appo's body stiffened upon seeing it, his expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Sister Anya, the amount of pay is inconsequential. Sula is my roommate. Could he perhaps stay here to work alongside me? We Don and Appo's need much. 10 silver coins a day would suffice for our expenses. At this moment, Sula had regained consciousness and, hearing that Yi Yinju was requesting a servant and Appo's wage, couldn't and Appo's help but pinch him from behind in annoyance, interjecting, I Don and Appo's mind, as long as I can stay with Yinju. However, since Yinju is a musician, shouldn't and Appo's his compensation be a bit higher? A talent like him is not easily found among the first-year students of the Divine Music Department. Anya disregarded Sula and Appo's input and simply gazed at Yi Yinju, saying, Silly boy, how can a musician and Appo's wage be so low? Here, even an ordinary servant earns a gold coin a day. I understand your gentle nature and your indifference towards money. Let us do this. Your salary shall be 10 gold coins daily. As for young Sula, he may remain here as a servant. One more person matters not. No. Sister Anya, that is far too much. 10 gold coins a day. That is indeed a substantial sum. You must realize that a typical family's monthly expenses amount to merely 1 or 2 gold coins. Anya smiled, as long as I deem it worthwhile. That is all that matters. If you doubt it, inquire with Mr. Laoma whether your zither melodies are worth such a price. Before Yi Yinju could pose a question, Laoma nodded earnestly, affirming, Indeed, it is worth it, absolutely worth it. 10 gold coins hardly seem excessive to me. Such melodious music cannot possibly be measured in monetary terms. Anya, unusually, did not refute him this time. Instead, she smiled and said, "You see, I have taken advantage of you. Let us settle on this. Since you are here today, stay a while to familiarize yourselves with the environment. In the future, our main operating hours will be in the afternoons, and as students, you need not come when you have classes to avoid hindering your studies. The remuneration is undoubtedly generous. Not to mention Yuanzhu, even Su La's daily wage of 1 gold coin would be unimaginable elsewhere, as no ordinary establishment pays their servers so handsomely. The Pavilion of Floating Orchids is divided into 3 levels. The first floor houses the main hall, featuring 10 tea tables, while the second floor consists of 6 private rooms. The third floor is Anya's personal residence, and even the servers of the pavilion are not permitted to ascend easily. Though the 3-story building appears large from the outside, it can accommodate only 16 tables of guests simultaneously. Lunch was lavish, and Yi Yinzhu and Su La dined alongside all the other servers, who were exclusively male. Leading them was the blue-clad server whom Yi Yinzhu and Su La had first encountered that day. Brother Daida, the Pavilion of Floating Orchids is quite expansive. But why are there only a few tea tables? Can sufficient profit be made this way? Yuanzhu inquired with curiosity. Daida, the only server in blue, appeared to be in his late 20s, possessing an ordinary visage that could easily blend into a crowd. It was unclear whether it was due to Yuanzhu and Anya and Apos' special connection or the stunning performance he had just rendered that had garnered the respect of the other servers. Daida replied, "The limited number of tables is intended to ensure that every guest receives the finest treatment. Typically, patrons occupy the first floor, while the 6 private rooms on the second floor are reserved for long durations. After the lunch hour, the number of visitors will gradually increase. For instance, Mr. Ma, who just arrived, is a regular in one of the private rooms upstairs." He continued, "The young lady has instructed me to prepare a designated area for you to play in the central position on the second floor shortly. Do you have any special requests?" Yuanzhu shook his head and smiled. "No, you've already been quite accommodating, Anya. I only require a quiet space for my music. I prefer pleasant environments. And this place is quite remarkable. The grand tree in the center of the pavilion is the largest I have ever seen, and I truly appreciate the air and ambience here." Daida nodded in agreement, saying, "I am glad you like it." After lunch, while Su La reluctantly took her post on the first floor, Yi Yinzhu ascended to the second floor with Daida, and Anya did not reappear. The second floor, like the first, encircled the magnificent ancient tree. At this moment, a circular platform had been added to the inner side of the tree and Apos' staircase, featuring a wooden table, with sturdy supports formed by the vines cascading down from the ancient tree. Daida pointed to the circular platform and smiled. "This will be your workspace from now on. When the weather turns colder, I will find a way to manage the temperature for you." The platform and the surrounding private booths are positioned at a considerable distance, allowing one to perform in a relatively serene environment. This is truly splendid. Yi Yinzhu gazed at the layer of blue blossoms atop the colossal tree, feeling the vibrant life force and the tranquility of nature emanating from it, an indescribable excitement bubbling within him. Playing the piano in such a setting would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid to his future cultivation. If it weren't and Apos' tea for his he would gladly pay to practice in such an environment. As Yuanzhu seated himself on the platform, Daida lowered the prearranged drapery, concealing him from the outside world. After 16 years of devoted practice, the Chen had become an integral part of Yi Yinzhu's existence. Upon arriving in Milan, this was his first opportunity to play with the same fervor he had experienced while cultivating amidst the Azure Sea. For an entire afternoon, he lost track of everything outside, completely immersed in the melodies of the Chen. Although he possessed only a single Haiwei Qingwei Chen, his heartfelt performance seemed to elevate the music to sublime heights. For 4 uninterrupted hours, he played without repeating a single piece, the ethereal sounds lingering throughout the Piolon Pavilion. The Chen sect boasts 8 extraordinary techniques, namely, observing the wind, capturing the soul, distinguishing joy and anger, delighting the heart, calming the mind, fortifying courage, transcending the mundane, and confronting the divine. Yuanzhu had achieved a modest mastery of these 8 emotional Chen magics. In that moment, he suddenly realized that although he had not consciously infused magical energy into his performance, the act of playing alone seemed to deepen his understanding of these 8 techniques. As the music faded into silence, Yuanzhu pondered whether this was what Grandpa Chen had meant when he said that only by engaging with the world could he achieve breakthroughs and ascend to a higher realm of Chen magic. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, applause erupted from the third floor of the Piolon Pavilion. Anya had appeared at the staircase, peering down to catch a glimpse of Yuanzhu hidden behind the drapery. Only she could see the focused expression of Yuanzhu as he played. A gentle smile graced her elegant features. No words were exchanged. Only footsteps of varying weights echoed softly. In a short while, the Piolon Pavilion returned to its tranquil state. Sister Anya, Yuanzhu emerged from behind the drapery. Yuanzhu, your playing is exquisite. You must be tired after remaining in one place for the entire afternoon. Quickly, take a moment to rest. I will have dinner prepared, Anya said, her gaze filled with concern. Yet, from Yuanzhu and Appo's countenance, she could discern no trace of fatigue. Instead, his bright eyes sparkled with clarity. Very well, but please be cautious on your way. Anya did not linger, offering him a gentle smile as she instructed Daida to escort him downstairs. Yuanzhu, are you tired? Sula, now donned in the uniform of the Milan Magic Martial Academy, awaited him. Yuanzhu shook his head, smiling as he replied, I used to practice much longer each day than I did today. How could I possibly be tired? This place feels wonderful to me. The rich aroma of nature effortlessly calms my heart, allowing me to immerse myself completely in the music. As the two individuals exited the floating orchid pavilion, they retraced their steps towards the Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy. Yuanzhu, do you know who Miss Anya truly is? Sula suddenly inquired. Yuanzhu was taken aback and replied, Isn't Sister Anya the owner of the floating orchid pavilion? What is the matter? Sula shook her head and remarked, No, it is far from that simple. When you began playing this afternoon, the first and second floors of the pavilion were filled with 16 tables of guests. Strangely, however, there was no noise. Even conversations were conducted in hushed tones. The patrons were clad in shades of green or blue, somewhat resembling our servers. Yet, I could discern that the visitors to the floating orchid pavilion were not ordinary folk. They sat quietly, sipping tea or engaging in soft-spoken discussions, as if they frequented this place regularly. Yuanzhu responded, but that is not unusual. The lack of noise merely reflects the guests' good manners. Sula countered, but do you know how much the floral tea at the pavilion costs? Yuanzhu shook her head in confusion. Sula let out a cold laugh and explained, a cup of floral tea at the pavilion cost 1 ruby coin. And that is just for the ordinary variety. For the guests in the private rooms on the second floor, each cup costs 3 ruby coins. Adding hot water requires an additional ruby coin. Have you ever encountered such exorbitant prices for tea? It's no wonder that Miss Anya is so generous, offering you 10 gold coins a day as salary. Compared to the income from the floating orchid pavilion, our earnings are but a drop in the ocean. So expensive? Then, does that mean the red camellia flower tea we had this afternoon was? Sula interjected, you're starting to sense something amiss, aren't you? I believe the floating orchid pavilion harbors an air of mystery. Perhaps we should refrain from returning. Yuanzhu shook her head and insisted, how can I do that? I promised Sister Anya that I would play the piano. Moreover, the pavilion suits me perfectly. It allows me to earn tuition while honing my musical skills. Such an opportunity is rare. Sister Anya has treated me with great kindness. She is a good person. Trust me, Sula, she is genuinely good. I can feel her pure connection to nature. Only those with a heart of purity could evoke such feelings in me. Sula, somewhat resigned, replied, Since you feel so strongly, I have nothing further to say. I merely advise you to exercise caution. However, your performance today was truly exceptional. The guests were utterly captivated, many whispering about your origins. Yet, none could guess that you were merely a student of the Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy. Had it not been for Miss Anya and Appo's dismissal, I believe they would have lingered, eager to discover your true identity. Chapter 17, The Purple Bamboo Divine Needle, Part 1. Yuanzhu smiled and remarked, in truth, playing the piano is primarily for oneself, to listen to the heart. Grandpa Chen once stated that there are 7 reasons for playing the zither. Firstly, to illuminate virtue. Secondly, to resonate with the spirits. Thirdly, to beautify customs. Fourthly, to clarify the mind. Fifthly, to regulate the tones. Sixthly, to cultivate elegance. And seventhly, to facilitate teaching. The virtue of the zither precedes its artistry. When the heart is pure, it harmonizes with the strings. Otherwise, one cannot produce beautiful melodies. Yuanzhu pondered. I must seek out Haiyang. Sula chuckled. What do you need to find her for? Didn't you embrace her enough yesterday? Yuanzhu's face flushed with indignation. It was not intentional yesterday. I wish to find Hai Yang for her sake. Su La was taken aback, gazing at Yi Yinzhu in astonishment. For her sake? Hai Yang is already quite unfortunate. You wouldn't and oppose. Do you want to add to her woes? Would you? If her face were unblemished, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Yu Yinzhu retorted, am I the kind of person to kick someone when they are down? Moreover, beauty and ugliness are not absolute. A girl may be lovely in appearance, yet if her heart is unkind, she is still an ugly soul. Su La and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Then why are you seeking Hai Yang? Yu Yinzhu replied, I wish to see if I can assist her in healing. I can discern that her current demeanor and the coldness of her exterior are largely due to the scars on her face. A girl who has been disfigured must endure great suffering. The damage to her face is likely not congenital, and perhaps there is a chance for recovery. With a gentle sigh, Yu Yinzhu continued, when I saw her face during yesterday's competition, I felt compelled to try and aid her. My approach to healing differs from others. Even the slightest chance should not be forsaken. Otherwise, will she be condemned to a life of suffering? Su La gazed at Yi Yinzhu intently, saying, Yinzhu, you are the silliest fool I have ever encountered, yet also the most endearing. I shall accompany you. It would spare you the awkwardness of being alone together. Ah, is that not Yinzhu? As Yu Yinzhu and Su La arrived at the dormitory area of the Divine Sound Department, they encountered Xueling. At that moment, Xueling was clad in a long nightgown, brushing her long hair in front of her villa-style dormitory, seemingly preparing for rest. I came to find Senior Hai Yang. Xueling, do you know where she resides? Xueling chuckled. You only have eyes for your Senior Hai Yang, even fainting in her presence. Have you developed feelings for her? Should I play matchmaker for you? Yi Yinzhu's face reddened, feeling a bit awkward and unsure of how to respond. Observing his embarrassment, Xueling and Appo's laughter grew louder. Truly, you are the most adorable little lad in our Divine Sound Department. Yinzhu, you are not still a virgin, are you? Beside them, Su La rolled her eyes, thinking to herself how open the female students of the Divine Sound Department were. Xueling, do you know where Senior Hai Yang lives? I genuinely need to speak with her. Yu Yinzhu, caught in an embarrassing conversation, was at a loss for words, his face growing even redder. Xueling laughed. All right. I won't oppose, tease you any longer. As you traverse this narrow path, you will find the dormitory of the Oceanology Senior nestled at the very end. She is somewhat of a recluse, speaking little in her daily life. I truly cannot fathom what you find appealing about her. I do not, Yi Yinzhu hastily retorted. However, upon witnessing Xueling's enigmatic smile, he found himself at a loss for words and quickly followed the path she indicated, almost as if fleeing. Observing his retreating figure, Xueling erupted into laughter, unperturbed by the presence of Su La beside Yu Yinzhu. Continuing along the path, Yi Yinzhu and Appo's flushed face finally returned to its natural hue upon reaching the white villa at the end. Su La seemed quite amused by the sight of Yi Yinzhu and Appo's blush, merely chuckling softly without uttering a word. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Yu Yinzhu gently knocked. Ocean Senior, are you there? Before long, the door swung open, revealing an unforgettable visage. It was not Ocean, but the enchanting Xiang Wan, renowned as the most beautiful girl at Milan Magic Martial Arts Academy. As their eyes met, both were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in unison, what are you doing here? This marked Yu Yinzhu and Appo's first close encounter with Xiang Wan. She was adorned in a modest pink gown, its length shielding her skin from the cool air. Her large lavender eyes flickered with a hint of confusion upon spotting Yi Yinzhu, while her golden locks cascaded down her left shoulder, partially obscuring her ample bosom. Was Xueling deceiving me? Is this not Ocean and Appo's dormitory? Yu Yinzhu pondered, perplexed. Yu Yinzhu, are you here to see Ocean? Xiang Wan was the first to dispel the awkwardness. Oh, yes, indeed, Yi Yinzhu promptly affirmed, cautiously inquiring. Is this Ocean Senior's dormitory? With a gentle smile, Xiang Wan responded, please, come in. Ocean is upstairs. I shall fetch her. As she spoke, she stepped aside, allowing Yi Yinzhu and Su La to enter the villa and Appo's grand hall before ascending the stairs. The interior of the villa was adorned in cool shades of blue, reminiscent of the chill radiating from Ocean herself. The decor was simple yet striking, and upon entering, one could immediately feel a subtle sense of coldness. Su La whispered, your Ocean Senior and Appo's talent as a sound mage is quite wasted. I believe she would fare better in the realm of darkness. At that moment, Yu Yinzhu felt his heart racing uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, Each time he encountered Xiangwan, he experienced this reaction, even feeling hesitant to gaze upon her exquisite countenance. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by Xiangwan, Ocean descended from the upper floor. She wore a gown similar to Xiangwan and Appo's, though in white, her dark hair cascading softly over her shoulders. Her appearance unchanged from her usual demeanor. Upon laying eyes on Yuanzhu, a hint of discomfort crossed her face, a delicate blush gracing the visible half of her countenance, clearly reminiscent of the events from the previous night. Upon seeing Ocean, Yuanzhu's heart fluttered as well. The occurrences of the previous evening, coupled with Shuling's teasing, stirred within him a peculiar sensation, causing his face to flush anew. Sister Xiangwan, do not tease him. He is a kind-hearted soul. The Ocean finally spoke. Her voice still as frigid as ever, yet now infused with a hint of disarray. Xiangwan smiled and said, let me speak for him. Yuanzhu, to share your purpose. Yuanzhu took a deep breath, suddenly realizing how formidable these young women were. Conversing with them felt perilously close to inviting ridicule. I am here to express my gratitude for the care you extended to me yesterday, Senior Ocean. No need for thanks, it was you who saved us in the competition. Ocean replied coolly, her gaze returning to its usual composure. Furthermore, I wish to see if I can heal your face. Yuanzhu hastily added the latter part. What did you say? You can heal Ocean and Appo's face? Xiangwan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with surprise. However, Ocean and Appo's expression darkened, her demeanor shifting to icy resolve. You may leave. I do not require your assistance. Even Su La, standing behind Yuanzhu, sensed the chill emanating from Ocean and silently chastised Yuanzhu for his bluntness. Addressing a young woman's vulnerabilities so directly was indeed foolish, especially considering Ocean's evident pride. Yuanzhu, oblivious to the subtleties of a woman's feelings, quickly responded, Senior Ocean. While I cannot guarantee success, I would like to try. Your face appears to have suffered an injury. We are classmates, and I merely wish to assist you. Just as Ocean was about to refuse, Xiangwan interjected, Ocean, since he has come to seek you out, he might truly possess some means. Let him try. With a soft sigh, Ocean recognized that Yuanzhu did not intend to strike at her painful memories. The frost in her eyes thawed slightly as she replied, No. Thank you. Throughout my life, I have encountered many doctors and light mages who have attempted to treat me. I do not wish to face disappointment again. Yuanzhu. I appreciate your kindness, but you may leave. Yuanzhu was taken aback by Ocean's cold rejection. Senior, I only wish to help. The scars on your face are likely the result of corrosive damage inflicted by dark magic, possibly accompanied by a curse. While such magic can be dispelled with light magic, the damage already done cannot be healed by it. It requires realignment of the facial meridians, along with subsequent care, to restore you fully. I would like to attempt to clear your facial meridians. If successful, there is at least an 80% chance of restoring your appearance. Ocean regarded Yuanzhu with an expression of surprise. Her initial refusal softened. Xiangwan quickly urged, Ocean, let him try. He has already brought miracles to the sound system. Perhaps he can offer you one as well. Ocean and Appo's gaze wavered momentarily before she slowly nodded. Very well. What is your plan? Yuanzhu gestured towards the nearby sofa, saying, Senior Ocean, please take a seat. She complied, as Xiangwan and Su La stood beside her, eager to witness how Yuanzhu intended to treat Ocean. It is worth noting that the corrosive damage caused by dark magic is notoriously challenging to remedy, especially considering the curse imbued in the scars on Ocean's face. Yuanzhu approached Haiyang, gently lifting the long black hair that had been cascading down her face, tucking it behind her ear. This simple gesture caused a shiver to run through Haiyang and Appo's body, although Yuanzhu and Appo's hand had not made contact with her skin. The warmth emanating from his hand was palpable. Particularly, the intensity of his focused gaze sent a prickling sensation down her spine, exposing her deepest pain and shortcomings before this man, who was still a stranger to her, despite harboring a modicum of affection for him. Haiyang and Appo's heart was a tumult of complex emotions. Yuanzhu scrutinized Haiyang and Appo's face with the same concentration one might exhibit when gazing upon an ancient guqin. Almost 80% of her right cheek bore scars from atrophy, the skin a sinister shade of dark red, evoking a sense of horror. Though the corrosive effects of the dark magic had been eradicated, the immense damage stirred a profound sympathy within Yuanzhu. He could easily imagine the suffering Haiyang had endured due to the disfigurement of her face. A faint yellow radiance appeared on Yuanzhu's right hand as he cautiously pressed his four-fingered hand against the scar on Haiyang's face. Her skin felt icy, yet his hand radiated warmth. As he touched her scar, her body trembled noticeably, a comforting warmth coursing over her features, flowing like water across the damaged skin. It is more severe than I had anticipated. Some meridians have already perished, Yuan Zhu remarked, lowering his hand, a serious expression overtaking his features. Xiangwan inquired urgently. Is it treatable? Yuan Zhu nodded, saying, I will give it a try, but multiple treatments may be necessary for a full recovery. Senior Haiyang, you may experience some pain and tingling. Please bear with it. As he spoke, he rolled up his pant leg. Both Su La and Xiangwan noticed a fabric-like band encircling Yuan Zhu's right leg. He removed it and handed it to Su La, instructing him to hold it carefully. Su La then discerned that it was a cloth pouch adorned with small elongated pockets, from which a soft purple glow emanated. Yuan Zhu brushed his hand over the pouch, and instantly, a purple needle appeared between his index and middle fingers. The needle, approximately 3 inches long, was entirely purple, its ends exceedingly sharp, radiating a gentle violet light. Xiangwan gazed at Yuan Zhu in astonishment, asking, What are you doing? What is the purpose of this needle? Yuan Zhu explained, This is the purple bamboo needle, found only in the bamboo groves of my family and Appo's realm, known as the Baikong Sea. Surrounding the life bamboo at the center of the Baikong Sea are 18 stalks of purple bamboo, as sturdy as iron, infused with abundant life force and the harmonious essence of nature. Each stalk contains a core, which can be specially refined into a needle. Within this pouch are a total of 18 purple bamboo needles, which, utilizing my family's inherited medical arts, can treat various ailments. In the beginning, Yuan Zhu lost his spatial ring, resulting in the simultaneous disappearance of the 5 ancient zither, the prized possessions of the Qin sect. However, he was fortunate to have kept the treasures of the Zhu sect close at hand, the emerald silk on his wrist and the purple bamboo needles bound to his calf, which, though seemingly inconspicuous, were indeed irreplaceable treasures within the Zhu sect. Yili, concerned for his grandson and Appo's well-being, entrusted these invaluable items to him, keeping their existence a secret even from Yicheng. During his final year in the Baikong Sea, Yuan Zhu devoted himself to mastering the emerald silk and the purple bamboo needles, utilizing his extraordinary focus and intellect. Xiangwan gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Could this be the legendary acupuncture technique? Wasn't Appo's this ancient medical art thought to be lost? A slight prick accompanied by a gentle tingling sensation did not cause the ocean too much discomfort. Hearing Xiangwan and Appo's exclamation sparked a flicker of hope within her heart. If the scars on her face could truly be healed, then, Senior Sister Haiyang, would you kindly remove your top? Yuan Zhu said, deftly retrieving 2 more purple bamboo needles from his pouch. What? Haiyang, Xiangwan, and Su La exclaimed in unison, their gazes toward Yuan Zhu suddenly becoming peculiar. Yuan Zhu, twirling the purple bamboo needles in his hand, said with a hint of helplessness, I am not very proficient with my needlework, and I lack knowledge of the female anatomy. I cannot perform acupuncture through clothing, as it poses significant risks. The meridians on Senior Sister Haiyang's face must be treated beginning from the upper body, addressing the source of the facial meridians. Without hesitation, Xiangwan interjected. How can that be acceptable? Wouldn't that mean you would see all of Haiyang's body? Absolutely not. As she spoke, she positioned herself to shield Haiyang from Yuan Zhu and Appo's approach. Su La nodded vigorously, adding, Exactly. How can you look at a girl and Appo's body? Yuan Zhu gazed at Haiyang, and at that moment, Xiangwan and Appo's hand that had been shielding her eyes fell away. Their eyes met. And in Yuan Zhu and Appo's clear gaze, Haiyang found no trace of lewdness. Instead, it contained only sincerity. Biting her lip lightly, the usually cold glimmer in Haiyang and Appo's eyes reflected a newfound determination as memories of the battle against the wind element students surfaced in her mind. Yuan Zhu had faced a green dragon alone without flinching, solely to protect them. His earnest and pure gaze, along with his calm and refreshing aura, instilled trust in those around him. Very well, I will remove it, Haiyang declared, pulling Xiangwan aside, taking a deep breath as she began to unfasten the buttons of her white gown. Haiyang, this is not right, Xiangwan urged, hastily trying to restrain her hand, her voice laced with urgency. With a soft sigh, Haiyang replied, Sister Xiangwan, did you not just say that this might be an opportunity? If he truly possesses the legendary medical skills, perhaps this is my final chance. I am willing to try. I trust Yuan Zhu's character. Xiangwan slowly released her grip, her beautiful eyes reflecting only sorrow. Yinju, I leave her in your care. Why are you still here? Are you trying to take advantage? Xiangwan shot a glare at Sula, who stood behind Yinju. Oh. Sarala was momentarily taken aback, her gaze upon Yinju laden with complexity. After a brief pause, she entrusted the cloth pouch to Xiangwan, saying, Yinju, I shall wait for you outside. As a button was undone, then another, the neckline of the long dress gradually revealed the delicate and graceful neck of Haiyang. A faint, virginal fragrance, imbued with a hint of sweetness and a cool essence, tantalized Yinju and Appo's senses. At last, as the multitude of buttons was fully unfastened, Haiyang closed her eyes. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, while her trembling hands gently pulled down her top, allowing it to slide down slowly. More and more of her snow-white skin was exposed, and the sin of her body became increasingly pronounced. Yinju and Appo's expression remained serene. Even his breath did not quicken at the sight of Haiyang and Appo's bare skin. His understanding of the complexities of gender was limited, and as he beheld her skin, flawless as crystal, he felt a peculiar stirring within. Finally, Haiyang's top had been removed, hanging loosely at her waist since it was a one-piece dress, leaving only a bandeau to modestly protect her ample bosom. Yinju mused to himself, so, Haiyang, my senior, possesses such a robust physique. Fortunately, he recalled Anya and Appo's earlier admonitions and refrained from voicing his thoughts. Her arms, as wide as lotus roots, and her elegantly sculpted shoulders gave her an air of fragility. Her slender waist could easily be encompassed by a single hand. Her perfect curves were a testament to the artistry of creation from any angle. Do we need to remove more? Haiyang asked, pressing her hands gently against the bandeau, her voice tinged with unease. Yinju stepped forward, his clear gaze now serious. Senior, regardless of how you feel, please remain still. Do not move. I am about to begin. Outside, Sarala found her mood unexpectedly sour. She was uncertain whether it stemmed from Yinju witnessing Haiyang and Appo's bare torso, or from her earlier conversation with him. An inexplicable restlessness gripped her. Just then, Xiangwan and Appo's voice echoed from within the villa. Yinju, you've gotten Haiyang to remove her clothing. If you cannot proceed, do not blame me for being unkind. Hey, could you move a bit slower? She is a girl, after all. Be gentle. Can't you see Haiyang frowning? Yinju, is it truly all right for you to insert that long and thick thing? Will it cause bleeding? Listening to Xiangwan's incessant remarks, Sarala felt a wave of heat wash over her, although she was acutely aware that another matter was unfolding inside. Her extensive travels across the continent had led her thoughts astray. Her face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, had it not been for her current predicament. She would have rushed inside without hesitation. Yinju, perhaps I am indeed the one with the troubled heart, she thought. As a flash of light appeared, the small square box vanished once more, and in the chill and solitude of the night, Sarala and Appo's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Xiangwan, could you please be quiet? Your incessant chatter is making it impossible for me to concentrate, Yinju exclaimed, his patience wearing thin with Xiangwan. Each time he attempted to proceed, her interjections thwarted him. As if Haiyang were fragile porcelain, liable to shatter with the slightest touch. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Xiangwan realized she had perhaps spoken too much. Do take care, she advised. Freed from her interruptions, Yinju finally focused his mind. Two faint violet rays simultaneously emanated from his hands, silently penetrating into the shoulders of the ocean, leaving only the tips of the needles exposed. Strangely, the ocean appeared oblivious to the intrusion, remaining utterly still. Although Yinju possessed merely 8 fingers, they exhibited remarkable dexterity. During his training in the healing technique of the purple bamboo needle, his years of piano practice had endowed his fingers with exceptional agility, yielding extraordinary results. In this moment, his 8 fingers danced with rhythmic grace, deftly withdrawing the purple bamboo needles from the pouch and swiftly inserting them into the ocean and Appo's form, with the addition of the needle puncturing his cheek. A total of 3 needles were administered. In Yinju and Appo's mastery of the purple bamboo divine needle technique, this was referred to as the 3 needles to steady the spirit. The tension etched on the ocean and Appo's face began to dissipate, its aura softening significantly, enveloping it in a state of hazy tranquility. A gentle yellow light radiated from its being, harmonizing with its rhythmic breath, the light flickering like a distant star. In an instant, its right hand swept across the pouch, conjuring a swirling purple cold flame that danced in its palm. Xiangwan blinked. taken aback as the purple flame erupted like a firework, transforming into strands of violet light that vanished into the ether. 15 purple bamboo needles had fully embedded themselves within the ocean and Apos' body. It emitted a muffled groan, as if enduring immense pain, its form beginning to tremble violently. Yuanzhu sprang into action, stepping with an esoteric grace to the ocean and Apos' side. His right hand moved fluidly, extracting the 3 purple bamboo needles, infusing them with a subtle yellow energy at their tips. In the blink of an eye, he repositioned them, resuming the rhythm of his movements without pause. Another step forward, once again executing 3 precise motions, his actions flowing like a stream of water, encircled by the yellow energy that began to whirl rapidly around the ocean's form. The brilliance of the energy radiated, completely enveloping the ocean, rendering it difficult for Xiangwan to discern its true shape. A delicate fragrance wafted through the villa and Apos' hall. No longer the scent of the ocean, but an enchanting aroma of bamboo. With widened eyes, Xiangwan scrutinized the ocean, only to realize that the purple bamboo needles had ceased their rise and fall. Yuanzhu was now manipulating the established needles at an astonishing speed. 18 long needles in total, 6 embedded in the ocean and Apos' cheeks, while 12 others were positioned behind its head, on its shoulders, chest, and back. At this moment, a faint purple mist emanated from the tips of the needles, the bamboo fragrance seemingly arising from this very essence. Yuanzhu and Apos' once ethereal form gradually slowed, each movement shifting from lightness to weightiness, as if it took great effort to manipulate the purple long needles. The needle puncture therapy demanded rigorous standards from its practitioner, necessitating not only ample energy but also the most meticulous examination of the patient and Apos' condition. As Yuanzhu commenced the acupuncture, he meticulously examined the condition of the ocean and Apos' body and facial scars. When he truly began the healing process, the mastery of his bamboo fighting energy became of utmost importance, demanding precision without a single deviation. This placed an exceptionally high demand on his mental fortitude. The dual consumption of both fighting energy and mental strength had already drenched him in sweat, had he not cultivated the heart sutra of the innocent zither since childhood. Often attaining a state of serene focus, sustaining such unwavering concentration would have been exceedingly arduous. At this moment, Yuanzhu discerned that his fighting energy had indeed progressed. Following the completion of the same life contract with Z, his bamboo fighting energy had ascended to the second tier of Huangzhu, becoming considerably more robust than before. Moreover, the infusion of a trace of fighting energy from the guest, referred to as Old Mabayanya, seemed to have imparted a subtle alteration to his own energy, rendering it even more solidified. Thus, even now, he felt no sense of exhaustion. Unbeknownst to the ocean, Yuanzhu was exerting tremendous effort. Initially, the needles merely elicited a tingling sensation upon her face. However, as the 18 purple bamboo needles fully penetrated her body, Yuanzhu and Apos' bamboo fighting energy began to flow through them, resulting in varying degrees of pain throughout her upper body. At times sharp, at times burning, and at times unbearably itchy, it compelled her to emit faint groans. She yearned to lift her hands to scratch, yet discovered that her arms would not budge, nor could her upper body move in any way. To ensure the precision of his needling, Yuanzhu had already sealed her meridians with the purple bamboo needles. Otherwise, any sudden movement on the ocean and Apos' part could jeopardize the placement of the needles or the flow of fighting energy, nullifying all prior efforts. As the fragrance of bamboo gradually dissipated, it was replaced by a faint metallic scent. Drops of sweat trickled down Yuanzhu's temples and jawline, fatigue beginning to manifest in his eyes. A rising heat enveloped him, making his entire body feel as though it were enclosed within a steamer. In truth, the purple bamboo divine needle technique employed by Yuanzhu was not merely the acupuncture method, as described by Xiangwan. Traditional acupuncture utilizes needles of varying thickness, predominantly made of metal. In contrast, the efficacy of the purple bamboo needles far surpassed that of metal needles. Although purple bamboo is not as precious as the life bamboo, it is undoubtedly among the finest of its kind, known as the guardian bamboo, and grows exclusively in the vicinity of life bamboo. Not only is it incredibly resilient, but the unique life energy and detoxifying properties it harbors are comparable to that of spiritual herbs, belonging to the category of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After centuries of meticulous refinement by the bamboo sect, only 2 complete sets of purple bamboo needles have emerged. Through these, the divine needle acupuncture technique can be executed, allowing the intrinsic effects of dispelling evil, detoxifying, regenerating tissue, and unblocking meridians of the purple bamboo needles to be fully released when stimulated by Yu-In-Ju and Apos, bamboo fighting energy. Were it not for the purple bamboo needles, how could he possess such confidence in his ability to treat the ocean? Gradually, the scent of bamboo vanished, replaced by a faint metallic tang. Sweat dripped steadily from Yu-In-Ju's hairline and jaw, and a weary look began to surface in his eyes as steam enveloped him, rendering his entire body akin to that of a steaming vessel. The pale yellow of the bamboo shoots has begun to wane, their hue growing ever lighter. The expression of agony on Ocean's face remains unchanged. Under the relentless barrage of suffering, she feels as though she is drifting into a haze, on the verge of losing herself. Paradoxically, this state of distress has somewhat dulled her pain. Gasping for breath, Yu-In-Ju falters slightly, nearly losing her balance. This session of treatment has surprisingly lasted a full hour. Xiangwan steps forward to support Yu-In-Ju, inquiring, "How are you?" Yu-In-Ju waves her hand wearily, replying, "I am fine. Thankfully, Senior Ocean has a chance to recover." "Ah?" Xiangwan exclaims in delight, glancing at Ocean. There, she observes Ocean and Apos, mostly bare torso, from which 18 streams of dark liquid are slowly oozing, the very punctures made by the purple bamboo needles moments ago. The stench intensifies, yet Ocean and Apos' expression begins to soften. The atrophied scar on her face has transformed from a deep crimson to a gentle pink, while the scar and Apos' diminishment does not alter its essence. It now appears less terrifying than before. Is Ocean recovering? Chapter 18. The Call of the Chen to the Dark Snow, Part 1. Yu-In-Ju stated, "One treatment is insufficient. I must gradually penetrate her facial meridians with the purple bamboo needle, revitalizing the necrotic and atrophied pathways. Subsequently, I will eliminate the residual toxins hidden within her meridians. From now on, I will administer acupuncture weekly, approximately 10 sessions in total, which should yield noticeable improvements. As for the extent of her recovery, I cannot be certain. However, her appearance should at least return to over 70% of its former state." Observing Yu-In-Ju and listening to his breathless and fatigued voice, Xiangwan suddenly realized that this illustrious male student, the first in the history of the Divine Sound Department, appeared quite endearing. His pure gaze resembled that of a child, and what endeared him to Xiangwan was his selfless sincerity. "I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Haiyang. Regardless of the outcome, we will appreciate your assistance." Yu-In-Ju smiled faintly, though waves of dizziness accompanied by intense fatigue were assailing his mind. "There is no need for thanks. I simply do not wish to see senior sister Haiyang remain in despair. A girl who has endured such injuries must be suffering greatly. Rest assured. Senior sister Xiangwan, I will do my utmost to heal her. Now, I must take my leave. Please help her clean herself. The fluid that has leaked is the toxins originally within her body. We have eliminated some this time, so she should feel a bit more comfortable. I must be on my way. Take a moment to rest before you leave," Xiangwan urged. Yu-In-Ju shook his head, lightly biting his tongue to awaken his senses, and departed through the door. Watching him retreat, Xiangwan smiled, a genuine admiration emanating from her heart as she softly remarked, "Yu-In-Ju, you possess a heart of gold. In-Ju, what troubles you?" Sula caught the unsteady Yu-In-Ju, gazing at him in astonishment. With a gentle sigh, Sula said, I truly do not know how to commend you. Come, let me support you." As he spoke, he draped In-Ju's arm over his slender shoulder and guided him towards the mixed dormitory. Concern was evident in his eyes. Yet the dim night in Yu-In-Ju and Apos' extreme exhaustion obscured this emotion. The evening breeze was cool, bringing an indescribable comfort to the skin, and at that moment, Yu-In-Ju and Apos' spirits soared even higher than the gentle night wind. Assisting Haiyang with her treatment, he had never sought anything in return. Yet now he realized he had gained so much. The exhilaration felt from aiding another was irreplaceable by any material possession. How delightful it is to help others. A serene smile graced his lips as he reveled in the caress of the autumn breeze, discovering an increasing fondness for the Milan Magic Martial Academy. In the Divine Sound Department dormitory, Haiyang gradually regained consciousness, her surroundings still cloaked in darkness. Xiangwan sat beside her, gently wiping her body with a warm towel. "Are you feeling more comfortable?" Xiangwan inquired with concern. Haiyang nodded slightly. With a soft sigh, her gaze turned distant and cold. "I know that I have little hope of recovery in this lifetime. I should not have troubled him. He is a kind-hearted person." Xiangwan chuckled softly and remarked, "I thought you were going to say that he should and Apos, to have seen your body." Haiyang and Appos, S face flushed as she replied, Sister, how can you say that? Can and Appos. Do you tell that he is different from those ordinary men? Whenever male students from other departments see the scars on my face, they always keep their distance. Only he has never made me feel uncomfortable. Xiangwan laughed and said, It seems that this Yuinju has truly captured your heart. Hai Yang's expression shifted slightly as she shook her head and stated, Sister, please don't say such things. Inju is a good person, but it's impossible for us. You know that I have long since ceased to think about matters of love. Xiangwan inquired, Why not? Have you forgotten the vow you made as a child? Back then, you said that if anyone could heal the scars on your face, regardless of who they were or how old, you would marry them in gratitude. Now, a handsome young boy stands before you, and even I find myself somewhat envious. Sister, you. Hai Yang suddenly realized something. Her gaze toward Xiangwan shifting from a daze to something more profound. She trembled as she asked, Are you saying that he actually succeeded? Xiangwan handed her a bronze mirror with a smile, saying, Take a look for yourself. Trembling, Hai Yang took the mirror. Striving to steady her heart before daring to gaze at her reflection, her pale face bore a hint of color, and her disheveled black hair glistened with perspiration. The scars on her face remained, still menacingly present. However, disappointment did not linger for long. In an instant, she noticed a change. The originally dark red scars had transformed into a soft pink, particularly the outermost ring, which was now a vivid red, revealing tender skin that seemed to pulse gently. An incessant tingling sensation radiating from the scars. It has feeling. It actually has feeling. Hai Yang gazed at her reflection in astonishment, instinctively lifting her other hand to touch her face. Since her childhood injury, that side of her face had been completely numb. After 17 years, her countenance felt sensations for the first time. Though faint, this sudden awareness ignited a spark of hope within her heart. Xiangwan continued. Don't ask me how he did it. I don't know. His movements were swift, and I could tell he was exhausted, nearly unable to stand. He said that your facial scars would require multiple treatments, roughly 10 sessions to heal, and your appearance could recover to about 70 or 80%. Tell me, Shun and Amp, Appos, do you fulfill your promise to him? Hai Yang remained in a daze. This night would undoubtedly become a sleepless one for her. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the small window of the dormitory, Yi Inju awakened from his meditative state. The fatigue and exhaustion from the previous night had vanished, replaced by a sense of lightness and strength coursing through his body. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, When did my recovery abilities become so remarkable? This is not the first time. Inju, hurry up and wash up for breakfast. As always, Sula has prepared a delightful morning meal. Perhaps it is due to having secured a job. Today's breakfast includes several additional eggs, clearly making it considerably more sumptuous. Sula, where did these eggs come from? Inju, enticed by the aroma of breakfast, could hardly contain himself. Yet under Sula and Amp, Appos, S piercing gaze, he first attended to his morning routine. He had always believed that Sula was undoubtedly the finest steward, at least rendering him helpless under his meticulous care. Of course, I bought the eggs. Do you think they just fall from the sky? Sula replied sharply, his complexion appearing somewhat pale, as if he had not rested well the previous night. Inju was taken aback. You bought them? Did you go out this morning? How early did you have to rise? Sula responded nonchalantly. Do you think everyone is as lethargic as you, sleeping until dawn? Come eat. Seated at the narrow dining table, Inju suddenly recalled that a few days ago, he had inadvertently mentioned during breakfast that he had loved eating eggs as a child. Could it be that Sula? There were only 4 eggs, elegantly peeled. Their smooth, white egg whites exuding an irresistible allure. For some inexplicable reason, Inju felt a sudden moisture at the corners of his eyes. Sula, do you eat eggs too? I have never liked them since childhood. Only you enjoy them. What is so delicious about eggs? Well, I'm full now. Sula quickly consumed the thin porridge in front of him, barely glancing at the eggs, before rising to wash the dishes. Inju had only eaten 1 egg. Carefully wrapping the remaining 3 in a clean cloth, discreetly placing them into his spatial ring without Sula noticing. Just then, a cold voice echoed from outside. Is Inju there? Sula, who was washing the dishes outside, replied. Is it you? What do you want with Inju? Naturally, I have business with him. Inju, come out. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting Inju to instinctively step out of the dormitory. A girl clad in a black mage robe stood at the dormitory entrance, her presence causing the other working students who had risen to instinctively divert their paths. The visitor was none other than Yuming, a first-year student from the dark magic department and the leading participant in the freshman competition. Yuming? Yingzhu exclaimed, somewhat surprised by the unfriendly demeanor of the dark sorceress. Do you need something from me? Yuming scoffed, come with me. Turning, she strode towards the woods adjacent to the mixed area. Yingzhu, don't go. Sula set down the bowl in his hands, positioning himself protectively in front of Yingzhu. Yuming, a loss in the competition is just that. Do you really wish to seek revenge privately? Be cautious, or I will report you to the authorities. Yuming disdainfully huffed. Yingzhu, aren't you quite formidable? What is this? Do you need others to protect you? She did not deny her intent for retribution, her icy gaze brimming with provocation. Sula whispered, be careful. If she attempts to ambush you, shout loudly. I will be nearby. Yingzhu smiled faintly and gazed at Sula. From now on, I shall protect you and ensure that no one harms you. Sula was taken aback. He had not anticipated such words from Yingzhu at this moment. You will protect me? Yingzhu nodded earnestly. This is my promise. You are the second person to receive this vow. Upon hearing this, Sula and Amp. Oppose. The second? Who was the first? Was it Haiyang, Xiangwan, and Ya, or perhaps some other beauty? He remained oblivious that the first recipient of this promise was a companion who had shared a decade with Yingzhu. Following Yuming, Yingzhu entered the woods, now adorned in the hues of autumn. As the autumn breeze whispered through, leaves cascaded from the branches, ushering in a touch of chill and desolation. Yuming walked until she reached the heart of the forest before halting abruptly. She pivoted sharply, her gaze towards Yingzhu brimming with ire. Yingzhu, what have you done to Mingshui? Yingzhu was momentarily stunned. Are you referring to your magical beast? I haven't done anything to her. Tears shimmered in Yuming's eyes. You lie. If you truly did not harm her, then why has my Mingshui remained in slumber since that day of the competition? No matter how I summon her, she does not awaken. Yingzhu furrowed his brow. I cannot say for certain. During the competition, when I used my lute to fend off her attack, I suddenly sensed her emotions. She seemed deeply sorrowful, as if she were struggling to break free from your contract. That is why I advised you to treat her with greater kindness and care. A magical beast is your companion, not merely a tool. Yuming paused, her emotions softening slightly. However, she replied, Mingshui has never slept like this before. She was a birthday gift from my grandfather when I turned 12. For over 4 years, I have been with Mingshui every day, though she cannot speak. Her presence has kept me company, even during my solitary practice of dark magic. How could she possibly be sorrowful? She possesses neither wisdom nor emotions. Yingzhu shook his head, speaking earnestly. No, you're mistaken. In this world, everything possesses emotions. Every being has its own life. And even the most primitive creatures experience feelings. Take my lute, for instance. Each instrument has its unique emotions. These emotions can only be perceived through genuine immersion and heartfelt communication. I heard from Director Nina that your Mingshui is a growth-type undead magical beast, capable of reaching level 9 in maturity. As a sentient beast, how could she possibly be indifferent to the world around her? You simply do not understand her deeply enough. The piece I played that day is titled and Amp, Oppose, the Butterfly Lovers, and Amp, Oppose, and perhaps it resonated with her heart, allowing you to sense her sorrow. Contemplating Yingzhu and Amp, Oppose, S words, Yuming fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she gasped, exclaiming, could it be that Mingshui is sorrowful because she is separated from her parents? Yingzhu replied, separated from her parents? How could you do such a thing? What distinguishes this from the actions of robbers or thieves? Yingzhu glared at Yuming, pondering whether he had ever considered the emotional turmoil of being ripped away from one and Amp, Oppose, as parents. How heartbroken would they be? It is no wonder that Mingshui harbors such sorrow. She longs for her parents who are far away. What she wishes to escape from is the bond she shares with you. It appears that your acquisition of a growth-type magical beast is rooted in such despicable behavior. Did you just insult me? Yuming stared blankly at Yingzhu, for in all her years, no one had ever dared to reproach her. For a moment, she was utterly taken aback. What of it if I did? Shun and Oppose, to your contemptible actions be condemned? To be candid, Yingzhu was not adept at cursing. Yet the image of Mingshui and Oppose, as sorrow filled him with indignation. Then what am I to do? I truly cherish Mingshui. I regard her as a sister. I cannot bear to be without her. The coldness in Yuming's eyes, along with the characteristic aloofness of a dark magic sorceress, dissipated, leaving only a sense of urgency. Observing Yuming and Amp, Oppose, S anxious demeanor softened Yingzhu and Amp, Oppose, S heart to some extent. I genuinely do not know how to awaken Mingshui. I have heard that your grandfather is the president of the Milan Magic Association. Does he not possess a solution? Yuming nodded, replying, my grandfather said it is futile. He, 2. Does not comprehend why Ming Xue has fallen into this slumber. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. He mentioned that this situation arose during a fair competition, and he would not assist me, urging me to find a resolution on my own. Though Yi Yinzhu had never met Yu Ming and Apos' grandfather, he felt a measure of respect for him. However, this admiration swiftly vanished when he recalled how, in an effort to placate his granddaughter, the old man had torn Ming Xue's family apart. How about this? Do you have a way to allow Ming Xue to hear the sounds of the outside world? Yes, I can. When I summon her. It is akin to opening a channel to this realm. Sitting cross-legged, he released the shimmering sea moonlight from his spatial ring, placing it gracefully upon his knees, signaling to Yu Ming. Although he lacked confidence, Yi Yinzhu sensed a peculiar connection between his music and Ming Xue. With her right hand, Yu Ming traced the air, and a burst of yellow magical light materialized, conjuring a dark blue magical hexagram. Come forth, my companion, Ming Xue. The frigid magical waves did not bring Ming Xue before them. Meanwhile, Yi Yinzhu and Apos' hands began to move with an ethereal grace, producing a low, resonant hum from his instrument. As the melody commenced, the enchanting harmonics transported the listener into a realm where waves undulated and mists swirled. The soft yet distant tones of the instrument, imbued with profound emotions, flowed towards the dark blue magical hexagram under Yi Yinzhu and Apos' deliberate control. This piece is titled Shaoxiang Water Clouds. Among the 8 supreme techniques of the zither, this composition belongs to the category of emotional resonance, generating a harmonious connection through mental energy that intertwines feelings with the melody, captivating the adversary. The piece is imbued with depth and melancholy, a choice made by Yi Yinzhu, considering Ming Xue and Apos' nature as an undead magical beast. The enchanting celestial sound varied in tempo, slow, moderate, and fast, creating a myriad of sensations through its playful overtones. Even though the melody did not belong to the enchanting Moon Ming, listening to the piece Shaoxiang Shuiyun was utterly captivating. One could not help but ponder that losing to him in the competition was not merely a matter of luck. The profound emotional resonance within his music seemed far more potent than even the most powerful of mental magic. At that moment, he was merely at the novice level. Yi Yinzhu was entirely immersed in the music, with the strings of the zither vibrating in harmony with the strings of his heart. Moon Ming waited anxiously. Yet the dark blue hexagram remained completely still. Establishing such a passage was not an issue in the short term, but it would gradually deplete her magical energy. What would happen if Ming Xue did not appear before her magic was exhausted? As the final notes of Shaoxiang Shuiyun faded away, Moon Ming's magical power was entirely spent, and the dark blue hexagram vanished amid her frustration, while Ming Xue remained absent. Was it futile? Moon Ming gazed at Yi Yinzhu, her eyes brimming with disappointment. She was taken aback. Was he happy? What had happened to Ming Xue? Yi Yinzhu remarked. Perhaps it was the inspiration from my previous piece, and Apos, a ghostly love story, and Apos, that prompted Ming Xue, as a developing magical beast, to evolve prematurely. However, this sudden evolution left her body incomplete, necessitating time to rest and allow her abilities to fully mature. Moon Ming and Apos' heart stirred as she recalled that fateful battle and Apos' conclusion, during which Ming Xue seemed to have grown somewhat larger. Upon hearing Yu Yinzhu's explanation, her spirits lifted considerably. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. However, could your music truly facilitate a magical beast and Apos' evolution? According to my grandfather, Ming Xue would require at least another year to reach level 5. Yu Yinzhu chuckled wryly. I am as perplexed as you. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Well, I must be on my way. Yu Yinzhu. Moon Ming called out, her expression revealing a hint of hesitation. What is it? Gathering her courage, she continued. Would you accompany me to return Ming Xue when the time comes? I have never traveled across the continent, and a sense of fear lingered within her, though she found it challenging to express directly. Yu Yinzhu's previous words had struck a deep chord within her heart. Though she practiced dark magic, she harbored the innocent heart of a young girl, pure and kind, which allowed her to understand Ming Xue and Apos' plight through Yi Yinzhu and Apos' insights. Having devoted much of her life to magical cultivation, she had achieved her current level of proficiency, a sentiment shared with Yu Yinzhu. At this moment, the very person who had just admonished her had become akin to a mentor in her eyes. Very well. This is a positive development. I shall certainly assist you. Yu Yinzhu agreed without hesitation. Yinju, where have you been? Nina appeared somewhat impatient, with Haiyang and Xiongwan standing behind her, their attention fixed on Yi Yinju. Nina, what brings you here? I was merely conversing with a classmate, Yi Yinju responded promptly, his gaze sweeping over the two girls behind Nina before settling on the department head. Nina huffed, pack your things and come with me. I have arranged your accommodation. Grandmother Nina, there and amp, oppos, there's no need for that. I am quite content living here. Yu Yinju was not trying to evade the issue, although the work-study dormitory was modest. He felt a profound sense of happiness living alongside Su-la, especially due to the warmth and care she bestowed upon him, which left him deeply satisfied. Nina, with a hint of irritation, retorted, enough of your nonsense, quickly gather your belongings. You are a student of the Divine Sound Department, and while in the academy, you must heed my instructions. Faced with Nina's assertiveness, Yu Yinju felt somewhat helpless, while Xiang Wan, standing behind Nina, stifled a laugh. And although Haiyang bore a cold expression, her gaze was gentle and warm. Tentatively, Yi Yinju inquired, Grandmother Nina, who will I be sharing the dormitory with over there? A flicker of amusement danced in Nina and Appo's eyes as she chided, You rascal, why so many questions? In the Divine Sound Department, you are the only green leaf. Do you wish to cohabitate with the girls? Dream on. You know that's not what I meant. I was simply suggesting that if I were to stay there alone, I would like Su-la to move with me. We get along splendidly, and being the only male student there would be rather lonely, he explained. Nina, slightly vexed, replied, Absolutely not. That boy is from the assassin department. How could he possibly reside in our Divine Sound dormitory? Hurry up and gather your things. I have no time to waste here. Yu Yinju frowned and shook his head. Then that's fine, Grandmother Nina. I won and amp. Oppos. Team move. Nina narrowed her eyes slightly, and Xiong Wan, already familiar with her temperament, quickly interjected, Yi Yinju, Director Nina has prepared a private villa for you, just like the one Haiyang has. Shun and Oppos, do you quickly gather your things and express your gratitude to Director Nina? As she spoke, she cast meaningful glances at Yu Yinju. However, Yu Yinju did not grasp Xiong Wan and Oppos' intent, continuing to shake his head. No, Su-la is my good friend. I do not wish to be separated from her. Xiong Wan gasped, playfully covering her mouth. Oh my, has my dear aunt transformed? When did she become so agreeable? Haiyang regarded Yu Yinju, saying, Thank you for yesterday. Her voice was somewhat awkward, yet the tender glimmer in her eyes caused an inexplicable pang in Yu Yinju and amp, Oppos' heart. Senior sister, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to officially enter the academy. We are all classmates. It is only right to help one another. Feeling the peculiar intensity of Haiyang and amp, Oppos' gaze, Yi Yinju appeared a bit bashful. Nearby, Xiong Wan leaned in, giggling, her enchanting countenance revealing a hint of playful mischief. Haiyang came specifically to thank you today. You have 9 more treatments to go. I will be counting on you then. Now, let's assist you with your relocation. As she spoke, her eyes scanned the surroundings, revealing a touch of disdain. Your space is far too cluttered. The environment in our Divine Sound department is much more pleasant. At that moment, the attention of several work-study students passing by gravitated towards the front of Yu Yinju and Oppos' dormitory, the reputation of Xiong Wan, the most beautiful girl of the Divine Sound department, was well-deserved. Even a pure-hearted soul like Yu Yinju found his heart racing at her presence. Let alone the ordinary students. Every smile from Xiong Wan and each of her simple gestures seemed to them akin to a celestial being descending to earth, imbued with an irresistible allure. Just as Xiong Wan was about to speak, a tranquil voice interrupted, I am here. Su-la emerged slowly from the shadows beside the dormitory, his eyes revealing a hint of unusual emotion, unnoticed by Yi Yinju and the others. Meanwhile, the hand gripping a black dagger hidden within his sleeve trembled slightly. As Yu Yinju departed with Yuming, Su-la followed closely behind, having heard every word exchanged earlier with Director Nina. Su-la, your presence is enough. Director Nina had mentioned that they were to change dormitories, specifically to one within the Sacred Sound department. You'll need to walk a bit further for classes from now on. Is that all right? Su-la nodded gently, his gaze meeting the clarity in Yu Yinju's eyes. Then let us pack our belongings. The dormitory assigned to Yu Yinju by Nina was not far from the one in the Ocean department, a quaint white villa. Although it featured only a single bedroom, it was substantially larger than all the rooms in the student dorm combined. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were all vastly superior to those they had before. What pleased Yi Yinju the most was the surrounding environment. Situated at the edge of the Sacred Sound dormitory area, It was enveloped by towering trees, offering fresh air and serene tranquility. Occasionally, melodies drifted from nearby, uplifting the spirit. During his time at Baikong High, Yuanzhu had embraced such a peaceful and structured life, a routine he cherished. However, he noticed that since moving here, Sula, though still diligent as ever, had become significantly quieter, often lost in thought, seemingly burdened by unspoken concerns. When Yuanzhu inquired, Sula would merely shake his head and remain silent. Before long, 6 days had elapsed. One evening, as Yuanzhu and Sula returned from the floating orchid pavilion, they found Xiangwan and Haiyang waiting for them at the door. With a smile, Yuanzhu remarked, "It's nothing. Sula and I just took a stroll." He had previously conveyed to Sula that it would be best to keep their work a secret from others. Upon entering the villa and ushering the two ladies inside, Xiangwan eagerly exclaimed, "The finals of the freshman competition are tomorrow. How prepared are you?" Yuanzhu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the week of respite had come to an end. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, "There is not much to prepare, really. Senior sister. Who are our opponents?" Chapter 19, The Might of Heavy Cavalry, Part 1. Xiangwan shot him an exasperated glance, her enchanting eyes momentarily captivating Yuanzhu, leaving him at a loss for words. "What can I possibly say to you? Tomorrow, our opponents from the Sound Division will be far more formidable than those from the Ministry of Magic. The 4 departments that have reached the finals are the Summoning Department from the Ministry of Magic, our Sound Division, and the 2 traditional powerhouses of the Martial Arts Department, the Greatsword Warriors and the Heavy Cavalry. All of them are formidable adversaries. In truth, we have been quite fortunate to advance this far. The traditional 3 main departments of the Ministry of Magic, Mind, Space, and Summoning, are not as balanced as in previous years. The Summoning Department has surged ahead, entering the finals with an unblemished record. Meanwhile, the Mind and Space departments, having fiercely competed against each other, each forfeited their matches against us and the Summoning Department, ending with a record of 2 losses and 7 victories, placing them jointly in third. We, on the other hand, stand at second with 8 wins and 1 loss. Thus, upon reaching the finals, our first opponent will be the Heavy Cavalry, who ranked first in the preliminaries, also with a perfect record. Oh, Yuanzhu nodded, glancing at Sula, who was rubbing her belly. Sula, understanding his hunger, smiled and promptly made her way to the kitchen. "Oh, you." Xiangwan's temper was not as gentle as her appearance suggested. She glared at Yuanzhu and asked, "Aren't you the least bit worried?" Yuanzhu replied in surprise, "Worried? Why should I be worried?" Xiangwan displayed an adorably defeated expression. "I truly wonder what is going on in that head of yours. No one in the academy believes we have a chance against the Heavy Cavalry. Everyone thinks we will lose. So what? Didn't and Oppos, no one believe in us before?" Yuanzhu smiled. Xiangwan paused, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, in the past, no one had faith in the Sound Division, yet this time, they had made it to the finals of the freshman competition. It was the Sound Division and Oppos' first time participating in this event. "So, you are quite confident then?" Yuanzhu shook his head. "Not at all. However, I will give it my all." "You are infuriating." Xiangwan was genuinely displeased with Yuanzhu and Oppos' attitude. "If you have no confidence, why aren't you preparing properly? Director Nina asked me to tell you that she is already very pleased with your advancement to the finals. She does not wish to see any injuries among the 5 of you in tomorrow's semifinals. If you find yourselves unable to compete against the opponent, as the captain, you must concede immediately. I have a way to ensure that no one gets hurt." A faint glimmer of resolve shone in Yuanzhu's eyes, unnoticed by Xiangwan, but not by Haiyang, who perceived the determination and tenacity within him. Yuanzhu chuckled wryly, rubbing his leg, and turned to Haiyang, who remained seated. "Haiyang, what is up with Xiangwan? She seems quite upset." Haiyang replied calmly, "Xiangwan and Oppos' temperament is rather straightforward. She means well by reminding you, but she seems a bit displeased seeing your apparent nonchalance. Rest assured, she isn't genuinely angry. However, do you know anything about our opponents for tomorrow?" Yuanzhu shook his head. Haiyang continued, "The Heavy Cavalry are a vital force in any nation on the continent of Longshinasi. For instance, the renowned Dragon Knights of the continent represent a formidable subset of Heavy Cavalry, standing as the most powerful among them. Their impact in battle is truly fearsome. The combined strength of the knights and their steeds leaves no opportunity for us to cast spells in the close confines of the arena. To my knowledge, tomorrow we shall face 5 members of the Heavy Cavalry Department, 2 of whom are mid-level yellow rank, 2 are high-level yellow rank, and 1 is a novice green rank. Historically, our magic department has consistently secured victory in the freshman competition, but this time, the heavy cavalry department appears to be well prepared. Each of their 5 competitors is equipped with magical resistance gear, indicating their resolute ambition for triumph. Yuanzhu remarked, "Senior, I have an idea for tomorrow, and I hope you can support me." Haiyang did not inquire about the specifics of Yuanzhu and Amp, Appos, plan. She merely nodded in agreement, saying, "All right." The central training arena of Milan and Amp, Appos, Magic and Martial Arts Academy, situated between the Martial Techniques Department and the Magic Department, is adjacent to the mixed dormitory area and is 5 times the size of the individual training arenas. On the eastern side of this vast circular arena lies a grandstand capable of accommodating 300 spectators, which extends into a 10-tiered structure toward the opposite direction. This venue can comfortably host all students of the Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy, resembling a grand coliseum. In such an expansive arena, 10 individuals will compete, ensuring ample space for each to showcase their abilities. At this moment, students from both the Magic and Martial Techniques departments are already gathered in the stands, awaiting the commencement of the event. The atmosphere is vibrant, filled with enthusiastic cheers echoing throughout. Heavy cavalry, heavy cavalry, heavy cavalry. The number of students from the Martial Techniques department is double that of the Magic department, with students from all 5 grades fervently shouting, their battle cries overshadowing the Magic department and Appos' presence. After all, a mage and Appos' voice cannot possibly rival that of a warrior. Sound of the gods, sound of the gods, sound of the gods. Although the Magic department may not have much faith in the sound of the gods, their dignity as mages compels them to support their fellow spellcasters. Alas, their voices are completely drowned out by the Martial Techniques department. Even before the competition has officially commenced, students from both departments are subtly vying against one another, while instructors from each department do not intervene in the students' and Appos' fervent chants, as such competitive spirit is essential for fostering growth. At this moment, Yuanzhu stands at one side of the central arena, accompanied by the other 4 participants from the Sound of the Gods. With her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, Yuanzhu appears remarkably composed, quietly awaiting the start of the competition. Haiyang stands beside her, questioning, "Are you truly set on this course of action?" Yuanzhu nods affirmatively. "Yes. I have made my decision." "Very well. Please take care." Shui Ling and Lan, she maintained calm expressions, gazing at Yuanzhu with a measure of admiration, while only Kong Ke displays a proud demeanor, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. At that moment, an announcement from the grandstand captured everyone's attention. "Students, please be quiet." The voice resonated with a deep timbre, infused with an undeniable authority, causing every student and teacher present to feel a stirring within their minds. As the entire central training arena fell into a profound silence, bathed in a gentle purple glow, Ferguson stood before the podium, eschewing any amplification devices. For a psychic-level purple mage, instilling mental awe was a trivial feat. With merely 6 succinct words, he captivated an audience of thousands, exemplifying the might of a purple-level adept. Applause erupted like thunder, as the raw power of the purple-level mage and his straightforward address instilled in the students, particularly the newcomers, a burgeoning recognition of their venerable academy head, the chief court mage of the Milan Empire. Ferguson gestured with both hands, and the applause gradually subsided. Following this, students from the sound system would perform a piece entitled Rainbow Attire, and upon its conclusion, participants from both the sound and cavalry systems would enter the arena to commence their competition. I will personally oversee the judging of this contest. 100 robust students from the martial arts department swiftly entered the central training ground, setting down tables and wooden benches. Shortly thereafter, a stunning tableau graced the entirety of the Milan Magic Martial Academy and Appos' faculty and students. Clad uniformly in elegant pink gowns, their long hair fashioned into playful ponytails, they moved with a lightness and grace that captivated all, each figure a vivid embodiment of beauty. Leading the procession was none other than the Academy and Appos' most exquisite beauty, Xiang Wan. Today, she appeared particularly radiant, her already stunning features enhanced by subtle embellishments, resembling the creator's most flawless masterpiece. Few could believe such perfection existed in this world. Among the 81 female students of the sound system, any one of them could be described as beautiful, yet in this moment, the remaining 80 were destined to serve merely as her backdrop. With starry eyes that carried a gentle smile, every aspect of her being epitomized perfection, the delicate waist, accentuated by the gown, hinted at an alluring silhouette, while her astonishingly long legs rendered all descriptive language pale in comparison. As 81 students simultaneously played nearly 20 different instruments. The absence of a sound mage and amp, oppos, as melodic magic was overshadowed by the enchanting music. Xiangwan took her place at the table. Cradling a pipa that appeared as if sculpted from jade, she was the heart of the performance, with the others merely accompanying her. With fingers as delicate as spring onions, she plucked the strings, and the melody of rainbow attire wafted into the air. The initial notes, though not yet formed into a complete tune, stirred emotions deeply. From her presence, one could fully grasp why sound mages are regarded as the most noble of professions. The captivating melodies flowed effortlessly from her hands, eliciting hushed gasps of admiration. As the ethereal, dreamlike quality of the music began to unfold, it was unexpected to witness Xiangwan and Apos' profound understanding of melody. Despite her typically straightforward demeanor, Haiyang remarked, "Sister Xiangwan is the foremost among our sound system students. While many recognize her as the most beautiful, few are aware of her genius as a sound mage." In her third year, she had already attained a high-level yellow rank. And even among the faculty of the sound system, few could rival her prowess. The resonance of the larger strings echoed like a torrential downpour, while the smaller strings whispered like intimate confessions. The chaotic and intricate sounds of the performance were akin to large and small pearls cascading onto a jade plate. In a place where thousands had gathered, the haunting melodies of Neon Garb and its master brought an unexpected stillness, enveloping all in a surreal dreamlike atmosphere. As the ethereal strains of Neon Garb faded, the thunderous applause erupted when Xiangwan, cradling her pipa, bowed toward the podium, causing the entire Milan Magic Academy to tremble. The Divine Sound Department had never showcased their talents before other disciplines, as they held noble status. However, this unprecedented performance, owing to their advancement in the freshman competition, left an indelible mark on the other students. Some even pondered what kind of spectacle the cheerleaders of the Divine Sound Department would present if they emerged victorious today. Unbeknownst to them, a single performance of Neon Garb significantly bolstered the support for the Divine Sound Department. As the cheerleaders of the Divine Sound Department passed by Yinzhu and her companions, Xiangwan paused before Yinzhu and smiled, asking, "Was it pleasing to the ear?" Instinctively, Yinzhu nodded. Her senior's pipa playing was indeed exquisite. With a hint of pride, Xiangwan remarked, "Though I harbor no great expectations for you, if you manage to win today and Apos' match, I shall perform a solo of and Apos, Neon Garb and Apos, just for you. My dance far surpasses my pipa playing." With a laugh as melodious as silver bells, she glided gracefully away, leaving Yinzhu in a daze. The subtle fragrance lingered in the air as a smile graced Yinzhu and Apos' face, her eyes sparkling with unwavering confidence as she made her way toward the center of the trial arena. Heavy footsteps echoed as 5 towering figures approached from another direction, making Yinzhu appear diminutive in comparison. Each of the 5 bore golden hair and donned imposing black armor, resembling mobile fortresses. Their heights easily surpassed 2 meters, with broad shoulders and fierce visages exuding an aura of strength. Equipped with 5-meter-long heavy lances and 2-meter-wide swords, they commanded attention, becoming the focal point of the arena. Yinzhu recognized the steeds of the 5 knights. The central trio rode Machino iron dragons, towering nearly 3 meters and extending over 5 meters in length, exuding an invisible menace. Coupled with the knight's own imposing stature, they evoked memories of the dragon knights she had encountered in Milan. Their presence was overwhelming, surpassing even that of the 2 riders on Eric Min dragons, who, while smaller, possessed a remarkable agility. The standard configuration of 5 dragon knights sent the martial arts department and Apos' students into a frenzy, for dragon knights were universally regarded as the premier fighting force. The Machino Iron Dragons and Eric Min Dragons, though more numerous in training, were valued at astronomical prices, and their mere presence on the Academy's competition grounds was enough to overshadow the solitary figure of Yinzhu emerging from the Divine Sound Department. On the podium, Nina and Apos' expression shifted slightly as she let out a cold huff and remarked, "The Heavy Cavalry Department truly has brought... They might as well summon a few genuine dragons for these students." The head of the Heavy Cavalry Department, a robust man in his 40s, remained silent in the face of Nina's derision, his stern visage showing no sign of change as his gaze remained fixed on the competition arena. Ferguson smiled faintly and whispered to Nina, "Your department's advancement to the finals has certainly astonished many. Director Nina, you mustn't be overly ambitious. In battles of equal rank, Warriors can never hope to rival mages, for every mage who steps onto the battlefield possesses their own magical beast. As a bulwark, these beasts can effectively withstand warriors of the same level. Should the mage and Oppos, magic truly unleash its might, the outcome for the warrior is invariably tragic. The only exception among warriors is the heavy cavalry, as they too have their mounts. If their steeds are sufficiently powerful to contend with a mage's beast, then victory becomes conceivable. Mages from the sound department find it exceedingly challenging to command formidable magical beasts, whereas the 5 participants from the heavy cavalry are entirely composed of dragon knights. Given the speed of Eric and Oppos' swift dragon and the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of the Maginot Iron Dragon, Ferguson had every reason to believe that if the sound department persisted with their previous team battle strategy, the potency of their music would fail to manifest, leaving them vulnerable to being trampled by the Dragon Knights. The Guardian of the Moon could not withstand the charge of the Dragon Knights. Although Yi Inju wielded the sound blade, the heavy cavalry possessed their own fighting spirit. In every aspect, the heavy cavalry had already secured a decisive advantage. The only lingering uncertainty for Ferguson resided with Yi Inju. Regardless of the outcome, he hoped to witness yet another surprise from Inju. At this moment, the two sides stood face to face at the center of the arena. Seated atop the Maginot Iron Dragon, the commander of the heavy cavalry, Nesta, along with his own towering height, approached nearly 5 meters. Before him, Yi Inju appeared diminutive. The commander of the heavy cavalry department, Nesta, a second-year student, dismounted his lance from the birdwing ring, lightly tapping his helmet with his left hand, executing a standard knightly salute. Nesta and Oppos' physique was the most imposing among the 5 heavy cavalry warriors. With broad bones and a stern countenance devoid of expression, he revealed no hint of underestimating Yi Inju's diminutive stature. "Please select the method of competition," he stated. A flicker of surprise finally crossed Nesta and Oppos' eyes. "Wolfpack?" Yi Inju nodded. The Wolfpack method is one of 3 competition formats, differing from one-on-one duels and team battles. In this format, each side sends forth a single combatant to engage in battle, allowing the victorious side to continue fighting until they are defeated, at which point a second fighter is sent in, and so on. This arrangement does not follow a best-of-5 format. Rather, one side must defeat all opposing fighters to secure ultimate victory. Upon confirming Yi Inju's choice, the audience erupted in astonishment. In the eyes of all, even selecting a team battle would have placed the sound department in a precarious position. Yet perhaps there remains a faint glimmer of opportunity. However, he has chosen the tactic of the wolf pack, meaning that each vulnerable soundmaster may be exposed to the ferocious onslaught of the dragon cavalry. And the last shred of suspense in the competition seems to have dissipated. Only Ferguson, seated at the podium, displayed a faint smile of approval, nodding slowly. A commendable choice. By avoiding the collective charge and cooperation most advantageous to heavy cavalry, perhaps Yi Inju will indeed present us with a miracle. In truth, most individuals from the sound department were unaware that the greatest strength of the heavy cavalry department lay in their team battles. "Senior Ocean, are we truly not going to assist Inju?" Lanshi asked in a hushed, anxious tone. Ocean cast a glance her way. "Do you think our intervention would be of any help?" Raising her gaze towards the massive form of the dragon cavalry, Lanshi's complexion paled, and she gently shook her head. At this moment, the peacock, who had previously been somewhat indignant, had already lowered its head. Before the competition commenced, Yi Inju had already determined the wolf pack strategy. However, he was the sole representative of the sound department in the battle. In other words, if the opponent triumphed over him, it would equate to conquering the entire sound department, and to secure victory, he must defeat each opponent individually, just as everyone anticipated. The sound master faced the charge of the heavy cavalry. Even the simplest contact could inflict fatal harm. Yi Inju had stated his intention to protect his companions, hence, upon reaching the finals, he opted for the wolf pack strategy. This was not only a responsibility towards all but also a testament to his own formidable confidence. The competition began, and the first to appear from the heavy cavalry department was a rider mounted on an Eric Minlong. A faint yellow aura shimmered at the tip of his lance, surging towards Yi Inju amidst the cheers of the martial arts department students. This was Yi Inju and Oppos' initial encounter with the dragon cavalry. Although the Eric Minlong was not particularly large, its long dragon legs propelled it forward with a force akin to a hurricane, accelerating hundreds of meters in mere blinks of an eye. Driven by a violent gale towards Yi Inju, the sharpness of the lance emitted a chilling glow. Under the speed imparted by the Eric Minlong and the strength of a mid-level yellow aura, even a thick wall would be completely pierced through. Yuinju, cradling the moonlight of the sea, stood there without even attempting to evade, watching as the Eric Minlong loomed larger before him, his expression unchanging. Many martial arts students began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning whether this sound master had succumbed to fear. Finally, Yuinju made his move. Just as the Eric Minlong closed within 10 meters, his right hand swiftly glided across the strings, and the signature sonic boom of Yuinju erupted. The sound wave, inherently more potent at close range, was unleashed at this moment to deliver a comprehensive shock to his adversary. While heavy cavalry far surpassed mages in physical defense, their mental resilience was far more fragile than that of any mage. The sudden explosion of sound caused even the yellow-ranked mage to momentarily lose focus, let alone the first-year heavy cavalry student before him. The previously aggressive charge of Eric Minlong abruptly faltered, his mind blanking out entirely. A distance of 10 meters was but a fleeting moment for Eric Minlong, who had already surged forward at great speed. As Yuinju and Appo's right hand swept through the shimmering light of the moonlit sea, he leapt from the ground, golden flames igniting across his body. In midair, Yuinju maintained an elegance reminiscent of a cloud, enveloping his opponent before him. With a thunderous crash, the knight and Appo's heavily armored chest collided with Yuinju and Appo's right knee, and Eric Minlong and Appo's momentum became an integral part of Yuinju and Appo's assault. The colossal figure clad in heavy armor, towering at 2 meters, was sent flying over 10 meters by the force of the impact. A massive dent appeared on the breastplate, and the helmet was dislodged as the body crashed to the ground, blood spilling forth. The once formidable dragon knight, who had charged with such ferocity, now lay incapacitated. Deprived of its master, Eric Minlong soared past Yuinju, who, despite the tremendous force of the blow, had only been pushed back a few meters. With a graceful twist in midair, he descended softly to the ground. In the central trial arena, where thousands had gathered, silence fell as if a pin could be heard dropping, with every spectator wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Throughout the encounter, Yuinju executed merely a few simple movements, yet these actions had rendered a dragon knight, mounted on Eric Minlong, completely unconscious. The notion that a mere mage could vanquish a dragon knight with physical prowess alone was enough to leave the audience in utter astonishment. Most had almost forgotten the explosive sound that had accompanied Yuinju and Appo's earlier motion. Ferguson's eyes gleamed, and Nina's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the cheerleaders of the sound magic department beamed brightly. Sound magic, rally on. Sound magic, victory is ours. The students of the magic department finally found an outlet for their emotions, erupting into frenzied cheers, igniting the arena once more, though this time the spotlight had shifted. The Wolfpack tactics offered no respite. Before the thunderous applause had subsided, a second heavy cavalry student charged forth from their ranks. This time, Yuinju faced an opponent mounted on a Machino Iron Dragon. While the Machino Iron Dragon was considerably slower than Eric Minlong, once it gained momentum, it became a veritable mobile fortress. The heavy cavalry's previous underestimation of Yuinju had vanished entirely, as this student, also wielding a yellow-ranked intermediate fighting spirit, urged his Machino Iron Dragon forward towards Yuinju. They drew closer, the anticipation of the audience palpable in the air. With a roar of defiance, the 5-meter-long lance transformed into a brilliant yellow blur overhead, while the massive head of the Machino Iron Dragon charged toward Yuinju and Appo's chest. Yuinju and Appo's absolute speed was not particularly fast, at least when compared to Su-La, he lagged significantly. However, against the famed defensive Machino Iron Dragon, he was decidedly swifter. In an instant, he sidestepped the impending collision with the Iron Dragon's massive frame. Faced with the barrage of gunfire directed at him, he executed a seemingly reckless maneuver. He leaped toward the sharp lance, with a similar hue of yellow energy coalescing around his right fist. A fierce light shone in his eyes as he propelled his fist skyward, directly confronting the onslaught of gunfire. The dragon rider felt a singular sensation. The multitude of lances he thrust forth appeared entirely overpowered by Yuinju and Appo's momentum, although his punch was merely a straightforward strike. No matter how he sought to manipulate the knight and Appo's lance in his grasp, he could not evade the force of Yuinju and Appo's fist. The only recourse was to concentrate all his energy into the lance and engage in a direct clash. Flesh and bone met the razor-sharp lance. And though both wielded the same level of yellow energy, the outcome seemed preordained. Suddenly, just as fist and lance were on the verge of collision, Yuanzhu and Appo's right hand transformed. His fist morphed into an open palm, executing a peculiar rotation that allowed him to grasp the very tip of the lance that should have struck him. The knight, instead of being alarmed, felt a surge of elation, exerting all his strength as he bellowed, "Lift him!" If he could hoist this leader of the sound system, victory in this battle would be assured. While the body did indeed rise, it was regrettably not Yuanzhu and Appo's. In that fleeting moment of seizing the lance, Yuanzhu and Appo's feet landed upon the enormous head of the Machino Iron Dragon. With synchronized force, the overwhelming weight of the heavily armored knight, well over 400 pounds, effortlessly lifted Yuanzhu from the Iron Dragon's back. At that moment, the elegance in Yuanzhu's eyes had vanished, replaced by an undeniable dominance. A faint purple glow supplanted the clarity that once resided in his gaze, his dark hair billowing behind him. Though his stature was dwarfed by his opponent and Appo's, to the spectators, he loomed grander than ever. As the Machino Iron Dragon felt the weight of its adversary upon its head, it erupted in a furious roar, attempting to throw Yuanzhu off. Its massive form twisted violently, fully engulfed in rage. Yet, Yuanzhu held the lance aloft, stepping forward with determination, transitioning from the dragon and Appo's head to its back. "Be still," he commanded, his right foot crashing down upon the Iron Dragon and Appo's back. The creature, renowned for its formidable defense, emitted a mournful cry, its powerful limbs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. I concede. The knight, who had initially intended to continue the struggle, now found himself overwhelmed by the relentless waves of Yuanzhu and Appo's energy. Witnessing his Machino Iron Dragon falter so pathetically before Yuanzhu, he was stripped of any lingering thoughts of resistance and surrendered outright. With the lance in hand, Yuanzhu gently lowered the knight to the ground, reclaiming his grace as he stood atop the Machino Iron Dragon and Appo's back. At that moment, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He could scarcely comprehend why his strength had seemingly surged to such an extent. Although Huangzhu and Appo's second-level fighting spirit equates to the green second level of the Rainbow Grade, allowing his fighting spirit to completely overshadow that of his opponents, it was not this energy that he employed when he lifted his adversary and crushed the Machino Iron Dragon. Rather, it was sheer physical strength. In that fleeting moment, as he gripped the lance, he distinctly felt a surge of warmth rising from the depths of his being. Without hesitation, he instinctively executed those movements, a frenzied power seemingly eager to burst forth. Within the depths of his clear eyes, a hint of purple. "Director Nina, why not allow this student from your sound department to join our Great Sword Warriors department? Keeping him in your department might squander such remarkable talent," remarked an old man with a somewhat hunched back and a rather unsavory appearance, standing behind Nina. Nina scoffed. "What a delightful thought, old monkey. Why don't you try to recruit Nesta instead? His aptitude is widely recognized as that of a warrior genius." The director of the Great Sword Warriors department, affectionately dubbed Old Monkey, chuckled and replied, "It would be quite a feat to pry away a talent from that fellow, Iron Arm. However, today's match is indeed peculiar. Your magic department's student has managed to triumph over our warriors department through martial skills, which is quite disheartening. It is not merely martial skills, it is absolute power," interjected Iron Arm, the director of the heavy cavalry department, who had remained silent until now. His voice was cold, yet his gaze upon Yuanzhu was imbued with a fervent intensity, showing no signs of anger despite the defeat of his student. Chapter 20, Summoning. Purple Eye. The competition continued, and to everyone in Appo's astonishment, the third contestant from the Heavy Cavalry Academy was none other than the commander, Nesta. Holding the hefty knight's lance in his right hand, angled towards the ground as if it were a mere straw, Nesta did not immediately launch an attack on Yuanzhu as the previous two contenders had. Instead, he urged his steed, the Machino Iron Dragon, to advance slowly towards Yuanzhu. Steady as a mountain, this was the aura that Nesta exuded at that moment. His gaze was tranquil. Yet within that calmness resided an inexhaustible fervor for battle. Every movement he made was deliberate and seamless, devoid of any flaw. "Yuanzhu, your strength commands my respect," Nesta stated coldly as the Machino Iron Dragon halted 30 meters away from him. Yi Inju responded with a composed smile, the moonlight clarity harp reappearing in his grasp. He sensed that the imminent clash would be the most arduous one he had faced since the inception of the freshman competition. On the surface, Nesta appeared less formidable than Roland, who possessed the green dragon, but his instincts told him that this heavy cavalryman was the strongest opponent he had encountered. And he felt the greatest pressure from him. Out of respect for a formidable adversary, I do not wish for my companions to further deplete your stamina. Let us engage in a fair battle. If you defeat me, you shall have triumphed over the Heavy Cavalry Academy, just as you represent the Sound Academy, Nesta proclaimed, his previously calm demeanor gradually igniting with intensity as he raised the lance that had been resting against the ground. Yi Inju observed him with surprise. But Wooden and Amp, Oppos, did that put you at a disadvantage? Nesta smiled nonchalantly, replying, if I need others to expend your energy for me to defeat you, such a victory would hold no significance for me. I pursue the continuous enhancement of my strength, and only by challenging the strong can I achieve that. Come, let me witness your fusion of magic and weaponry. Yi Inju chuckled, placing his right hand over his heart, and performed a standard magician and Oppos, a salute towards Nesta. This towering rival had likewise earned his respect and admiration. Suddenly, Nesta roared, and the enormous Machino iron dragon, under the influence of his left hand, rose upright. As the massive body of the dragon descended, the 5-meter-long lance shot towards Yi Inju like lightning. The soaring battle spirit and immense pressure surging to a pinnacle in an instant. A pale green aura emanated from the lance, propelling the Machino iron dragon forward, swiftly closing the distance to Yi Inju. However, as he thrust the lance, its sharp tip was still a considerable distance from Yi Inju. Was this a miscalculation? No, certainly not. The green aura coalesced into a tangible sharpness, crossing the remaining distance to arrive before Yi Inju in the blink of an eye. The suffocating sense of its piercing nature leaving no doubt about its destructive potential. Battle radiance? Ferguson, observing from the judges and Oppos platform, exclaimed in surprise. The director of the Heavy Cavalry Academy, Iron Arm, remarked calmly, to cultivate battle radiance with green-level aura. Nesta is the first individual I have ever witnessed achieve this. If all goes as expected, within a decade, he shall ascend to the rank of the Golden Star Dragon Knight, and in 20 years, he will become the youngest Purple Star Dragon Knight in history. Perhaps his innate talent does not rival that of the two scions of the Violet family. Yet his relentless dedication to enhancing his strength is unparalleled by anyone. Zhan Mang, an evolved form of fighting spirit, is generally a skill that can only be wielded when one and Amp, Oppos, as fighting spirit reaches the blue level or higher. A formidable warrior can unleash Zhan Mang to strike foes within a radius of 3 zhang. The greater the fighting spirit, the broader the expanse of Zhan Mang. However, Zhan Mang demands an extraordinary level of fighting spirit. It necessitates a substantial compression of one's own fighting spirit during its execution. Without a solid foundation of strength and a flawless application of fighting spirit, it remains unattainable. The fact that Nesta, with merely a green-level initial stage of fighting spirit, can utilize Zhan Mang is already a remarkable anomaly. While the audience at the presidential dais gasped in awe, the battle in the trial arena could not cease. As the lightning-fast Zhan Mang surged forth, Yi Inju had no time to unleash his explosive sound technique. The moon goddess guardian unfurled at the first instant, and the milky white radiance clashed with the pale green Zhan Mang in midair. A halo of milky light erupted at the point of it, accompanied by a jarring friction that sent shivers through the teeth. Zhan Mang dwindled under Nesta and Amp, Oppos' onslaught, yet the lance itself drew ever closer to the moon goddess guardian. Yi Inju knew retreat was not an option. Nesta was fundamentally different from his previous adversaries. Should he falter, he would forfeit any chance of retaliation, and Nesta's tempestuous barrage would swiftly obliterate him. Thus, he stood firm, leveraging the cushioning effect of the moon goddess guardian. In a heartbeat, his left foot surged forward, and his right fist launched forth, targeting the spearhead directly. Was Yi Inju attempting to employ the same tactic as before? Certainly not. To repeat the same strategy in quick succession would be tantamount to courting disaster. This time, he truly met his opponent and Amp, Oppos' fighting spirit head-on. The clash of yellow and green fighting spirits erupted at the intersection of his fist and the spear, rendering time momentarily suspended. Yi Inju and Oppos' fist and Nesta and Oppos' lance did not collide directly. Rather, it was their fighting spirits that clashed, yellow and green intertwining in a confined space, compressing against one another, distorting in their mutual pressure. Yi Inju stood firmly on the ground, while Nesta towered above him. In terms of sheer weight, Nesta and the Machino Iron Dragon held an undeniable advantage. Yi Yingzhu's physique, not particularly robust, appeared almost insignificant in their presence. Yet, it was this seemingly diminutive form that, with the strength of a single punch, staunchly blocked Nesta's assault, rendering the colossal Machino Iron Dragon unable to advance even an inch. Yi Yingzhu's legs were firmly anchored to the ground, unmoving. As a yellow-level second stage, equivalent to a mid-tier green-level fighting spirit, he indeed possessed a slight edge over Nesta in terms of fighting spirit. However, the disparity between their fighting spirits was negligible. Relying solely on this minor advantage, Yi Yingzhu could not withstand the impact of Nesta atop the Machino Iron Dragon. What enabled him to achieve this was his formidable strength, the raw power emanating from his physique. At the very moment Nesta thrust his spear, a voice echoed within Yi Yingzhu's heart, proclaiming that retreat was not an option. It was as if his dignity insisted he stand firm. The surge of warmth that had appeared earlier rose once more. And only when Yi Yingzhu unleashed a punch that effectively countered Nesta and Apos' assault did he realize the terrifying extent to which his power had grown. With a thunderous roar, the combined forces of their compressed energies could no longer withstand the immense pressure and erupted violently. Amidst the cacophony, both Nesta and his Machino Iron Dragon staggered back 10 paces before regaining their footing. In stark contrast, Yi Yingzhu remained steadfast, the burgeoning conviction within him forbidding any retreat. Yet, the defensive energy released by the Moon God Guardian had already dissipated into wisps of white light, leaving his visage somewhat pallid. An oppressive silence enveloped the arena, each onlooker holding their breath as they bore witness to this earth-shattering duel. A flash of violet light flickered in his eyes, and Yi Yingzhu astonishingly seated himself. Placing the highway Qingwei zither upon his knees, Nesta, unscathed yet invigorated by the setback of his initial strike, glared at Yi Yingzhu and demanded, "Are you underestimating me?" Yi Yingzhu shook his head and replied, "No. Do not forget, I am a sound master, not a warrior." In that moment of hesitation, Nesta and Apos' hands simultaneously pressed against the zither strings. His right hand plucked while his left pressed down, producing a resonant hum. The explosion of sound momentarily slowed Nesta and Apos' movements. But clarity swiftly returned to his gaze. Within his breastplate, a subtle milky light began to emanate. This was a magical artifact imbued with the blessings of light, designed to stabilize the knight's mind. For powerful warriors, the greatest fear is not direct confrontation but the prowess of mages, especially those wielding mental magic. No matter how formidable a warrior, their mental fortitude cannot rival that of a mage. Thus, high-level warriors often possess defensive equipment against mental spells. Otherwise, should an opponent breach their mental defenses, no form of martial technique could be executed, leaving them vulnerable to their adversary's whims. Under the influence of the light blessing, Nesta's momentary stupor passed, and in the next instant, his lance darted forth once more. This time, it was not merely a blade of battle intent, but a deluge of spear shadows. No one could discern the number of thrusts Nesta unleashed in that brief moment. They only observed a faint green luminescence enveloping Yi Yingzhu, sealing off every possible avenue for escape. It must be noted that Yi Yingzhu remained seated, rendering any attempt at evasion utterly futile. Yi Yingzhu felt this acutely. Although Nesta and Apos' thrusts were numerous, the true terror lay not in their quantity, but in the colossal fighting spirit attached to each strike, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. The green-level initial stage fighting spirit was utilized to its fullest extent. Each thrust was suffocating in its potency. Iron Arm, has that rascal Nesta mastered your Thousand Shadow strike? That, indeed, was a matter from the previous year. An unimaginable scene unfolded as a radiant blend of yellow and green light emanated from Yi Yingzhu, resembling a misty aura that met Nesta and Apos' gunfire head-on. The sound of surging energy erupted, accompanied by the explosive force of combat aura, causing the arena to be engulfed in swirling dust. Nesta and Apos' imposing figure remained steadfast behind the Machino Iron Dragon. Yet it was evident that the beast struggled to keep pace with his speed, as if Nesta and Apos' each thrust of his lance produced a piercing shriek. However, no matter how ferociously he wielded his spear, the moment it approached the yellow-green veil surrounding Yi Yingzhu, it was immediately repelled, unable to breach that threshold. Observers could see Yi Yingzhu's raised right hand, remaining composed throughout, with his 4 fingers subtly dancing, akin to a blooming flower shifting through various postures. The azure-yellow light curtain floated from his palm like smoke, consistently thwarting the onslaught of countless shadows, no matter how violent. Yuanzhu had only practiced martial arts for a year during his time in the Azure Sea. For a warrior, mastering numerous techniques in such a short span was virtually impossible. Even with his unwavering focus, Yuanzhu could not transcend this norm too much. Thus, he had learned merely 3 skills in that year, each a result of rigorous training under the Bamboo Sect and Apos, S-Master, Yili. Among them, one was a defensive technique named Bamboo Guard. Bamboo, resilient and upright, embodies the very toughness of Yuanzhu and Apos, S defense. The shimmering essence in his hand was not mere smoke, but rather fine azure threads transformed into radiant light under his control. Regardless of the number of lances, the resulting shadows were deflected by the azure threads. Bamboo Guard represented the pinnacle of the Bamboo Sect's defensive prowess. At that moment, Yuanzhu's expression turned solemn, his eyes reflecting intense concentration as his left hand swiftly glided across the strings of his instrument. Instantly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. With crimson magical energy intertwining with combat aura, the triad of red, yellow, and green appearing somewhat blinding. Under the blessing of light. Although the explosive sounds did not achieve optimal effectiveness, their impact on Nesta was substantial. After all, a specialized technique like Shadow Strike required unwavering mental focus, and even a momentary lapse could significantly diminish its efficacy. The shadows of his attacks became increasingly sparse, alleviating the pressure exerted upon Yuanzhu. With a furious roar, Nesta united all spear shadows in an instant, and the massive form of the Machino Iron Dragon sprang from the ground under his full force. Charging towards Yuanzhu with the lance poised at the forefront, a desperate gamble. In truth, this was a reluctant decision. Shadow Strike was undeniably a high-level technique. Yet it stood no chance against Bamboo Guard. Yuanzhu and Apos' explosive sounds had a cumulative effect, and Nesta understood that if he could not disrupt Yuanzhu, defeat was inevitable. With his extensive combat experience, he immediately chose to take a desperate gamble, concentrating all his energy into his single point. If he could breach Yuanzhu and Apos' defense, victory would be assured. To overcome the Bamboo Guardian was not a feat achievable through mere technique. Only an absolute power that surpassed that of the Bamboo Guardian and Apos' wielder could penetrate its defenses. Nesta and Apos' decision was undoubtedly correct. However, as Nesta launched himself into the air with his dragon, the Bamboo Guardian transformed into the Bamboo Assault, the second martial skill he possessed. The Bamboo Guardian inherited resilience, while the Bamboo Assault embodied the pride and uprightness of bamboo. An extraordinary scene unfolded beneath the radiant sunlight, where pillars of yellow-green light surged skyward, resembling resilient bamboo sprouting after a spring rain. The delicate threads of azure seemed to vanish, leaving only the pride of the Bamboo Assault. The robust, arm-thick green beams resembled a burgeoning bamboo grove, enveloping the battlefield in an instant. Although Yuanzhu had yet to master the combat aura, the power exhibited by the azure threads was even more fearsome. To execute the Bamboo Assault, his left hand could no longer divert to play the zither. All his energy was entirely focused on this singular attack. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from the center of the battle, as a torrential rain of blood splattered across the scene, and 2 figures were simultaneously hurled away. Nesta was not much stronger than Yuanzhu, taking advantage of his weight and the heavy armor he wore. He was thrown 3 yards before crashing to the ground. However, due to his own mass, the impact was more severe, sending his helmet flying and shattering his lance into 2 pieces, which were flung far away. Blood poured from his mouth and nose, and the once imposing armor now bore numerous dents and damages, rendering his resolute visage somewhat ghastly. In the epicenter of their conflict lay the Machino Iron Dragon, forever marked by the encounter. Its once formidable defensive body was riddled with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth, signaling its impending demise, while its wails grew increasingly feeble. Like the moon goddess and Apos' guardian, the azure threads remained untainted by blood. Perhaps due to having just consumed a life, the azure threads now appeared even more lustrous. The devastating power of the Bamboo Assault was laid bare, capable of inflicting such immense harm upon Nesta. With Yuanzhu and Apos' current energy, he could not have slain a high-defense beast like the Machino Iron Dragon in a single strike. The might of the azure threads was indispensable. Rising from the ground, Yuanzhu stumbled slightly before steadying himself, looking at Nesta in the distance with a wry smile. "I apologize. I never intended to slay your dragon. However, had I not exerted my full strength, I would have been unable to withstand your assault." Nesta also managed to rise, his physique undeniably robust. Wiping the blood from his mouth and nose, he boldly replied, "It matters not. To me, there is no distinction between a competition and a battle. Engaging in a full-throttle confrontation is what makes it worthwhile. It has been a long time since I have felt such pain. Admit defeat." "Your injuries must be more severe than mine," Yuanzhu said, his admiration for the heavy knight growing, as he wished to refrain from further attacks. The first usage of the bamboo guardian and bamboo assault against an opponent had yielded far greater power than he had anticipated. A pact. Yuanzhu gazed at his opponent with a sense of astonishment, suddenly realizing that he possessed a steed. No wonder he felt that the previous coordination between his adversary and the Machino Iron Dragon was lacking. Unlike a mage's summoned beast, a warrior and Oppos' mount can be replaced. However, a warrior is granted but a single opportunity for a mount contract throughout their lifetime. It is only when a warrior truly discovers their ideal companion that they will invoke this contract. Once established, this bond will last a lifetime. And only a mount forged through such a contract can resonate with its master's spirit, unleashing formidable power. A warrior cannot summon their steed at will. They can only beckon it through the contract, and generally speaking, a contracted mount will not stray far from its warrior. A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from the distant horizon, and amidst the rolling sound waves, a crimson cloud surged forward. Nesta bowed towards the podium and requested, "Please activate the protective shield, allowing my mount to enter." At the commencement of their contest, the defensive barrier surrounding the central training ground was activated under Ferguson and Oppos' supervision. Ferguson gazed skyward in astonishment, instinctively controlling his magical energy to directly engage the protective measures afforded by his position as the headmaster. In that moment, he was taken aback. For as a dragon mage, he was well aware of what was approaching from the skies. It was indeed a red dragon, akin to his own mount, Kosa. Though its aura was considerably weaker than Kosa's, the presence of the red dragon was nonetheless imposing. As a true dragon, its rank was slightly superior to that of a green dragon. He could not help but inwardly marvel at the increasing prowess of the current students, even Nesta. A mere second year had managed to secure a genuine dragon. It is worth noting that all true dragons belong to the growth-type beasts, and once they mature, they possess strength exceeding the 7th tier. The red dragon, renowned for its offensive might, boasts formidable physical attacks and fire magic alike. Iron Arm, after the match concludes. "I require an explanation from you." "I shall provide one." For the first time, a gentle light flickered in Nesta and Oppos' eyes as the crimson cloud drew ever closer. At that moment, Yuanzhu discerned clearly that it was a colossal dragon exceeding 7 meters in length, larger than Roland and Oppos' green dragon, evidently having undergone superior growth. Feeling the intense heat radiating from the red dragon, he instinctively gasped. It must be noted that his previous victory over the green dragon was largely due to Roland having lost his combat capability, coupled with his own unexpected ambush. The red dragon before him was even mightier than the last green dragon, and with the formidable Nesta at the helm, Yuanzhu pondered how he might confront this impending battle. For the first time, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Battling a dragon knight meant facing an opponent unlike any other. The red dragon circled gracefully in the sky before folding its wings and descending slowly beside Nesta. With a jubilant roar, Nesta leapt up and mounted the dragon and Oppos' broad back. With a flourish of his left hand, a brand new spear materialized in his grasp. While space rings typically require magical energy to function, certain advanced rings can be activated with merely a hint of mental strength. The weapon in Nesta's hands was even longer than Austin's dragon spear, measuring a staggering 8 meters, surpassing the length of the crimson dragon itself. The spear and Oppos' shaft exhibited a dark red hue, adorned with 4 blood grooves that glimmered under the sunlight, as if fresh blood coursed within. "Yuanzhu, this is my true weapon and steed," he declared. The spear was named Blood Soul, and alongside it was my companion, the fire elemental, growth type, level 5 crimson dragon. In the forthcoming battle, I shall unleash my full strength. If you possess a beast, it would be prudent to summon it now. Yuanzhu slowly shook his head. "I have no beast. Since you are still able to fight, let us begin. Allow me to offer you a piece titled and Oppos, falling wild geese on the plain and Oppos." His gaze transformed. The clarity within gradually faded to reveal a layer of soft silver light emerging from the depths of his eyes. Without further ado, the previously manifested moonlit radiance now bore his 8 fingers. Under Nesta's urging, the crimson dragon Digga soared into the sky, ascending hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. With the dragon soul spear in hand, The dark red silhouette emitted a dazzling brilliance, contrasting sharply with the pale green aura of fighting spirit. The red dragon let out a sudden roar, unleashing a torrent of flames that merged with the spear in Nesta and Amp. Apos' grasp, the air igniting as ripples spread like waves, propelled by an inexhaustible momentum, directly hurtling towards Yi Inju below. The combination of the 8-meter Blood Soul Spear, the level 5 Crimson Dragon, and a green-level warrior possessed the power to challenge even a blue-level warrior without a steed, let alone the fact that Yu Inju was merely a mage at that moment. Yi Inju remained seated, motionless, his hands caressing the strings of the lute with deep emotion, a deep red magical aura swirling around him. At this moment, he even relinquished his fighting spirit equivalent to that of a mid-level green warrior. "Quick, stop them," Nina urged anxiously to Ferguson. "No, wait a moment," Ferguson replied. A faint purple magical aura began to encircle his body, ready to intervene and halt the contest at any moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he gazed at the composed and elegant Yu Inju, he felt an instinctive belief that Inju would not succumb so easily, which led him to restrain his intervention. Nesta drew ever closer to Yu Inju, tightening Ferguson and Apos' heart. With his strength, he could effortlessly halt the contest, but he found himself uncertain of when to act. "Hurry," Nina exclaimed. "If anything happens to Yu Inju, I will." Just as Nina's words faltered, the dynamics of the arena shifted once more. Yu Inju, who had been seated, suddenly lifted his head, rising to confront the blazing heat above. His clear eyes brimmed with a sense of longing as he released a call that was not particularly loud. Purple. The magical radiance enveloping Yi Inju dissipated, and a milky white halo appeared as if the moon goddess was safeguarding the flames. From deep within that luminescent halo, a surge of purple light ignited from his brow, instantly radiating throughout his entire being. Without the emergence of the six-pointed magical star, a purple ethereal figure remarkably traversed forth from him. The ethereal transformed into the corporeal. A figure with violet hair and eyes, towering stature, and an icy demeanor, stood as solid as the most unyielding wall, positioning himself before Inju. No words were exchanged. Their connection transcended the need for language. With a lift of his gaze, his tangible stare met the descending crimson dragon, Digga. There was no display of fighting spirit, no radiant glow. He merely unleashed his fists. What magnitude of force could a colossal dragon combined with a heavily armored knight generate in a full-throttle dive? To describe it merely in thousands of kilograms would fall short. Their combined mass was far beyond that figure. Moreover, there was the fighting spirit and the fiery magic of the dragon to consider. All of these elements converged in that singular charge. Yet against them stood only the violet fists. With a thunderous collision, a burst of red and green light scattered in all directions, causing the powerful protective barrier of the central training ground to tremble. The immense dragon body rebounded, eliciting a terrified roar from the red dragon and a muffled grunt from Nesta simultaneously. The 8-meter Blood Soul Spear emitted a series of resonant hums amidst its violent tremors, and the red dragon soared once more, albeit at a significantly reduced speed. Indeed, it was with his fists that the violet figure had withstood the full force of Nesta and the red dragon and Amp, Apos' charge. At that moment, his legs were embedded knee-deep in the ground, and within a 10-meter radius around him, the earth cracked, leaving the spot where Yu Inju sat untouched. This was against the rules. An outsider had intervened in the competition. "I surmise he is at least a blue-tier warrior, the head of the heavy swordsman department," the old monkey exclaimed in astonishment. Ferguson, with a grave expression, scrutinized the center of the training ground, shaking his head as he remarked, "No, though he is a warrior, he is not human. I sense no human essence from him. This is a primal summoning, a legendary ancient primal summoning." Iron Arm's expression mirrored his surprise. He was well aware of the strength of Nesta and Apos' charge. Even he would hesitate to confront such an onslaught head-on. "Are you suggesting that it is a magical beast?" Only 9th-tier magical beasts can assume human form, aside from the undead. Yet, his power does not seem to reach that level. If he were a 9th-tier beast, even the combined impact of Nesta and the red dragon would not have caused the violet figure's legs to sink into the ground. The cacophony of the collision did not disrupt Yi Inju and Apos' performance. At this moment, his melody unfolded. The piece, Falling Sand and Wild Goose, evoked the imagery of geese arriving, soaring into the lofty skies, harmonizing in their flight, appearing and disappearing, as if coming and going. Circles of dark red magical ripples emanated from Yi Inju and Amp, Apos' body, radiating outward. Upon hearing the music, the lines of the violet figure and Amp, Apos' Apo's face softened slightly. He effortlessly withdrew his legs from the ground, his movements fluid, clearly unscathed by the earlier onslaught. Nesta sensed Digga trembling, not from injury, but from an aura of trepidation. Among the Red Dragon clan, adult red dragons could reach an 8th tier standard. Only a magical beast of a higher rank could induce such a quiver in a dragon. Yet dragons are a proud race. Nesta had never heard of any magical beast on the continent of Longqi Nua that could provoke such a reaction in a red dragon. Overlooking the figure of Ji standing beside Yi Yinzhu, Nesta felt an unprecedented sense of despondency regarding his fighting spirit. He was uncertain whether he should charge forward once more. At that moment, he heard the enchanting strains of Pingsha Luoyin. The melody ebbed and flowed, continuous and melodious. Its foundation was serene, yet within that tranquility lay a subtle dynamism. The notes were exquisite and smooth, imbued with an enduring freshness that eased his previously tense disposition considerably. The dark red aura enveloped the entire training arena, and as Yu Yinzhu gazed at Ji before him, he suddenly realized the profound stillness of his heart. With Ji by his side, his yearning was alleviated, and the joy he felt allowed him to become wholly immersed in the essence of Pingsha. The dark red magical energy began to undergo a transformation. Starting from around Yi Yinzhu, its hue gradually faded, the deep crimson giving way to a gentle yellow. Though the color was faint, it was strikingly clear. All present were wide-eyed at this spectacle. While it was not uncommon for contestants to elevate their levels during competition, according to the sequence of rainbow ranks, one would expect orange to follow red. Yet, the transformation of Yi Yinzhu before them blatantly defied this norm. Yellow, unmistakably representing the initial stage of the yellow rank. If they were to learn that Yi Yinzhu and Apo's magical prowess had already ascended to the initial stage of the green rank, they might very well be left astounded. In the crisp autumn air, where the wind was tranquil and the sands at peace, clouds stretched endlessly, and the sky resonated with vibrant calls. Channeling the lofty aspirations of the soaring swan, he articulated the noble spirit of the scholar. What a magnificent rendition of Pingsha Luoyin! Nina and Apo's gaze became somewhat entranced. It seemed to her that the one performing at the center of the training ground was not Yu Yinzhu, but rather his master, the one she had longed for dearly. Chapter 21. The Painting Sect of the Eastern Dragon, Part 1. With his eyes closed, Z displayed a serene expression on his steadfast visage. Unbeknownst to anyone, at this very moment, a layer of pale purple crystal began to form in the palms of his hands, while the faint yellow magical energy emitted from Yi Yinzhu was subtly infiltrating his body. Under the same life contract, should one party undergo a qualitative transformation in strength, the other party would also reap substantial benefits. A sudden scream pierced the air, marring the exquisite essence of falling wild geese on a tranquil sand. Nasta had previously become fully immersed in the melody, but the abrupt sensation of weightlessness jolted him back to reality. To his horror, he realized that he and the red dragon were plummeting towards the ground. Falling wild geese on a tranquil sand, one of the 9 renowned pieces of the Qin zone, had the effect of nullifying flight. Upon hearing this piece, any creature with flying capabilities, whose power level was below the 3rd tier, would inevitably fall. At Yi Yinzhu and Apo's current magical level, all flying beings below the azure tier would be subject to its effects. However, as one of the 9 masterpieces, falling wild geese on a tranquil sand required Yu Yinzhu and Apo's utmost concentration to perform. With Z by his side, Yi Yinzhu could unleash its full potential without being hindered in the midst of the competition. Z, save them. Though the music did not cease, Yi Yinzhu suddenly looked up at Nasta, who was descending from the sky. While listening to the melody, Z furrowed his brow, but nonetheless propelled himself forward. His right foot forcefully stomped the ground, creating a 1-meter-wide crater, and he used the immense recoil to soar upwards, reaching the point directly beneath the falling red dragon in an instant. With his palms positioned in a supportive gesture as the red dragon descended, Z let out a low roar and, with a thrust and a push, redirected the tremendous force, transforming it into a lateral momentum that flung Nasta and the red dragon Digga away. The massive form of the red dragon skidded along the ground, coming to a halt just 10 meters away from Yi Yinzhu. At this moment, Nasta's heavy armor was cracked in multiple places. Had he not clung desperately to the scales on Digga's back, he would have surely been thrown off. A pearlescent and purple glow illuminated both individuals as he transformed back into light and seamlessly merged into Yu Yinzhu, vanishing from sight. The Blood Soul spear struck the ground as Nasta gasped for breath. Yi Yinzhu, you have won. His gaze turned chillingly cold, But I fail to comprehend why you deceived me. Was it to catch me off guard? Deceive you? I did not. Yi Yingzhu replied, astonished at his accusation. Nasta scoffed. Then who was it when I asked you to summon a magical beast, and you claimed to have none? Only a level 9 intelligent magical beast or an undead creature can take on human form. Yu Yingzhu shook his head, insisting, I truly did not deceive you. Z is not my magical beast. He is my friend, my companion. Diga is also my ally. What significance does your assertion hold? Nasta roared in anger. Although Yi Yingzhu and Apos' formidable strength had previously earned his respect, the perceived betrayal now altered Nasta and Apos' attitude toward him dramatically. No, he did not deceive you. He spoke the truth. Enveloped in a soft purple glow, Dean Ferguson had approached the two without either of them noticing. Nesta gazed at him, bewildered, and asked, Why? Ferguson replied, Because the companion he speaks of differs from the one you know. Perhaps your red dragon is indeed your companion, yet your bond is one of master and servant. In contrast, Yi Yingzhu and his companion share an equal contract. By this distinction alone, you have lost the right to blame him. The course of the match was beyond dispute. Yi Yingzhu did not violate any rules of the competition. You have now lost the capacity to fight. And I hereby declare that today, the God Sound system emerges victorious. The students from the martial arts department fell into silence, while a thunderous applause erupted from the magic department, who understood that the championship of this year and Apos' freshman tournament would once again belong to them. Although the other semi-final had yet to commence, the summoners of this cohort were extraordinarily formidable, far beyond what the second-place heavy sword warriors of the martial arts department could contend with. Nesta turned his gaze toward Yi Yingzhu. Naturally, he held no doubts regarding Ferguson and Apos' words. With a wry smile, he admitted, I am sorry. Perhaps it is my inability to accept defeat that leads me to seek out objective reasons for my loss. This time, you have triumphed. However, when I believe I possess the ability to challenge you, I shall seek you out at any time. Nesta's candidness elicited a smile from Yi Yingzhu. Very well. I shall await your challenge. You are correct. Only by continually challenging the strong can one grow stronger. I have already proven this to myself. Nesta, gazing into Yi Yingzhu's clear eyes, laughed heartily. It seems we shall not only be rivals, but also friends. I, Nesta, welcome you as a friend. Indeed. At that moment, Ferguson spoke calmly. Yu Yingzhu, come with me. I have some questions for you. The first semi-final had concluded, the dark horse of the freshman tournament. The God Sound system advanced once more, with Yi Yingzhu and Apos' strength propelling him into the finals against all odds. The title of Sound Mage had become the most discussed topic at Milan's Magic and Martial Arts Academy, and Yi Yingzhu emerged as the most talked-about figure within the entire institution. Following Ferguson, Yi Yingzhu arrived at the Dean and Apos' tower. Yi Yingzhu, tell me, how did your magical power suddenly elevate from the red level to the yellow level? Standing in the center of the room, Ferguson regarded the young man with an odd expression. Yi Yingzhu paused, shook his head, and replied, I cannot say. Though innocent, he understood that the secrets of the Qin Zone must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Ferguson chuckled. You are quite charmingly candid. However, are you aware that what transpired today has brought you considerable trouble? Trouble? Why? Ferguson explained, among all practitioners, no one in Apos' cultivation can defy the rules of the rainbow level restrictions. Those who transcend these rules are deemed heretics. This must be reported to the Fablon 7 Tower for further action. Today, your magical prowess has unexpectedly ascended to the 3rd tier of the orange level. You ponder. Should I send you to the Tower of Phelan 7? The Tower of Phelan 7? No, I shall not go. Grandfather has warned that it is a perilous place. Yu Yingzhu immediately shook his head, vividly recalling how his grandfather's faces darkened whenever they discussed the Tower of Phelan 7. Although they had never elucidated what sort of place it was, it surely could not be anything good. Ferguson remarked, however, many have witnessed today's contest. If you refuse to go to the Tower of Phelan 7, you must present a compelling reason to justify your decision. How am I to silence the multitude? Yu Yingzhu scratched his head. I am at a loss. Turning away from Yu Yingzhu, a glimmer of mischief danced in Ferguson's eyes as he spoke softly. There is but one solution. You are, after all, a student of the academy, and I would not wish for you to be treated as an outcast by the Tower of Phelan 7. You have but one path to tread, to take me as your mentor. In that case, I can use the magical items I once gifted you to justify your level and resolve this matter. What do you think? To take you as my mentor? But I already have a master. That may not be feasible. Ferguson replied. Then I am afraid I can offer no assistance, and shall have to send you to the Tower of Phelan 7. Yet, does your teacher stipulate that you can have only one master? Yuanzhu shook his head. Not exactly, but since there are no such restrictions, what do you hesitate for? I have dedicated my life to the study of mental magic and have yet to take on a disciple. Rest assured, what I teach you shall not conflict with what your teacher imparts. The Sound Master is merely a branch of mental magic. Should your teacher inquire in the future, I can assist you. In that moment, Yuanzhu recalled Nina and Appos, as words from that day, and tentatively asked, May I address you simply as and Appos, teacher and Appos, and refrain from calling you and Appos, master and Appos? Ferguson was amused by Yuanzhu's cleverness. Very well, let it be as you wish. He couldn't help but reflect in Milan. How many noble families wished to apprentice their children to him, yet he had never acquiesced, and here was this lad negotiating terms. Teacher. Yuanzhu respectfully bowed to Ferguson. His innocence allowed him to sense the goodwill emanating from Ferguson, a warmth devoid of menace, and coupled with Nina's previous remarks, he felt no further doubt. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple, if I am not mistaken. The creature you summoned today must be your magical beast companion. Are you aware of its origins? Magical beast? No, Z is not a magical beast. He is my friend. My dear friend, Yuanzhu hurriedly clarified. Ferguson and Appos' expression shifted. So, you mean to say that since the moment you met him, he has been in human form? When did this occur? Yuanzhu replied, 10 years ago. I was 6 then. Z appeared while I was practicing the piano, and thereafter, he would come daily to listen to me play. He was my only friend before I arrived in Milan. We have never been apart in these 10 years. Yuanzhu nodded and said, I know. Z is my good friend. However, he cannot accompany me to the academy. Z mentioned that with this contract, we would be able to see each other frequently, so we signed this agreement. Ferguson chuckled wryly, yet, such a contract will restrict you from possessing your own magical beast. Furthermore, do you not wish to know where your Z learned of this contract? Observing Yuanzhu's resolute and somewhat obstinate gaze, Ferguson fell silent. He was quite pleased with such qualities in his disciple. Nevertheless, he felt that Z was not as simple as he appeared, without any fighting spirit or magic. The mere strength to withstand the full force of a green-level dragon knight and Appos' charge was a phenomenon he had never encountered among humans. The equal life contract, in legend, was traditionally a bond between spouses, one that could only be forged when their feelings reached a depth beyond mere blood ties, relinquishing the right to possess magical beasts to ensure constant companionship. No, that Z could not possibly be human. His mental acuity could not be mistaken. Although he bore no distinction from a human in appearance, there was no trace of humanity in his essence. If he were a magical beast, what kind of beast could possess such formidable physical prowess and yet transform into human form? This thought left Ferguson with a slight headache. Thank you, teacher. Yuanzhu expressed his gratitude as he bid farewell to Ferguson. Just as he prepared to leave, he was called back by Ferguson. Wait a moment, Yuanzhu. There is something I must tell you. After the conclusion of this new student competition, the Academy will organize a practical exercise. This will not follow the format of a competition but will take place on a real battlefield. Outstanding students will be selected from various departments to participate. I hope you will take part. The trials of war often allow for swifter growth. The specifics will be communicated by the Academy in due course. All right, I will heed your advice, Yuanzhu replied, believing he should comply with the Academy and Appos' arrangements, without any excessive doubts. He did not even ponder why a peaceful continent would experience war. Watching Yuanzhu depart, Ferguson finally allowed a smile to grace his face, pondering whether this could be considered coercion or inducement. Such an excellent disciple was likely unparalleled throughout the dragon-continuous realm. His pure and simple nature, along with his profound and unadulterated mental strength and fighting spirit, not to mention the miracles he brought to the Sound Master and the equal life summoning contract, all epitomized one word, genius, and a genius devoid of any impurities. Since witnessing several of Yuanzhu's matches, Ferguson had set his sights on him. With each passing competition, Yuanzhu continued to surprise him more and more, until today, when Yuanzhu's magical prowess suddenly ascended to the yellow level. Ferguson no longer hesitated and seized this fortuitous opportunity to semi-coercively take him on as a disciple. He had an inkling that, in the near future, Yuanzhu would undoubtedly become a shining star in the magic realm of dragon-continuous. No sooner had Yuanzhu left Ferguson and Appos' residence than he encountered Sula. Sura appeared to have been waiting for him all along. As soon as she spotted him emerging, she hurriedly approached and asked anxiously, Inju, what did the dean want with you? Is it regarding your unexpected surge in strength? You must be more cautious. How could such a situation arise? Do you realize how perilous this is for you? What exactly is your training regimen? Yi Inju was somewhat flustered by Sura and Amp, Appo's barrage of inquiries. Sura, please. Take a breath and speak slowly. There is no cause for alarm. My teacher has already devised a solution. He then recounted the entirety of his conversation with Ferguson. Within the academy, the two individuals Yi Inju trusted most were Nina and Sura. Apart from certain secrets concerning the Qinzong and Zhuzong, he believed there was nothing more he needed to conceal. Thank goodness. You truly frightened me, Sura exclaimed, patting her chest. Who was that person you summoned today? When I saw Nasta and his dragon swooping down towards you, it genuinely startled me. The dean did not intervene either. Fortunately, you had a means to handle it. Yuinju replied, that was Z, my friend. To be honest, I and Appos am not entirely sure of his strength. Ever since we forged an equal pact, I've sensed that my power surpasses his, which is why I summoned him at that moment. Sura's gaze suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. An equal pact? You mean a fated contract? Inju, you're not suggesting that you and that Z descended from the Bebe Mountain, are you? Bebe Mountain? What is that place? Yuinju asked, astonished. Sura retorted, never mind. I won and Amp, Appos, tell you. Last time, you mentioned I was your second promise to protect. Surely, the first ISNTZ. Is it? Yuinju nodded. Indeed. Sura's voice trembled slightly. Could it be that you genuinely have feelings for him? Yuinju affirmed earnestly. Of course, I hold a deep affection for Z. We have been together for a decade. He has been by my side since I was 6, listening to my music. We grew up together and traveled from the Bixiangxi to here. He is my sole friend. Is he really just a friend? Sura inquired anxiously. Yuinju replied. Why emphasize just? We are undoubtedly friends. Sura retorted. A friend with whom you sign a fated contract? Have you lost your mind? Yuinju countered. What is wrong with that? I wish to see him whenever I want, so I signed the contract. I can always forego the magical beast. Yuinju, I've come to realize that conversing with you is akin to playing music to a cow, Sura said, her body trembling once more. Albeit this time out of anger. Playing music to a cow? I used to play for bamboo. Is it a new method of cultivating music? But wait. You're an assassin. How would you know of our divine music cultivation methods? Hey, Sura, don't leave. Wait for me. As he entered the realm of the magic department, he had not ventured far when he encountered a familiar face, the wind element genius mage Roland, who had challenged him on his first day at the academy and subsequently lost to him in a competition. Roland was holding a bag of something and eating, her eyes devoid of spirit. In the mere span of less than 10 days since their last meeting, she had noticeably gained weight, her once delicate face now slightly round. When Yi Inju spotted her, it was evident that Roland had noticed him as well. It's you? Her voice instantly turned icy, as if she had always been a practitioner of ice magic. Oh, hello, Roland. Yuinju regarded her with a degree of caution, for their relationship had never been amicable. It seems you were quite pleased with yourself. I heard you even triumphed over Nesta of the heavy cavalry. As Roland spoke, she approached Yuinju, her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon seeing him, her pent-up anger surged to its zenith. Having lived a life of luxury and possessing remarkable magical talent, she had entered the yellow rank at the tender age of 16, bolstered by her green dragon. Throughout her youth, she had always considered herself the strongest among her peers, even surpassing her brothers. However, that battle with Yuinju had shattered her confidence completely. For her, it was not merely a defeat, the challenge had been issued by her. Yet she was the one who succumbed. The humiliation she felt was unbearable. In the days that followed, she had been unable to escape the anguish, seeking revenge against Yuinju, but the match had been fair. A flicker of reason and her pride had restrained her from leveraging her family's influence. Perhaps transforming her sorrow into appetite was her way of coping. Only when eating did she find a momentary reprieve. Despite being aware of her burgeoning weight, she could not control her cravings. Upon seeing Yi Inju, her anger and resentment nearly overwhelmed her. Are you laughing at me? This is all you're doing. If I end up as a large, overweight person, I shall hold you accountable, clinging to you for eternity, driving you to madness. Roland and Amp, Appos, eyes reddened as she spoke impulsively. Yuinju was at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled a story his mother had told him before leaving the Azure Sea. Roland, it's not good for a girl to be too overweight. You needn't concern yourself with that. In truth, Roland was uncertain of how to confront Yuinju. She knew she could not defeat him, yet encountering him here, she was reluctant to let the moment pass without some exchange. Allow me to share a story with you. As Yuanzhu spoke, he subtly shifted his position. Once upon a time, there were 2 pigs, one male and one female. Each night, the boar would stand guard over the sow, fearing that their owner might take her away to slaughter while they slept. Days turned into weeks, and the sow grew increasingly plump, while the boar became thinner by the day. Are you calling me a sow? Roland erupted in anger. No, just hear me out. Yuanzhu continued. One day, the boar overheard the owner discussing with the butcher plans to sell the fattened sow. Devastated, the boar underwent a transformation from that day forth. Whenever food was brought, he would rush to devour it entirely, eating to his heart and Apos as content before lying down to sleep, insisting that it was now the sow and Apos' turn to keep watch. Should he discover her neglecting her duty, he would no longer acknowledge her. Hearing this, Roland and Apos' expression softened somewhat, and she instinctively asked, what happened next? Due to the intense fluctuations of her emotions, she became somewhat distracted, failing to notice that Yuanzhu had already stepped aside. As the days gradually passed, the sow felt that the boar was increasingly indifferent towards her. The sow became disheartened, while the boar continued to live a life of ease, seemingly unaffected. Before long, a month had slipped by, and the owner brought a butcher to the pig pen. He discovered that the once plump sow had lost much of her meat, while the boar had grown sleek and shiny. At that moment, the boar dashed around desperately, attempting to catch the owner and Apos' attention, eager to demonstrate that he was a healthy pig. Ultimately, the butcher led the boar away. As he was dragged out of the pen, the boar turned to the sow with a smile and said, "Don and Apos, to eat so much anymore." Heartbroken, the sow rushed forward. But the gate had already been shut by the owner. Roland remained standing there, her entire being frozen in shock. Gradually, her vacant eyes began to glisten with tears, and 2 lines of sorrowful droplets cascaded down her cheeks. Oh, poor boar. Dieting. The food in her hand slowly slipped away, and she suddenly realized that her appetite seemed to have vanished. Where's Yuanzhu? She pondered. As she abruptly turned around, she noticed that Yuanzhu and Apos' figure was disappearing at the end of the road, appearing somewhat flustered. With a chuckle, Roland found herself smiling through her tears. Was I truly that frightening, causing him to flee so quickly? Nevertheless, this story is truly touching. Is he advising me to lose weight? Or is he simply afraid that I might become overly attached to him? Humph, how naive. At this thought, her smile deepened, and the resentment she felt towards Yuanzhu gradually faded away. For a girl of her age, emotions are often in flux. As her hatred dissipated, she suddenly realized that Yuanzhu was not so unbearable after all, as anticipated by most. The second semi-final held in the afternoon saw the summoning department triumph effortlessly over the Great Sword Warriors and the Divine Sound department, advancing together to the finals. The following day would be a time for rest, with the final showdown set for the day after. Wow, Yuanzhu, you were absolutely magnificent today. You took down that gorilla. I had no idea you were this strong. How about I become your girlfriend? Exclaimed a girl whose name Yuanzhu did not even know, her excitement prompting her to leap into his embrace. How rude. No way. Yuanzhu belongs to all of us. How can you claim him for yourself? Remember, he is the sole gem among us in the Divine Sound department. The first charming boy. No one can monopolize him. Well, that makes sense. How about we take turns, one day each? Not a bad idea. Classmates. What is going on here? Yuanzhu finally found an opportunity to speak up. At that moment, his face was flushed crimson, surrounded by a throng of girls. Though the sweet sin enveloped him, it was not an entirely pleasant experience. He would rather it be just him and Su La. Meanwhile, Xiang Wan and Hai Yang stood to the side, their bodies shaking with laughter. For reasons unknown, the sight of Yuanzhu and Apos' awkwardness struck Xiang Wan as exceedingly endearing. Yuanzhu, pretend to faint, quickly. A faint sound whispered in Yuanzhu's ear. Perhaps the pressure had been too intense. His reflexes were remarkably swift. With a sudden closing of his eyes, he collapsed to the ground, provoking a chorus of gasps. Surla emerged from nowhere, embracing Yuanzhu and frowning, "Please, quiet down. Yuanzhu has just engaged in a fierce battle. Allow him a moment of respite, will you?" At last, the dormitory fell silent, under Surla's strong insistence. The enchanting ladies of the sound division departed one by one. Xiang Wan and Hai Yang lingered at the end. As they passed by Yuanzhu, Xiang Wan leaned down, whispering in his ear, "Your performance was utterly lacking. I have not forgotten my promise. I shall find an opportunity to fulfill it." With that, a blush grazed her exquisite features before she hurried away with Haiyang. As the door closed, Yuanzhu sprang from Surla and Amp, Appos, embrace, gasping for breath. Surla. I can't help but feel that being surrounded by them just now was more exhausting than my battle with Nestor. Thank goodness you reminded me, otherwise, who knows how long they would have lingered. Surla huffed, ISN and Amp, Appos. T it because you can and Amp, Appos. T restrain yourself, flirting around indiscriminately? In preparation, Yuanzhu chose not to work at the Piaolon Pavilion the following day, requesting a day off through Surla. He dedicated his time to solitary practice at home. After 16 years of cultivating his skills in the realm of sword courage and zither heart, he finally broke through to this profound level. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor had matured considerably. Even while playing the zither, the essence of his music had transformed greatly. If his melodies were once gentle and harmonious, filled with innocence, they had now evolved into a tone of balanced tranquility, pure and rich, akin to aged wine, lingering with a haunting resonance. Qin Shang had once told him that upon reaching the realm of sword courage and zither heart, he would enter a phase of rapid advancement in zither magic. This acceleration would surpass even that of cultivating the childlike zither heart, continuing until he hit the bottleneck of sword courage and zither heart. Practicing the zither for an entire day was a normal affair for Yuanzhu. By the time the finals commenced, he had fully entered a peak state. Even Ferguson was unaware that this newly acquired disciple had already reached a level surpassing the fusion of magic and martial prowess, classified as green tier or above. The opponents in the decisive battle of the Sound Division were from the Summoning Division, which had also showcased an abundance of talented individuals this year. 10 participants from each side gathered in the center of the trial grounds. Among the Summoning Division, a strikingly handsome youth, around 17 or 18, stood at the forefront. His eyes brimming with vitality, devoid of the lofty demeanor often exhibited by other magicians. Hello, I am Mao Yang, the captain of the Summoning Division, first year. He extended his right hand in a friendly gesture. Yuanzhu reciprocated the handshake, only to suddenly feel something unusual in his grasp. Surprised, he glanced at Mao Yang, who was gazing back at him with profound intent, offering a subtle nod. Captain of the Sound Division, Yuanzhu, first year. Subconsciously, as he released their clasped hands, Yuanzhu discreetly tucked the item that Ma Liang had placed in his palm between his fingers. It appeared to be a note. Ma Liang offered a faint smile and remarked, as fellow students of the Ministry of Magic, and having conferred with one another, we all agree that we would prefer not to engage with the beautiful ladies of your department. Instead, why not let today's final see us represent our respective disciplines? Let us determine the victor through a single battle, shall we? Yuanzhu was momentarily taken aback. This proposal clearly favored his side considerably. Aside from himself, the only other capable fighter in the sound system was Haiyang. In contrast, the 5 students on the opposing side, judging by their composed gazes and prior achievements, were undoubtedly skilled magic users of at least the yellow level. Upon encountering Ma Yang, Yuanzhu felt an undeniable threat, one that rivaled that posed by Nestor. Isn't that rather disadvantageous for you? Perhaps we should proceed with a pack mentality instead, Yuanzhu suggested, not wishing to exploit the situation. Ma Liang shook his head, asserting, no, I have confidence in myself, just as you should have in yourself. As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward and lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to Yuanzhu. This is not merely a competition for new students, it is also a contest between the Qinzong and the Huazong. Yuanzhu's heart raced at the revelation. The Huazong, one of the 8 great sects of the Eastern Dragon. Volume 4, The Elven Queen Chapter 22. The Battle of the Zither and the Brush, Part 1. Yuanzhu's heart trembled at the mention of the Brush sect, one of the 8 sects of Eastern Dragon. Though Qin Shang had not elaborated much on the 8 sects, he had informed Yuanzhu that they were divided into 2 main categories, magic and martial arts. The 4 sects representing magic were the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while the 4 representing martial arts were plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. The zither sect held the foremost position among the 4 magical sects, whereas the brush sect occupied the least esteemed rank. Although this hierarchy did not strictly reflect the absolute strength of the sects, it nonetheless indicated their relative power within the 8 sects of Eastern Dragon. Yuanzhu refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment for questions. No longer resisting, he nodded in agreement, as the other participants gradually withdrew. The final battle of this year and Appos, as freshman competition was poised to commence amidst the cheers and encouragement of the magic department students. Ma Yang, clad in a standard gray robe of the summoning magic class, was slightly shorter than Yuanzhu, his sleeves notably wide, while not strikingly handsome. He exuded a cheerful demeanor that easily endeared him to others. As Yuanzhu drew forth his sea moon's clarity, Ma Liang revealed an item of his own. To the casual observer, it appeared to be a rather peculiar magic wand, approximately 2 feet in length and emanating a faint red glow. At its pinnacle rested a large, white gem shaped like a teardrop, extending 3 inches outward. To an ordinary person, this was merely an unusual magic wand. However, Yuanzhu recognized it as the brush sect and Appos, brush. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting sects each represented distinct forms of magic. The zither sect belonged to the branch of mental magic known as divine sound, while the chess sect represented the sealing domain of spatial magic. The calligraphy sect, akin to elemental magic, was the only one among the 4 to practice a comprehensive form of magic. The brush sect, conversely, specialized in summoning magic. Having heard a brief introduction to the 4 sects from Qin Shang, Yuanzhu was now facing this reality for the first time. Ma Liang smiled slightly. "Brother Yi, I have witnessed your previous matches, but it was only during your bout with Nesta that I was able to confirm my assessment. I am aware of your formidable strength. Today, let us engage in a fair contest." The violation of the rainbow level and amp. Appos' strength evolution is indeed the hallmark of the 8 sects of Eastern Dragon. As he spoke, Ma Liang twirled his magic wand in his palm, and his previously relaxed expression turned serious. With a swift motion of his right hand, he began to chant what seemed to be an incantation, yellow arcs of light materializing at the tip of his wand, gradually forming a pattern in the air. To onlookers, it appeared that Ma Liang was crafting a magic circle specific to summoning magic while reciting his incantation. Yet, only Yuanzhu understood that the movement of his lips was merely a ruse, except in particularly extraordinary circumstances. The 4 magical sects of the Eastern Dragon did not require incantations to wield their magic. In that moment, the brush in Ma Liang's hand was his true weapon. Ma Liang's movements were swift, the brush-like wand dancing through the air with the grace of flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a wolf-shaped illustration came to fruition. A most peculiar scene unfolded as the luminous lines he had meticulously sketched expanded in an instant upon the completion of his final stroke. They fused in midair, and in the blink of an eye, the radiant light had coalesced entirely. With a howl reminiscent of a wolf, a colossal azure wolf, towering over 3 meters in length, emerged from the illustration, charging directly towards Yuanzhu. In that moment, Yuanzhu's body surged forward to meet the beast. Cradling the shimmering sea moonlight in his left arm, he extended his right hand, releasing strands of azure energy that transformed into swirling emerald rings of light. Aimed directly at the wolf and amp, Appos' head, the wind wolf moved with astonishing speed, unleashing a barrage of wind. Although these blades were merely of the orange tier, the wind wolf, as a creature of the wind element, could unleash them instantaneously. Alas, today it had encountered Yuanzhu. The wolf and Appos' form froze, and as Yuanzhu darted past, the massive creature disintegrated into specks of light, vanishing from sight. Ma Liang, taken aback by Yuanzhu's swift resolution of his wind wolf, continued to wield his brush vigorously. However, his second painting, and thus his second spell, remained incomplete. While Yuanzhu's speed could not rival that of Su La, his prowess, bolstered by a green tier energy, far surpassed that of an ordinary mage. In a heartbeat, he found himself before Ma Liang, raising his right hand as the azure strands transformed into a slender beam of green light. Aiming for the hand gripping the brush. At that moment, a peculiar smile appeared on Ma Liang and Appos' face. The azure thread indeed, yet Yuanzhu distinctly sensed that his energy had connected with nothingness. Before him, Ma Liang gradually faded into the ethereal. "My apologies, Yi. I had previously cast a decoy beast spell on myself," Ma Liang and Appos' voice echoed from behind. When Yuanzhu turned, he discovered Ma Liang had retreated to the opposite end of the arena, a staggering 500 meters away, his brush still pulsating with rapid strokes. This second summoning spell was evidently far more intricate than the first, a duel between the musical sect and the painting sect. Yuanzhu recalled Ma Liang and Appos' words before the match. Taking a deep breath, he ceased his pursuit and settled in place, facing Ma Liang. Since it was a contest of musical prowess, he resolved not to employ the techniques of the bamboo sect. With the sea moonlight resting across his legs, Yuanzhu deftly plucked the strings of his instrument, unleashing a series of 7 explosive notes. 500 meters was a considerable distance, making it challenging for an ordinary sound mage to project their voice with maximum potency in such an open arena. However, This limitation was non-existent for Yinju, who wielded energy to pluck the strings. The 7 consecutive explosions resonated like thunderclaps in Ma Liang and Amp, Appo's ears, causing his countenance to shift dramatically as the speed of his brush faltered. Yet, due to Yinju and Amp, Appo's earlier miscalculation, Ma Liang and Amp, Appo's second painting had now reached completion. Amidst the fervent roar, a colossal figure obscured Yinju and Amp, Appo's line of sight. The powerful physique, the robust aura, the thick scales, and the crystalline horn atop its head all revealed to Yinju its true identity, the golden crystal tyrannosaurus. This creature was akin to Austin and Amp, Appo's steed. Yet the one summoned by Ma Liang was notably smaller, not a golden crystal tyrannosaurus king. Nevertheless, it possessed the caliber of a peak-level 5th-tier magical beast. Its enormous form charged towards Yinju with astonishing speed, exhibiting no signs of clumsiness. Its crimson eyes and frenzied energy vividly showcased its tyrannical nature. The golden dragon body shimmered under the sunlight, appearing even more ferocious than Nesta's red dragon at first glance. Upon summoning the golden crystal tyrannosaurus, Ma Liang's complexion paled slightly. For invoking a 5th-tier peak magical beast demanded significant expenditure of his magical energy. However, he held great confidence in the golden crystal tyrannosaurus, viewing it as not only a formidable shield but also a potent attacker. He believed that even if Yinju were to summon the purple-haired man from that day, it would not be able to obliterate his tyrannosaurus in a short while. Seizing this opportunity, he sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and laid his magical brush across his legs, beginning to meditate to restore his magical power as much as possible. The sound blades emerged seamlessly, as if they were an integral part of Yinju and Appo's performance. They glimmered faintly and ascended, targeting the swiftly approaching golden crystal. The sheer size of the beast was overwhelming. Although not a golden crystal tyrannosaurus king, it still measured over 8 meters in length, making evasion impossible. The sound blades, born from the realm of sword courage and musical heart, accurately struck its solid armor, creating a surprising spectacle as they impacted the golden crystal tyrannosaurus. Igniting a flurry of sparks, the golden crystal tyrannosaurus roared once more, this time infused with a hint of anguish. The sound blades left marks upon its thick skin. Though they could not breach its defenses, the barrage of sound blades momentarily hindered its relentless advance. At this moment, Yinju was wholly absorbed in the strings of his instrument, everything flowing smoothly like clouds drifting in the sky. After entering the realm of sword courage and musical heart, the persistent issue that had plagued him, the inability of the sound blades to harmonize perfectly with the melody, was finally resolved. Each simple note now intertwined with a destructive sound blade. Unlike the wind blades, which inflicted cutting wounds through speed and sharpness, the sound blades generated intense tremors upon striking the golden crystal tyrannosaurus. The high-frequency vibrations of the melody sliced through its thick scales like a saw, exhibiting a level of destruction far beyond that of the wind blades. With every step the golden crystal tyrannosaurus took, at least 10 sound blades surged to meet it. Under Yinju's precise control, all the sound blades targeted a specific area on its chest. With relentless assaults, the cracks in its scales widened, and tiny shards began to shatter and fly away, intensifying its agony. The golden crystal tyrannosaurus drew ever closer to Yinju, its body increasingly subjected to the relentless onslaught of sound blades. The mellifluous strains of the green water melody flowed seamlessly as a pair of hands danced across the strings of the instrument, unleashing a chorus of 14 sound blades that soared through the air, intersecting as they hurtled toward the beast. At that moment, the creature and Appo's blood-red eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, a surge of golden elemental energy erupting from its crystalline horn. A dazzling beam of golden light, shimmering with flecks of brilliance, shot forth to collide with the approaching sound blades. The resounding clash echoed like metal striking metal, as both the sound blades and the radiant beam shattered simultaneously. Metallic magic, a somewhat obscure branch of elemental sorcery, serves to bolster one and Appo's own defenses while also delivering formidable attacks akin to the might of a spear. This was the innate magic of the golden crystal tyrannosaurus. Perhaps stung by the pain of the sound blades, the creature halted its charge, its crystalline horn and the colossal tail behind it unleashing waves of golden metallic magic in a fierce exchange with Yinju. A faint smile graced Yinju and Appo's visage, should the golden crystal tyrannosaurus insist on advancing. There would be little choice but to engage in close combat before the full power of green water could be unleashed. However, in its current state of magical confrontation, the creature had already forfeited any chance of success. According to the Rainbow classification, the pinnacle of the 5th level for the Golden Crystal Tyrannosaurus corresponded to the early stages of the human Azure rank, placing it a full 3 tiers above Yinju. Thus, the sound blades could not completely withstand the beast's frenzied metallic onslaught. Yet, the speed of the sound blades and amp, oppos, projection far surpassed that of the adversary, gradually diminishing the creature and amp, oppos, metallic magic, and breaching the defenses of the moon god was no longer an option. At that instant, Ma Liang abruptly opened his eyes, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had never encountered the sound blades of the Qin sect before. Yinju and oppos' ability was a complete innovation. Yet, he understood that the true strength of the Qin sect lay in the melodies they produced. With the Golden Crystal Tyrannosaurus ceasing its assault, he found it difficult to predict how Yinju and oppos' music would affect the contest. A fleeting hesitation flickered in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he raised his left hand. A translucent crystal vial materialized in his palm, revealing a substantial amount of bright red liquid within. The speed of the Golden Crystal Tyrannosaurus' attacks began to wane, while Yinju curiously reduced the pace of his sound blade assaults. The frenzy in the creature's eyes gradually subsided, and as Yinju played a captivating melody with the grace of a swan, the beast astonishingly ceased its aggression altogether. With a gentle smile, Yinju remarked to the Golden Crystal Tyrannosaurus, "You appear fatigued. Perhaps it is time for you to rest." In a surprising turn of events, the notoriously fiery-tempered creature nodded its enormous head and turned away, its vast form dissipating into a cascade of golden light. Although green water was not among the 9 renowned pieces of the Qin sect, it possessed the remarkable ability to calm the spirit and dispel all negative emotions. With the melody of green water, as the tune reached its 1/3 mark, Yinju not only quelled the aggressive desires of the Golden Crystal Tyrannosaurus but also severed the connection between the beast and its summoner, Ma Liang. Once the bond with its master was lost, the elemental summoner naturally ceased to exist. Observing this scene from a distance, Ma Liang could not help but sigh. "Yinju, you are truly formidable. I have no choice but to summon my utmost strength to contend with you." Gazing meaningfully at Yinju, both understood that this duel transcended the mere realm of the newcomer and oppos' competition. They were also representatives of their respective magical sects, rendering this an internal contest among the 8 sects of the Eastern Dragon. The calming effect of green water on Ma Liang was minimal, especially since Yinju had primarily directed the melody towards the Golden Crystal Tyrannosaurus to defeat a pinnacle-level beast within such a brief period. Thus, aside from the magical energy consumed during the summoning, Ma Liang had sustained no significant damage. As the lingering echoes of green water faded, Yinju smiled and said, "Please enlighten me." The rising stars of the Qinzong and Huazong now gazed at each other across the central training ground of the Milan Magic Martial Academy. At this moment, their competition truly began. Ma Liang extended his left hand in a sweeping motion, and as he did so, a ring of ancient design on his left middle finger suddenly radiated a brilliant silver light. In that instant, 5 magnificent objects appeared before him, floating and emanating a soft silver glow. Each item was substantial, and their presence imbued the air with an uncanny density. A massive elemental aura surged wildly toward these 5 artifacts. They consisted of a silver long horn, a string of colossal teeth from an unknown creature, a silver orb of light, a gigantic silver eye, and a large diamond-shaped scale. In the front row of the observation platform, the directors of the magical departments rose almost in unison, including the director of the summoning department, their eyes reflecting astonishment. Ferguson, standing foremost, sighed. "It seems Yinju may be at a disadvantage." The Silver Dragon Quintet, akin to divine artifacts, were coveted auxiliary summoning magical items for summoners. No, it was not merely the Silver Dragon Quintet, but rather the Silver Dragon Sextet. In addition to the Silver Dragon Horn, Silver Dragon Tooth, Silver Dragon Heart, Silver Dragon Eye, and Silver Dragon Scale, the red vial in his hand was undoubtedly the blood of a silver dragon. How could this young rascal possess such treasures? Even I was unaware of them. The eyes of the summoning department director seemed ablaze with desire, a fire that no summoner could resist. For nothing was more alluring than these premier auxiliary summoning artifacts. The thickening air rendered Yinju and oppos' expression grave, gazing at the Silver Dragon Sextet before Ma Liang. He felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. knowing that these artifacts were far beyond his capacity to confront. The formidable aura of magical elements emanating from them rivaled even that of purple-level magic. He now found it challenging to even play his melody, as the immense pressure made even basic movements arduous. In Ma Liang's eyes flickered a powerful confidence. Yuanzhu, it is time to concede. Although it brings me some embarrassment to defeat you using magical artifacts, I refuse to accept defeat. The 5 items before me are organs from the Silver Dragon, combined with the blood of the Silver Dragon in my hand, collectively known as the 6 artifacts of the Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon, also referred to as the Magical Dragon, possesses the weakest physical combat ability among all dragons. However, simultaneously, its magical prowess is unparalleled, second only to the Divine Dragon, boasting the strength of a level 9 apex magical beast. With the 6 artifacts of the Silver Dragon, I can summon the full might of the Silver Dragon to unleash a singular, devastating attack that you cannot withstand. I have no desire to harm you, so let us continue. Yuanzhu abruptly interrupted Ma Yang. My grandfather once taught me that on the battlefield, one must never retreat, regardless of the adversary faced. Even the mightiest foe has their vulnerabilities. His heart remained tranquil, his gaze as clear as ever, and his movements retained an elegance that allowed him to sit steadfastly amidst the overwhelming pressure of the 6 artifacts of the Silver Dragon. Even the teachers on the podium could not help but regard the student with newfound respect, with Ferguson nodding in satisfaction, though he was also prepared to intervene and halt the match. As he slowly lifted his brush, the moment he opened the vial containing the Silver Dragon and Appos' blood, the magical elements in the air surged toward him with wild abandon. The 5 artifacts before him radiated a silver brilliance, forming a halo that absorbed the approaching. Dipping the brush lightly into the Silver Dragon and Appos' blood, Ma Liang hastily capped the vial, as if fearing to waste a single drop. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red image began to take shape in his hands. The faint silver glow gradually intensified, and the silver halo began to expand, an invisible majesty and immense pressure causing the air to grow dense. The unique magical pressure of the Silver Dragon drew all magical elements in the central arena away from Yuanzhu, converging instead at the center of the 6 artifacts. One significant advantage of casting magic using the 6 artifacts is that within the aura of the Silver Dragon, no other mage can wield their magic. This is a primary reason why it is regarded as comparable to a divine artifact. Yuanzhu remained motionless, his gaze fixated on Ma Liang as the image of the Silver Dragon progressively took form. His mental faculties could no longer perceive the presence of any magical elements. Even his string magic proved ineffective at this moment. He refrained from using his fighting spirit, knowing full well that his bamboo fighting spirit could never penetrate the silver halo surrounding Ma Liang. Yet, he sensed the resurgence of the intense heat he had experienced during his battle with Nesta. The immense external pressure seemed to fuel this inner heat, causing it to blaze more fiercely. A subtle ripple of mental connection arose, emanating from Z, who sensed Yuanzhu and Appos' peril from afar and was attempting to communicate, hoping to be summoned to this realm to aid him against the formidable adversary. However, this time, Yuanzhu did not call upon Z, for he clearly understood that even with the assistance of the 6 artifacts of the Silver Dragon, such a summoning magic would be beyond what Z could withstand. He would not allow even the slightest harm to befall Z. Thus, he steadied his mind, subtly conveying to Z that he was untroubled through their delicate connection. The silvery radiance intensified, and a mist began to swirl above Ma Liang's head. With each stroke of his brush, his complexion paled further. As though he was exerting immense effort, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, dripping onto his magical robe. The earlier summoning of the golden crystal Tyrannosaurus had already drained a portion of his magical energy. Although he now had the Silver Dragon's 6 artifacts to assist him, the energy expenditure of this summoning magic was exceedingly great. Had it not been for the connection provided by the Silver Dragon and Appos' blood, he would have been utterly depleted of magical power, reduced to a lifeless husk. On the podium, Nina suddenly smiled and turned to the head of the summoning department, Veli, saying, "Shall we wager?" With a serious nod, she continued, "Let us bet on the victory of this match." Nina affirmed, "Indeed, I believe you will win." "And win without a doubt." Veli scoffed, "Nina, surely you are not dreaming in broad daylight." Nina replied with a smile, "If you doubt it, let us make a wager. If Yuanzhu triumphs, I want your department and Appos' eternal stand-in puppet." Veli was taken aback. "How do you know the eternal stand-in puppet is in our summoning department?" Realizing he had let slip a secret, He hastily attempted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Nina smiled. So do you dare to wager? Veli glanced at the gradually forming silver dragon and then at Nina, who exuded confidence, as well as the other department heads around them who were watching with amusement. Gritting his teeth, he asked, and what if you lose? What will you concede to me? Nina replied nonchalantly, if I lose. You may choose any 3 items from the treasury of the sound and tone department. This declaration elicited gasps from those present. The sound and tone department was the wealthiest among all departments, a fact that was closely tied to Nina. Even if the treasury did not contain any artifacts, the value of 3 cherished items would undoubtedly surpass that of a single artifact. Veli could hardly believe that, at this stage in the competition, Yuanzhu still had a chance of turning the tide. His eyes darted as he contemplated. Very well, I accept your wager. Dean, please bear witness for us. Ferguson cast a surprised glance at the calm-faced Nina, although he was uncertain why she maintained such confidence at this moment. He nodded and made a swift gesture in the air, uttering a firm incantation, praise the law of blue. A simple contract spell was thus completed. Ma Liang finally completed the last, arduous stroke. In an instant, the 5 artifacts of the silver dragon soared into the air, the crimson pattern magnifying. The 5 artifacts radiated an unparalleled brilliance. The scales of the silver dragon expanded instantly, its teeth aligned in perfect order, while its heart entered the center of the illustration, and its horns stood proudly at the forefront. The eyes of the silver dragon split into 2, releasing a gaze filled with wisdom and ice. A colossal silver dragon had risen majestically in the center of the training arena. It was the first time Yuanzhu encountered a level 9 magical beast. The body of the silver dragon was not as grand as one might envision, measuring slightly over 10 meters in length. It was only marginally larger than the golden crystalline tyrannosaur. Its scales, unlike the thick and robust armor of the golden beast, appeared lustrous and resplendent. The silver dragon and Apos' eyes gleamed with brilliance, adorned with intricate patterns that danced upon its silvery horn. Its 4 claws slightly retracted beneath its belly, radiating a silver glow that resembled small whirlpools of magical elements. The enormous wings extended majestically on either side of its body, creating an awe-inspiring canopy, hovering in the air, exuding an invisible majesty and a palpable pressure from the elemental energies that seemed to suffocate the very earth beneath it, encircled by an aura of tangible magical elements. The silver dragon formed a formidable elemental shield of purple tier without the need for incantations. Supporting himself with a brush, Ma Liang gazed at the colossal silver dragon above, pride gleaming in his eyes, although it had drained him of all his magical power, leaving him in a state of exhaustion that would require at least 10 days to recuperate. The sheer magnitude of unleashing such potent magic filled him with immense pride. The dragon and Apos' single strike, though solitary, possessed a might comparable to that of a purple tier attack. Go forth, silver dragon. Defend your pride and dignity with your strength. Responding to this command, the immense silver dragon flapped its wings and surged forward, encased in the purple tier magical shield, akin to a silver meteor hurtling toward Yuanzhu. Even though Ma Liang and Apos' magical prowess was not yet sufficient to fully command the silver dragon and unleash its utmost magical potential, this simple charge alone was enough to rival the ferocity of purple tier magic. The silver meteor, adorned with a dazzling tail of flames, soared forth. In the central trial arena, the air became utterly still, the overwhelming energy presence transforming the space into a vacuum in an instant. All elements had been completely absorbed by the silver dragon, its authority pressing down on the observing students, even through the protective barrier of the arena, rendering them breathless. Yuanzhu! A sharp, piercing cry rang out from beyond the arena, as a slender figure collided forcefully against the protective shield. Yet, no matter the effort exerted, it was impossible to breach this purple tier defense. As the silver dragon approached, it was not a mere collision but an act of consumption. Though the dragon released but a fleeting moment of brilliance, its destructive power was undeniably sufficient. With arms outstretched, Yuanzhu seemed to embrace the impending demise. His eyes closed in acceptance. Ferguson grew anxious, yet Nina insisted he refrain from intervening in the match. All present were left in stunned silence, witnessing the ascent of the first male student of the sound element, seemingly on the brink of falling in this competition. Only Nina at the podium maintained a semblance of calm, a faint smile gracing her lips. A golden halo appeared, akin to a savior, at the instant of the silver dragon's contact with Yuanzhu, manifesting around his left wrist for merely a heartbeat. Yet, in that ephemeral moment, a golden radiance enveloped his form. Already handsome, with an exquisitely elegant demeanor, Yuinzhu shone like a deity favored by the heavens, illuminated by the golden light. As if he were a star descended upon the earthly realm. The body of the silver dragon engulfed him, yet at the moment the silver dragon fully enveloped him. It seemed to become translucent. Everyone could distinctly observe Yuinzhu and Appos' golden form traversing within the silver dragon and Appos' body. What kind of power could be unleashed when all the magical elements within the testing ground simultaneously detonated under the influence of the 6 artifacts of the silver dragon? Chapter 23. The Divine Artifact, the Eternal Substitute Puppet, Part 1. The central training arena was ablaze with fervor. For centuries, this esteemed location within the Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts had never witnessed such tumult. The magically fortified ground lay in ruins, shattered into countless fragments that soared skyward, centered around the spot where Yuinzhu had previously stood. The earth itself sank beneath the onslaught. Fortunately, Ferguson and the faculty had infused their magical energy into the overall protective barrier beforehand, preventing the complete collapse of the central arena's defenses. Nonetheless, the violent tremors produced extensive fissures across the surrounding terrain. Ma Liang and Appos' body was hurled through the air like a ragged sack, crashing heavily against the protector, unconscious without uttering a sound. As he succumbed to darkness, 5 silver beams erupted from the epicenter of the explosion, merging into the ancient ring upon his hand. Luckily, his distance from the blast and Appos' core, combined with the fact that the silver dragon was his summon, meant that he was positioned in the area where the residual force was least potent, sparing him from a fatal demise. Teachers and students stood in stunned silence, gazing at the swirling debris and listening to the cacophony of falling stones. Who could have anticipated such a calamity during the freshman competition? Such overwhelming destructive power was beyond the capabilities of even fifth-year graduates. Yet, this was indeed the final showdown of the freshman tournament. Quick, save him. Ferguson, as the academy's headmaster, was the first to react. No one among the faculty felt more urgency than he, had he truly lost an extraordinarily gifted disciple. One who appeared only once in a century? As the protective barrier activated, a cloud of dust enveloped the arena, causing many students to cough. The teachers rushed from the podium towards the training ground. In that very instant, a slender figure dashed into the arena, targeting Ma Liang and Appos' fallen position. "I will kill you." A piercing and shrill cry surged toward the unconscious Ma Liang, where a black lightning bolt flickered in hand. Its speed so astonishing that even the teachers were caught off guard, helplessly watching as the blade, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper and Appos' scythe, aimed for Ma Liang and Appos' heart. "Sula, no." Just as the dark lightning was about to strike, a violet beam suddenly shot forth from the lingering dust. Clang! The black blade halted abruptly. Sula and Appos' slender form frozen in place as a purple needle pierced through the blade, resting precariously upon it, creating a most peculiar sound. Sula did not lunge at Ma Liang again. Instead, he turned, gazing vacantly at the dissipating smoke, murmuring, "Yuinzhu, you're not dead?" A tall figure slowly emerged from the mist, their black hair transformed into a gray hue by the dust, their face obscured by grime that concealed their once handsome features, save for the pristine white attire that remained untainted. In that moment, Sula forgot everything, relinquishing all thoughts, even failing to notice how his voice had softened. Far from the sharpness of a man's tone, the assassin and Appos' speed unfolded to its limit in an instant, crashing into Yuinzhu and Appos' embrace like a fledgling swallow, delicate arms tightly wrapping around his body as if fearing he might vanish. Tears streamed down, and his body trembled violently, oscillating between profound sorrow and immense joy, leaving his breath erratic. Gently, do you wish to strangle me?" "I am dirty," Yuinzhu smiled. "I don and amp. Appos, take care, I don and amp. Appos, take care. You frighten me to death." Sula exclaimed, overwhelmed by genuine emotion, forgetting the nature of the occasion. "All right, no more crying," Yuinzhu said, somewhat flustered as he comforted Sula. "You and Appos ruined my dagger. It was expensive. You must pay for it." All right, I will compensate," Yuinzhu replied, recalling that all their money seemed to be in Sula and Appos' possession. Ferguson, along with the teachers, had already arrived at the center of the arena, where a gaping pit over 20 meters in diameter had formed where Yuinzhu had previously stood. The central training ground was utterly ruined, requiring at least a month to restore. Yet, at that moment, Ferguson and Appos' spirits soared. Nothing could bring him greater joy than knowing Yuinzhu was unharmed. Ahem. Nina and Appos' Cough broke the air beside Vieri. Director Vieri, do not forget our wager. The frigid expression on Nina and Amp, Appos, face had vanished, replaced by a... Vieri seemed to suddenly recollect something, leaping to his feet. Life Guardian. It is the Life Guardian, right? You deliberately set me up. Nina feigned surprise. Set you up? Did I? You agreed to the wager of your own volition. I did not coerce you. The dean and the other teachers can attest to this. Is it fair that your students can wield the comparable divine artifact, the Silver Dragon 6 devices, while our sound division students cannot employ the Life Guardian? It seemed unreasonable. You. Vieri stared, dumbfounded, rendered speechless by Nina and Appos' retort. Ferguson coughed, suppressing a laugh. Very well, Director Vieri, let us abide by the terms of the wager. But Dean, my eternal stand-in puppet. On the sound division's viewing platform, all the beautiful women observed with relief as Yu Yinzhu emerged from the dust. Hai Yang, you pinched me just now, Xiang Wan whispered with a laugh in Hai Yang and Amp, Appos' ear. Hai Yang and Amp, Appos' chest heaved as he, but you just tore the hem of my garment. Are you afraid that if Yi Yinzhu perishes, your promise will be unfulfilled? Xiang Wan's cheeks flushed. Hai Yang, when did you become so sharp-tongued? Hai Yang smiled faintly. And you? I never saw you worry about any boy before. Xiang Wan huffed, however. This Yu Yinzhu seems to have little interest in women. Otherwise, why would he ignore so many beauties from our sound division? Look, he is embracing a man. That is a deep brotherly bond, a genuine display of emotions, Hai Yang remarked, instinctively flushing at her own words. On the Dark Division and Appos' viewing platform, the Wind Division's viewing platform, Roland gazed at Yi Yinzhu in the center of the arena, inexplicably exhilarated. This wretched fellow, against all odds, remained unscathed. His vitality surpassed even that of the clumsy dragons. In the stands of the heavy cavalry, Nesta chuckled, remarking that it appeared he had acquired yet another formidable opponent. Ferguson stood in the arena and Appos' center, smiling as he surveyed the crowd. Without the need for amplification, his voice resonated throughout the stands. I have several announcements to make. Firstly, the freshman competition has concluded. The champion hails from the Sound Magic Department, the runner-up from the Summoning Department, and the third place from the Heavy Cavalry Department. The participants from these three departments will receive intensive training from the Academy, and furthermore, the 15 students will be exempt from all tuition and accommodation fees for the next 5 years. The leaders of the three departments will also receive weapons or magical items, 1 for the Heavy Cavalry Department, 2 for the Summoning Department, and 3 for the Sound Magic Department, which they may select from the Academy and Appos' treasury. This has always been the standard reward for the freshman competition, and no one would dare to question it. Ferguson continued. Secondly, I formally announce that Yu Yinzhu is not only a student of the Sound Magic Department, but also my prized disciple. His magical prowess has been elevated directly from the red level to the yellow level due to the magical item I bestowed upon him, which concealed his true strength. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many realized why Yu Yinzhu was so formidable. He was indeed the director and Appos' disciple. This also clarified their previous doubts regarding his remarkable ascension in power. Who would dare to question Ferguson, the esteemed headmaster of Milan Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, and the chief court magician of the Milan Empire? Thirdly, the Orc tribe's autumn grain raid is about to commence. To better enhance the strength of our Academy students, we shall select a group of them to join the military in combating external threats. Naturally, the Academy will choose the most outstanding students from each department for this practical trial. Now, the freshman competition has officially concluded. Starting tomorrow, classes will commence in each department. I trust you have witnessed the prowess of the 2 students in today and Appos' battles. To become as powerful as they are, or even to surpass them, you must exert greater effort. I hope to see more exceptional talents emerge from our Milan Academy. With the 3 announcements made, the current freshman competition was conclusively at an end, and the students and Appos' studies would commence in earnest the following day. The Sound Magic Department undoubtedly emerged as the highlight of this freshman competition, astonishing countless onlookers. From the very first battle to the final, they maintained an unbroken streak, ultimately claiming the championship. As the leader of the Sound Magic Department, Yu Yinzhu naturally became the center of attention among the freshmen, demonstrating through his strength that sound mages were far from a trivial profession. Yinzhu, your purple bamboo needle is indeed sharp, capable of piercing through my dagger. Sula remarked casually, reclining on his bed and toying with the purple bamboo needle that had thwarted his attempt to eliminate Maoyang. It was nearing evening, and after finally bidding farewell to all the congratulatory visitors, the two could finally enjoy some peace. Yi Yinju responded with a smile. The purple bamboo needle is inherently sharp and resilient, and with the concentration of fighting energy at its tip, its penetrating power is naturally formidable. However, your black dagger appears quite exquisite. Why is it so fragile? I merely intended to strike it. Sura replied with irritation, I am a poor man. What fine dagger could I possibly possess? By the way, Yinju, when did you become a disciple of the dean? I was unaware of this. Yu Yinju spoke softly. Actually, I only became the dean and Appos, student after my competition with Nasta. However, the dean claimed I had long been his disciple to help me conceal my advancement beyond my level. Regarding Sura, he felt there was nothing to hide. The emotional expression Sura displayed at the conclusion of the match was deeply etched in his memory, a moment he would never forget. Aside from Yi Yinju had already regarded Sura as his closest friend. Sura chuckled. It seems the dean truly favors you. So, will you be partaking in the forthcoming battle at the front lines? Yi Yinju responded, I suppose so. My teacher instructed me to prepare. Sura, is it not a time of peace? Yet today, I gathered from my teacher that we are to engage in warfare against the orcs. Sura rolled his eyes and said, Yi Yinju, you might as well call yourself Yi Simpleton. How can you be oblivious to so many fundamental matters? The orc tribe inhabits the harsh and frigid northern wasteland, where they do not practice agriculture and can only rely on natural resources for sustenance. They may trade their unique northern specialties for food with human nations. During the spring and summer, when plants flourish and animals proliferate, food is not overly scarce. Come winter, the orcs face immediate supply challenges. Thus, every autumn, they mobilize their armies, seeking to procure food from the borders of the neighboring human kingdoms. This is what they refer to as an Appos, autumn raiding, and Appos. Yet, these conflicts are generally minor skirmishes. Therefore, as autumn approaches, the Milan Empire, a Scoli kingdom, and Flora kingdom concentrate their forces at the borders to contend with the orcs, striving to minimize their own losses. This leads us to the border defense battle in which we are about to participate. We? Yu Yinju exclaimed, astonished. Sura, are you also participating? Sura grinned proudly. Although the freshman tournament does not include our assassin department, our profession is indispensable during military campaigns. The scouts typically assigned to the army are merely ordinary light cavalry. However, assassins like us are among the most sought-after units. A skilled assassin can provide the army with invaluable intelligence and even assassinate the opposing commander. As the leader of the first-year assassin department, do you think I should join? You are the leader of the first-year assassin department? Yi Yinju inquired, his smile broadening. What? Are you unconvinced? Sura retorted. In the arena, I may not be able to surpass you, but in complex terrain, you might not stand a chance against me. As he spoke, the dagger in his hand, pierced through with a hole, glimmered with a green light. Yu Yinju and Appos, as heart skipped a beat. It was green-level fighting spirit, and of mid-tier strength. From the intensity of the fighting spirit, Sura was evidently even above Nasta, a revelation he had never anticipated. Sula, I have damaged your dagger. Please accept this as compensation. As he spoke, Yu Yinju retrieved an object from his bosom and tossed it to Sula. Sula caught it with an outstretched hand. It was a humanoid sculpture exquisitely carved from amethyst. Strangely, the sculpture bore no facial features. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, yet upon holding it, Sula was astonished to discover a peculiar elemental fluctuation emanating from within the amethyst figure. What is this? Sula inquired with curiosity. Yu Yinju replied. This was given to me by Grandma Nina when she visited this afternoon. She said she won it from the summoning department. It is called the Eternal Substitute Puppet. You merely need to let a drop of blood fall upon it, and it will recognize its master. It appears to be a protective item. What did you say? The Eternal Substitute Puppet? Sula jolted upright from the bed, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Yi Yinju. Yes, it is indeed the Eternal Substitute Puppet. What of it? Yi Yinju responded nonchalantly. Sula and Appos' voice quivered with apprehension. Yinju, do you understand the purpose of the Eternal Substitute Puppet? Yi Yinju shook his head, stating, I do not know the specifics. Sula's countenance grew gravely serious. The Eternal Substitute Puppet, also known as the Immortal Body, is a loader artifact. It is an artifact. Oh. Yu Yinju stretched his body, seemingly unfazed by the mention of the artifact. Hey, did you hear what I said? Sula expressed his dissatisfaction with Yi Yinju and Appos' demeanor. Yi Yinju smiled and remarked, let it be an artifact. It is yours now. Sula froze. His gaze fixated on Yuanzhu's clear eyes, astounded that he would offer him an artifact. Gently shaking his head, he replied, "No, I cannot accept this. Although I am unsure why Director Nina is so generous to gift you an artifact, this is indeed yours. As a mage, you require it far more than I do. The sole function of the eternal substitute puppet is unique among artifacts, which is precisely why it is classified as a low-tier artifact. Nevertheless, its efficacy rivals that of any artifact, for its singular ability is to render its master immune to all physical attacks, including martial energy." Stepping closer to Yuanzhu, he extended the amethyst figure back to him. "Sula, are we friends?" Yuanzhu inquired, furrowing his brow. However, once the eternal substitute puppet recognizes its master, that bond cannot be altered, and it will vanish upon the master's demise. In the history of the Dragon Kindness continent, the eternal substitute puppet has appeared only 3 times. 2 of its masters have already perished. Thus, this is the last one. Its value transcends any monetary measure. Sula stood there, utterly stunned. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from Yuanzhu since they had met. He realized he had hurt Yuanzhu. Crystal tears streamed down his cheeks. "Yuanzhu, do you truly believe I am more important than anything else? Fool. You are indeed a fool." Gazing at the amethyst figurine in his hands, he suddenly realized that this incredibly precious artifact seemed to pale in comparison to his relationship with Yuanzhu. It was merely an object, nothing more. Wiping away his tears with determination, Sula smiled, a sweet smile, cradling the amethyst figurine as if it were the embodiment of his feelings for Yuanzhu. He understood that he had acquired the most invaluable treasure in this world. Without hesitation, he bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the amethyst figurine. The blood vanished quietly, as if absorbed by a sponge. A faint purple halo rose from the base of the figurine, swiftly enveloping its entirety. Gradually, the figurine began to transform. The amethyst seemed to come alive, layers of purple light spreading continuously, and its form began to shift. The slender, elongated shape of the translucent amethyst figurine morphed, its chest subtly swelling, delicate features emerging with grace. A blush appeared on Sula and Apos' face. The blood served as a bridge between him and the eternal puppet. The pale purple halo surged dramatically as the amethyst figurine completely assumed a new form, merging into Sula and Apos' being. Reminiscent of the moment when purple energy fused into Yuanzhu and Apos' body. Standing on the path outside the villa, Yuanzhu gazed at the dormitory where he resided. Murmuring to himself, "Sula, do not let me down. If our friendship can be measured by material possessions, can it still be called friendship?" Extending his hand, he glanced at the address written on the note in his palm, then looked back at his dormitory. With a leap, he took to the air, vanishing at the path and Apos' end after a few agile bounds aided by his bamboo fighting spirit. The summoning department, as a vital component of the magic ministry, boasted commendable accommodations for its students. However, compared to the nearly individual villas enjoyed by the sound system students, it was still considerably lacking. Only those with immense strength or boundless wealth could claim their own dormitory here. Ma Liang was evidently one of the former. At that moment, Ma Liang lay on his bed with a furrowed brow, his head pounding, not from an exhausting afternoon of magical exertion, but from the incessant nagging of the summoning department head, Vieri, who had occupied his time all afternoon and had only just departed. Yet, he felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, aside from the Silver Dragon blood, the other 5 artifacts of the Silver Dragon 6 had already recognized their master. Otherwise, Vieri might have indeed considered using them to compensate for the loss of the eternal puppet. "Ma Liang, I have arrived." A clear voice echoed from outside the dormitory, invigorating Ma Liang, who quickly sat up. "Yi, is that you? Come in." Yuanzhu flashed in. The precise address of this dormitory having been conveyed to him through a note Ma Liang had given him earlier that day. Ma Liang, swaying slightly, pulled a chair closer and earnestly said, "Yi, thank you so much today. I heard everything. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have been eliminated by your friend. I originally thought I could control the Silver Dragon, but who knew it would spiral out of control in the end? Thank goodness for your good fortune. Otherwise, I truly would and Apos. Know how to explain myself." Yuanzhu smiled gently. Unexpected events are inevitable in competitions. It is all in the past now. You may call me Yuanzhu. As he gazed at him, Ma Liang also smiled, suddenly realizing that this heir of the Qin Zone was even more endearing than he had imagined. So innocent that he seemed incapable of harboring grudges. Yuanzhu chuckled. "What do I count as a master? When I competed against Nesta that day, I had merely just entered the realm of sword and heart. In fact, you are far stronger than I. If it weren't for your life guardian shielding you from my attacks today, I would have lost long ago. Ma Liang sighed with a wry smile. I too am not relying on my own strength. We all possess magical artifacts, and your life guardian coincidentally counters my one-time used silver dragon. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries. Has Qin Zhongju sent you here? Yu Yingzhu nodded. Ma Liang pondered for a moment. That means there are already 3 of us from the East Dragonate sects in the academy. Yingzhu, you must exercise caution in all that you do from now on. Though I do not understand why the principal would conceal your extraordinary rise, such fortune may not persist. As a member of the East Dragonate sects, you must be more vigilant in your endeavors. Yu Yingzhu gazed at him in surprise. Why? Is it that our East Dragonate sects cannot be seen by others? Frowning, he added, I do not comprehend our connection to the Fa Lan's 7 towers. Ma Liang looked at him with astonishment. You are unaware? Did not Qin Zhongju enlighten you about our East Dragonate sects? Yu Yingzhu shook his head in confusion. Grandfather Qin has never spoken to me about it. He only advised me to conceal my strength and not disclose matters regarding our Qin Zone. Ma Liang reflected. That is strange. With your strength, you ought to have already discerned the secrets of the East Dragon. Since you do not know, it is not my place to reveal it. Qin Zhongju will undoubtedly provide you clarity in due time. Just remember my words. Be cautious, strive to cultivate, and enhance your strength. We are all at Milan Magic Martial Academy, and we shall look out for one another. Oh, by the way, a disciple from the chess sect of this generation has also entered the academy, alongside me. He is the main representative of the spatial system in the upcoming freshman competition. However, you missed him, so you have yet to meet. I shall introduce you to him another day. My injury will require about a week to heal, but fortunately, I will be able to participate in this year's border defense war, and at that time, we shall fight side by side. As they approached the dormitory entrance, Yu Yingzhu caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, and his stomach instinctively rumbled, making him realize he was indeed hungry. Sula, you. Sula smiled. What about me? Let us eat. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. As he spoke, his body swayed slightly, and Yu Yingzhu was astonished to see Sula become transparent. Indeed, he had completely transformed into a figure of transparency. Tentatively reaching out, Yu Yingzhu was horrified to find his hand could pass right through Sula. Sula, what has happened to you? Sula chuckled. Fool, this is the effect of the eternal stand-in puppet. Once the eternal substitute puppet is employed, it seamlessly merges with its master, transforming into an ethereal form at will, either when attacked or under my mental command. I discovered that it not only grants immunity to all physical and energy attacks, but also enhances my speed, truly a perfect asset for an assassin. Yi Yingzhu, like a child, playfully stirred within Sula's body, experiencing the absence of any tangible sensation. It was utterly marvelous, indeed wondrous. Are you not invincible now? The sumptuous dinner, replete with color, aroma, and flavor, brought Yi Yingzhu immense joy. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Sula and Appo's emotions after gifting her the eternal substitute puppet. The softness in her expression and gaze towards him had noticeably deepened. As dawn broke, infusing Milan Academy with new vitality. Yi Yingzhu had already arrived early at the first-year classroom of the Department of Divine Sound. Today marked the commencement of classes, and he was eager to discover what knowledge Milan would bestow upon him. Additionally, there was another reason for his early arrival. As the beauties of the Department of Divine Sound gradually entered the teaching building, Yu Yingzhu approached Hai Yang and his classmates, Lan Shi, Schwelling, and Conquebec. What type of prizes do you desire? He inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Regrettably, there are only 3. I cannot give each of you one. Following the conclusion of the competition, Ferguson had instructed the top 3 representatives of the winning departments to select their prizes this morning. The 4 exchanged glances. And Lan Shi exclaimed in surprise, Yingzhu, that prize is a reward for the victorious department and Appo's representative, right? Yi Yingzhu chuckled. We participated as a collective. The rewards ought to be shared among us. I cannot claim them all. The exemption from tuition and accommodation fees is already a splendid reward for me. Conque scoffed. Always so cold, as if someone owes her something. I have no need for it either. Schwelling and Lan Shi nodded in agreement, with Schwelling cheerfully stating, Yingzhu, we appreciate your kindness, but we truly do not desire anything. Besides, without you, we would not have participated in the competition. We have witnessed the extent of your efforts to secure our victory. Without your care during the contest, we might have sustained injuries. Those rewards rightfully belong to you. Lan Shi concurred, indeed. Yingzhu, Just remember to teach me to play the piano when you have the time. Very well, Yi Inju replied, somewhat resigned. I shall choose at random. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The treasure trove of Milan Magic and Martial Arts Academy. In terms of magical artifacts alone, rivals that of the royal treasury of the Milan Empire. The countless gifts from noble families and rewards from the Milan royalty are beyond enumeration. Under Ferguson and Appos' guidance, Yi Inju, Malyong, and Nesta navigated through 3 formidable barriers before arriving at a grand door fortified with powerful magical defenses. Ferguson softly recited an incantation, sealing the door behind them. All right. You may now select freely, he smiled. Here lies an array of commonplace weapons and magical artifacts, alongside numerous exquisite treasures. The selection is contingent upon your fortune and discernment. This place is exclusively accessible to the headmaster. Without his guidance, even a level 9 magical beast could not penetrate its defenses. The treasury is vast, filled with rows of treasure halls, most of which shimmer with a radiant brilliance, though some appear dim and unremarkable, creating a dazzling spectacle. The elemental fluctuations here are exceedingly erratic, imparting an unsettling sensation. My armor was damaged by that rascal Yuinshu, so I am in need of a new suit of armor. Nestor had long since set his sights on a specific objective, making his way directly towards the section on the left that housed defensive items. Malyong smiled slightly and remarked, I wish to acquire a magical defensive artifact, preferably one that also reduces mana consumption while casting spells. Given his current prowess, utilizing the 6 artifacts of the Silver Dragon was quite a stretch. Thus he was eager to find something suitable for himself. After stating his intention, he proceeded to the right, meticulously searching among the magical items. Inju, what about you? You have 3 choices, Ferguson said with a smile directed at Yuinshu. Inju appeared somewhat perplexed and replied, Teacher, I am unsure of what to choose. Perhaps you could select for me? Ferguson chuckled lightly, saying, That will not do. If I were to choose for you, others would surely accuse me of favoritism for my own disciple. Make your own selection. However, I can offer you a piece of advice sometimes. The most unassuming items may possess the greatest value. Yuinshu and Appos' interest was piqued as he inquired, Teacher, he had lost the 5 ancient guqins of the Qin sect and was left with only the highway Qin Wei Guqin gifted by Director Nina. Different musical pieces yield the best effects only when performed on the most suitable ancient instrument. Ferguson smiled and replied, There may be some. There are so many items here that I cannot recall them all. You shall have to search for yourself. I will step outside and return in 1 hour. Remember, you have only 1 hour. Regardless of what you choose, you must leave with me at that time. Do not think of taking additional items. Each object here bears a magical mark. Only through my dispelling can you take them with you. Chapter 24. The Divine Artifact of the Zither, Part 1. As Yi Inju pondered over his choice, he was suddenly startled by Nasta and Appos' exclamation. Wow, what a colossal sword. Who could possibly wield such a weapon? Intrigued, Yi Inju hurried over, navigating past several treasure pavilions, only to find Nasta staring in astonishment at a weapon before him, a sword of unimaginable size, so grand that it defied all conventions. The treasure vault itself was vast, towering over 10 meters, yet this sword had to be positioned at an angle due to its immense length. Measuring about 1 meter in width, 10 meters, and half a meter in thickness, the blade shimmered in a dark blue hue, devoid of any blood grooves, for such a massive sword rendered them utterly pointless. Its weight was beyond estimation. Even Yi Inju could not fathom it. Centrally located on the dark blue blade was an ancient and intricate pattern, suggesting its age and storied history. Were it not for its slanted posture and the sword and Appos' handle extending over 3 meters, one might scarcely recognize it as a sword. Perhaps due to its sheer size, the blade and hilt bore no additional embellishments apart from that archaic design. Yet, the substantial heft and faint scent of blood hinted at its formidable nature, indicating it was far more than mere decoration. Approaching slowly, Yi Inju, like Nasta, reached out to touch the dark blue blade. Suddenly, a jolt akin to an electric shock coursed through him, infused with a dominating presence that seemed capable of splitting the heavens. Amidst this overpowering aura was a striking sense of familiarity, as if the sword recognized him and beckoned him forth. Nasta, do you feel anything? Yuinju instinctively inquired. Nasta shook his head in bewilderment. Feel? What feeling? This sword is truly extraordinary. I believe its weight could cleave a full-grown dragon in 2. My blood soul spear is already the longest among dragon spears. Yet it measures only about 8 meters. This sword exceeds 13 meters in length and Oppos, S simply unfathomable. By weight alone, only the golden behemoth from the far north could wield it. But they never employ weapons, relying solely on their claws. Yuanzhu regarded him with curiosity. Was it only he who could perceive that overwhelming yet comforting sensation? And why was that? His gaze returned to the softly shimmering dark blue blade. To his astonishment, he saw his own reflection upon its surface, his eyes emanating a gentle purple light. The originally handsome and gentle features of his face appeared more imposing under the influence of those violet eyes. A warm current surged through his veins, and that sensation of power returned. As he focused on the ornate pattern on the gigantic blade, it seemed to shift in an instant. The dark blue hue transformed into a radiant purple, imbued with a fierce and lethal energy. The patterns danced rapidly, and two ancient characters gleamed at the center of the sword in amp, Oppos, S body, purple, crystal. These simple words resonated profoundly within Yuanzhu and amp, Oppos, S heart. Was this its name, the purple crystal sword? I shall claim it as my own. Nest, you wooden and amp, Oppos, T want this too, would you? Inju, have you lost your mind? Do you truly wish to transform into a warrior? However, this sword is far too large and ill-suited for you. Nest gazed at him in astonishment. Yuanzhu shook his head and replied, No, I certainly do not aspire to be a warrior. However, I am fond of this sword. Perhaps a friend of mine would appreciate it as well. I shall take it. Nest, resigned, remarked, Who could deny you, the champion? Your selection of 3 items allows for indulgence. Do as you please. Nonetheless, in terms of size, this sword undoubtedly claims first place here. I have no interest in it. I would prefer to acquire an appropriate suit of armor. With that, he wasted no time, hastening towards the armory where the armor was stored. Yuanzhu refrained from placing the amethyst giant sword into his spatial ring, recalling Ferguson's warning that the items here bore magical seals, and the sword's immense weight far exceeded 1,000 pounds. He could only leave it here temporarily, awaiting Ferguson and amp, Oppos, S removal of the magical imprint after an hour so that he could directly transfer it to his spatial ring. Once he relinquished his grip on the amethyst giant sword, the familiar sensation vanished instantly. Turning around, Yuanzhu prepared to explore the armory, hoping to find a zither. A guqin would undoubtedly be his finest choice. As he pivoted to depart from the weapons, something unassuming caught his eye. It was a dagger, entirely black, standing out amidst the radiant treasures. Strangely, it exhibited no reflection whatsoever, reminiscent of Sula and Oppos' S dagger. He approached and instinctively picked it up. The dagger measured approximately 1 foot 2 inches in length, positioned between a short sword and a dagger, with a 4-inch handle and an 8-inch blade. The end of the handle was intricately carved with a grotesque demon's visage, particularly striking were its eyes, fashioned from 2 tiny rubies that glimmered with an eerie light. In stark contrast to the amethyst giant sword, which exuded warmth upon touch, this dagger instilled an immediate sense of revulsion in Yuanzhu. A chilling aura coursed through his meridians, enveloping his entire being, as if all his pores had sealed themselves in discomfort due to the cold. The surface of the dagger seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of dark energy, which likely accounted for its lack of reflection, including that of the 2 rubies. Before long, Yuanzhu comprehended the source of his aversion to the dagger. The dark elemental fluctuations emanating from it were alarmingly sinister. A substantial amount of dark energy appeared to be sealed within the dagger by some form of magic, continuously exuding a frigid, malevolent sensation. Although he found it distasteful, Yuanzhu could distinctly sense that this dagger possessed formidable strength. Upon grasping it, the brilliance of all surrounding weapons and armors dimmed considerably, with only the amethyst giant sword remaining steadfast and undisturbed. Indeed, this must be it. Though he loathed it, Sula was an assassin, and it was likely he would find great delight in this non-reflective dagger. In a moment of urgency, the purple bamboo divine needle pierced through Sula and amp, Oppos' S dagger, disrupting the rather feeble magical array inscribed upon it. Although he had already offered the eternal substitute puppet to Sula as compensation, he resolved to select a dagger for her after the 4 maidens of the sound system declined his goodwill. Inju, what troubles you? Ma Liang and Nesta arrived almost simultaneously. Without hesitation, Yuanzhu recounted the incident, prompting both to express their astonishment. This dagger is quite impressive. I find it appealing, Ma Liang remarked. However, I am not a warrior. As for that colossal sword, I dare not commend it, no matter how fine it may be. What use is it if one cannot wield it? Inju, you must think carefully. Yuanzhu smiled gently and replied, Once I have made my choice, I do not wish to reconsider. Regardless, I am quite fond of it. Now, you may proceed to choose. Both the dagger and the great sword belong to me. After all, given Nesta's disposition, he shall not be using a dagger. Am I mistaken? Nesta laughed heartily. You do know me well. I have already chosen my prize, and it awaits over there. I shall don it shortly for your viewing pleasure. With that, he dashed away, brimming with excitement. Ma Liang continued his treasure-hunting expedition, while Yuanzhu began to explore the vault. As time slipped away, approaching the hour mark, Yuanzhu had yet to select his third prize. He had traversed the vault but found no trace of the guqin. Strangely, after encountering the black dagger and the purple crystal greatsword, he found himself unimpressed by the other items, whether magical artifacts, weapons, or armor. In truth, nothing captivated him particularly. There are indeed many fine treasures here. It is a pity one can only select two, Ma Liang inquired, approaching Yuanzhu. Have you made your choice? Not yet. I still require one more item. But I am uncertain what to select. There is no guqin that I desire, Yuanzhu replied. Perhaps you simply have not discovered it yet. I believe there are plenty of items here. I noticed some other instruments earlier. How could there be none of the guqin? Ma Liang lowered his voice conspiratorially. Is there no special method within your zither sect for locating a guqin? Upon hearing this, Yuanzhu and Apos' clear gaze suddenly brightened. How could he have forgotten that method? Contemplating this, he swiftly acted, summoning the sea moon luminous zither from his spatial ring. Cradling it in his left arm, he gently stroked its strings with his right hand. A soft yellow magical energy manifested upon his 4 fingers, and as they glided across the strings, a deep, resonant hum echoed. During his studies, Qin Shang had once told him that a fine guqin would resonate when it heard the sounds of other guqins, producing a response only audible to a sound master amid the vibrations of melody. At that moment, within the notes of the sea moon luminous zither, he indeed captured such a sound emanating from one end of the vault, a crisp resonance that starkly contrasted with the deep hum typical of most guqins. Yet Yuanzhu was confident that he could not be mistaken. Although the guzheng and pipa are also string instruments, they possess a resonant quality that lacks the guqin's ethereal and lingering tones. What manner of guqin could this be? Guided by the sound of the instrument, Yuanzhu soon found himself in a corner of the treasure vault, with Ma Liang curiously trailing behind him. This was still a treasure cabinet, adorned with various magical artifacts that emanated a faint glow, yet there was no guqin among them. At last, he pinpointed the precise source of the melody. It turned out to be a simple ring, crafted from yellow jade, appearing lustrous yet devoid of shine. Remarkably, the sound resonated from this very object. It was a spatial ring, and Yuanzhu immediately discerned its nature. At the same time, he was astounded. Despite the spatial ring and Apos' barrier, the resonance of the guqin and Apos' sound could still be heard. What sort of guqin could this be? It was utterly incredible. Whether it was the 5 guqins he had lost from the Qin sect or the current Haiwei Qinghui, anything stored within a spatial ring would elicit no sensation. Yet this guqin was different, which could only indicate one thing. The guqin concealed within this ring was unparalleled by any he had ever encountered. Lifting the ring, Yuanzhu cautiously attempted to communicate with it using his mental energy. Generally, as long as a spatial ring has not been claimed, it bears no mental imprint, allowing any mage to connect with it through their own mental force to retrieve its contents. Naturally, if a mage's spatial ring lacks a mental imprint, it would not house valuable items. Yet the ring before him was evidently an anomaly. Yuanzhu and Apos' focus easily found its target. And with the connection and activation of his mental energy, a flash of light revealed a guqin materializing in his hands. This guqin was entirely orange, bearing an ancient design, with 7 strings that shimmered with a translucent quality. The material was unknown, but a gentle orange aura flowed across its surface, and merely gazing at the light emanating from the instrument evoked a sense of sorrow. The resonance of the strings continued, akin to a lament or a soft chant. Though no strings were plucked, the clarity and brightness of the sound captivated the soul, inducing a state of forgetfulness and selflessness. One hand cradled the guqin while the other gently brushed its surface. Yuanzhu stood entranced, his eyes filled with tenderness in that moment. He was utterly enraptured. Ma Liang, standing silently behind him, refrained from interrupting. Although he had little understanding of the guqin, he recognized that Yuanzhu had entered a unique realm, one facilitated by this extraordinary instrument. The guqin exhibited no elemental fluctuations, yet it radiated emotion. In terms of magical items, they are generally categorized from low to high as common, refined, spiritual, soul, and divine artifacts. Notably, soul and divine artifacts are characterized by their emotions, which arise from the presence of a soul within them. For instance, the exquisite Silver Dragon 6 artifact exudes the noble and imposing aura of the Silver Dragon. At that moment, the orange guqin before them was the most emotionally resonant of all objects Ma Liang had ever encountered. Even his Silver Dragon 6 artifacts pale in comparison. He was unaware of the exact nature of it, yet he clearly understood that Yuan Zhu had indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time. Just as Ma Liang had envisioned, Yuan Zhu was now wholly immersed in a different realm. His spirit transcended into an orange-hued space, where all surroundings faded away, leaving only the ancient zither, softly resonating in a low murmur. A sound, faint yet poignant, echoed deep within Yuan Zhu and Apos' heart, its melancholy and clarity reflecting a tumultuous wave of emotions, as if seeking to silently unveil a wondrous melody. 500 years ago, I was known as Ming Zhu, a maiden named Lan Mingzhu. At the age of 18, I fell deeply in love with a man named Qinji, who was 20 years my senior. Yet, I adored him without reservation. I recall a morning bathed in the golden light of dawn when I ventured into a maple forest in pursuit of a lovely white feathered sparrow. It was then that I heard the music of the zither, clear and melodious like a tranquil stream, a celestial sound. I beheld him, Qinji, a man in white, with distinct features. He sat serenely amidst a carpet of crimson leaves, his hair gently cascading over his forehead, fingers gliding over the orange zither before him as the intoxicating melody of nature flowed forth. From that moment, I unreservedly fell in love with him. Accompanied by the ethereal strains of the zither and the swirling descent of countless red leaves, I could not help but dance in the style of an ichong. Thus, I twirled amidst the vibrant foliage for a stranger clad in white. The Lan family of Landias wielded immense power and wealth. Yet, how I longed to be an ordinary girl. But I was not. I was Lan Mingzhu, the cherished daughter of the Lan family as head. Qinji, the man I adored despite his 20 years of age over me, was merely a wandering minstrel, a poet of such humble standing, reliant on his musical talent for sustenance. His lowly status and advanced years brought shame upon the Lan family, rendering him unworthy, as my father would assert. Thus, our interactions were restricted. However, as the eldest daughter of the Lan family, I had never feared anyone or anything. I was my father's only daughter, and even having witnessed him ruthlessly execute errant servants, I remained unafraid of him. I sought every possible means to find Qinji, openly declaring to all, I love him, and regardless of the consequences, I shall be with him. On a night when gentle rain fell, I stealthily ventured out once more to seek him, only to find him collapsed on the ground, his blood blooming like a crimson rose in the night. It was my father's doing. It was he. I thought to myself, he once told me, if I were to be joyful for a moment, he might share in my happiness for a few days. Yet if I were to be sorrowful, he would undoubtedly bear my pain for years. But now, my father had slain him. I shed no tears, for they had already flowed within my heart. Instead, I laughed with wild abandon, like a lily dancing recklessly in the wind, enchanting and mysterious. That was my father's masterpiece. I swore, I merely wished to frighten him. I truly never intended to kill my father. It was I who placed that serpent upon my father and Apos' bed, a manifestation of my revenge for his transgression against Qinji. However, I never intended to take his life. Yet the undeniable truth remains. I have slain my own father. Yes, I have killed the man who cherished me, indulged my whims, and even allowed me to pluck at his beard without a frown. Regardless of his flaws, to me, he was a good father. In this world, there is little left for me to cherish. With scissors in hand, I traced a graceful arc upon my wrist, and then I smiled, unburdened by earthly ties. I became a pearl in the hands of the divine, beseeching for 500 years. Since the moment I became aware of the divine and Apos' existence, I realized that all things are possible. I implored the deity to allow me to see him. The divine always replied that fate is predetermined and our bond has ended. And even if I were to see him again, he would not recognize me. I insisted I did not mind. I merely wished to behold him, the man I had loved and yearned for over 5 centuries. The deity stated that I had become a part of the divine, and if I were to proceed, I must remember not to shed tears, for the divine values a heart untainted by the worldly, unaffected by earthly matters, serene and undisturbed, neither joyous nor sorrowful, neither angered nor despondent. The divine transformed me into a beautiful butterfly. Days turned into weeks, and I traversed boundless oceans. Months passed, and I soared over vast deserts. Years flew by, and I scaled towering mountains. At last, I arrived at that grove of maple trees, where the crimson leaves danced in the air. His present life mirrored that of 5 centuries ago, carefree and unrestrained. Yet my joy was fleeting, for I beheld a figure, a young maiden in a pink robe, gracefully dancing before him, her fingers caressing an orange-hued zither, playing quiet night thoughts. His face radiated joy, his eyes filled with her image. He grasped her hand, gazing at her with profound affection, declaring, "You are truly beautiful." They nestled together. "You are truly beautiful," he had once said to me in this very grove 5 centuries prior. I feigned indifference, for I had come merely to see him, truly, nothing more. Who dare say I am indifferent? How could I possibly remain unaffected? Could I achieve such a feat? I could not. I had overestimated my own resolve. I fluttered before him, near enough to whisper in his ear, crying out, "I am Mingzhu, your Mingzhu from 500 years ago, do you not remember?" Yet he could not hear me. He was wholly absorbed in his affection for the maiden, saying, "Yeah, look at how lovely this butterfly is." The maiden, in playful jest, retorted, "Are you implying I am not lovely?" He immediately grew anxious, hastening to clarify, "No, no, you are the most beautiful and adorable in all the world. Even this butterfly pales in comparison to you." I wept. I finally wept. I could not contain my tears. The divine admonished me against crying. Memories flooded back, the orange-hued zither, the enchanting melody, the fiery red maple leaves. I felt myself fading, becoming increasingly insubstantial. Perhaps he truly comprehended my sorrow. He forsook all earthly ties, pouring his heart into the zither. He journeyed far and wide, procuring a millennium-old paulownia from the southern mountains, infusing it with 49 herbs, gently roasting it over low flames for 81 days before retrieving it. Under the gentle sunlight, I spent 108 days drying the strings of that orange-hued instrument, which holds the essence of my soul. After 3 years of painstaking effort, I crafted a new piano named Flying Water Pearls. I became the spirit of the flying water pearls. Crystal-like tears fell upon the gleaming strings, shattering into countless smaller droplets that quietly rolled away, leaving one to ponder whether it was the person shedding tears or the instrument itself. Flying Water Pearls is indeed a remarkable creation. Qin Shang once spoke of this piano, describing it succinctly as the pinnacle of musical instruments. The man named Qin Ji is none other than the name of the first-generation master of the Qin sect. Yi Yingzhu was unsure why Flying Water Pearls found its way here, yet he was certain he would never part with this instrument, vowing to remain by its side eternally, sharing in its sorrows and grievances. Before departing from the Azure Sky Sea, Qin Shang had once told Yi Yingzhu that if he wished to match his strength against the law on 7 towers, he must seek the divine artifact among the pianos. What is this divine artifact? Naturally, it is the piano itself. In the contemporary world, only 3 pianos can be deemed as divine artifacts, and Flying Water Pearls, with the blue pearl as its soul, is one of them. "Yingzhu, what troubles you?" Ferguson and Amp, Oppos, as concerned voice roused Yu Yingzhu from his reverie. He realized he was gripping Flying Water Pearls even tighter. Yu Yingzhu turned to Ferguson, along with Nesta and Ma Yang. At that moment, Nesta donned a dark red armor adorned with splendid patterns, his tall frame exuding an imposing presence. This armor complemented his blood soul spear remarkably in color. Ma Yang had changed into a magical robe featuring a row of gray crystals on the front, and he held a necklace composed of unidentified gemstones. "Teacher, I wish to possess this piano. May I?" His gaze bore no trace of hope, only resolute determination. Ferguson smiled slightly and replied, "Of course. A fine piano deserves to be in the hands of an exceptional, divine musician. I was unaware that our treasury concealed such an instrument imbued with such profound emotions." On his left hand, Yi Yingzhu now adorned a yellow jade ring, signifying his bond with Flying Water Pearls. He resolved that within this ring, nothing would reside aside from Flying Water Pearls. At that moment, a woman in her 40s was lecturing at the front of the class. Though Yu Yingzhu did not recognize her, she certainly knew the leading figure of the divine music department. Upon seeing him enter, seemingly lost, and taking a seat beside Lan Shi, she chose to continue her lesson without further comment. Regrettably, on this first day of class, Yi Yingzhu absorbed not a single word. "Yingzhu, what is amiss?" Lan Shi gently nudged him, whispering her inquiry. Yi Yingzhu was abruptly jolted awake, and his not-so-soft exclamation provoked a chorus of soft laughter from the ladies, with Lan Shi and Oppos, face flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Unable to meet the gaze of the teacher, "Yu Yingzhu, do you have any questions?" The female teacher inquired with a gentle gaze. Yu Yingzhu sat there in a daze, appearing somewhat endearing to the girls with his handsome, yet bewildered demeanor. "Teacher, do musical instruments truly possess their own souls?" "Indeed, they do. As a maestro of divine melodies, One must first grasp the very essence of the instrument to render more enchanting compositions. Perhaps this is an ethereal concept. Yet I firmly believe that even the most ordinary of instruments possesses a soul. The once dazed gaze of Yi Yinzhu gradually cleared as he rose from his seat, bowing respectfully to the female instructor. Thank you, esteemed teacher, I comprehend now. At that moment, the bell of the magical amplifier signaling the end of class resounded, marking the conclusion of the first day and Appos' lesson. The afternoon was designated for free practice, and the curriculum at Milan Magic Martial Academy was notably lenient. The students fortunate enough to study here were well aware of the value of diligence. Naturally, the so-called premier department of divine melodies was an exception. Exiting the classroom, Yinzhu exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs, his spirits restored to normalcy. The instructor and Appos' words had awakened him to the realization that all instruments possess a soul. Be it the cascading water pearls or the moonlit sea. The ability to perceive the emotions of the cascading water pearls and listen to its tales signified its acknowledgement of him. Any magical artifact can only unleash its full potential in the hands of the most suitable individual. You toil daily to tidy the room and prepare meals for me. Allow me to offer you a token of commission, Yinzhu remarked with a smile. Sula chuckled. Commission for me? Do you possess any wealth? The salary from the Piaolan Xian has yet to be dispersed. With a grin, Yinzhu summoned forth a glimmering black-bladed dagger selected from the treasure, presenting it before Sula. Behold, how long might this serve as your commission? Upon seeing the dagger, Sula momentarily froze, quickly realizing it was the very item Yinzhu had chosen for her that day. Wiping the remnants of vegetable juices from her hands, she accepted it with both hands. This is. The frigid aura, its sinister sharpness, and the demonic ruby eyes captivated her deeply. Sula trembled, her body betraying an involuntary quiver. The sigh of angels. Is this truly the sigh of angels? Sula exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon Yinzhu, her eyes wide with astonishment. So, it is named the Sigh of Angels. Its fearsome appearance belies such a melodious title. No wonder when I took it along with the amethyst giant sword, the teacher appeared somewhat pained. Yinzhu remarked nonchalantly. Melodious? Are you aware that the Sigh of Angels bears another designation? Sula inquired as she held the dagger aloft, tracing a graceful arc through the air. A chilling aura enveloping them that sent a shiver down Yinzhu's spine. What is it? He asked. The Blade of Curses, Sula replied solemnly. Though it is not a divine artifact, it is indeed a high-tier soul weapon. The Blade of Curses enhances its attack power by 200% against magical defenses and 150% against physical defenses. Silent and unseen. Any combat energy infused within it will emit no light. It is named the Blade of Curses because those injured by it will bleed profusely and perish unless treated with light-based magic of at least the Azure grade. In our realm of assassins, although it may not be a divine artifact, it is nonetheless revered as the uncrowned king among us. Haha. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. Sula, how long do you think this commission will last? Yinzhu said with a hint of pride. Sula retorted with irritation. The angel and Appos' sigh may be regarded as a decent weapon for warriors or mages, but for us assassins, it is an invaluable gem. To consider this as mere commission, its worth could rival that of purchasing an entire city and Appos' worth of slaves. You fool, always giving away treasures. And it's either a divine artifact or a soul weapon. Truly, you are a prodigal spender. A rare mischievous grin crept onto Yinzhu and Appos' innocent face. I think it and Appos' quite a bargain. I and Appos' give it to you, and in return, you can tidy my room for a lifetime and cook for me forever. This item is of no use to me. Chapter 25, the 8th level of the Purple Rank Beauty, Part 1. Sula and Appos' ordinary visage was flushed with 2 shades of crimson as he gazed at Yinzhu. Momentarily rendered speechless, he realized that his heart raced fervently, and everything around him faded into insignificance. In his mind, only Yinzhu and Appos' recent words lingered. Ah, my ribs, Sula exclaimed, dashing towards the kitchen with the angel and Appos' sigh in hand. In the midst of his bustling, he called out, Yinzhu, I accept this. However, do not expect me to serve you for a lifetime. We are friends. After all, what is yours is mine. Yinzhu chuckled softly and replied, do as you wish. Just don't ask me for commissions in the future. In truth, the meager funds he possessed were all in Sula's hands, making it most appropriate for him to rely on Sula Yinzhu. Do you know? In the past few days, since Haven and Appos' visited the floating orchid pavilion, Countless patrons have inquired about you from us servers, Sula remarked with a smile. Yi Zhu, somewhat foolishly, inquired about what? Sula, your understanding is truly vast. It seems there is nothing you are unaware of, Yi Zhu said, gazing at him with a hint of envy. Sula, brimming with pride, replied, of course. Who do you think you are, little fool? Am I small? I stand a whole head taller than you, Yi Zhu retorted, gesturing to emphasize that he was indeed significantly taller than Sula. What does height matter? In the future, you ought to address me as Teacher Sula. Consider how much I have taught you. Yi Zhu, astonished, exclaimed, isn't it only the elderly who can be teachers? Sula, could it be that you are not as youthful as you appear? You truly infuriate me. The worthy are the teachers. Do you not understand? I do not. Sula replied, at a loss for words. When the two arrived at the floating orchid pavilion, it had yet to commence its operations. Upon entering, they encountered Dida. Since they began working there, both Sula and Yi Zhu had garnered quite a following. Yi Zhu was naturally adored for his exceptional piano skills, while Sula was appreciated for his swift and meticulous work ethic. The other servers treated him with great regard. Perhaps it was due to the satisfactory earnings of the servers that conflicts were almost non-existent among them. Zhu, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have become deaf from the incessant inquiries of the customers. Dida jested as he ushered them inside. Sula glanced at Zhu and said, I shall change into my work attire. You may head upstairs. I will bring you tea shortly. All right, Zhu responded, ascending the stairs accompanied by Dida towards his designated performance spot. Brother Dida, I apologize for my absence. The academy had matters to attend to, Zhu explained. Dida smiled and replied, no worries. The boss has mentioned that you should attend to your affairs without concern for here. After all, your wages are calculated daily. However, I have noticed that the boss is quite fond of your music. Each time you play, he sits alone at the stairway on the 3rd floor, watching you with rapt attention for an entire afternoon. Naturally, we all adore your melodies. They are truly intoxicating. As he spoke, Yi Zhu arrived at his designated position. Once seated, Dida lowered the silk curtain, obscuring him from the outside world. Yi Zhu cherished this solitude, as it allowed him to play the piano without distraction. Behind him stood a majestic ancient tree. Whenever he occupied this spot, he felt as though he could sense the heartbeat of the tree. The fresh air and comforting ambience invigorated him, enhancing his musical expression. Outside, the lively sounds signaled the opening of the Piao Lan Xian. At that moment, the curtain was drawn aside, and Sula poked his head in. Here, have some tea before you begin. Don't overexert yourself. Take a break after each piece. You play for hours on end. Don't your hands tire? Sula said with genuine concern, placing a teapot and cup before him, pouring him a drink. The tea was a pale blue, crystal clear, exuding a gentle fragrance that was refreshing to the senses. Sula, what type of tea is this today? It's different from what I've had before, Yi Zhu remarked, taking a sip. The tea carried a hint of bitterness, but it was soon followed by a subtle sweetness that lingered on his palate. Sula blushed, believing Yi Zhu had not noticed due to his lowered gaze. This is forget-me-not, a purely natural wildflower tea, also offered to the imperial palace. It nourishes the yin, replenishes the kidneys, invigorates the blood, clears the heart and lungs, calms the liver, nurtures the eyes, and promotes beauty and vitality. Go ahead, it's a fine brew. It's one of the most expensive types. I secretly prepared it for you. Forget-me-not, what a lovely name. Sula, you're not worried I might forget you, are you? Yi Zhu teased. Of course not. We are good brothers. But your memory is impressive. You've only just begun working here, and you're nearly an expert on floral teas. He took another sip, unable to suppress his admiration. Sula, feeling the heat rise in his face, quickly adjusted the curtain and exited with the tray, anxious that Yi Zhu might see his flushed cheeks, pressing lightly against his chest. He felt the rapid beat of his heart and silently questioned himself. Why had he chosen this particular floral tea? After savoring his cup, Yi Zhu commenced his afternoon performance. Once again, he played the Hai Yu Qing Hui piano, releasing a series of deep and captivating melodies from his 8 fingers. Those who had previously heard him play sensed a change in the music today. The innocence that characterized his earlier performances seemed diminished, replaced by a newfound maturity. Little did they know, this was the evolution from a pure-hearted musician to one with the courage and finesse of a sword, though devoid of any magical essence. Every guest outside was entranced by the performance. Not a word was exchanged. Only the occasional clinking of cups broke the silence. Whenever such a sound emerged, the source was met with disapproving glares from the others. The elegance of Piao Lanxian was elevated to an even higher plane through Yuan Zhu and Amp, Appos, as presence. Anya, are you there? A soft yet distinctly audible voice suddenly resonated from the first floor of Piao Lanxian. As the guests cast reproachful glances towards the first floor, none could articulate their grievances, for the source of their disturbance was a woman, an exceptionally beautiful woman. She bore a striking resemblance to Anya. Her youthful innocence intertwined with a womanly allure, making it nearly impossible to discern her age. In her features, there was a hint of familiarity with Anya, yet she exuded an air of authority that Anya lacked. Perhaps her beauty was slightly eclipsed by Anya's, but the nobility radiating from her surpassed that of Anya. Even though the patrons of the Piao Lanxian hailed from noble lineage, they were momentarily silenced by her grandeur, beauty, and commanding presence. Her delicate green gown accentuated her exquisite figure, but it was her striking green eyes that captivated all, containing within their depths a chilling coldness amidst her resplendent elegance. As she spoke, she ascended the staircase, and attempts by the attendants to intercept her were thwarted by an invisible force that rendered them unable to approach. Pausing midway between the first and second floors, she inclined her head slightly towards Yuan Zhu, expressing her apologies. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your performance, but I urgently need to speak with Anya. Not at all, Yuan Zhu replied, his fingers poised on the strings. Though the disruption unsettled him, his inherently generous nature allowed him to dismiss any lingering discomfort, especially since she had acknowledged her intrusion. For many guests, it was their first time hearing his voice, and they were astonished to discover that the mysterious musician of the Piao Lanxian was so youthful. Anya's icy voice resonated from above. What do you want? You are not welcome here. Leave. She had already taken her place at the top of the staircase, quietly sipping her beloved jade beauty tea while listening to Inju's melodies, relishing this moment as her daily indulgence. Anya, is there no possibility for reconciliation? The woman inquired as she continued her measured ascent. Anya, in turn, began her descent. The two stunning beauties, equally matched in allure, drew closer, their focal point being Yuan Zhu. Dida, Anya suddenly called. Miss, Dida replied, bowing on the first floor. Anya stated calmly, please ask the guests to leave. I will cover all expenses for today. Yes, miss, Dida responded respectfully, promptly conveying Anya's wishes to the other attendants. The guests, having heard Anya's words, did not voice any objections. Though their reluctance was evident, they rose one by one to depart. The ever-present old Ma lingered at the end, glancing at the woman who stood opposite Anya, near Yuan Zhu, and asked, Miss Anya, do you require assistance? Anya furrowed her brow slightly. No, you may go. With a resigned sigh, old Ma cast a lingering glance at Anya, shook his head in futility, and turned to leave. At that moment, the Piao Lanxian was left with only Yuan Zhu, the attendants, Anya, and the enigmatic woman. Anchi, what brings you here? Our relationship has long since faded into nothingness. Do you still wish to torment me even in the Milan Empire? Anya and Appos' gaze grew increasingly frigid, despite the veil separating them. Yuan Zhu could discern the expressions on both women and Appos' faces. At this moment, Anya, usually gentle, appeared to be suppressing her fury, exuding an aura that was chilling and fearsome. Anchi turned her attention to the massive ancient tree, pondering aloud, have we truly severed all ties? No matter the time, we are still sisters at heart. This fact remains unaltered, does it not? My sister. Who is your sister? You are unworthy, Anya retorted angrily. An invisible yet immense pressure suddenly radiated from her. Yuan Zhu had already elevated from a naive heart to one of courage and intellect. Adorned with the Moon Guardian and Appos, as protection and a mental safeguard to maintain clarity amidst spiritual enchantments, he found himself momentarily breathless as Anya unleashed her wrath. His body stiffened, as if every ounce of vitality within him had been thoroughly sealed at that instant. The surrounding space seemed to collapse under the weight of Anya and a sensation of agony that defied description. Yet, Yuan Zhu was only experiencing the periphery of this immense pressure. Anchi appeared unaffected by Anya and Appos' formidable aura, a comparable force emanating from her as she smiled slightly. Sister, your strength has indeed progressed. It seems that even in your absence from home, your cultivation remains unscathed. You must know why I have come. Surrender that item, and I shall no longer intrude upon your life. Under the dual pressure exerted by Anchi and Anya, Yuan Zhu felt as if his body were on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, a life-saving warmth surged within him, allowing him to barely hold himself together. He couldn't and Appos' help but wonder in astonishment about Anya and Appos' true strength. This was merely the aura they had released. You were dreaming. Enchi. This is not the place for a confrontation. Let us proceed outside the city. Anya and Amp. Appo's expression darkened further, her eyes brimming with rage. Yet, sensing Yi Zhu and Amp. Appo's distress beneath their combined pressure, she cast a worried glance toward the veil. A gleam flashed in Enchi and Amp. Appo's eyes as she replied with a smile. Very well. Let us depart. Suddenly, her immense aura withdrew, and in an instant, her form flickered like a wraith. Yi Zhu felt an immediate constriction, as both his combat energy and magical power were entirely sealed in that moment. Then, a sensation akin to riding clouds enveloped him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. When the light of day flooded his vision, Enchi had already lifted him into the air, soaring out of the Piao Lawn Pavilion. Indeed, she was flying. As she grasped him, the delicate moonlight crystal slipped from his knee, fortunately not falling from the platform to avoid damage. Release him. Our matters concern him not. Anya and Amp. Appo's voice echoed with heightened anger from behind, as she too took to the skies. Yes, she was indeed flying. Inju, Sura and Amp. Appo's exclamations gradually faded into the distance, while everything around began to vanish in a dreamlike, lightning-like manner. Though Yi Zhu found himself immobile, his mind remained agile. Flying, how could they soar through the air? It seemed that even his two grandfathers, upon reaching the purple level, could not ascend. Qin Shang had once mentioned that only wind mages could perform short-distance flight through their magic. Were they wind mages? Could the speed of magical flight be so swift? His heart brimmed with questions, yet he felt no fear. The surroundings blurred past him in a whirlwind, leaving Yi Zhu unable to discern anything clearly, save for the faint, ethereal fragrance emanating from a qi. The scent was delightful, reminiscent of a pure, natural essence. However, the chilling aura she exuded somewhat marred the overall impression. Despite Enchi and Amp, Appo's terrifying power, her form was surprisingly soft. Though Yi Zhu lamented the discomfort of his current posture. Before long, Enchi abruptly halted, executing a graceful turn mid-air before landing on the ground. They found themselves amidst a grove of trees, and Yi Zhu could ascertain that they were no longer within Milan City, though he was uncertain of their exact location. Enchi placed a hand firmly on Yi Zhu's shoulder and addressed Anya, who had just floated to the ground. Do not act recklessly, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your little lover. He is not my lover, merely an employee I have hired. Release him, Anya retorted coldly, her gaze fixed on Enchi. Enchi smiled subtly. Is that truly the case? Yet, during his performance, I observed an unprecedented focus on your face. Your eyes have betrayed you. A flicker of fierce light crossed Anya and Amp. Appo's eyes as she exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? How could there be anything between us? Have you forgotten how old we are? And she replied, of course, I have not forgotten. However, though our age may be considerable, in proportion to humans, we are merely akin to 30-year-olds, still quite youthful. Even if your little lover were to perish from old age, we would not undergo significant change, would we? We humans? Are you not human? Yi Zhu inquired curiously, realizing that speaking was all he could do at that moment. And she and Appo's expression hardened. Disregarding Yi Zhu as she turned to Anya, I offer you one last opportunity. Hand over that item, and I shall return your little lover to you, promising not to intrude upon your life again. Otherwise, I shall first kill him, and then seize it from you. No, that item is one I will never relinquish. You are unworthy. Anya spat with venomous disdain. At that moment, she seemed to recall some painful past, her exquisite visage stripped of elegance, radiating an icy demeanor that could freeze the very air. Then I shall have no choice but to kill him, and she declared, her grip on Yi Zhu and Amp, Appo's, shoulder tightening abruptly. A force, both overwhelming and relentless, surged forth, an energy akin to fighting spirit or a special form of magic that threatened to tear Yi Zhu and Amp, Appo's body apart. Stop, and you cried out in alarm, darting towards them as swiftly as lightning. And she did not wish to eliminate Yi Zhu so swiftly. She loosened her grip slightly, propelling Yi Zhu and Appo's body backward thereby evading Anya and Amp, Appo's oncoming assault. A searing current surged through her limbs, the excruciating pain in her shoulder seemingly the source of this heat. As the overwhelming force surged upward, Yi Zhu let out a cry, his ebony eyes instantly transforming into a profound shade of violet. And she felt her hold slip as Yi Zhu's shoulder became unexpectedly firm and smooth. the guardian of the moon god erupted with a resilient power, intertwining with a unique aura that propelled her hand away from Yi Inju's shoulder in an instant. Ah, and she gasped, but before she could react further, Anya lunged with full force. Their hands met in a thunderous clash, causing both to recoil simultaneously. Unfortunately, Yi Inju found himself precariously positioned at the center of their collision, and was abruptly hurled away by the potent shockwave. As he descended to the ground, Anchi looked at her hand in bewilderment, unable to fathom how Yi Inju had managed to escape her grasp. As Yi Inju was propelled through the air, the guardian of the moon god finally unleashed its power, aided by his liberated mental energy, sending him crashing into several large trees before he came to a halt. Fortunately, enveloped in the milky light of the guardian, he sustained no injuries, though the pain in his shoulder persisted, particularly from the energy Anchi had infiltrated into him, which continued to wreak havoc. Thankfully, an inexplicable warmth surged within him, gradually dispersing the destructive force. Instinctively, he loosened the guardian of the moon god and glanced at his shoulder, astonished to discover a layer of purple crystal had formed there. At that moment, the hue of the crystal began to fade, slowly assimilating into his body. As soon as Anya was knocked back to the ground, she wasted no time recovering, leaping back into the fray. In midair, she conjured 7 illusory figures, attacking Anchi from various directions. She emanated a pure purple radiance. Indeed, Anya was a purple-level powerhouse, and the depth of her purple aura was striking. And she scoffed. ISN and Amp, Oppos, Teehee your little lover? You and Amp, Oppos, refighting so desperately because you fear for his safety? Whatever you wish to prevent, I shall do the opposite. With a slight circular motion of her hands before her chest, a viscous orb of purple liquid swirled in front of her. The purple elements she unleashed were nearly identical in hue to Anya and Oppos, indicating their comparable strengths. If Ferguson were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that these two seemingly exquisite and youthful women possessed the formidable prowess of Purple Level 8. Indeed, Purple Level 8. Inju. A whisper resonated deep within his soul at that moment. Yi Inju felt as if an unseen force was pulling at him, causing his body to be abruptly detached from the present. Everything before his eyes blurred, and the surroundings faded into a void, as if countless lights and shadows were drifting away from him. In the fleeting moment before Anya and Anchi and Amp, Oppos' energies collided, they beheld an extraordinary sight. Yi Inju was hurled far away, his form gradually fading until it vanished completely. As the surroundings regained clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. The air was frigid, significantly colder than the place he had just departed. Gone were the woods, replaced by desolate hills, remnants of snow still visible on the distant ground. He stood atop a small mound, where another figure awaited him, one both familiar and dear to him. Z, where am I? Yi Inju exclaimed, his surprise illuminating his features as he gazed at the tall silhouette beside him. The discomfort from the spatial transition had dissipated entirely. Z regarded Yi Inju with a mixture of depth and calmness, tinged with a hint of reproach. You are in the extreme north wilderness, Inju. Why did you not summon me when you encountered danger? This has occurred yesterday and now again. Do you still consider me your brother? At that moment, Yi Inju comprehended the truth. Z had sensed his peril through their equal life contract and had summoned him here. Unbeknownst to him, this intervention was fortuitous. He had narrowly avoided a battle between 2 peak-grade purple level 8th tier powerhouses, the residual energy alone potent enough to inflict harm upon him. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly emerge gravely injured, especially since Anchi had already targeted him. No, Z, we are indeed brothers. Yesterday, I had confidence in my ability to confront that danger, which is why I did not call for you. Everything transpired so rapidly, I scarcely had time to. As he spoke, Yi Inju scratched his head sheepishly. Z sighed. Inju, you must remember this. Whenever you find yourself in danger, you must summon me at once, without hesitation. Fortunately, you were not in combat this time. Otherwise, even if I wished to summon you for your rescue, it would have been impossible. Z, let us not dwell on that for now. I can remain here for at least an hour. Today, I have prepared a gift for you, which I intended to present this evening when I summoned you to my side. Z and Amp, Oppos' brow furrowed slightly. A gift? I do not require any gifts. Yi Inju chuckled. Though I am uncertain if you can utilize it, I have a strong feeling that you will surely appreciate this gift. However, do exercise caution. It is quite substantial. As he spoke, he raised his left hand adorned with a spatial ring, a flash of light illuminating the air. An immense dark blue glow abruptly emerged before them. As the colossal object began to topple, Yi Inju gasped in astonishment, But Z stepped forward, using his own hands to support the descending mass, gently lowering it to the ground. Z and Appo's gaze became transfixed. What Yi Yinzhu had summoned from the spatial ring was a sword, the colossal purple crystal sword he had discovered in the Milan Magic Martial Academy and Appo's treasury. Yi Yinzhu was left speechless with astonishment. Though he had always known Z possessed great strength, he could hardly believe that Z was able to support the sword with his bare hands and place it firmly on the ground. Though it appeared somewhat strenuous, he had nonetheless succeeded. As Yi Yinzhu sheathed the sword, he had attempted to move it, but even with all his might, he could not budge it an inch. The purple crystal, it truly was a purple crystal. Z and Appo's voice brimmed with excitement as he gently caressed the blade of the colossal purple crystal sword. His eyes, usually steadfast, now glimmered with tears. Even his body trembled slightly. Z, are you all right? He inquired, lamenting the sword and Appo's immense size. I recall you once wished to acquire a heavy sword. He continued, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Although the purple crystal was indeed a heavy sword, its weight was almost excessive. While Z was tall among humans, he appeared minuscule before the purple crystal. With hands of such size, he could barely grasp the thick hilt. Yinzhu, thank you, Z said as he rose. When he turned to face Yu Yinzhu, the latter was astonished to see two streaks of tears on Z and Appo's face. Z was crying, weeping over a sword. Z, what is the matter? Z shook his head, a rare smile breaking through his usually icy demeanor. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Yinzhu, this sword holds immense significance for me, truly vital. May I inquire how you came by it? Yi Yinzhu nodded, replying, of course. I won it as one of my prizes for being the champion of the Milan Magic Martial Academy's freshman competition. When I first laid eyes on it in the treasury, I found it peculiar. Especially when I touched the blade, I felt both its majesty and warmth. Its pattern shifted before my eyes, revealing the characters for and Appo's purple crystal, and Appo's, yet others could not perceive this. Seeing it, I was inexplicably reminded of you. Hence, I chose it as a gift for you. Alas, I only possess a spatial ring gifted by Sister Anya, so how will you carry such a large sword? Z smiled, throwing back his head in laughter. As if all the pent-up emotions within him were finally released, he shouted to the heavens, this must be fate. That the purple crystal sword has found its way to me. Yinzhu, do you know why you felt a sense of familiarity when you touched it? It is because you carry my essence. The bond we share has granted you a fragment of my power. Yi Yinzhu, in realization, responded, so. If what you say is true, my recent surge in strength and the layer of purple crystal that appeared on my shoulder stem from your power. Z, could you share the origins of this sword with me? I am aware you harbor many secrets, but if it is inconvenient, I understand. Ultimately, Z refrained from revealing the origins of the purple crystal, and Yu Yinzhu did not press further. Z's elation at acquiring the purple crystal sword was sufficient to satisfy him, akin to witnessing Su La attain the eternal stand-in puppet and the angel's sigh. Z strode toward the blade of the purple crystal sword, extending his right hand and forcefully dragging it across the edge, instantly causing blood to flow. At this moment, G and Appo's gaze was utterly fervent, seemingly oblivious to any pain as his hand caressed the intricate patterns of the amethyst giant sword. He began at the origin of the design, gently tracing along the lines, allowing his blood to thoroughly stain the ornate engravings. Yu Yinzhu observed with clarity that the blood flowing from Ji and Appo's hand was, astonishingly, a pale lavender hue. Ji, your blood will run dry. It will be fine. Ji continued his actions with unwavering determination. His formerly frigid demeanor transformed into one of heated intensity as he beheld the amethyst giant sword. The sword was colossal, and Ji meticulously applied his blood, ensuring that not a single pattern was overlooked. As his pale lavender blood melded with the sword and Appo's engravings, it was astonishingly absorbed. Gradually, the sword and Appo's original deep blue hue began to undergo a metamorphosis. A resplendent purple light emerged from the blade. The dominance Yi Yinzhu had previously sensed resurfaced, now more pronounced than ever. As Ji and Appo's blood ebbed away, his complexion grew increasingly pallid, yet his expression remained intensely focused. Yi Yinzhu attempted several times to dissuade him from continuing, only to be met with rejection. When the last trace of his pale lavender blood glided over the final engraving, the amethyst giant sword finally revealed its true form. The immense blade appeared as though sculpted from a single block of amethyst, radiating a translucent purple light, imbued with lethal intent and overwhelming power. Under the sunlight, The purple glow danced, and at that moment, though it lay upon the ground, it seemed to become the very center of the universe. Ji appeared remarkably weak, a sight Yuanzhu had never witnessed before. As he stood upright, he wavered slightly, only able to steady himself with Yuanzhu's supportive grasp. Yet, at that moment, Yuanzhu discerned a dazzling brilliance in Ji and Amp, Appos, eyes that starkly contrasted with his physical state. A deep incantation flowed from Ji and Amp, Appos' lips. Its tone peculiar, low and resonant, belonging to none of the languages Yuanzhu recognized, yet it sounded uniquely enchanting. As Ji and Amp, Appos' voice ebbed and surged, harmonious and melodious, a soft purple light emanated from him, cascading over the amethyst giant sword like a bridge connecting them. With the incantation and Amp, Appos' pace quickening, the purple light he released intensified. And a strange phenomenon occurred. The once immensely heavy and solid amethyst giant sword began to shimmer with an ethereal quality. It transformed into a sphere of energy, abruptly released. And through the connection of their radiant energies, it gradually began to merge into Ji and Amp, Appos' very being.